Suyun was surprised. He turned his head and looked at the petite fox in front of him, then asked, "Shenmei, what is your cultivation level now?" "Immediately enter the 5th stage of Sky Spirit Master cultivation." Hu Qianmei smiled and said, "What?" Suyun was extremely shocked. "When did your cultivation become so strong? Sky Spirit Master of the 5th rank?" This was simply flying at high speeds. It was already unbelievable for her to be here, and her cultivation was this high. Could she have encountered some sort of fortuitous gain? Suyun thought. As if she understood Suyun's confusion, Hu Qianmei turned her head and laughed. "Big brother, have you forgotten about the sharing of our gifts? Furthermore, I obtained a divine object called the True Dragon City, and cultivating in this divine object allowed me to cultivate inside it for 1,000 miles, and my cultivation speed can be comparable to an ordinary person. Adding that to the fact that I seized Xiao Huailin's cultivation, that is why my cultivation has risen to the 4th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, almost reaching the 5th stage. So that's how it is. Hee, big brother, when we get rid of these annoying people, I'll take you into True Dragon City and we'll dual cultivate, okay? Let's first settle the matter at hand first." Suyun's face reddened as he said somewhat embarrassedly. Seeing Suyun's embarrassed look, Hu Qianmei laughed even more happily. Seeing Hu Qianmei still talking to Suyun and ignoring her, Lu Yuan was infuriated. "They're simply looking down on us." She let out a low roar and the green light from the branch in her hand expanded. Countless thick vines sprouted out from the light and rushed towards the golden dragon. Vines were like living creatures, wrapping themselves around the golden dragon, binding it completely from profound qi. With its movement being restricted, the surrounding realm tree experts immediately rushed forward, striking it, intending to disperse it. However, they had underestimated the golden dragon, and had underestimated the current Hu Qianmei. The golden dragon had suffered a fierce attack. The surrounding profound skills continued to fly, but the might of the profound skill was still gone. The light was not weak, it roared and struggled, and broke a large number of the vines, about to break away from its bindings. Lu Yuan was stunned. So powerful. Suyun was secretly surprised. The strength of the golden dragon was most likely beyond the control of a 5th stage Sky Spirit Master. It should be a treasure, and not a simple profound technique. The green light vines continued to surge, but were completely shattered by the golden dragon's sharp claws. Facing such an existence, Lu Yuan only felt that it was extremely strenuous, and that it would require the cooperation of 3 other realm tree experts to barely resist it, but that was not something he could endure for a long period of time. "Master Lu Yuan, you stole the magical equipment, I will go and capture the fox demon." Zhu Gu shouted to Lu Yuan and the rest who were still struggling with the golden dragon, and then rushed at Hu Qianmei. Hu Qianmei controlled the golden dragon with all of her strength, and was already powerless to fight against Zhu Gu and the others. Seeing that, Suyun naturally did not stand aside and watch. Holding onto the tribulation fire sword, he wildly hacked, as a large amount of sword qi erupted with hot temperature. Zhu Gu secretly snorted. He released the profound qi, which transformed into a qi cover and surrounded his body. The sword qi could not even break through his defense. "Is that all?" Zhu Gu said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a dark green dagger appeared, and the dagger pierced straight into Suyun's heart. Suyun's expression did not panic, his eyes remained focused on the incoming dagger. The tribulation fire sword in his hand was like a fan as it flew towards the dagger. His profound strength could not compare to Zhu Gu, but the force of the sword was immense. It was like a whale swallowing a mountain and river. The tribulation fire sword struck the dagger, the sword blade retreating uncontrollably, but the flames on the sword blade spreading out like a viper towards Zhu Gu's wrist. Zhu Gu felt a tearing sensation on his wrist and arm. He groaned and quickly retracted his hand. But right at this moment, his left palm shot out like lightning. His palm spewed out a cloud of poison, which strangely spread towards Suyun. "What?" Suyun was shocked. Before he could even react, he was immediately engulfed by the poison mist. The poison mist seeped into his skin and corroded his internal organs, causing him to fall down from the sky. Hu Qianmei detected the unusual movement from Su Yun, and suddenly turned her head, exclaiming, "Big brother!" Bang! Su Yun fell to the ground. His face was pale white, blood trickling down the corners of his mouth, as though he had been poisoned. So despicable! He actually used poison! Hu Qianmei gnashed her teeth in anger. Despicable? Didn't you use all sorts of tricks on us along the way? To deal with people like you, how can you be despicable? Zhu Gu snorted. He did not care about Hu Qianmei, and directly raised his dagger to look at Su Yunchong, who was below him. From the looks of it, he wanted to take Su Yun's life. Protect the sect leader. At this critical moment, a shout exploded from the side. Everyone turned to look, only to see Hua Tianwu bringing a large number of experts from the Lotus Star Sword sect and rushing towards Su Yun. These people encircled Su Yun so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. All of their expressions were solemn as they stared at Zhu Gu with their weapons raised, as if they were unafraid of death. Good. Good. Your Lotus Star Sword sect dares to go against us, Realm Tree. Very good. Since that is the case, then I will send your Lotus Star Sword sect back to the west. Zhu Gu smirked, and waved the dagger downwards. The dagger suddenly became 100 meters in size, and this attack was extremely ferocious. However, right at the moment when the attack was about to hit, Su Yun, who was on the ground, suddenly leaped up, and as if there was no one present, he rushed towards Zhu Gu. What? Zhu Gu's eyes turned round, and his face revealed astonishment. He looked at Su Yun, only to realize that the guy's complexion was not bad, his eyes brimming with vitality. He did not seem to be poisoned at all. Disguise? Zhu Gu suddenly understood. Although he had intended to use this poison to ambush him long ago, he had planned long ago to purposefully show weakness and find a way to defeat the enemy. You are even more despicable than me. Zhu Gu clenched his teeth and roared. He had already unleashed a technique. It was difficult to retract. At that moment, he could only face him head-on. He did not believe that with his cultivation close to the 7th stage, he would not be able to beat the existence of the 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master. However, Zhu Gu did not know that Su Yun wanted to fight him head-on. In the previous battle, although Su Yun's aura was not weak, he knew that his cultivation was too low and he did not have the upper hand. The opponent's cultivation was strong and there were many people, so if he wasted too much of his profound chi on Zhu Gu, he would not be able to contend against the others. Therefore, he had to use the most efficient method to get rid of these people, otherwise, Hu Qianmei and himself would not be able to escape. And now, the chance had come. But when Su Yun got close to the gigantic blade edge, the tribulation fire in his hand suddenly loosened, and the divine sword fell to the ground, while his hand extended towards the sword sheath with lightning speed. With a flash of white light, a sacred and pure sword image floated out. In midair, a snow-white lotus mark seal suddenly bloomed, and in the center of the lotus mark seal was that snow-white sword. Lotus Star Sword Art! Hua Tianwu shouted from below. The crowd of Lotus Star Sword sect disciples all burst into an uproar. Su Yun held the Lotus Star Sword in his hand, supporting it with his sword. He directly threw it at Zhu Gu. His expression was solemn and his eyes were white, his body releasing sets of strange halos of light. Break! Su Yun shouted. With the attack of the long sword, the lotus mark seal touched the gigantic dagger blade, and in the next moment, it tightly wrapped around the dagger blade, and then fiercely pushed away the force. Clang! The gigantic blade suddenly shattered into pieces, completely minced by the lotus mark seal. Zhu Gu's eyes glazed over, he was completely stunned. Such a surprising change was unexpected. Su Yun released his Lotus Star Sword and with his bare hands, he rushed forward, but when he got close to Zhu Gu, he turned his body, and with his empty right hand, he made a hacking motion. It was as fast as lightning. When Zhu Gu regained his senses, he was already waving his fists. But in that instant, Zhu Gu felt his chest burning up, and when he looked down, his chest was actually split open. Ah! Zhu Gu screamed in pain. He dropped down from the sky and opened his eyes, only to see that Su Yun's hand was still empty. There was nothing in it. Wait a minute. Zhu Gu suddenly noticed something. His gaze landed on his right hand that was counting, only to see his right hand revealing a tight grip, as though he was holding a sword. Could this fellow's sword be invisible? Thinking about it, Zhu Gu was furious. This guy had been scheming against him from the beginning. First, break the weapon, make it impossible for him to defend, and then secretly make a move. Defeat him. How could this person be so despicable? Zhu Gu clenched his teeth and thought angrily. Although his cultivation base was not as high as his own, this series of methods was really hard to guard against. Su Yun leaped down from the sky, holding onto the invisible sword and threw it towards Zhu Gu. He followed along the sword like a falling meteor, his momentum unstoppable. The situation was critical. Zhu Gu anxiously activated his magic treasure, and a thick and huge mountain appeared in the sky out of thin air. Zhu Gu, on the other hand, quickly dodged to the right, and hit a kilometer away. With a loud bang, the ground shook uncontrollably, and Su Yun's entire body was smashed into the ground by the huge mountain. Big brother! Hu Qianmei was anxious again. But at the moment, she could not let go. The pressure that the other realm trees were giving her was extremely huge. If she took Su Yun into consideration, both of them would die a terrible death, and the consequences would be severe. But at this moment, the atmosphere changed again. The gigantic mountain that Zhu Gu had summoned suddenly trembled violently. A crack appeared in the middle of the mountain, rocks started to collapse, the mountain itself started to collapse. Following that, with a boom, the entire mountain exploded. At the foot of the mountain, an enormous giant suddenly appeared. The aura around them suddenly changed. And Su Yun was standing on the giant's shoulder. Su Yun stared at Zhu Gu with killing intent in his eyes. He raised his hand and pointed at Zhu Gu, and the giant roared and extended his hand out to grab Zhu Gu. A hand that could cover the sky and cover the sun. It was as if they had swallowed the mountains and rivers. Zhu Gu was shocked. He immediately dodged, but he was unable to escape the grasp of the giant hand, causing him to be trapped within the palm of his hand. Crack! Terrifying sounds came out, only to see the giant hand clenching suddenly, crushing Zhu Gu to death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622. Zhu Gu's miserable death had intimidated the rest of the experts present, causing the realm trees to be greatly shocked. Could it be that this incomparably large giant was Su Yun's trump card? No wonder he dared to protect Fox Demon on his own to fight against us, so he has this treasure to rely on. Lu Yuan, who was pushed back by the golden dragon, looked at the sky-bearing giant and muttered in shock. The giant's hand slowly let go, and specks of glowing blood and minced meat flowed out from between his fingers. Zhu Gu had long disappeared, and what remained was only a pile of flesh. When Yan Wen and the others saw this from afar, they felt fear in their hearts. Although this was not the devil bone spirit, but it was just that he had not merged with the others, but he was still powerful and imposing, which was enough to make people fear him. Zhu Gu was cut down. The rest of them could not do anything against him, so they all retreated, putting some distance between them. Lu Yuan retreated, anxiously taking out a pill from the space baguette, stuffing it into her mouth. Her face was pale white, her chi a mess, obviously not getting any benefits from Hu Qianmei's hands. However, Hu Qianmei was not in a good state either. Her initially tender little face was pale white, her peach blossom-like eyes were dim and lifeless, her eyelids drooped slightly. She was already exhausted, as though she would pass out anytime and anywhere. If Su Yun was not present, she would have died long ago. To be able to take on so many experts of the realm tree by herself, the strength that she had displayed was truly astonishing. Lu Yuan naturally knew that the magic treasure Hu Qianmei was using was extraordinary, and that Su Yun also had an incredible treasure in his hands. The two of them relied on these profound artifacts, so it would definitely be difficult to capture them easily. We came in a hurry and did not make any preparations. We just lost for a while, but everyone, do not be discouraged. These two's cultivation is not high, and we only have some advantages because of the magic treasure. We do not need to be afraid of them. Lu Yuan stared at Su Yun, who was leaning towards Hu Qianmei, and was no longer courteous. Her voice became cold. That person called Su Yun has killed Lord Zhugu, and as matters stand, he is no longer my friend of the Realm Tree, but my enemy of the Realm Tree. Lord Zhugu is an important subject of my Realm Tree, and the thing that happened today is also for my Wanhua realm's sake. Go! With that said, Lu Yuan held her breath and rushed forward again. Thinking of how Zhugu had died a horrible death, everyone ignited into flames of grief and indignation. At the moment, no one held back, no one retreated, only Su Yun and Hu Qianmei were attacked by a violent storm. Everyone in the Wanhua realm had Spirit Life Chi as their leader, while those who were alive would live and die together. Their Spirit Life Chi could heal injuries, recover flesh and blood, and pull dead people back from hell, but it could also turn into a formless and deadly poison, turning business into ruins. These people were all elites of the Realm Tree, and the Spirit Life Chi they used was extremely exquisite. Most of them were made of poison, and the two of them were surrounded by a thick cloud of poison, the poison attacking them from their bodies, causing the mechanisms in their bodies to quickly disappear. The speed of the profound chi was also extremely slow, and some of the profound chi has suddenly collapsed, making it hard to accumulate. Hu Qianmei was already on the verge of collapse. She almost fell from the sky. The golden dragon body that she was controlling also started to dim. It was no longer as radiant as before. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately controlled the giant to rush over and hug Hu Qianmei. The giant waved both of his hands, striking the approaching people of Realm Tree, but it was difficult for him to fight with all four of his hands. If this continued, he would only be broken through the giant's defense, and his body would be killed. Su Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing the aggressive Lu Yuan and the rest, he was extremely furious in his heart. Lu Yuan, although I am only a third grade of Sky Spirit Master Cultivator, my methods right now are definitely not limited to the third grade of Sky Spirit Master. Zhugu insists on making me his enemy, and I had no choice but to kill him. If you all continue to force me, then don't blame me for not giving Realm Master face and start a massacre. Su Yun's expression was sinister. He roared coldly. Humph, you're still being stubborn even at a time like this. There are 7 6th stage Sky Spirit Master S and above here. You're just a third grade of Sky Spirit Master existence. Can you even contend against them? Don't be so arrogant. Lu Yuan said coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. In her view, Su Yun was just putting on an act. Su Yun's expression was solemn. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, he knew that he had no other choice, and could only raise his hand to change the seal. Seeing that, Yan Wen's face changed. Could it be that Lord Su Yun is going to use that move? Master Yan Wen, what method does Lord Su Yun want to use? The others were puzzled. The move that captured Xiao Huailin. Sun Huai Sr. said indifferently, the spirit chi on the puppet equipment is changing. I am afraid Lord Su Yun has already activated his technique, and soon enough, the terrifying spirit chi will appear. Even an expert like Xiao Huailin is like an ant in front of the spirit chi. I am afraid that Lu Yuan and the rest are going to become dust, unable to escape from the calamity. What? As he said this, everyone was shocked. It is true that we did not take action. Today, Lord Su Yun's strength is stronger than before. Yan Wen said. The surroundings started to shake. The profound chi around Su Yun's body started to gather quickly, like a river flowing out of his body. It started to converge onto his arm. This was the profound art of summoning the devil bone spirit. The sky was dark and the clouds were changing. It was as if the end of the world was approaching. Lu Yuan and the rest felt that something was amiss. They became cautious, and for some reason, they felt a shadow shrouding them, and it made them feel extremely depressed. Stop! At this moment, a melodious and urgent shout sounded out from the horizon. A large group of figures could be seen rapidly flying over from the horizon. Lu Yuan was still in the midst of a blood battle with the giant, with the intention to break through the defense and kill Sun Yun, who had cast the technique. However, Yan Wen and the others were the first to notice the person who came. When Yan Wen realized who it was, he could no longer hold back and anxiously shouted, Lord Su Yun, Master Lu Yuan, please stop. Prime Minister Bong has arrived. Prime Minister Rong? Lu Yuan was startled. She turned back to look, only to see Rong Nyuk leading a large group of Realm Tree elites, rushing over. Everyone, stop! Quickly stop! Rong Nyuk shouted, looking anxious. Seeing that, Lu Yuan looked at the others, and they gave up. Seeing that Lu Yuan stopped, Su Yun removed the Devil Bone Spirits technique, sheathed his sword and retreated, on guard against Lu Yuan and the rest. Lu Yuan asked. Prime Minister Bon, what are you doing here? On the orders of the Realm Master, I am here to recall you all. Rong Nyuk exhaled, and said sternly, Realm Master has already declared, so why didn't you all listen? Realm Master ordered, you all are not allowed to act on your own, quickly return to the Realm Tree, and help Realm Master meet the enemy. I know that the Realm Master is unwilling for us to capture the Fox Demon and hand it over to him, but as matters stand, this is no longer a matter of the Fox Demon, but a matter of Su Yun. How can he just let this go? Lu Yuan snorted. Hearing that, Rong Nyuk was not surprised. He waved his hand to the people beside him, and immediately, a spirit cultivator flew out from the crowd, spiraling towards the sky. He circled twice, then returned back to Rong Nyuk's side and nodded towards Rong Nyuk. Rong Nyuk understood, and then turned to Lu Yuan and said, it's just that my physical body has been destroyed, the soul is still unaffected. Once I return to the Realm Tree and reconstruct my body, I will be able to revive, don't worry. But with its flesh destroyed, and Lord Zhugu's cultivation completely lost, what's the difference between this and death for a spirit cultivator? Lu Yuan snorted, if that's the case, then I'm afraid that Lord Zhugu will suffer a fate worse than death. Then what do you want? Seeing Lu Yuan being so overbearing, Su Yun was enraged. Without waiting for Rong Nyuk to speak, he snorted and asked. How is it? Of course I'm going to break your body. Destroy your cultivation. Lu Yuan said coldly. That depends on whether you can do it. Su Yun, you're too arrogant. Lu Yuan was furious. She was about to attack again. Seeing that, Rong Nyuk immediately stopped her. Milords, please do not be angry, do not be angry. Rong Nyuk sighed, and said, regardless of the outcome, the two of you are not people we wish to see. Now that the enemy has attacked us, what we need to do is to defend ourselves against the enemy, and not to engage in a senseless slaughter. He looked at Lu Yuan and said, Lord Lu, I know what you were thinking, and understand that you are doing this for the Wanhua realm, but what you are doing now is of no use. Even if you hand over the Fox Demon who killed Xiao Huailin to the All-Empty sect, they will not let you go. Lu Yuan opened her mouth. This Lord Zhugu's body being destroyed is not within my expectations, but it is already completed, and is irreparable. Master Lu Yuan, even if you kill Lord Su Yun, it will be useless. Rong Nyuk shook his head. Now, Realm Tree is the time to hire people. Everyone please return to the Realm Tree quickly and wait for Realm Master's orders. Hearing that, Lu Yuan and the rest could not accept it, but since Rong Nyuk had already said it, they could not go against him. Furthermore, Su Yun was not easy to deal with. Then what should we do with this person? Lu Yuan asked. Rong Nyuk's gaze fell on Su Yun's body. He thought for a moment, then asked, Master Su, what are your plans for the future? Leave Wanhua realm. Su Yun said indifferently. Sure. Rong Nyuk nodded his head. The All-Empty sect is using the Fox Demon as an excuse to launch an attack on us. If you all leave the Wanhua realm, it might be beneficial for us. Since that is the case, you all should immediately head towards the Gate of Nature. Leave quickly. Once the All-Empty sect is established, you all will immediately enter the Wanhua realm. At that time, the Gate of Nature will be sealed up, and you all have nowhere to go. Hearing that, Su Yun cupped his fists towards Rong Nyuk. Prime Minister Bon, thank you very much, we can leave now. I will give the order to the troops of the Gate of Nature to not make things difficult for you. You all should hurry up and leave. I'll be taking my leave now. Su Yun was not courteous. He cupped his fists at Rong Nyuk, and immediately carried the almost unconscious Hu Qianmei and flew away. Lu Yuan and the rest could only watch as Su Yun left, filled with endless hatred. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623. Amongst the branches of the realm tree, Realm Master, who was dressed in green clothes and had a beautiful appearance, stood there gracefully. Her delicate and pretty face looked especially fresh and beautiful in the midst of these beautiful realm tree. Below, countless soldiers were gathered. People were pouring in from all directions, an extremely spectacular sight. Realm Master looked serene. A large number of bird cries came from the sky. Following that, countless birds flew from the mountain. They were densely packed, covered the entire sky, and flew towards the realm tree. There were eagles as big as a small house, giant birds with their bodies covered in flames, and strange, lightning-like birds with their eyes. Light monster Luli was incomparably mysterious. In the distance, countless roars of fury and low roars rang out. The ground started to tremble slightly, and dust started to rise into the air, as sounds of running could be heard. Looking ahead, it was actually the Wanhua realm's countless beasts, gathering towards their location. The Wanhua realm was after all a natural realm, and not only did the people here belong to the Realm Master, they also belonged to here. The spirit of this place, everything here, the Wanhua realm was in trouble. The ones that stood out to protect were not limited to the spirit cultivator, but countless of beasts and birds of prey. They gathered outside, lined up neatly, as if waiting for Realm Master's orders. Seeing that, the Realm Master turned slightly. Is there any news from the sword world? Hearing that, the person on the side immediately cupped his fists and replied respectfully, reporting to Realm Master, there has been no news for 2 days now. 2 days? The Realm Master frowned. The structure of the all-empty sect will be completed tomorrow. Logically speaking, there should be news today, but why haven't there been any movements? Maybe the messenger is already on his way. The man said respectfully. Is that so? The Realm Master was deep in thought. Don't worry, Realm Master, although my Wanhua realm is not as powerful as the other realms, but it is still more than enough to deal with a few sect forces. Even if the all-empty sect comes over now, we are not afraid. That's not what I'm worried about. Realm Master shook her head lightly. True Devil Realm hasn't made any unusual moves. Maybe they don't plan on making any move against our Wanhua realm this time. Do you think that's possible? If it were you, would you still be willing to be indifferent? But that person opened his mouth, but was unable to say anything. Realm Master extended her hand out and waved gently in the air. Her slender fingers shone with a bright green light and drew a circular seal in front of her. Realm Master extended her jade finger and tapped on the talisman lightly. A beautiful spirit light chi danced on her finger, but following the constant collisions between the profound strength and the circular seal, Realm Master's beautiful face slowly turned serious. In the end, a trace of pressure that was difficult to grasp appeared in the depths of her eyes, as if she had learned of some extremely bad news. She ripped the circular seal in front of her, waved her hand, urged her profound strength and shouted, all troops are to come out immediately, gather at Gate of Nature, prepare to meet the enemy. This sudden order stunned all the Realm Tree ministers standing behind them. Realm Master, there is no news from inside the Sword World, and all empty sect needs to be ready by tomorrow. We are not ready yet. Why are we rushing to leave? An old man behind him asked curiously. The situation has changed. Do not speak anymore. Head to Gate of Nature. Faster. Realm Master bellowed. Her voice was extremely serious. There was no doubt about it. Seeing that, everyone knew that Realm Master did not speak nonsense, so they did not dally and immediately gave their orders. Soon enough, the soldiers under the realm tree began to move. One by one they rose into the air and rushed towards Gate of Nature, and the birds in the sky, as well as the 100 beast all spirits below, all started to move quickly. The ground and sky started to converge into 2 sets of green torrents, rushing towards Gate of Nature. The scene was extremely grand. After leaving the Linglong Mountain, Suyin stepped on his flying sword and flew straight to the Gate of Nature with Hu Qianmei. Big brother, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again. Hu Qianmei grabbed Su Yun's clothes, stepped on Flying Sword, raised her head and smiled at Su Yun. Her face was still pale, without much blood, and the profound qi on her body had consumed a lot of energy. If not for Su Yun's timely feeding of pills, she would not have been able to speak at all. Now that things have come to this, there's no use apologizing. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Can I pay for it with my own body? Hee, don't you dare not recognize the good intentions of others. When I first met Xiao Huailin, I wasn't greedy for his cultivation, and only knew that he had provoked my brother, so I killed him. I don't want him to come and seek revenge on me again. Hu Qianmei said. Hearing that, Su Yun laughed bitterly and shook his head. Who would have known that Xiao Huailin's background is so great? He actually made the people of Cloud Heavenly Palace move, but luckily, we still have time. We can quickly leave the Wanhua realm and return to Ultimate Martial World. The place is vast, there are countless of capable people, and the hidden sects are countless of people. I am afraid that the people of Cloud Heavenly Palace do not dare to do anything. After entering the Ultimate Martial World, they will have no way to deal with us. Earlier, I went to the Gate of Nature, planning to leave and hide, and find everyone else later on, but I never expected to be stopped by that smelly fellow called Zhu Gu. They decided to hand me over to the Realm Master, so I ran off all the way, preparing to use the crack to leave the dark place. If I were to be handed over to the all-empty sect, I'm afraid I would really suffer a fate worse than death. This time, Prime Minister Rong has spoken. Do not worry, we will leave immediately. We cannot delay any longer. All right. Hu Qianmei nodded. Without asking further, she swallowed another pill and recovered her profound qi. Quietly grabbing onto Su Yun's clothes, she looked ahead. Suddenly, a wonderful phenomenon appeared. And Hu Qianmei looked around, and saw many creatures flying from all directions. There were monsters everywhere, and all sorts of creatures, as well as birds chirping. All of them rushed towards one direction. What's going on? Su Yun frowned. This direction is the direction of the Gate of Nature. What are these guys planning to do? Hu Qianmei did not understand. Su Yun lowered his head to think for a moment, then deliberately slowed down his pace. Don't worry about it for now. If these creatures are heading towards the Gate of Nature, then it means that something is happening to the Gate of Nature. Let's go look at the situation first. If anything goes wrong, the Realm Tree people will go back on their word and we will leave the dark place. All right. Hu Qianmei nodded. If it were not for the dangers associated with the cracks in the dark place, Su Yun would not have given up hope and gone to the Gate of Nature. The entire Wanhua realm was in an uproar. Countless creatures had gathered in the Gate of Nature. This scene could be said to be unprecedented and unprecedented. Su Yun and Hu Qianmei rode on their flying swords and approached the Gate of Nature. The two of them stood on the same mountain, looking from afar. With a single glance, they were extremely shocked. Just by looking at how the inside and outside of Gate of Nature had been surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out, countless soldiers, countless living creatures, all of them densely packed. Could it be that he's here to get me? Hu Qianmei was startled. Do you need it? Why did you send out so many experts just to capture you? Su Yun shook his head. What's more, if I wanted to take you, I would have done it long ago in the Linglong Mountain. Rongmuk's cultivation was even higher than Zhu Gu's. Don't think too much into it. With so many realm tree experts and so many creatures, it must be related to the realm master. Perhaps the all-empty sex people will be here soon. Saying that, Su Yun's heart uncontrollably jumped. Is that so? Hearing that, Hu Qianmei's pitch-black eyes looked towards the huge door that was surrounded by millions of fresh flowers, and said, since that's the case, we can't stay any longer. Brother, Rongmuk said that he has already notified the people here. We can leave now, and return to the ultimate martial world. If we continue delaying, there will be trouble. All right. Su Yun nodded. The two of them started sprinting, dashing towards Gate of Nature. As they got closer, they could hear the constant roaring and howling of the people around them. Who are you? Hurry and descend, or else you will be killed. Several harsh shouts came from below. It was the officers of the army. I am Su Yun. Get out of the way, Prime Minister Rong Myuk has ordered us to disperse. Su Yun shouted. However, none of the officers listened to Su Yun, and immediately shouted, "The all-empty sect is about to arrive, the gate of nature has already been sealed up, no one is allowed to use the gate of nature to enter or leave, I do not care who you are, leave, or else once the war starts, if you all die, do not blame us." What? The gate of nature has been sealed? Su Yun and Hu Qianmei were startled, the two of them raised their heads, only to see that in front of the gigantic gate of nature flew a large amount of spirit cultivator. All of them had their staff in their hands, while some had their scrolls in their hands. They walked around the gate of nature with their eyes closed, as though they were saying something, as though they were trying to say something. They floated in front of the gate of nature like a beautiful curtain, completely covering the entire door. Could it be that the people from all empty sect are really coming? Hu Qianmei said in a daze as she lightly lifted her pink lips. I'm not sure, but I heard that the bridge of realm that was set up by the all-empty sect should arrive tomorrow. Why would they come today? Su Yun said in a low voice, things are already at this point, we don't have much time, since Gate of Nature cannot leave, we can only return to Linglong Mountain, quickly, follow me to Dark Place. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei regained her senses, she anxiously turned and flew with Su Yun, returning to Linglong Mountain. If the Realm Master was not here, and Rong Myuk was not, Su Yun would not be able to pass through the iron-like defense and get close to the Gate of Nature. Furthermore, with the seal formation down, it would be impossible to break the seal formation to pass through the Gate of Nature, and with the seal formation set up, it would be extremely difficult to break it. Now, if he wanted to leave Wanhua Realm, he could only go to Dark Place. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624. The Realm Tree Army attacked Gate of Nature from all directions. They were like a swarm of ants that rushed over densely. The human wave scene was vast and spectacular. There were birds in the sky, beasts in all four directions. The entire Wanhua realm was already prepared, welcoming the unknown change. A realm master dressed in green clothes quietly floated in the air. Behind her were the hundreds of ministers of the Realm Tree. Everyone looked at Gate of Nature solemnly. Reporting to Realm Master, the information we received was wrong. All Empty Sect, in order to guard against our Wanhua realm, was afraid that we would be prepared, and so he intentionally gave us the wrong time. In fact, Bridge of Realm had long prepared a day in advance, and the spies we sent out were also captured by the All-Empty Sect. What are you talking about? Prime Minister Rong Myuk said. I used the small Wanshine map to calculate this point, so I ordered the army to gather here. The Realm Master opened her mouth indifferently. I never thought that the Cloud Heavenly Palace people's methods were smarter than I thought. Once they are allowed to enter the Wanhua realm, then the Wanhua realm will become chaotic, and I must block them in front of the Gate of Nature. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. The crowd nodded silently. Rumble. At this time, the ground suddenly trembled, the sky suddenly became dark, and a scene of the ground shaking and mountains appeared in front of every Realm Tree soldier's eyes. A large number of soldiers knelt down on one knee, and displayed a respectful attitude, while the birds in the sky all landed on the ground, and did not dare fly high, crawling with beasts, in a respectful manner. Realm Master looked into the distance and saw a large amount of thick and big stems and vines appear from far away. They were like pythons, scurrying around the ground, and in the end, all of them gathered in a spacious land, stopping there. Seeing that, the Realm Tree ministers who were led by Rong Myuk rushed over, and cupped their fists towards the open area where the vines were wrapped, and greeted, "Greetings, Tree Lord! Greetings, Tree Lord!" There were constant shouts. The voice was earth-shattering as it swept over. The ground began to crack open, and a large number of tree stems began to tear the ground apart. Soon after, a giant tree that seemed to prop up the sky began to slowly rise up from within the crack. The giant tree was extremely large and dense, and it seemed to be only a few times smaller than the Realm Tree. The Realm Tree was extremely large, and even though the tree was smaller, it was still extremely tall and sturdy. However, What was even more surprising was that the tree trunk had quite a few pitch-black tree holes. These tree holes were extremely long and narrow. From afar, these tree holes coincidentally formed a strange face. When the tree completely appeared on the ground, the human face moved. I shouldn't be late, right? A deep and rough voice came out from the big tree, spreading across the entire gate of nature. Seeing that, Realm Master nodded, and said indifferently, "Uncle is coming at the right time. The all-empty sect is about to attack. If you were to appear, you would be able to intimidate them. Although my Wanhua realm is not a strong realm, it is definitely not a weak realm that will be trampled upon by others. Now that there's someone who dares to come to my Wanhua realm and show off his might, we naturally cannot sit idly by." The big tree snorted, "I want to see what abilities that Wanhua realm and that Cloud Heavenly Palace man have to dare make a ruckus here." When the group of officials heard that, they all agreed that the Realm Master was as good as dead. Tree spirit grew from the same root as Realm Tree. Although it was difficult to compare spirit energy and Realm Tree, it was still an astonishing cultivation. After the gigantic tree spirit appeared, many people on scene calmed down. Some were still worried, but after tree spirit appeared, many people revealed relaxed faces. Even though the people from Cloud Heavenly Palace were about to arrive, they were not as nervous. Tree Lord has been cultivating in the dormant underground for 10,000 years. His cultivation is profound, his strength is high to the heavens. I never thought that this matter would even alarm the old man, but if it appears, it is definitely beneficial for us. I'm afraid the people of Cloud Heavenly Palace would have to think twice before facing it." Rong Myuk whispered to Realm Master. Tree Lord's strength can indeed intimidate Cloud Heavenly Palace, but it can't dispel the greed in their hearts. They won't give up on spying on Wanhua realm so easily, and they won't treat us. We still have a lot of things to do, so we should be careful. The Realm Master said indifferently. Rong Mok nodded. Crash. Star. Just then, the gigantic gate of nature suddenly lit up, and after that, the surrounding birds that were circling the gate of nature were shocked, flying away together. The soldiers in front of the gate of nature all immediately raised their swords and sabers as they stared at the door with serious expressions. Are they coming? The Realm Tree ministers all had a stern expression as they stared at the gigantic gate of nature. Seeing that, the Realm Master's beautiful face was filled with coldness and solemnness. She could only see her fair and delicate hands softly holding onto him, on her waist. The spirit aura's eyes were staring at the door, her eyebrows were unmoving, her expression was solemn, without a single trace of fear as she stared straight at the door. Gate of Nature released circle after circle of light blue rune. After that, hundreds of thousands of light blue square-shaped talismans appeared inside the door. These talismans flew all over the place, and in the end, they assembled together to form a bridge that stretched out into the sky. He really came. Seeing that, Rong Myuk took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone get ready!" When the roars came out, all the Realm Tree soldiers straightened their chests and activated their profound strength, staring straight at the gate of nature. The humongous Tree Lord also narrowed the dark hole in the tree and stared at gate of nature. After the miraculous bridge appeared, an exquisite aura of space immediately burst out from inside. It was like a ripple that continuously spread outwards, and every time it spread out, the aura of space inside would increase. At the back, the aura of space surrounding the bridge was already extremely dense, like a thick fog, almost to the point of obscuring the bridge. It was difficult to dissipate. Suddenly, inside gate of nature, above the bridge that was connected to the void, a strange crevice appeared. Following that, a few figures appeared from the crevice. A loud and angry voice rang out at the same time. "People of Wanhua realm, return my son's life." This roar was so loud that it shook the eardrums of countless people, causing them to almost faint. When the voice came out, a man and a woman flew out from gate of nature and floated in mid-air. These two had extraordinary auras. The man had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, his cheeks were emaciated, giving off an extremely aged feeling. He was dressed in a dark yellow blademaster's robe with a gigantic sword in both hands behind his back, standing proudly in the air, staring furiously at Realm Master and the others who were far away. Beside the man was a middle-aged woman with fiery red hair. The lady was slightly fat, with fair skin and a bloated face, holding onto a sword. Her face was warped, the killing intent and anger in her eyes was extremely strong, her two eyes staring straight at Realm Master, as though she wished to tear her to shreds. The moment the two appeared, everyone knew who they were. The man was leader of all empty sect Xiao Chan Tian, and the woman was the sect master's wife, Phoenix Lady. As the two of them appeared, their killing intent surged. They were all at the peak of the 10th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. Brother Xiao, why are you wasting your breath? If these people from the Wanhua realm are willing to hand over the culprit who killed Huailin, then it is fine, but if they are not willing to hand over the culprit, can't we just go and look for them ourselves? Another voice came out from behind. Following that, 3 figures flew out from the Bridge of Realm. All 3 of them used swords. One of them was the sect leader of the Ask Sword sect, Xin Wenrong, and according to rumors, Xin Wenrong had used the Kaitai sword art with his own hands, and once he used it, he would never be a match for him, all the immortal gods would be killed. It was extremely terrifying. The Ask Sword sect also had a well-known reputation in the sword world. The other person was a bald-headed male named Dao Xing, who was the sect leader of the Luotong sect. Although not even an inch of hair grew on Dao Xing's head, there was a scorpion-like black rune. This rune was not small, and extended from its forehead all the way to his neck. He also had a sword hanging from his waist, but it was very special. It was bent like a sickle, or perhaps it was more like a blade. As for the remaining people, they were extremely different. This man was covered in golden armor, just like a god of war. His face could not be seen, covered by the golden mask, only 2 deep eyes could be seen. Dressed in golden armor, he also had a sword hanging on his back, but it was not one sword. He was Star Sword Pavilion of the Star Sword Pavilion, the Nebula Sword Sovereign. It was said that star armors were war god armors and ancient divine artifacts. Historically, only Star Sword Pavilion-s could wear them, wear armor and display Nebula sword technique to have a miraculous effect, causing the effect of the sword technique to multiply by several times, making it extremely powerful. The appearance of these 3 people represented the positions of the Sword Sect, Luotong Sect, and the Star Sword Pavilion. Everyone treats others with extreme sincerity, regardless of scheming and scheming. They never do anything heartless, but never would I, Sword World, would have thought that if I did not come here to play, I would meet with such a calamity. From this, it can be seen that the reputation of the people of Wanhua Realm is just for show. At this moment, the armored Starry Sky Sword Sovereign spoke. His voice was cold and filled with disdain. Ayaya, the person who is not lacking in beauty in this world is obviously a famous Wanhua realm like this. Xin Wenrong crossed his arms across his chest and laughed. He looked at Realm Master in the distance, and did not know why, but a look of jealousy flashed past his eyes, and he sneered. In my opinion, the filthiness of Wanhua realm is not any worse than that of True Devil realm. Exactly. Ha 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 ha. The group of people echoed in laughter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625. These people's mocking made the Realm Tree ministers extremely angry. They were all gnashing their teeth, and the group was getting excited. You what? What do you mean? Don't you dare talk nonsense. Minister Yang Lang stood up and shouted, his voice resonating. You Sword World people only care about profit. You are ruthless and heartless. Are you worthy to talk about righteousness and righteousness with me? What a joke. Rong Myuk said indifferently. They are just a group of good-natured people. No one needs to argue with them. Just treat it as them telling a joke here. The Realm Tree ministers spoke one after another and began to counterattack. After saying that, Xiao Chang, Xin Wenrong and the rest were not angered at all. Their expressions did not change as they stared at the Realm Master. Are you Wanhua Realm's Realm Master? Xiao Chang ignored the words of the Realm Tree-s and asked the girl dressed in the green dress seriously. Yes. Realm Master nodded lightly. She did not have much to say. The Realm Tree-s and ministers had long gotten used to the Realm Master's golden words. but they felt that Xiao Chang and the others were being extremely arrogant. Xiao Chang's face became gloomy. He stared at the realm master and said coldly, "My son Xiao Huailin died in your Wanhua realm, and now there are no more bones, and his soul is scattered. Your Wanhua realm must give me an explanation today, or else I will not let this go." An explanation? Realm Master raised her head. Her hair that was as black as ink danced beside her ears as she whispered, "How do you want us to explain this?" "Of course it is to hand over the person who killed my son. Moreover, your Wanhua realm must also be responsible for this. You must compensate my all-empty sect with all of the spirit lands at the southeast of the Wanhua realm, to make up for the loss of my son," Xiao Chang said coldly. "What? You want to cut off the land?" The Realm Tree Minister was in a daze. They had thought that as long as they handed over the person who killed Xiao Huailin, they would be able to make the other party give up, but they never thought that Xiao Chang would still request for the land to be ceded. The spirit land in the southeast side was a cultivation ground, and the right side of the spirit land was a cultivation ground, so the importance of that place to the Wanhua realm was self-evident, and they definitely could not lose it. How could he allow someone to snore on the side of the bed? Everyone present was well aware of this. Xiao Chang's words was basically focused on getting rid of the land, and once he agreed, the all-empty sect, or the power of the sword world would be able to smoothly invade the Wanhua realm, and the Wanhua realm would never be at peace. Everyone stared at Realm Master, stared at Xiao Chang, and waited for his reply. "This is simply a dream." Yang Lang snorted. Everyone knew that it was impossible for Realm Master to agree to it. However, sure. Just then, Realm Master suddenly released a clear and melodious voice, giving a reply. When she said that, the Realm Tree Minister was completely dumbfounded. They all stared at Realm Master with widened eyes and mouths agape. Everyone's mind went blank as they were stupefied. "Realm Master. You what?" Yang Lang cried out involuntarily. "Realm Master. Do you really intend to cede the land?" "I can't agree to that. Once we agree to it, our Wanhua realm will never have another peaceful day." Lu Yuan, who was behind, also rushed over and said excitedly, "These people are obviously after my Wanhua realm's rich resources. They are no different from true devil realms Xiao Xiao. Realm Master, please reconsider." Everyone was extremely shocked as they anxiously shouted. Prime Minister Rong Nyuk did not say anything. Hearing the words of the crowd of officials, Realm Master did not say a word, and quietly looked at Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang was also a little confused. Everyone looked at each other and secretly exchanged glances. Probably no one would have thought that the Wanhua Realm Lord would actually have such kind words. Although her cultivation cannot be seen through, judging from the appearance of this bone, she is probably just a young cultivator who can't achieve climate change. In the end, she was still a girl, and according to the information, the Wanhua Realm Lord had ascended not long ago. Oomph, looks like this time, it's a success. Phoenix Lady sneered, her face full of disdain. Xiao Chang nodded his head. He looked at Realm Master and said, "At least you know what's good for you. Since that's the case, fine, bring the man out. Other than that, quickly order the people from the southeast Linglong Mountain to leave the area. I want to send some people to set up a barrier to manage this place." "No problem," the Realm Master said softly, "but before that, can sect leader Xiao give us a method?" Xiao Chang frowned slightly. "Xiao Huailin died in the Wanhua realm, and according to your methods, he paid for his debt with his life, so Xiao Huailin should be compensated for slaughtering 793 people in the Wanhua realm. Since Xiao Huailin is already dead, I will not ask you to hand him over, but in accordance to sect leader Zhao's method, you must compensate him. Sword World is not yours, so I don't have a good choice. So, I can only cede your sect's encampment to my Wanhua realm." As the sound of her voice faded, everyone present was dumbfounded. If Xiao Chang insisted for them to hand over the Wanhua realm, they would not be able to escape, and if they refused, wouldn't they return empty-handed? Xiao Chang's face turned ugly. while Phoenix Lady became even more furious. Damned girl, so this was your plan. Alright, since you're like this, then we'll agree to it. However, you all must first hand the person over to the earth. Phoenix Lady shouted. Hearing their master's words, the Realm Tree ministers knew that if they were to hand it over, Wanhua Realm would not be able to receive anything. After all, if All Empty Sect went back on his words, they could not do anything to All Empty Sect. Xiao Huilin killed first, then he was killed. How can we be responsible for his death? This matter is inappropriate. If you want to make compensation first, you should make it up to him first. Realm Master rejected it nonchalantly. Phoenix Lady was speechless. Xiao Chang's expression changed. She secretly thought, this Wanhua Realm Lord is truly not simple. With just a few words, she actually took the initiative while he was here. You two, there's no need to reason with them. We have gathered over 100,000 disciples from the 4 doors behind us, and our strength far surpasses theirs. Why fight with her? Qin Wenrong flew over and whispered. Do you want to make a move? Wanhua Realm is truly famous. If we recklessly take action against him, I am afraid that the other realm will become dissatisfied, and at that time, my all-empty sect will inevitably become the target of public criticism. Xiao Chang said in a low voice. Brother Xiao, when did you become so cautious? Are we here to negotiate with them? Dao Xing said. Xiao Chang did not make a sound. However, Phoenix Lady who was at the side coldly roared out, other than that, my son has died in your Wanhua realm. Regardless of what happens to you, I do not care. Now you must hand over the person who killed my son, or else I will not let this matter rest. Xiao Chang nodded his head, his killing intent overflowing. Not bad, my son cannot die so randomly. Hand over the culprit who killed my son first. We'll discuss the rest later. Hearing that, the Realm Master shook her head lightly. There is actually no difference between killing and being killed. Xiao Huilin was killed because he killed someone else, and if I hand over the person who killed Xiao Huilin and let you guys take revenge, who would take revenge for the people who were killed by Xiao Huilin? You aren't willing to hand the person over? Phoenix Lady's eyes turned red, and her expression became sinister. She was only this kind of son. Now that she lost her life, the hatred she had towards Wanhua Realm was like a river rushing through water. It was endless. She wished that she could immediately take her disciples and slaughter the entire Wanhua Realm. She did not want to waste time talking with this girl. Realm Master did not say anything. This action made the people from All Empty Sect very angry. Good. Good. Very good. Xiao Chang nodded his head, his killing intent exploding out. He said sinisterly, since that's the case, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. If you are unwilling to hand the man over, then I can only kill Wanhua Realm to avenge my son. With that said, the people of the Sword World were ready to attack. If you wish to become enemies with my Wanhua Realm, I can only go all out and fight you. Realm Master was not flustered. After she said that, the surrounding Realm Tree soldiers and countless of creatures all surrounded him. One by one, they stared at Xiao Chang and Xiao Chang like tigers eyeing prey. Only then did Phoenix Lady, Xiao Chang, and the rest notice the countless living beings and the Realm Tree soldiers below them. Looking at the large amount of energy, their faces turned serious, but the two of them were not afraid, their expressions still sinister, their killing intent not diminishing. Fine, since you are determined to fight us, then come. Phoenix Lady bellowed. She took out a blue sword from her waist and asked, where are the disciples of All Empty Sect? Countless figures immediately scuttled out from Bridge of Realm, densely packed and endless. The Starry Night Sword Sovereign, Dao Xing, and Qin Wenrong all looked at each other, and then released a signal, summoning all the disciples of the sect. More and more people rushed into the Wanhua Realm through the Bridge of Realm. A great battle was about to begin. Seeing so many people, the Realm Tree ministers all had gloomy expressions. The entire Gate of Nature was completely filled with people from the Sword World sects. With a rough estimation, it was around 100,000, and every one of them was at least at the first stage of the Spirit Profound Realm. Looks like there's going to be a fierce battle. Rong Wook sighed. Words are not worth talking about. We have to fight. They have no other choice but to fight. If they don't fight today, there will be no results in the future. The Realm Master said indifferently. But if the people of True Devil Realm were to attack us at this time, what should we do? Rong-Yuk asked anxiously. The people of True Devil Realm will not attack. Realm Master said indifferently, I have chosen the battlefield in front of the Gate of Nature, so even if the people of True Devil Realm enter, they will only appear here, unless they want to fight us head-on, otherwise, they can only wait and see. Hearing that, Rong-Yuk nodded his head, then realized, why would the Realm Master gather their troops here? It was not only to stop the people of the All-Empty sect, but also to block the people of the True Devil Realm. Hey, you Outer Sect disciples, is your attitude so arrogant? Do you look down on me? Just as the people from the Sword World sect were preparing to fight, a loud voice came out. Phoenix Lady and Xiao Chang turned to look towards the source of the voice, only to see a gigantic tree slowly moving towards them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626. Is this the tree spirit? Xiao Changtian frowned. The tree spirit was too big, and when it moved its roots to the ground, it would break a lot of soil and soil. It was not able to move very far. It moved for a while, then stopped, the face on the body changed, its eyes became pitch black, staring at Xiao Changtian and the rest. It chuckled, you guys are preparing to attack Wanhua Realm, isn't that right? His voice was filled with a hint of playfulness, making people who heard him feel furious. Humph, a mere rotten tree, why do you dare to be so presumptuous here? Phoenix Lady said in disdain. Rotten wood? Tree Lord squinted his eyes even more, only to hear the incomparably huge tree trunk releasing a cold snort. Following that, the countless huge tree branches on the tree trunk extended infinitely, and fiercely pummeled the people from the Sword World. The thick profound strength was like a caved-in sky, vast and mighty, unstoppable. Xiao Changtian and the rest tensed up as they activated their profound strength to resist. The disciples of the various sects were also caught unprepared by this strike and scattered in panic. But in the next second, Realm Master moved. Without any warning, she directly raised her fair and long arm, stared at Xiao Changtian and the others with eyes filled with spirit aura, and spoke with a crisp and beautiful voice. Attack! In that moment, the whole of Gate of Nature was boiling with excitement. Phoenix Lady and Xiao Changtian were completely dumbstruck this time. If it were any other small realm, they would have already bowed their heads in submission and would not dare to contend against them. However, the new Wanhua Realm Lord did not care about his words at all, and started to fight whenever she wanted. Isn't she afraid of provoking even stronger enemies in the Wanhua Realm? Xiao Changtian was completely stunned. No one expected the battle to begin just like that. Tree Lord was not in existence who liked to talk nonsense. If there was a disagreement, he would immediately attack, but Realm Master was not vague, he would immediately attack. This action was enough to express her attitude to her opponent. If they wanted peace, they could negotiate. If they didn't want to negotiate, then they could fight. Compromise? It was impossible for it to appear. Seeing that, Xiao Changtian was extremely furious, looking at Realm Master standing in front of the realm tree. His eyeballs seemed to be popping out of their sockets. Very well, since you have made your decision, there is no need for further discussion. Xiao Changtian roared. He took out the gigantic sword from his back. He moved as fast as lightning and instantly appeared in front of Realm Master. With a horizontal wave of his sword, the sword tip released millions of lightning bolts, wrapping Realm Master up like spider threads. Spirit Flower Sky Dance. The Realm Master did not panic. She waved her hand, and specks of green light started spiraling around her body. Millions of lightning bolts struck and were absorbed by the green light, unable to hurt her in the slightest. But how could Xiao Changtian be an ordinary person? Without injuring the opponent with his sword, he immediately clenched his fingers and struck towards the green light, only to see the fist suddenly releasing a sharp light, piercing through the green light, striking towards Realm Master. Realm Master's face darkened. and immediately used her free hand to block the incoming fist. The fist of the fighters collided with a loud sound, causing Realm Master to retreat slightly, while Xiao Changtian flew back quickly. In terms of strength, even though Xiao Changtian was the sect leader of the All-Empty sect, he was still not a match for the Realm Master. "Brother Xiao, don't worry, I'll help you," Star Sword Sovereign shouted, and rushed straight towards Realm Master, his golden armor releasing a myriad of afterimages, both of his arms producing over 100 arms. The 7 swords behind him all pulled out, and attacked Realm Master together. At the same time, he controlled 7 swords. Each of Star Sword Sovereign's sword styles were different. Some of them were executed a sword force, the sword weight was 10,000 kilograms, and it was able to cleave through mountains. Some of them were able to unleash a swift sword, the sword was like a gale, it was invisible and formless, and some of them were able to unleash a flaming sword, the body of the sword was blazing, able to roast a vast ocean, and some were able to unleash a stone sword. The sword's body was hard and unbreakable. Star Sword Sovereign and Xiao Changtian, one on the left and one on the right, coordinated and unleashed a violent attack towards the girl who was only 17 or 18 years old. Realm Master dodged gracefully like a spirit, the white tip of her finger pointed towards the sky, causing the surrounding space to suddenly release green undulations, like a lake being disturbed. Following that, a large amount of dense and thick tree branches flew out, ferociously piercing towards the two. The two of them immediately raised their swords to block, but felt the pressure increase. The strength of this girl is indeed not to be underestimated, she cannot be defeated, Xiao Changtian said coldly. Then how about it? Star Sword Sovereign asked. Xiao Changtian pushed the aggressive Realm Master away and retreated. Wanhua Realm mainly uses the spirit life chi. Many living beings here rely on the spirit life chi that the realm tree emits to survive. Sword Lord, I will hold her back. Quickly lead your disciples to let go of the realm tree's army and pounce on them. After saying that, Xiao Changtian's face became extremely sinister. Since my son is going to die here, then, I want the entire Wanhua realm to die with him. With that said, Star Sword Sovereign immediately nodded his head and prepared to move. When Realm Master heard this, her fair face suddenly turned extremely cold. Sect Leader Xiao, do you really think that my Wanhua realm is easy to bully? As her voice fell, killing intent filled the air. In that moment, the spirit life chi that was circling around Realm Master suddenly disappeared without a trace, and her fair skin started to release waves of pink color. In the blink of an eye, it was as if she had become a completely different person. Such a strange phenomenon caused Xiao Changtian to be stunned. This power was definitely not something that the spirit life chi could summon. In the next second, he was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't know why, but he felt as if he would be killed at any moment by this young girl in front of him. What was going on? Why did he have such a feeling? Although this girl's cultivation is higher than mine, and I can't kill her, she can't do anything to me. Xiao Changtian's forehead started sweating. This time, the pressure that the young lady in front of him was giving him was extremely huge. Stop! Just as the people of Realm Tree was in full swing with the people from the All-Empty sect, Ask Sword sect, Luotong sect, and Star Sword Pavilion, a thick, furious shout came out from the other side of the Bridge of Realm. With that imposing voice, a burst of pressure floated out from the bridge and rushed towards everyone. Other than the few sect masters, Realm Master, and the Tree Lord, everyone present could not take it anymore, and dropped to the ground to crouch. They all felt as if their bones were about to shatter, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Once this phenomenon appeared, everyone knew that an incredible figure had arrived. The two sides consciously distanced themselves from each other, facing each other. And the rest secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Changtian's face revealed a look of happiness. She and Phoenix Lady anxiously turned around, and greeted the Bridge of Realm respectfully with a cupped fist. Father! Dad, you're finally here! Phoenix Lady retracted her angry look, and yelled a little coquettishly. The Starry Sky Sword Sovereign and the rest all cupped their fists and bowed, full of respect. We greet Elder Jean. We pay our respects to Elder Jean. A pious voice kept ringing. Although Star Sword Pavilion, Luotong sect, and the scale of the Ask Sword sect were not small, but when compared to the Cloud Heavenly Palace, they were nothing. This time, Xiao Changtian was able to request the help of the three sects, not only because he had promised them great benefits, but also because of the relationship between All Empty Sect and 13th Elder Jean Maluo. The 7,000 white-robed men and women with swords on their backs rushed out from Bridge of Realm. When the men and women appeared, they stood on both sides and flew into the sky in an orderly manner. The shocking thing was that all of these disciples were third grade of Sky Spirit Master cultivators, and that the profound chi was extremely dense, far surpassing the average third grade of Sky Spirit Master. They stood there proudly. Their auras were extraordinary, and their bodies were emitting dazzling light as if they were immortals. And in the middle of these people walked out an old man with golden hair and a white robe. With one hand behind his back, the other holding an iron staff, the iron staff in his other hand had a silver tint, the staff's body was extremely sharp and heavy. He stepped on a cloud formed from sword chi and floated over, his sharp eyes sweeping across all the realm trees in front of him. When he appeared, the sword chi and spirit life chi in front of Gate of Nature immediately disappeared, replacing it was the chi that only belonged to the old man. "Father, you must uphold justice for your grandson." Phoenix Lady ran over and grabbed Jean Maluo's arm. Tears fell from her eyes as she cried out. Jean Maluo nodded quietly. He patted Phoenix Lady's shoulders and let her wait by the side, while he walked towards Realm Master. Realm Master removed the strange profound strength from her body, and looked at Jean Maluo quietly without saying a word. On the other hand, Tree Lord was unhappy. "Hey, who is this guy?" A rough voice came out. "I am Jean Maluo, 13th Elder of Cloud Heavenly Palace." The old man said indifferently, "I came here today just to seek justice for my grandson Xiao Huilin. I can't hand over the person, and I won't give up the land." Realm Master said softly, "Are you determined to fight us?" Jean Maluo's face became gloomy. "Lord Realm Master, I have heard some rumors about you, and it is said that you are the most illogical person in all of Wanhua Realm. All of the past Realm Masteress have always done good deeds, carried out the principles of the Wanhua Realm, and abided by their responsibilities, but you are different. Don't you have anything to say about this?" Realm Master raised her head, quietly looked at Jean Maluo, and said indifferently, "What you have heard are only appearances, and the people I have killed are all people that I should have killed. Maybe you have your reasons." Jean Maluo said indifferently, "But I understand that everything you have done is for the Wanhua Realm, although you are not like the previous Wanhua Realm Lord. But if there is anything that happened to the Wanhua Realm, you will feel sorry for it. I advise you, if you continue to act so recklessly, and continue to fight with us, I can only regretfully tell you, the Wanhua Realm will not be at peace, and there will even be the possibility of destruction. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 627. If these words came from Xiao Changtian's mouth, many people would snort in disdain. No matter how strong the All-Empty Sect was, he could not compare to the Wanhua Realm. Jean Maluo was different. Behind him stood the entire Cloud Heavenly Palace. Compared to the Wanhua Realm, the power of this force was in no way inferior. Jean Maluo did indeed have the qualifications to say such words. "From what you have said, there seems to be some other solution?" The Realm Master said indifferently. "That's right." Jean Maluo nodded his head. "My Cloud Heavenly Palace and my Wanhua Realm do not have any grievances. My grandson died so miserably in this realm, but I know that this was not intentional by your people. If I were to place all the blame on you, it would make people think that my Cloud Heavenly Palace is unreasonable." "You finally said something fair." The Tree Lord snorted. "Since that's the case, then why aren't you leaving quickly with your men?" "Leave?" Jean Maluo shook his head. "Although the responsibility does not rest with you, in the end, you guys cannot escape our responsibility. If you do not seek justice, we will not leave just like that." "Then what the F***ck do you want to do?" The Tree Lord was impatient. Roars came out from the huge tree. "I'm not hitting you guys, and you're not leaving. What are you guys trying to do?" Jean Maluo heard and laughed. He looked at the Realm Master and asked, "Realm Master, before this, may I ask if you have kept my grandson's corpse?" Xiao Huailin's skeleton is indeed preserved within the Realm Tree, but it is only left with bones, no flesh, no soul, no hope of revival. There is nothing to be done. The Realm Master said indifferently. Resurrection is impossible, and I have no extravagant hopes. However, please return my grandson's corpse first, Jean Maluo said. Furthermore, the reason why Realm Master saved Xiao Huailin's bones was so that he could repay him. Realm Master turned and nodded at Rong Muk. Rong Muk understood and immediately ordered his men to return to the Realm Tree to retrieve Xiao Huailin's bones. Very quickly, the man who returned to the Realm Tree was back. He took out a waxy yellow wooden coffin from the space bag and placed it on the ground. Seeing that, Jean Maluo directly flew to the coffin and opened it up. Inside the coffin, there was a clean, white human bone. The human bone crystal was sparkling and translucent like a beautiful jade. Seeing the skeleton, Phoenix Lady immediately burst into tears, while Xiao Changtian also cried. Jade bone. Jean Maluo extended his old hand, caressing the skeleton. His eyes became cloudy. When Huailin was born, I saw the Asgard mistress before and asked for a jade green bone to be inserted into his body to reconstruct his bones, allowing him to have a perfect jade bone. It increases his inherent skill, but who would have thought that now that the jade bone is still there, he is gone? Sigh. Jean Maluo heaved a long sigh. A conflict surfaced in his heart. People at his level of cultivation would never be easily troubled by someone's personality, but the corpse in front of him was his own grandson. How could he not feel anything? Father, you must avenge Huailin. Phoenix Lady sobbed and screamed with all her might. Don't worry, the killer won't get away with it, Jean Maluo calmly said as he put away his sorrowful expression. He grabbed one of the hand bones and placed it on his palm, urging the profound strength to release a golden glow. Fighting will only cause injuries to both sides, although my sword world uses fighting as the main method of cultivation, but today, we are not here to cause trouble, but to seek justice. The old me will not force you, so you all should take a step back, too. Let us make a fair battle. Whoever loses, meets the requirements of the both sides. What about that? A contest? Realm Master frowned slightly. Right, let's spar. Jean Maluo stood up. Her gaze was fixated on the jade bone in Xiao Huailin's hand. Suddenly grabbing onto the sword like iron rod, she sliced through the air. The body of the staff released a mysterious wave of profound strength that tore through the void, and a pitch-black lustrous halo of light split open in front of Jean Maluo. But before that, the murderer who harmed my grandson must pay with his life for my grandson's death. If that person gets off scot-free, then everything will be meaningless to me. With that said, Jean Maluo suddenly crushed the jade bone in his hand, turned it into powder, and scattered it into the air. The powder revolved around the void, and eventually stuck to the void, rippling out many strange auras. This is... Realm Master's face slightly changed. What are you trying to do? Jean Maluo snorted. Since Realm Master is unwilling to hand over the culprit who killed Huailin, then I can only do it myself. Linglong Mountain. Near the entrance of the dark place, Su Yun and Hu Qianmei had just landed, so the number of people at the entrance of the dark place had lessened, only looking at them as they went in, not looking at them. All Empty Sect, Ask Sword Sect and the other four major sects had launched an attack on the Wanhua realm with the support of the Cloud Heavenly Palace, so the news had already spread throughout the entire Wanhua realm, and even the few people from the realm knew about it. The entire dark place was already in danger. They were afraid that they would be involved in this incident. The two of them entered the dark place and saw that it was already packed full of people. Just the door was filled with many people, and people gathered in groups of 2 or 3, discussing, and the presences that were bringing people to the crack were doing good business. The Wanhua realm was not peaceful, the gate of nature was sealed, and in order to protect themselves, everyone wanted to leave, and the only exit was this dark place. There are many spatial tiers in the dark place that can tear apart Spirit Cultivator, but they do not lead us to other realm. We need to find someone to lead the way and have him bring us to the designated crack that leads to the ultimate martial world. Su Yun said. Alright, let's go look. Hu Qianmei nodded, pulled on Su Yun's clothes and followed him. At this time, no one came over to Su Yun, and warmly introduced the operation to him. Everyone was busy, and many people from the sects in Linglong Mountain chose to leave. Su Yun searched around before finally finding a person who sold the spatial crack coordinates to the ultimate martial world. Its face was full of depressions, as if it had been cut by a knife. One of its eyes was blind, the other was blood red, and its entire body was reeking of rotten flesh. Judging from its chi, it should be at the second stage of the Sky Spirit Master, but with this level of cultivation, it should be able to repair its own body. Strange? To the ultimate martial world? No problem, we will bid, one person, 5 million profound coin. The man stretched out his hand and said, 5 million? Hu Qianmei was startled, and then annoyed. The others are worth 3 million, how did you get 5 million? This is simply a massacre. If the time is different, the price will naturally be different. The rabbit-head man said, according to reliable intelligence, the people of All Empty Sect and the Cloud Heavenly Palace have already passed through the Bridge of Realm and entered the Wanhua realm, and are currently fighting with the Realm Tree army. A huge battle is about to start, and at that time, the entire realm will be affected. If you don't want to die, feel free to pay me 10 million. Otherwise I will definitely not bring you guys to the crack that leads to the ultimate martial world. After Rabbit-Head Man finished, he turned around and ignored the two. It had a lot of business, but he did not care about these two. But in the next second, a blood-red short blade suddenly appeared on Rabbit-Head Man's neck. Stop, did I let you go? Hu Qianmei held her dagger and spoke coldly. Rabbit-Head Man's body froze. He stopped in his tracks, turned and stared at Hu Qianmei, and asked, what are you trying to do? What for? Humph, if you don't bring us to the cracks of ultimate martial world, then don't blame me for being rude. Hu Qianmei said coldly. Do you know what the result of your actions would be? Rabbit-Head Man did not panic. Instead, his voice turned incomparably cold. This kind of action is intolerable. You are going to face the entire Dark Place's punishment. I can guarantee that as long as you can injure a single strand of my hair, the two of you will never leave this place. Then let's give it a try. Hu Qianmei snorted, even if we don't leave this place, we will still die anyway. Since we will die anyway, why not drag you along to die with us? You? Qianmei, put down your blade. Just then, Su Yun spoke out. Hu Qianmei was startled. She turned and looked at Su Yun, big brother. Put down the blade. It's only 10 million profound coin. I can afford it. Su Yun laughed. Oh? Seeing that, the Rabbit-Head Man looked at Su Yun. You have money? Why didn't you tell me earlier if you had the money? Why do you need to cause so much trouble? Stop nagging, hurry up and bring us there, we don't have much time. If you delay, and the two of us didn't leave here, then even if God is here, I will still kill you and accompany us in death. Do you know? Su Yun said indifferently as he waved the profound coin card in his hand. Rabbit-Head Man glanced at the card in Su Yun's hand, then looked at Hu Qianmei, his expression changing a little, but he did not say a word, and directly turned and walked forward. Seeing that, Hu Qianmei was startled. You're so rich? They usually have money. Su Yun said shamelessly. The two of them followed behind. Hu Qianmei put her blade away. But, just as Hu Qianmei had taken a few steps forward, a large amount of golden halos of light suddenly erupted around her. The circle of light was like the sun, releasing a blinding light that illuminated the entire dark place. Qianmei? Su Yun was surprised, and immediately went forward. But just as he reached it, an invisible barrier suddenly cut him off. What was going on? You're the one who killed my grandson Xiao Huailin? Dark place? Cracks? Humph, you want to escape through the gate of chaos here? Is it funny that this old man allowed you to run? A melodious sound came from the outside. Hu Qianmei, who was surrounded by the halos, was extremely terrified. She anxiously looked around and asked, "Who are you?" "I am the 13th elder of Cloud Heavenly Palace, Xiao Huailin's grandfather." "An ant. Obediently submit, and pay with your life for my grandson." With that said, a spatial storm exploded above the light circle. In the center of the storm, a golden hand extended out like the weight of a mountain, and directly smashed towards Hu Qianmei. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 628. Seeing the descending gigantic golden hand, Su Yun's face paled, as though his heart had been ruthlessly hammered by someone. He no longer hesitated and pulled out his death sword, and fiercely slashed at the transparent barrier. Clang! The blade of the sword was like a tree branch being blown by the wind. The sword chi was wrapped tightly in it as it charged forward while trembling. And at the same time, Hu Qianmei, who was in the circle, reacted. She took out an iron box from somewhere, her fingers moved quickly, her pink lips muttered an incantation, and after that, she opened the box, and a golden dragon flew out, smashing into the huge palm. Dawn! The golden dragon and the palm exploded, the impact crazily striking at the transparent barrier that separated Hu Qianmei. The golden dragon was majestic and charming like a divine being, but the gigantic palm was also extraordinary. With the force of the attack, the earth was covered with cracks. The barrier trembled, and at the same time, Su Yun took the opportunity to use profound chi on the sword blade, causing the death sword to fly out manically. With a roar, it fiercely slashed onto the transparent barrier. In an instant, crack! The protective barrier shattered. Su Yun immediately rushed in. Hu Qianmei, who was inside, could no longer hold on. She clenched her teeth, and held onto the metal box with both of her hands, releasing the golden dragon plate inside, resisting the big hand that was falling down. The golden dragon king's body flickered and darkened, as though it would disappear at any time, while Hu Qianmei, who was below, trembled uncontrollably. She was close to the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. Adding the magic treasure, she would be able to contend against a 6th stage Sky Spirit Master cultivator, but how strong was the person in front of her? She didn't even have the ability to fight back. Sword of Sun and Moon. Su Yun stared at the big hand. He pulled out his Tribulation Fire Sword and threw it forward. The Tribulation Fire Sword that was surrounded by the sun and moon released a divine light, making it look extremely dazzling in the dark place. The sword pierced into his palm and immediately exploded, allowing Hu Qianmei to escape. "Let's go!" Su Yun shouted anxiously. Hu Qianmei immediately removed the treasure in her hand, True Dragon City, and rushed towards the distance. However, the rings of light surrounding her quickly overlapped at this moment and exploded, and a golden figure appeared from within the exploding rings of light. It looked to be an old man holding onto a walking stick, with a golden-haired white robe. His expression was extremely serious. When he appeared, he immediately stepped towards Hu Qianmei. With a simple step, he moved 1,000 miles in a single step. His speed was as fast as light. "Still trying to escape? Don't you know your own situation? Give me your hands!" The light figure roared, and struck towards Hu Qianmei. Hu Qianmei felt the killing intent from her back. She anxiously turned around to block, but when her palm met with his iron palm, she was immediately blown away, falling onto a big boulder. The big rock was shattered by her tender body. Upon landing, she spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, her face turned white, and her eyes dimmed. With one palm being heavily injured, if Hu Qianmei did not receive it, that palm might have been able to take her life. How terrifying was his cultivation! Die! The old man in light did not hold back at all. He waved his palm towards Hu Qianmei, causing the spirit chi in the palm to fly out like a mountain, smashing onto a mountain. Su Yun turned and instantly appeared in front of Hu Qianmei. Without saying a word, the 7th tier Imperial Equipment S activated and wrapped around his body. The palm landed on the chi cover and shook it, causing it to tremble. Su Yun also felt that the profound chi in his body was moving frantically, and was extremely uncomfortable. However, he was still able to withstand this move. Seeing Su Yun, who suddenly appeared, the old man frowned. Who are you? Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you can't hurt her with me here. Su Yun held onto the death sword in one hand and the tribulation fire sword in the other, as he said that with all his might. Hearing that, Shadow Elder's calm face flashed with anger. A mere scoundrel dares to act so arrogantly in front of me? You won't have long to live. With that said, the old man activated his profound strength to attack, but he did not use his palm anymore, raising up the pitch-black iron staff. It was like holding a sword. The body of the iron staff released a torrential sword chi that rushed in all directions. In an instant, the earth trembled crazily. The ground split open as sword chi gushed out from the cracks, as if it was the end of the world. Su Yun's heart jumped. He could not help but feel cold. Looking at the slowly raising iron staff, he felt this attack was very hard to withstand. The people of Dark Place had long escaped. A change had happened here. No one dared to come close, especially when the Shadow Elder appeared. It made everyone tremble in fear. Was it going to end like this? Su Yun clenched his teeth, staring at the old man in light. He suddenly moved, unleashing his maximum speed. He slashed horizontally straight towards the old man's wrist, which was holding onto the iron rod. From the looks of it, he was going to cut off the opponent's wrist and stop him before he could hit the target. Seeing how greatly Su Yun's speed had increased, Shadow Elder was a little surprised as well. However, he did not defend against Su Yun, nor did he dodge. Crash! Star! The sword tip went through the Shadow Elder's wrist. However, it was as if they had passed through fog. The old man's wrist was not damaged in the slightest, and the Death Sword also jumped over. What? Su Yun's eyes widened. You are too young. This alone will not be enough to injure me. Shadow Elder said indifferently, his sword slashed down straight on Su Yun's head. The descending of the sword was like the sky collapsing, the earth collapsing, and the heaven and earth turning upside down. Its power could destroy the heavens and the earth, and nothing in the world could match it. This sword was so powerful that even 10 Su Yun would not be able to withstand it. Big brother! Hu Qianmei, who was trying her best to stand up, saw this scene, wailed miserably. However, in that moment of life and death, a soft and gentle green light suddenly appeared from Su Yun's surroundings, instantly enveloping him within, the terrifying steel staff directly dropping down, striking the green light like a clay ox entering the ocean, its might disappearing without a trace. Su Yun was startled. She did not have time to react. Within the green light, a fair and gentle hand appeared, gently pushing her chest, directly pushing her out 100 meters away. Su Yun stabilized his body and looked at the green light again. In the green light, a beautiful figure appeared. That figure had its back facing him. Her slender white finger pointed towards the sky, and that terrifying iron staff was immediately deflected away. The old man retreated a few steps and sized up the newcomer. The person who came also looked at the old man, although he could not see her face, but just from her back, Su Yun knew who she was. Realm Master! I never thought that a dignified elder of the Cloud Heavenly Palace would actually use such a void teleportation technique to kill someone. And the ones you kill are actually juniors. Aren't you afraid that the 10,000 worlds will mock your Cloud Heavenly Palace? Realm Master stared at Shadow Elder and said indifferently. This old man is only taking revenge for my grandson Xiao Huailin. Even if I get ridiculed, so what? Shadow Elder replied, but, Wanhua Realm Lord, why are you here? Do you want to protect her? She is a benefactor of my Wanhua realm, how can I watch her die? The Realm Master said indifferently. After that she waved her hand, and a green chi immediately hugged the heavily injured Hu Qianmei, and engulfed her, and then disappeared along with the Realm Master. Qianmei! Su Yun shouted anxiously. But Hu Qianmei's figure could no longer be seen. Seeing that, the Shadow Elder secretly snorted. Without looking at Su Yun, he waved his hand and his body suddenly disappeared. The light halos around them disappeared, and the dark place once again returned to being unable to see her hand in front of her. However, Suyun's expression was solemn, his heart was thumping hard, and his face was pale white. The appearance of these two people seemed to be not because of his original body, but because of some kind of mysterious profound technique. Hu Qianmei seemed to have been taken away by Realm Master. Judging from their conversation, Realm Master seemed to be protecting Hu Qianmei, which meant Hu Qianmei was definitely in Realm Master's current location. Thinking about it, Suyun's expression turned cold. He immediately turned and rushed towards Gate of Nature. Suyun! Suddenly, a low shout came from behind Suyun. Suyun suddenly turned his head, only to see that a figure had appeared behind him at some point in time. This man was Sword Ancestor. The current Realm Master's figure was no different from an ordinary person, as though she had used some kind of mystical technique to make her translucent body appear more corporeal. He did not expect that the Sword Ancestor would appear at this time. Sword Ancestor. Suyun hastily bowed towards Sword Ancestor. Such a powerful aura, although it is thousands of miles weaker than the state of my entire body, it is still nothing to you. Sword Ancestor looked towards the direction where Shadow Elder disappeared and said, "Have you offended anyone? I came out to take a look because I sensed that you were threatened by something while I was in the prison. Sword Ancestor, please help me." Suyun shouted. "What happened?" Sword Ancestor frowned and asked. Suyun immediately told them about Xiao Huailin and his revenge on all empty sect. Hearing that, the Sword Ancestor nodded his head. "So that means that since your dual cultivation partner killed this Xiao Huailin, they will come to kill your dual cultivation partner? The opponent is very powerful. I'm afraid I'm not a match for him." Suyun clenched his fists and said. Hearing that, the Sword Ancestor shook his head. The Limitless Sword Sect, will never lose if I have a sword, although the opponent's cultivation is far below yours, but that does not mean that you cannot win. The person who uses the sword does not rely on brute force, not pure cultivation, but on his own skills, his own sword Dao, his own beliefs. Even if he has to sacrifice his life, you have to fight with all your strength, and do not disappoint the sword in your hand. Suyun, you go ahead and fight him, I will help you. Hearing that, Suyun was confused. Although he did not know what Sword Ancestor meant, he had no time left. If he did not go, he would not know what would happen. He cupped his fists at Sword Ancestor, turned around immediately, took out his flying sword, stepped on it and rushed out of Dark Place. The Sword Ancestor looked at the direction that he left in, his eyes flickered, and after a long while, he exhaled a mouthful of impure chi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629. Crash. A clear voice sounded beside Hu Qianmei's ears. Her face was pale white, her peach blossom eyes opened slightly, looking around, only to see that she was not in the dim dark place, but instead in front of the countless gigantic trees that were constructed on top of the Gate of Nature. At this moment, countless spirit cultivator and spirit beast were gathered around the Gate of Nature. They were divided into two groups, one with their back to Gate of Nature, the other with a ring shape, surrounding Gate of Nature so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Hu Qianmei bit her lips, wiped the blood off her mouth, and looked at the lady dressed in green. She vaguely remembered that she was the one who saved her brother. Could it be that the reason she was here was also because of her? Without waiting for Hu Qianmei to speak, an old man shouted from the side. "No wonder you want us to hand over Xiao Huailin's corpse. You actually plan to use the remaining aura on the corpse to track down the person who killed Xiao Huailin. And then using the spatial projection to kill. In the end, they are from the sword world, they are vicious." The one who spoke was Rong Miuk. "Don't think that you're the only one who knows void teleportation. Jean Maluo, although you are strong, you are still lacking slightly in comparison to our realm master, but Jean Maluo, this is the Wanhua realm. We can't allow you to act recklessly. What are you planning to do? You still have to obtain our consent." The realm tree ministers were filled with righteous indignation. Then, Jean Maluo, who was at the side, did not seem to be angry. He quietly looked at Hu Chenmei and spoke indifferently. This man killed my grandson, am I not supposed to take her life? Killing to pay with one's life was a matter of course. Does that require your consent? However, the realm master's following words left everyone speechless. Xiao Huilin wantonly killed people in the Wanhua realm, her crimes are heinous. According to my Wanhua realm's rules, even if she didn't kill Xiao Huilin, I would still kill her. The realm master spoke very calmly, as if she was talking about a very ordinary little matter. But when she said that, Xiao Changtian and the rest were infuriated, their hatred to him soaring to the sky. This was a blatant provocation. Realm Master, what do you mean? Could it be? Do you people of Wanhua realm not have our all-empty sect in your eyes? Xiao Changtian snorted. Everything is equal. No one can arbitrarily take away another person's life, unless that person already owes them a life. Realm Master remained calm and collected. Xiao Changtian became more and more furious, the hand holding the big sword started to tremble, as though he was unable to suppress it. I don't think you know how to appreciate favors. Phoenix Lady clenched her teeth and shouted, then spoke to Jean Maluo who was in front of her. Father, why are we wasting words with them? Since the people of the Wanhua realm are so pedantic, we can just kill our way through, and take revenge for Huilin first. Right, first, take revenge for young Master Huilin. Attack, Elder. The people of All Empty Sect all spoke out, their faces were filled with anger. Then, Jean Maluo raised his hand, indicating for Phoenix Lady not to be impulsive. Daughter, things are not as simple as you think. If it was the previous Wanhua realm, I would not be afraid of them, but this time, the realm master is not simple. If it was only with our little strength, we are temporarily not Wanhua realm's match. What are you afraid of? Father, if we were to suffer, will the people of Cloud Heavenly Palace let this matter go? Indeed he will not give up, but it is also very difficult for the Cloud Heavenly Palace to contend against the Wanhua realm. If they really fight, most of them would get hurt. Then father, your meaning is? Huilin died, so we must take revenge, but this is also an opportunity to seek for the Wanhua realm. I am here on orders from the Palace Master to lead the experts of the Heavenly Palace. Don't say anything. Jean Maluo said softly to Phoenix Lady and then turned to look at Realm Master. Realm Master, you refuse to give up the land and you refuse to hand over the people. Does this mean you aren't going to take responsibility for my grandson Xiao Huilin's death? If that is the case, then that does not work. If the Wanhua realm wants to ignore us, then we can only fight, and maybe we might not completely destroy you guys, but to destroy half of the Wanhua realm, that is not a difficult matter. Hearing that, the Realm Master was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, what is Elder Jean planning to do? Give up the land and hand him over. It seems like you did not hear what I said before. Don't be angry, Realm Master, this is just a prerequisite. Jean Maluo said indifferently, you are not willing to agree to our conditions, and we will not agree to yours either. Since that is the case, in my opinion, how about we follow the rules of the Sword World to settle the matter this time? What about that? Rules of the Sword World? Realm Master frowned. What rule? A life and death duel. A total of 3 rounds. If we win, we will divide the Linglong Mountain area into our own, and hand over that fox demon. Leave it to me. If you win, we will immediately evacuate the Wanhua realm, and this matter will be written off. We will definitely not pursue any responsibility that the Wanhua realm has. Realm Master said in a serious and solemn voice. With that said, the people of Realm Tree looked at each other. This was not a bad idea. Realm Master had the strongest power. She would go up for a while, and then there would be 1 round after that, and 3 rounds would be 2 wins. The remaining 2 rounds, Wanhua realm only needed to win 1 more round, and then she would be able to win. Many people secretly nodded their heads, thinking that they could use this method to resolve the problem. Since no one was willing to fight, the consequences of a war where tens of all spirits cultivators mixed together was extremely serious. Even the Realm Master might not be willing to fight. If the battle started, at least everything around Gate of Nature would be destroyed. Each side will send 3 people to duel? Realm Master asked. That's right, but it's not 2 out of 3. It requires all 3 of them to win, and any one of them can be considered the victor. Moreover, the people who are sent out to kill them are no less than 2 stages in cultivation. Jean Maluo said indifferently. Hearing that, the Realm Master became silent. Triple win. Moreover, the difference in cultivation level between the 2 parties must not be more than a 2nd grade. Did the people of the Sword World rely on these rules to fight? This method is very fair. To prevent the enemy's cultivation from overpowering the battle. Rongmuk nodded her head and said, Realm Master, we will agree. My Wanhua realm people are powerful and all of them are outstanding. There is no need to be afraid of their Sword World people. This place is close to the Gate of Nature. The spirit life chi is dense. Fighting here is beneficial for us. That's right, Realm Master, agree. Fight with them. If you refuse, you will definitely be ridiculed by them for not having anyone in my Wanhua realm. Let's fight. We're not afraid. The officials of the Realm Tree all walked over and cupped their fists as they greeted. Almost everyone agreed with Jean Maluo's suggestion. Without a doubt, just from looking at the literal meaning, this method was very fair. However, Realm Master shook her head. I refuse. Jean Maluo frowned. The Realm Tree ministers were even more surprised. Realm Master, why is that? Rongmuk was stunned. But Realm Master did not say anything. Realm Master, I have already given you a chance. If you are not willing to cherish it, then don't blame us. Jean Maluo's temper was obviously worn down by the Realm Master, and he said coldly, if this method is unacceptable, then we can only fight. In order to avenge my grandson Xiao Huailin, when the battle starts, I will do my best and destroy the Realm Tree. As the foundation, once the Realm Tree is destroyed, the decline of the Wanhua realm is only a matter of time. You all should think about it carefully. The moment he said that, the faces of the people from the Realm Tree all became pale. If it was really like that, the Wanhua realm would really be in an unprecedented crisis. Although Jean Maluo was the 13th clan elder of the Cloud Heavenly Palace, his methods were as profound as the heavens and earth. He was an expert among tens of thousands, and he absolutely had the qualifications to say such words. When Rongmuk and the rest heard that, they became extremely anxious, surrounding Realm Master one after another, and shouted, Realm Master, this is not the time to be impulsive. The other party has already shown restraint, so why can't we show restraint? Let's agree. We are not afraid to fight them. If you still refuse to retreat, I am afraid our Wanhua realm will never have another peaceful day. Realm Master, if we fight with them now, we will be the ones at a disadvantage, although the true Devil realm have been temporarily blocked off, but they are still eyeing our Wanhua realm covetously. If we fight with them and get hurt, our Wanhua realm will not be able to escape the doom. Realm Master, please think twice. The minister could not stop calling out. Hearing this, the Realm Master became silent again. After a long moment passed, she sighed. Although this method looks very fair, but in truth, it is not fair for the people of the Wanhua realm. You have only seen the surface, but did not know Jean Maluo's plan. In fact, the battle between the two of them has a huge advantage over the Sword World. They who use swords, their cultivation level is lower, their skills are higher, and under the same cultivation level, the experts of the Wanhua realm are definitely not their match. Furthermore, the people of the Sword World have been fighting day in and day out, and are extremely proficient in all sorts of battle techniques. When Realm Master's words landed, everyone was dumbstruck. However, what you have said does make sense. As matters stand, I have no other choice. Since that's the case, we can only give it a try. Realm Master raised her head and said, Elder Jean, if that's the case, then alright, let's duel. Hearing that, Jean Maluo's eyes flashed with a hidden light. Very well, since this is decided, we shall begin immediately. He nodded his head, and shouted, "For fairness' sake, let my Cloud Heavenly Palace's people send the disciples up first?" N. The Realm Master nodded lightly. Jean Maluo did not dawdle and directly waved his hand. In an instant, a man wearing a white Blade Master outfit and holding a dark blue treasured sword came out from behind him. The man flew out and landed in the air, cupped his fists at Realm Master and Jean Maluo, and then unsheathed his sword and pointed at Wanhua Realm. Third grade of Sky Spirit Master Cultivation. Rong Muk said, "I'm not very strong, just send a 5th stage Sky Spirit Master Cultivator to fight me." Realm Master, Prime Minister, let me fight for the first round. From the crowd, one of the Wanhua Realm people jumped out and shouted. He was dressed in a green robe, with dark green hair and eyebrows, his skin was slightly black, and his ears were slender and long, like a spirit. He was the Realm Tree Guard Captain. His cultivation was just at the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. Zhang Yi's cultivation is just at the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, so if you want to fight with him, go ahead and try. If you cannot win, and surrender in time, then don't let him harm your life. Prime Minister Rong said in a low voice. Yes, sir. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630. Zhang Yi somersaulted and leaped into the air, standing opposite the disciple from Cloud Heavenly Palace. The two of them raised their weapons, ready to fight. Zitao, show him the power of the Cloud Sword Art. Jean Maluo said indifferently. This disciple will not fail the mission. The Cloud Heavenly Palace disciple called Zitao cupped his fists and bellowed, and then got into position. With a loud shout, the two people started fighting. Zitao's swords were extremely ferocious, every move could release 100 sword chi, filling up everything in front of them, making it impossible for people to dodge. Every move was extremely forceful, and every move was deadly. Zhang Yi used a wooden pole, the pole body releasing a gentle spirit life chi. It would never stop growing. Every time Zitao's sword cut open a wound on his body, the chi would quickly rush to the wounds on his body and quickly fill it up. Zitao's attacks were like a rainbow, his entire body was surging with profound chi, it was like a churning river. It was hard to calm, but Zhang Yi was calm, not anxious, but orderly, blocking. Even with a body full of sword wounds, he could still recover in the span of a few breaths. Furthermore, his breathing was steady, his expression calm, and one could tell that he did not use his profound chi much. If this continued, Zitao would definitely be defeated. It seems that we will win the first round. Lu Yuan smiled. Sword World's rules are quite interesting. Whichever side sends their participants first, the one that won't be the one to lose first? After all, the enemy would certainly send out experts of higher than 2 ranks to fight. How big was the gap between 2 ranks? Normally, it's impossible to fight against low-level existences. Not only that, whoever wins, it will be very difficult to win the next match. After all, the other party will certainly send out a contestant of 2 ranks higher than us, but if we follow this sequence of events, we will be the first to obtain 3 victories. The final victory will also belong to us. Rong Muk said. Ha, then isn't victory within our grasp? Everyone laughed, their faces filled with joy. Don't think about it so simply. Just then, Realm Master, who was standing in front of the group, spoke out. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads. Is Realm Master worried about something? Rong Muk asked. Since someone else dares to challenge us like this, they must have the confidence to do so. The victor has not been decided yet, so don't be happy too early. The Realm Master said indifferently. When the Realm Tree ministers heard him, they were slightly startled, but felt that it was reasonable and did not say a word. Sure enough. As if he was played by Zhang Yi, Zitao suddenly turned around and opened up a distance between him and Zhang Yi. The two flew 100 meters apart from each other, but he did not continue his attack. Instead, he closed his eyes and held onto the deep blue sword with both of his hands, as though he was accumulating some profound technique. Zhang Yi's thick eyebrows moved. He felt that something was wrong and immediately raised the wooden stick and threw a strike towards Zitao. The wooden stick approached Zitao and became extremely huge, like a divine pillar supporting the sky. It flew towards Zitao. Dawn! Before the wooden stick could approach Zitao, an explosion suddenly occurred in front of him. This profound chi was extremely strange. It did not harm even a little bit of skin, but it had seeped into his body, as though it was a piece of sh*t that caused the profound chi in his body to turn upside down, and was unable to stop. Zhang Yi's body trembled, he broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately retracted his hand, stabilizing the profound chi in his body. You lost. Zitao's mouth raised into a pleased smile. He swung his sword towards Zhang Yi, causing the sword to produce a large amount of chi, which was like a rainbow cloud in the sky. Was instantly swallowed by the rainbow cloud. The sword amongst the clouds flashed, and with a chi sound, Zhang Yi's voice was no longer heard. When the rainbow cloud dispersed, pieces of flesh and puddles of blood fell to the ground below. From the clothes on the meat and the broken wooden sticks, one could see that it was Zhang Yi. He couldn't even save his soul. Everyone from the realm tree were stunned. Their mouths were wide open as if eggs could be stuffed inside them. Their eyeballs seemed to bulge out of their sockets and they were unable to recover their senses for a long time. How is that possible? A leaf and a leaf. Zhang Yi is a 5th stage Sky Spirit Master Cultivator, and the opponent is only a 3rd stage. How many years does it take for him to cultivate, and how many fortuitous encounters does he have to make up for the difference in 2 stages? How could Zhang Yi kill Zhang Yi so easily? This is definitely impossible. This person called Zitao must have some tricks up his sleeve. Lu Yuan regained her senses and shouted angrily. That's right. Otherwise, with Zhang Yi's profound spirit life chi, no one would be able to kill him. No matter how severe the injury, he could still quickly heal it. Why did he suddenly die? People of the Cloud Heavenly Palace, what despicable method did you use? This competition is not counted. Furthermore, all of you must take responsibility for Zhang Yi's death. The people of the Realm Tree could not accept this outcome and all started to shout. But Xiao Changtian just sneered and said, the competition does not depend on whose cultivation is stronger, or who's weaker. It depends on who's stronger, or who's weaker. All of you saw that Zitao's cultivation was lower than Zhang Yi's, but you did not see that Zitao's overall strength was higher than Zhang Yi's. Spirit life chi to heal his wounds? Did you not notice that before Zhang Yi died, his profound chi was already disturbed and could not be gathered at all? Combined with the mysterious and miraculous cloud sword art of the Cloud Heavenly Palace, it is not a waste for Zhang Yi to die. Everyone was speechless. In terms of fighting experience, the people of Wanhua Realm were far from being comparable to the people of Sword World. After all, the other side was using battle as a training method and constantly battling to increase their own strength. At this time, Rong Myuk and the rest were suddenly enlightened. All of them were so shocked that they started sweating profusely. The people of Wanhua Realm had always advocated for peace. In the Wanhua Realm, other than the area where the Linglong Mountain was located, there were practically no conflicts or incidents, and the people of the Wanhua Realm rarely participated in battles. However, the people of the Sword World were different. They fought hard every day, and slept in a pool of blood, rolling in the meat paste and never stopping. For someone who had experienced hundreds of battles to challenge someone with abnormally low battle experience, there was already a huge gap. This was enough to make up for the gap in cultivation between the two of them. No wonder Realm Master rejected. Rong Look looked deeply at the weak girl dressed in green. Her wisdom and insight did convince a lot of people, but at that moment, with the situation being so serious, it was not the time to express her admiration for Realm Master. If Zhang Yi lost so quickly, then the remaining people would not be his match. After all, no matter how strong they were only at the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, and their cultivation would not be higher than that. So it turns out that Jean Maluo's method of resolving this issue was simply unfair. They have always been in an advantageous position. Rong Wook sighed. What a despicable fellow. Lu Yuan gnashed her teeth. As for Xiao Changtian and Phoenix Lady, they were extremely pleased with themselves. A bunch of fellows who only know how to talk big all day, how could they possibly be our match? Even if they are 2 levels lower, it's enough to take care of you guys. Phoenix Lady hugged her chest and snorted in disdain. There are only a few experts in Wanhua realm. The Stellar Sword Sovereign shook his head. The Tree Lord could not watch anymore, and released a long and melodious roar, but he did not dare make a move. Once he makes a move, the Wanhua realm would be in the wrong. Then, Jin Maluo could immediately return to the Sword World to join a large number of sects and factions, and attack the Wanhua realm. Hu Qianmei, who was sitting by the side, recovered her breath. She looked at Realm Master, who was in mid-air, and said, "Hey, if you guys lost, you wouldn't really hand me over, right?" Hearing that, Realm Master turned to look at her, and said indifferently, "When we were discussing previously, you did not object. I thought you had accepted tacitly." Hu Qianmei. If we lose, we can only act according to what we agreed upon. There's nothing we can do. It can't be? Hu Qianmei immediately had a bitter face. From the looks of it, you guys can't beat him. Even so, she still did not dare complain to Realm Master. After all, if not for Realm Master, Hu Qianmei would have died a long time ago. Looking at the people around her with all different expressions, her black eyes slightly rolled, and her fox tail started shaking again, as if she was thinking about something. On the other side, Xiao Changtian had already shouted. "People of the Wanhua realm, you have already lost for a while. Who wants to die next? Don't waste time, quickly send people." Phoenix Lady and the rest looked proud. Why is sect leader Xiao so anxious? Rong Yuk bellowed, "Is there anyone who is willing to fight the thief from Sword World?" Then, when he said that, the realm tree was silent. Those who were stronger than the 5th stage of Sky Spirit Master had no right to participate, but existences who were at the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master did not dare to step forward, as everyone could see what was happening to Zhang Yi. They understood themselves well, but if they could not even win against Zhang Yi, how could they be his opponent? Seeing that no one stood up for a long time on the Wanhua realm's side, the Sword World immediately issued out a burst of loud laughter. Where are the Wanhua realm people? Could it be that he was scared of Zitao? Ha 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 ha. What a bunch of cowards. You don't even have this kind of courage, huh? Why would a realm like Wanhua realm exist up till now? The people from the Sword World sneered. Jin Maluo could not help but say, "Realm Master, if you do not send your men out soon, I can only conclude that you have lost this match." With that said, the people of Wanhua realm all had serious expressions. Hu Qianmei was even more nervous. Her small hands were covered with sweat as she held it tightly. "People of the Cloud Heavenly Palace, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that there is no one in the Wanhua realm?" Just then, a shout came out, and a figure flew out from the group of people of Realm Tree S. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631. Everyone followed the figure and looked, to see a lady that looked to be around 30 years of age. She was dressed in purple with a staff in her hand, her face filled with heroic spirit, staring angrily at Xiao Changtian and the others, her face filled with indignation. "Lu Xin?" Rong Yuk exclaimed. "Little sister, what are you doing?" Seeing that, Lu Yuan's face changed. The one who was on stage is Lu Yuan's younger sister, Lu Xin. Lu Xin does not hold any position in the realm tree, and is purely cultivating, although she has just entered the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, although she is also in the 5th stage of the Spirit Soul realm, but Lu Yuan knows that Lu Xin is not an expert in fighting, and having cultivation does not mean that she knows how to fight, and with Lu Xin's current strength, against the experienced Zitao, she does not have much of a chance of winning. We cannot tolerate the people of the Sword World trampling on our Wanhua realm. If we lose, the entire Linglong Mountain will belong to the people of the Sword World. Who are they? The moment they establish their feet in Wanhua realm, the Wanhua realm will truly be destroyed, so we cannot let them succeed. Lu Xian had a face full of determination. Hearing these words, many of the people of Realm Tree present were ashamed. Lu Xian was not the strongest amongst them, but she was the first one to stand out. Lu Xian stared at Zi Tao, who was in front of her, with a serious expression. The spirit life chi in her entire body had been activated. She didn't know if she would survive, so she had to give it her all. Lu Xian. At this time, the realm master, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. Lu Xian turned her head and looked at realm master. If you can't win, realm master was silent for a moment, then said, then just give up, understand? Do not lose your life. People of Sword World all look down upon life, and ignore life and death. Give up? Lu Xian was startled, but smiled and did not say a word. Alright, let's not grind it anymore. It will end soon anyway. Zi Tao was already impatient. He shouted a few words, and with the blue sword in hand, he pointed at Lu Xian. Can we start now? Bring it on. Lu Xian said in a serious tone. Then I'll send you back to the west. Zi Tao's expression suddenly turned sinister. He rushed forward like lightning. It was another extremely ferocious attack. Lu Xian immediately summoned a huge profound shield and wrapped it around her body. The profound shield's thick defense was astonishing. Zi Tao's continuous attacks on the profound shield was unable to break it. In the end, Lu Xian's profound strength was incomparably thick, and it was easy to break it, but Zi Tao found it difficult to do so. Just that, being unable to break through did not mean that Zi Tao had no chance of winning. Compared to the profound strength, Zi Tao was more experienced in battles. Since Jean Maluo dared to send him up on stage, it was most likely because he was an existence whose cultivation was much stronger than his. After the intense battle, Zi Tao retreated back with his sword, opening up some distance between him and Lu Xian. Seeing that, Lu Xian immediately kept her profound shield and quickly stabilized her profound chi. Seeing that, Zi Tao laughed in disdain. Do you think I would use a method to deal with Zhang Ye? You're underestimating me, but my methods are not limited to just that. After Zi Tao said that, the dark blue sword in his hand danced swiftly in the air. The wind and clouds changed color. The clouds in the sky were affected by the sword. They quickly gathered over. In a blink of an eye, however, in the sky formed a layer of black mist. Lu Xian below felt the blood in his body surging crazily, the pressure exploding, as though there was a mountain above his shoulder. It was difficult for him to breathe, and the movement of the profound strength became slower. Lu Xian anxiously brandished her staff, and shouted with all her might, break! Crack! The clouds in the sky exploded and disappeared. The crisis was over. All right. The people from the Wanhua realm all clapped. We can't blindly defend. Lu Xian clenched her teeth. She stared at Zi Tao with a solemn gaze and pointed the staff towards him. The staff released a large amount of emerald green light, which released countless vines that covered Zi Tao. Zi Tao's face changed. He immediately used his sword to slash. The surging sword aura spread out like a river. However, when it smashed onto the vine, it was unable to break it. Although Zi Tao's techniques were powerful, there was still a difference in cultivation. The strength of the profound chi was different. How could it break Lu Xian's profound technique so easily? The vine encircled Zi Tao, tightly wrapping around him and quickly retracting, binding his body. Zi Tao tried to twist his body, causing profound chi to overflow, but the strength of the vine was unimaginably strong. The attacks cannot stop. Seeing that Zi Tao was being suppressed, Lu Xian gritted her teeth once again and used her staff. In the air around Zi Tao, a large amount of ripples appeared, like a jade wave rippling out with countless profound strengths emerging from the ripples. Following that, countless sharp vine spears shot out, with Zi Tao as the center. They crazily attacked. Although Lu Xian's fighting experience was not as rich as Zi Tao's, but she was cautious, she was clever, she knew her strengths and weaknesses, and understood that Zitao's weakness, the only way she could win was to take advantages of him. Her cultivation was stronger than his, so she had to use her own strength to suppress him, and not let him have the slightest chance of survival. Seeing that, Zitao's face turned pale. He immediately controlled the magic treasure, causing his clothes to expand and forcefully expand his vines to cover, protecting him. The vine spear struck his clothes, causing his clothes to tremble. Inside, Zitao's face was pale. His face contorted as he tried his best to support the magic treasure. This Lu Xian, she is proficient in profound technique and not close combat. If you continue, I will only be in a passive state. Zitao fought inside his huge clothes. His entire body was trembling and the chi meridian on his arm had all the blood vessels on it, but they had all bulged out. The people outside were also shocked. People of Realm Tree's eyes were all wide open, staring at the battle, while the people from Sword World's side had a solemn expression, not saying a word. He thought that Lu Xian would definitely think that he was strong in terms of sword techniques and weak profound technique. As a result, when fought, Lu Xian had planned to use the profound technique to kill Lu Xian, but he did not know that in Lu Xian's eyes, he was no longer a strong or weak sword, but a strong combat skill. Therefore, Zitao's profound technique did not succeed. Now that we are in such a passive situation, how can we turn defeat into victory? Phoenix Lady moaned again and again, and was extremely dissatisfied with Zitao. Since he's lost, there's no need for him to come back. Jean Moluo said indifferently. The rules of the Sword World were cruel. For the people of the Sword World, they would never allow themselves to surrender in a duel like this. Of course, the people of the Wanhua realm were an exception. The vine spear was frantically attacking Zitao's treasure clothes. Thump-thump sounds continuously sounded out. The treasure seemed to be an imperial equipment, but it was only at the 30th stage, so it was unable to withstand Lu Xian's attack. Not long later, Zitao was out of breath, the profound chi had exhausted most of it, and he could no longer hold on. Only, at this critical juncture, Zitao actually made the last shocking decision. The broken sword. He put away the precious artifact clothes and tightly gripped the dark blue sword with both of his hands. All of his strength was directed towards that sword. The treasured sword was controlled, the internal energy was ignited, the sword body exploded, and a terrifying wave of ripples was released from the sword body. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in midair. However, the power of the explosion was extremely terrifying. Not only did it shatter the treasure sword, it had also shattered Zitao's treasure robe, causing him to be heavily injured, and even the vine web that was binding him was shattered. Lu Xian was not spared. She was struck by the impact and was flung out, falling onto the ground. As she crawled back up, she spat out a small mouthful of blood. Even so, her condition was much better than Zitao's. The current Zitao's entire body was in tatters, a huge hole appeared in his chest, his arms and legs had lost many pieces of flesh, the eerie white bones were revealed, and the profound chi on his body was even weaker than normal. Victory! Seeing this, Lu Yuan could not help but shout out emotionally. What is Zitao doing? He actually used such a method to struggle free from the shackles. With his current condition, can he still continue fighting? It seems like this battle is pretty certain. It's finally over. A smile appeared on People of Realm Tree's face. Seeing the situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Xian raised her staff and landed on the ground as she walked towards Zitao. She stared at him with no pity in her eyes. Wait, I surrender. Just then, Zitao suddenly raised his hand and called out weakly. Lu Xian's movements froze, and her hand movements stopped. But in that split second, a ruthless look flashed past Zitao's eyes. He suddenly moved, and instantly appeared beside Lu Xian, his mouth spitting out a ray of sword aura, directly striking Lu Xian. Lu Xian was shocked. She immediately cast a spell to block. A vine shield appeared in front of her. However, the shield could not even defend against the sword beam, and was pierced straight through. The sword aura was like a hot knife through butter. it pierced through Lu Xian's chi meridian and her body twitched a few times before falling to the ground. Ha! Such a change shocked everyone. Ah, I surrender. I surrender. Zitao laughed and shouted with all his might. The chi meridian was injured, and Lu Xian was crippled. Although Zitao could not win against Lu Xian, his sudden sneak attack had allowed the next participant to win with absolute confidence. This is essence power. Despicable. They actually shot people in secret. Lu Yuan was enraged, her entire body was trembling, she almost wanted to rush forward and tear Zitao apart. The people of Realm Tree was in an uproar. No one would have thought that the people of Sword World were so unscrupulous. Zitao surrendered. This victory belongs to the Wanhua realm, and according to the rules, Lu Xian, who had her chi meridian broken forcibly, was no longer able to participate in the next battle. In other words, the victory in the next battle must belong to the Cloud Heavenly Palace. This action made all the people of Realm Tree grind their teeth in anger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 632. Although Zitao did not win this battle, his loss seemed to be victorious. Lu Yuan rushed over and brought the heavily injured Lu Xian back. Zitao had used his own strength in this strike, using the price of his own cultivation. He used an extraordinary strength. It was possible that Zitao's cultivation had plummeted, to the point where he did not even have a Sky Spirit Master, but the situation was extremely tense. If he did not do that, and instead admit defeat, he would have been punished by Jean Maluo, and be killed by Jean Maluo instead. Thus, he put everything on the line and would rather cripple himself in exchange for this kind of result. At the very least, he would be able to keep his life. No one present would have thought that Zitao would be so vicious to make such a counterattack. The situation immediately reversed. Lu Xian was carried away by Lu Yuan. She started the treatment, although Lu Xian was only injured at Chi Meridian, but what attacked the Chi Meridian was Zitao's power. The power was extremely difficult to erase, and even if Lu Xian was healed, her cultivation would still be damaged. Zitao dragged his heavily injured body and slowly flew to the front of Jean Maluo. He knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists. I have let you down and failed to defeat you. Seeing that, Jean Maluo extended his hand to help Zitao up, and said, although you have failed, but you have laid the foundation for our victory, you have no sins, you have done well. Hearing that, Zitao's initially nervous expression immediately calmed down. Quick, help Zitao get down there and recuperate. Jean Maluo said indifferently. Yes, Elder. A disciple walked over from behind, supporting Zitao as they walked towards Bridge of Realm. Jean Maluo turned his head and looked at Bridge of Realm. He was quiet for a moment, but in the end, he did not say a word. Zitao's performance surprised many people on the scene. The three sects people, Star Sword Pavilion, Ask Sword Sect and Star Sword Pavilion revealed an expression of astonishment. My God, he was someone taught by the Cloud Heavenly Palace after all. Even if he lost, he could still lose so brilliantly. Now is the first win and the first loss. Let's hurry up and begin the third match. Xiao Changtian's mouth formed a cold smile, his eyes full of viciousness. Jean Maluo did not stand on ceremony. He waved his hand, and said indifferently, Ziming. Elder, disciple is here. Another person walked out from the Cloud Heavenly Palace. He was extremely elegant in life. His figure was also extremely skinny, as though he was an unfathomable and tender youth. Holding onto a short sword, he cupped his fists and bowed to Jean Maluo. Don't be like Zitao, and shame our Cloud Heavenly Palace. Jean Maluo said indifferently. This disciple will definitely live up to the expectations of Elder for this disciple. The spirit cultivator called Ziming then jumped out and stood in the middle of the two groups of people. Everyone looked. This was also just a third grade of Sky Spirit Master. What are you doing? Rongyuk was puzzled. Lu Xian has a 5th stage Sky Spirit Master. They can definitely send a 7th stage expert to battle. Why did they send a 3rd stage disciple? They're trying to cut off our supply of human resources. Realm Master said indifferently, if they were to send out their 7th stage experts, then we would definitely send out a few 9th stage experts. There are many 9th stage experts amongst us Realm Trees, and many of the 9th stage experts are excellent, and this is not good for them, so if they were to continue sending out 3rd stage disciples, we can only send out 5th stage experts to meet them. But Lu Xian is severely injured, and Zhang Yiye is dead, so there are not many 5th stage experts left, and we will not be able to do anything about it. Damn it! Hearing that, Rong Muk was so angry that he brandished his wooden staff. Why are all these Cloud Heavenly Palace people so cunning? They are truly worthy of being through hundreds of battles. They also have a very unique view of the battlefield. Indeed, we are not as good as them in this aspect. The Realm Master said indifferently. Following that, her clear voice became louder, and said, Lu Xian is severely injured, and is unable to fight. For this round, we admit defeat. As these words fell, it did not go against many people's expectations. Although small sounds continued to ring out, there was no need to explain. Lu Xian had injured Qi Meridian, so even with the help of Realm Master, she wouldn't be able to recover even after a while. If she sent Lu Xian up there now, it would be sending her to death. When the Realm Master announced their surrender, the people from the Realm Tree side all looked dejected. There was only one final battle left. If they won, they would still have a chance. However, if they lost, they would be finished. If the Linglong Mountain area was really handed over to the Cloud Heavenly Palace, it would be equivalent to opening a door for the Sword World people, and placing food next to the tiger's mouth. The Wanhua realm would definitely be devoured by the Sword World in the future. Haha, since you all have given up, then quickly send out new players. There's only one more match left, and I don't think you'll have a chance either. If I were you, I would have admitted defeat, because competing would be a waste of time, and it would have only added to the number of casualties. Ha 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 ha. Phoenix Lady let out a complacent laugh. The previous angry look on her face had already disappeared. Seeing that the Wanhua realm people were all frowning and looking as if their parents had died, she felt extremely happy in her heart. As long as we have Linglong Mountain, in the future, all empty sect and Cloud Heavenly Palace will properly enter the Wanhua realm, and at that time, we will slowly nibble away at them. Wanhua realm, I will slaughter all of you to sacrifice to my son's soul. Phoenix Lady thought sinisterly. Seems like the all-empty sect and the Cloud Heavenly Palace are going to earn a lot this time, with the territory of the Linglong Mountain. Who knows how many resources they can obtain, especially the Dark Place. It is a huge door to the heavens. Many realms do not have any coordinates, so they cannot even use the Bridge of Realm, but the Dark Place is different. As long as I find the exact crack, I can easily step into the realm and obtain more resources. It is simply a treasure trove. Starsword Sovereign said to Dao Xing, who was beside him. Dao Xing secretly nodded his head. Fortunately, we accepted Brother Zhao's invitation to come here this time, so this can be considered as a personal matter. In the future, when we enter the Wanhua realm to gather resources, it will also be a lot more convenient. That's right. The other side, the Realm Trees were also whispering to each other. Jean Maluo looked at Realm Master, who had a calm expression, and said, Then, Realm Master, where are the people you sent to duel? Why haven't you come out yet? Realm Master did not make a sound. Rong Muk and the rest did not make a sound either. This last battle would determine the fate of all the Wanhua realm. Who would dare to act recklessly? Even those who were confident in their own strength did not dare to brazenly fight. It was one thing if they won, but what if they lost? Isn't that the sinner of Wanhua realm? Moreover, in the last battle, there was not only one enemy, but two. Winning the first round meant that he had to win by overwhelming means, because even if he defeated Ziming, the opponent would send out a 7th stage expert to fight in the end, which meant the opponent that would fight on stage would be a 7th stage expert versus Ziming. Among the two rankers and people of Realm Tree, who was at the 5th stage? Even Rong Muk did not dare let them go up. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The people from Sword World were already laughing, seeing how the people from Wanhua realm were acting. they all held their stomach and laughed. From their point of view, the people of Realm Tree no longer had any choice. Since no one is going up, let me do it. Finally, a crisp voice broke the awkward atmosphere. Everyone's nerves twitched as they hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. However, with just a single glance, everyone was stunned. The person who spoke was unexpectedly Fox Demon, who was seated behind Realm Master. Hu Qianmei. Her face was pale white, with a bit of blood below her lips. She stared straight at Ziming, who was in the air. With her determined and bright eyes, she couldn't help but pull out the curved blood sword from her waist. You want to go on stage? Realm Master turned her head and asked. In any case, none of you can go up. Even if you win against this person, a 5th rank person will not be able to win against the person they send out in the next battle. Since that is the case, why not let me fight? Hu Qianmei revealed a bitter smile. However, she was somewhat absent-minded. At this moment, her heart was not occupied by fear. What filled her heart was actually the figure of a person. I'm sorry. She took a deep breath, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. She came here only to find that person, but she had just reunited with her and had to leave again. Hu Qianmei was in extreme pain, but at that moment, he had no choice. In truth, she did not want to die, because if she died, Su Yun's inherent skill would be crippled as well. Everyone from Sword World looked at Hu Qianmei. Phoenix Lady coldly snorted, is this Fox Demon going to go up on stage? Good. Ziming, just destroy her body and use your soaring fire sword to seal her soul. I will keep her soul to torture slowly. Yes, madam. Ziming cupped his fists and said. Torture me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Hu Qianmei's eyes suddenly widened, overflowing with killing intent. However, just as she was about to go on stage, a hand suddenly grabbed her arm. Hu Qianmei was startled, then sighed, and said, Realm Master, do not stop me, let me go. I didn't stop you. Realm Master's gentle voice came from behind. Hu Qianmei was startled, she suddenly sensed something, she turned her head, and saw a familiar face in her eyes. Su Yun. Hu Qianmei was stunned. The man was gasping for breath, the profound chi on his body was in a mess, his face was covered in perspiration, as though he had just experienced a huge battle. He was looking at Hu Qianmei with reproach and seriousness. Why did you come? Hu Qianmei muttered, and her small head couldn't help but to drop down. After you were taken away by the Realm Master, I guessed that you would be here, so I charged all the way here from there. Su Yun said, Qianmei, what are you trying to do? To die? There's no other choice. Hu Qianmei lightly bit her lips and said, I've stirred up trouble, let me bear the consequences. If you die, I will definitely be implicated. Although your cultivation is high, you will still be severely injured, so it would be inconvenient for you to continue fighting. Therefore, I will go. Su Yun grabbed Hu Qianmei's arm, and directly threw it towards Realm Master. Then, he stepped forward, stepped on his flying sword, and leaped over, and directly stood in front of Ziming. I represent the Wanhua realm. His voice was low and his expression was incomparably malevolent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 633. Seeing Su Yun appear, the Realm Tree people were all surprised. Especially Lu Yuan and the rest, their expressions froze. It's Lord Su Yun? Lord Su Yun? Why is he here? However, what is he doing here at this time? Is he going to fight? It is said that he is only a 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master Cultivator. If he goes out to fight, he will be courting death. Realm Master, quickly bring him back. If you let him fight, we won't have any chance of winning anymore. Minister Yang Lang shouted. The people of All Empty Sect looked at each other. Xiao Changtian looked at Jean Maluo, then looked at Realm Master, and said, "Is this man your Wanhua Realm's man?" "For now." Without waiting for Realm Master to speak, Su Yun shouted. "In that case, will you be participating in this competition?" Xiao Changtian said coldly. "No, he can't fight." Without waiting for Su Yun to speak, the group of ministers led by Yang Lang immediately shouted out. However, just as they finished speaking, Realm Master raised Su Bai's hand, indicating for them to be quiet. Xiao Changtian and Phoenix Lady's faces changed. Xiao Changtian was extremely dissatisfied, and shouted, "What are you doing? If you want to fight, fight. If you want to fight, fight. Who exactly is going to fight? Hurry up and say it." The scene became chaotic because of Su Yun's appearance. Everyone knew of Su Yun's strength, although there was a third grade of Sky Spirit Master, but in this kind of situation, the existence of a third grade of Sky Spirit Master was not even enough. Voices of opposition rose and fell one after another, as countless people shouted for Su Yun to return. But at this time, Realm Master opened her mouth. Her voice was soft, but her expression was very focused. "He represents us Wanhua Realm in this final battle." Hearing Realm Master's words, Yang Lang and the rest were stunned. Shock filled their eyes as they looked at her. "All right." Xiao Changtian nodded. He glanced at Su Yun and snorted, "I'm afraid that he isn't even comparable to Lu Xian's generation. It seems like there is no one left in your Wanhua Realm. Victory is in my hands." Phoenix Lady's mouth raised, and then looked at Starsword Sovereign and the others, who nodded. Hearing that, Su Yun leaped out. The Realm Trees were in an uproar. No one could understand why the Realm Master was doing this, and they all kept lamenting. Most likely, at this time, many people had already died and completely given up on fighting this battle. Only Prime Minister Rong Myuk walked to the side of Realm Master and clasped his fists. "Realm Master, you once said that the Realm Tree gave instructions that Su Yun would participate in one of the crises in our Wanhua Realm. Do you mean this time?" "I don't know." Realm Master shook her head lightly. "However, as matters stand, there is no one else to choose from. If we placed our hope on Su Yun, the chances of victory would far exceed those of the other 5th stage Sky Spirit Master cultivators of the Realm Tree." "Oh? Why?" Rong Muk did not understand. "Because the magic treasure in his hands is enough for him to fight against any 5th stage Sky Spirit Master," Realm Master said softly. Rong Muk was still a little confused. But at this time, the other side was about to start a war. Since the Realm Master had opened her mouth, the people from the Realm Tree could only give up, and nervously look at Su Yun. They did not understand why she would place their future fate in the hands of someone who was not from the Wanhua Realm, but at that point, they could only hope that Su Yun could live up to everyone's expectations and defeat Ziming. However, even if he defeated him, would he still be able to successfully defeat the other ones? Su Yun's opponent was not only one. Su Yun had fought a few battles in the Linglong Mountain before. I'm afraid that he is not in his best condition yet, so his chance of victory is not high against this person, Rong Muk said. When everyone heard this, they became even more worried. The disciple Ziming who came from the Cloud Heavenly Palace looked at Su Yun, and a slight smile appeared on his immature face. "Hello. Please advise me." Hearing that, Su Yun frowned, but did not make a sound. He pulled out his death sword. With one hand holding his sword, he pointed the sword tip at the man. "My name is Ziming. Please remember this name, and remember this person." The person called Ziming was still smiling as he spoke, neither angry nor angry, only maintaining a smile on his face, because this person will soon kill you. As his voice fell, Ziming's figure moved, as he leaned towards Su Yun. But he did not raise his sword to attack, but held onto the sword hilt with both of his hands, revolving and spinning at a fast speed around Su Yun. The most terrifying thing was that the profound qi around Ziming's body was like a venomous snake, automatically attacking towards Su Yun, like many sharp blades, slashing towards Su Yun's body. Su Yun raised his sword to block. The death sword flew out of the evil soul. The sword and soul quickly danced, and the jingling sound immediately resonated in the air. Su Yun's expression was sinister. He did not show any signs of helplessness, but instead calmly welcomed the blow, and as time passed, his sword-wielding speed became faster and faster. The storm of attacks was suffocating. Seeing that, Ziming immediately retreated out of the way and pulled some distance away from Su Yun. "I didn't expect you to be so fast. It looks like I've underestimated you." Ziming laughed. The playfulness in his eyes slowly disappeared, replacing it with seriousness. "Never underestimate your opponent. That's what I always do." Su Yun said coldly. His left hand touched the sword sheath and took out its two swords. Like a tornado, the two swords danced towards Ziming. Ziming smiled, his hands still holding onto the slender sword as he continued to dodge. Su Yun's swords were extremely powerful. A black bolt of lightning and a red bolt of lightning continued to alternate around his body. But, no matter how terrifying Su Yun's attack was, or how astonishing his speed, it was as if Ziming knew the trajectory of his sword, and had always been able to dodge in a safe manner. Fast? No, Ziming's speed was not fast, but he was extremely nimble. It was as if he had already seen through Su Yun's sword move. When the sword was about to reach him, he had already made a movement of dodging. It was as if he had predicted this would happen. "Is that all you can do? If that's the case, you won't be able to defeat me." Ziming laughed. Suddenly, a ruthless look flashed past his eyes. He held the thin sword tightly in both of his hands and cut through the void. Rumble! The slender sword ruthlessly slashed onto the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword's body. That seemingly fragile sword actually erupted with an unprecedented level of power, catching Su Yun off guard, and sending him flying back a few thousand meters, crashing into the ground, creating a huge crater. "Hey, kid, are you okay?" A voice came out from beside Su Yun. Looking out, the one who spoke was Tree Lord. "He won't die yet." Su Yun crawled up, stabilizing the chi in his body. He looked at Ziming, who was in the air casually. Such great power. If this sword were to strike him, he would probably shatter his physical body, but this person was not only nimble, but astonishingly powerful. No wonder Jean Maluo sent him up on stage. Against such a difficult opponent, even an existence of the fifth stage of the Sky Spirit Master would be hard to deal with. Su Yun's gaze swept across Ziming's body. His profound strength was like a sky and a land compared to a fifth stage Sky Spirit Master, but he did not need to destroy it. Instead, he used it to kill his opponent. Although it was just a single strike, Su Yun could feel that the terrifying power came from the sword, and not from Ziming's body. Dodging the edge of the sword would be enough to slay the person. Su Yun thought, and then rushed forward again. The Divine Wind Sword technique was activated. The two swords in his hands seemed to have become invisible. The sword concept completely surrounded Ziming. Such a shocking speed naturally caused the pressure on Ziming to rise sharply, but he still maintained his smile and dangerously dodged Su Yun's sword. It couldn't be cut. It could not be cut. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't even touch a hair on Tang Wulin. This was definitely not because of his speed. Before his sword had even passed through, he had already reacted. Could it be that he really saw through my sword technique? Su Yun's eyes became cold, and stared straight at Ziming's neck. The death sword slashed horizontally. A wave of killing intent exploded out from the death sword's body, covering it like a wall. Seeing that, Ziming did not dodge, but waved his sword to slash. He cleverly avoided the incoming death sword as, his long and thin sword sticking to the sword blade as it pierced straight towards Su Yun's chest. To the main chi meridian in his chest. This is bad. The spectating people of Realm Tree cried out in alarm. Ziming was skinny, the thin sword in his hand was also extremely short and small, but this was not his disadvantage, but his advantage. This made him more suitable for close combat, especially when fighting against swordsmen. At such a close distance, he could easily dodge his opponent's attack, and draw close to his opponent's weak point from such a small gap to launch a fatal blow. And now, was the time for Ziming to succeed. Both of Su Yun's swords swung out, the hole in his chest opened up, and Ziming immediately stuck close to him. At this time, even if Su Yun reacted and defended, it would be too late. No one would have thought that this person would be so nimble. He was just like a fly that could fly everywhere. "It's over." Ziming laughed, and then used his sword to stab forward. "Not yet." At this time, Su Yun shouted coldly. Immediately after, Ziming's target suddenly disappeared, and the slender sword instantly stabbed into thin air. "What?" Ziming was startled. Suddenly, a cold wind blew behind his back, chilling to the bone. Subconsciously, he raised his thin sword to block backwards. The thin sword released a shocking amount of power as it struck towards the incoming sword. Clang! An explosive sound echoed in the air. It was just that. But this time, Su Yun did not fly. Everyone looked up, to see that what welcomed Ziming's sword was not the blood-red immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, but the pitch-black death sword. The death sword S and the slender sword were pressed tightly together, while the evil soul who had jumped out of the sword used both of his hands to grab onto the body of the sword. "What?" Ziming was shocked. He immediately urged his chi to draw his sword. However, the sword did not move at all. Although Su Yun was the same cultivation as him, but Su Yun's profound chi was even thicker than the fourth stage of the Sky Spirit Master. All of Ziming's strength originated from this strange slender sword, while his own profound chi was just a swift wind spirit chi, and its speed was good. Its strength was not that great. How could it contend against Su Yun? Ziming tried his best to pull 2 times, but to no avail, and in the next second, Su Yun threw his immortal mystical scarlet blood sword over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634. Seeing that situation, how could Ziming dare to continue fighting with Su Yun? He made a decision immediately and released the sword in his hand, dodging the attack in a hurry. The immortal mystical scarlet blood sword missed its target by 100 meters. Even so, the situation was clear. The opponent did not even have a sword, so how could Su Yun not win? Just that, this time people of Realm Tree did not dare to reveal too much joy. In the previous round, even such a huge advantage like Liu Xan's was forcefully pushed back by him. This time, Ziming had only lost the weapon in his hand, so it is hard to say whether he has any other methods to protect himself or not. Sure enough, although Ziming had lost his sword, he did not reveal any expression of fear. He smiled at Su Yun, and then quickly formed a seal with his hands. Our Cloud Heavenly Palace has countless of absolute arts. I initially did not plan to use this move, but since you forced me to this stage, there is no point in using it. Ziming laughed. However, it was different from the previous smile. Now, the smile was filled with coldness. It was a smile filled with killing intent. As he formed the seal, the profound chi around his body started to spin very quickly, and with his body as the center, it quickly condensed and solidified, as though it was covered with a layer of ice. Seeing that, Jean Maluo's eyes lit up. "Father, can we win?" Phoenix Lady walked over and asked softly. 90% sure. Jean Maluo immediately threw out these 4 words. He stared at Ziming and said, "Ziming is my direct disciple. Although he has only been in the sect for a short while, the talent that he has revealed is beyond ordinary. His profound chi is very special, although it is of the swift wind spirit chi attribute, but this swift wind spirit chi is different from the previous ones. He can control the profound chi to directly attack and kill the enemy without needing to borrow the magic treasure or any moves. He can also use his own profound chi to sense the opponent's attack trajectory. In fact, to him, the sword was not his true ability, but the profound chi was what he was relying on. Now, he was going to use his sect's secret technique, profound chi's transformation. This was no small matter. The battle is about to end. Phoenix Lady nodded, and her gaze landed on Ziming's body once again. Su Yun seemed to have felt the power of Ziming's move, and immediately kept the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. Raising his arm and staring at Ziming, he chanted an incantation, and also started to use the profound skill. The profound strength around the man's body had become as big as a small mountain, and it was suffused with a deep blue color, gradually transforming into a demon god. It was extremely ferocious, and from 100 meters away, Su-Yun could almost feel the terrifying profound chi that overflowed from the demon god's body. Seeing the terrifying devil god slowly forming next to Ziming, the people of Realm Tree couldn't help but reveal a look of worry. Yang Lang could not watch any longer, and immediately shouted out, "Su-Yun, what are you standing there for?" With such a dense profound strength, he must be trying to activate some amazing profound technique. If you are not going to start attacking, are you going to wait for him to activate the profound technique, then you can start attacking? However, Yang Lang's words were like playing a lute to a cow. Su-Yun did not move, and also continued to activate his own technique. He ignored all the anxious warnings. Did he give up? Everyone sighed in their hearts. The sword world was laughing merrily. Realm Master watched quietly, without a single emotion. "Little girl, after this brat loses, let's fight." Just then, a loud voice resounded in the Realm Master's mind. Realm Master turned her head and looked at the big tree in the distance. The voice came from Tree Lord. "This brat has lost. We can't really give the Linglong Mountain area to him, right? If that is the case, the Wanhua realm will be destroyed." The Tree Lord's voice sounded a little worried. Of course. The Realm Master secretly urged the profound strength, as she telepathically transmitted her voice to the Tree Lord. She said coldly in her heart, "Even though I have broken my promise and ruined the reputation of Wanhua realm, if I can save these countless lives in the Wanhua realm, I would rather be scolded by the people." When Tree Lord heard this, he secretly nodded. "You really did not disappoint your master." Realm Master did not say anything, but stared at the situation, her long and thin eyebrows knitted together. "It seems like victory is in my grasp." On the Sword World side, Phoenix Lady revealed a proud smile, looking at the demon god slowly taking shape, and the indifferent Su-Yun, she laughed even more happily. "It is still too early to say such words." Xiao Changtian shook his head. Phoenix Lady was startled. She turned to look, only to see her husband's face becoming serious. "Changtian, what are you worried about?" "My father said that he would definitely win this match." Phoenix Lady asked. "That fellow called Su-Yun is not an idiot. He should be able to sense the terror of this move of Ziming's." But not only did he not counterattack, he did not even reveal an expression of fear or panic. "I'm worried that he had a trump card up his sleeve." "Next move?" Phoenix Lady sneered, "So what? Can he go on?" Roar! Just then, a trembling and powerful roar exploded in the gate of nature. The air trembled and the earth shook. A terrifying sound wave that could paralyze the mind spread in all directions. Countless people did not cover their ears, feeling extremely uncomfortable all over. Raising their heads, they saw that the demonic god that was evolving with Ziming as the center had already formed. It was more than 10 meters tall with a deep blue color. Its entire body was covered in armor and in its hand was a sword. It had 7 eyes and a huge mouth. "To dare to let me use this move, should I say that you have courage, or that you are ignorant?" Ziming sneered again and again, then shouted and urged the demon god to rush towards Su Yunchong. The demon god raised the gigantic blue sword in his hand and slashed at Su Yun's head. When the blue sword approached Su Yun, it was like a blossoming flower, swallowing Su Yun with its beastly mouth, beautiful yet powerful. What? Such a scene truly shocked countless people. But just as the demonic god launched his attack, a ray of profound strength shot out from Su Yun's arm, straight into the clouds. In that instant, a streak of lightning descended from the sky, and struck Ziming behind him. Ziming frowned, he felt something appearing behind him, but now that Su Yun was so close, how could he give up? Die! Ziming roared. Be careful! Just at this time, waves of shouts came from the Sword World side. She looked over and saw that the faces of those people were filled with expressions of stupidity. Careful? To me? Ziming was slightly startled. Before the demon god's death flower like sharp sword could land on the ground, a huge hand suddenly grabbed the demon god's body, lifting it up along with Ziming. Ziming turned pale with fright, then turned his head, only to see a giant the size of a small mountain standing behind him. The giant's entire body was pale white, its body was sturdy, like a skeleton, its eyes were scarlet and terrifying, it stared straight at Ziming. The devil chi soared to the sky, with surging killing intent like a galaxy pouring down from the 9 heavens, it swept straight to this place. The object that Ziming was offering up was completely suppressed by this giant, it could not be presumptuous. The demon god's thick and powerful profound chi tore apart the giant's palm like a blade, but it did not cause the slightest bit of damage. How could a devil bone giant made from Changgu and Inmo be easily destroyed by Ziming? Ah! Ziming roared with all his might, urging his profound chi to its maximum, intending to break free from the restraints of the giant's palm. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still struggling on the brink of death. A ruthless killing intent flashed past Suyun's eyes. Without any hesitation, he gave the order to the giant. The only thing that remained was the giant screaming in the sky, and the gigantic hands suddenly merged together, releasing a majestic force that was capable of shattering mountains and rivers that flowed into Ziming's body from his palms. He could only watch as the man's body was smashed into pieces, and the gigantic demon god that was surrounding him was like a landslide, frantically collapsing and disappearing from sight. In just a breath's time, this living person had been crushed into a pile of meat paste. Ziming's soul overflowed, spiraling in the air, unable to disperse even after a long time. The battle had already been decided. The entire hall was silent. Just a second ago, everyone thought that victory would belong to Ziming, but in the next moment, Ziming died a miserable death. It was simply impossible to adapt to such a situation. Suyun raised his hand. With a few blinks, the gigantic devil bone giant immediately disappeared. He gasped for breath, and turned to look at the Sword World. At this time, the people of Sword World were all dumbstruck, their mouths opened and closed, as though an egg could fit inside. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Everyone thought that Ziming had already won, that he would win for sure, but he was still crushed alive by Suyun. He didn't even have the chance to resist. What's that? Xiao Changtian snapped out of his shock and shouted. What a heavy devil chi, it seems to be a divine object from the true devil realm. Jin Maluo's eyes congealed, he stared at Suyun and bellowed, young man, what is your relationship with true devil realm? What relationship? It's not important. The important thing is that I won. Suyun said solemnly, he was too lazy to waste words with this man, all he needed to do was to save Hu Chenmei. How arrogant! Phoenix Lady said angrily, don't think that you can go against the rules just because you've won. If we want to kill you, it's like crushing an ant on the ground. Don't be too arrogant. Suyun just snorted and did not say a word. With this action, Phoenix Lady became even angrier. How reckless! Phoenix Lady clenched her teeth, and then turned to Jean Maluo and said, Father, you must avenge your daughter. He's merely a member of the younger generation. Why would he be angry at him? Jean Maluo shook his head lightly, and said indifferently, furthermore, he won't be able to live for long. With that, Jean Maluo waved his hand again, and called out softly, where is Long Jiang? Disciple is here. A tall man walked out from the crowd, clasping his fists as he shouted. Now, on both sides, 2 wins and 2 losses, this final battle is extremely critical. You can take the place of our Cloud Heavenly Palace in this final battle. Jean Maluo said indifferently. Understood. After the man called Long Jiang said this, he flew out and stood in front of Suyun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635. Seeing the men that Jean Maluo had sent, Phoenix Lady was startled at first, but then a pleased smile rose from the corners of her mouth. Let's see how arrogant and proud you are this time. Phoenix Lady stared at Su Yun and laughed sinisterly. Phoenix, who is this Long Jiang? Xiao Chang Tian asked. You don't know anything about Chang Tian. Phoenix Lady laughed. This Long Jiang used to be an expert of my Cloud Heavenly Palace. I have never met you, but when I was still in Cloud Heavenly Palace, he was already a palace guard. His cultivation was already at the 10th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. He's an extremely talented person. 10th rank in Sky Spirit Master? But his current cultivation is only at the 5th rank? Xiao Changtian was startled, then suddenly thought of something, and said in shock, could it be? That's right. Phoenix Lady laughed coldly. 30 years ago, because of an accident, Long Jiang's cultivation had regressed greatly. Therefore, he was only at the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, but even so, his fighting experience, the profound technique he had mastered and so on, were all at the 10th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. The current him, although his cultivation had regressed, it was not difficult for him to fight against a 6th stage expert. Even if it was someone at the 7th stage, he would be able to fight. Daddy is indeed worthy of being called father. With Long Jiang here, I will definitely win this round. Hearing these words, Xiao Changtian's somewhat worried heart finally calmed down. I've always been considering whether I should forcefully attack if I don't win. I never thought that father-in-law would have such a trump card. TCH, Shantian, when my dad does things, it's always watertight. Phoenix Lady lightly snorted, as she said with extreme pride. Long Jiang's appearance caused the people of Sword World to boil in excitement. It was obvious that many people knew of this person. People of Realm Tree saw that Su Yun had won a while, but did not reveal much joy. Su Yun's strength surprised them, especially that strange devil bone giant. It made them feel fear, but defeating Ziming was still far from enough, and they had to win against the experts sent out by the Cloud Heavenly Palace. This was the true victory. It was just that. The next person to be sent was definitely not a 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master, but a 5th stage cultivator. If the 3rd stage Ziming was so hard to deal with, then what about the 5th stage Long Jiang? Lord Su Yun's strength has indeed exceeded our expectations, but even if he wins this match, it will be of no use. The next battle will be truly dangerous. Yeah, I wonder how many rounds Lord Su Yun can last. How worrying. A long sigh rose. Su Yun turned a deaf ear to her, and looked at Long Jiang with rapt attention. Even though this person was only at the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, for some reason, the pressure this person gave him far surpassed those who were at the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. Su Yun. At this moment, a beautiful voice called out from behind him. Looking towards the origin of the voice, he realized that the one who spoke was Realm Master. The Realm Master first spoke indifferently to Jean Maluo. Elder Jean, the battle has not started. I have a few words to say to Su Yun. I don't think it would be against the rules. Whatever you want to say, just say it. Jean Maluo casually waved his hand. He did not take it to heart. Seeing that, the Realm Master called out to Su Yun, Su Yun, come over here for a while. Although he did not know what Realm Master was planning, Su Yun still walked over. What does Realm Master have to say? Su Yun asked. Realm Master looked at him, and her eyes flashed with a strange light. Although this person is a 5th stage Sky Spirit Master, he is completely different from the usual 5th stage people. His killing intent is very heavy, as though he has been through countless battles. You have to guard against him, you must take him on board. Realm Master said softly. Hearing that, Su Yun smiled, thank you. After going through hundreds of battles, Su Yun believed that he was also like that. Although the battles that he had experienced wouldn't be as high-leveled as this person, no matter if it was his previous life or this life, which of them wasn't a life-and-death battle? He was already used to it and would not be afraid. This battle is extremely important to our Wanhua realm. I hope you will not disappoint us and not let Hu Qianmei die in vain. With that, Realm Master took a step forward, her body almost touching Su Yun's chest as a burst of fragrance assaulted Su Yun's nose. This action attracted the attention of countless people. Seeing Realm Master's actions, everyone became curious. Hu Qianmei also looked over curiously, her pair of peach blossom eyes swept across Realm Master, as though guessing what she was going to do. Su Yun felt a little uncomfortable. Looking at the young lady who was about to stick to his body, he couldn't help but want to retreat. Even though his nose was filled with a fragrant smell, now was not the time to enjoy this smell. Then, the Realm Master looked over to Jean Maluo quietly and said, "Su Yun, raise your hand up." Su Yun did not understand, but still followed along. In the next second, Realm Master extended out her white and small hand, holding onto Su Yun's big hand. She directly placed it on her own soft chest. Su Yun was dumbstruck. Hu Qianmei was stunned. Jean Maluo frowned. Xiao Changtian and Phoenix Lady were stunned. Star Sword Sovereign and the rest were all surprised. Everyone was stunned by his actions. Realm Master, you. Rong Myuk was helpless as he raised his hand. He opened his mouth but could not say anything. However, the Realm Master did not care about the looks from the surrounding people. She closed her eyes and gently pressed onto Su Yun's big hands, as if she was trying to comprehend something. Her cheeks were flushed red and her body was trembling slightly. Su Yun felt his own palm being wrapped up by a gentle and soft cloth. He did not understand Realm Master's intention for doing this, but this was not the time to act recklessly. Seeing how much patience Realm Master had for him, Su Yun immediately pulled his hand back. However, just as he pulled out his hand, a strange green light seeped into his body. Su Yun's face changed. Realm Master slowly opened her eyes, and said in a low voice, "This battle, we must win. I have already secretly planted a Wanhua seed into your body. With this protection, your body will be extremely hard to break, and your recovery speed will be faster than normal. Su Yun, don't let me down." After saying that, she turned her crimson-red face and flew away while swaying slightly. Su Yun was startled. He looked at his palm, and felt his mind was in a mess. What is this girl doing? Phoenix Lady secretly snorted. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to that brat and want to find him as your dual cultivation partner? That's such a waste. This girl is after all a Realm Master, and her body is definitely a natural divine body. If she could become her dual cultivation partner, I wonder how much luck she would have. It's just that with this kid, it's really flowers and cow dung. Xiao Changtian lamented. But when he said that, he immediately felt as if he was in an ice cellar. His entire body was bone-chilling cold. He turned to look, and saw Phoenix Lady staring at him with a killing gaze. Seeing that, Xiao Changtian laughed bitterly. I was just saying that, I have no other thoughts. Don't think too much, Phoenix. Think about it? Didn't you have enough concubines back then? Phoenix Lady said coldly. Didn't you kill them all? Xiao Changtian shook his head. You know about it too? Phoenix Lady snorted. I don't care how good this girl is. In short, don't even think about it. If you accept a concubine, I will kill one of you, and see how capable you are. Hearing that, Xiao Changtian could not help but shake his head, and could not be bothered to say anything else. Before Realm Master returned to the people of Realm Tree, he sat down cross-legged and stopped watching the battle. Su Yun took a deep breath and flew up into the sky. Let's begin. The final battle will determine the victor. Jean Maluo said coldly, if your Wanhua realm loses this battle, please keep your promise. We'll see after we win. Rong Myuk shouted. Su Yun stopped 100 meters away from Long Jiang. He touched the center of his right palm, then looked at Long Jiang, who was standing proudly there with both his hands folded and his eyes closed, and started to think. If what Realm Master said was true, does that mean I can use all of my power without caring about anything else? Along the way, Su Yun had obtained a lot of fortuitous encounters, as well as a lot of magic treasure. His cultivation had soared all the way, snatching cultivation, consuming profound coin. In a short amount of time he had reached the Sky Spirit Master realm, just that. Although his cultivation had increased, his body had not, so in all of the battles before, Su-Yun was somewhat hesitant, and did not dare to go all out. He understood his own situation. Compared to those people who practiced steadily, his advantage was not that obvious. He was a typical profound strength. In the spirit cultivator, these kind of people were considered to be developmental deformities. However, this Wanhua seed that Realm Master is giving to me right now, it just so happened to make up for Su-Yun's abnormal development. In that case, there's no need to hold back. Su-Yun thought coldly as he pulled out the death sword with one hand and took out a rock from his chest with the other. A heavenly crystal that he hadn't seen for a long time. He stared at Long Jiang coldly, and activated both of them. The heavenly crystal was activated, and the surging force surged into his body. Although Su-Yun had already stepped into the Sky Spirit Master realm, and the heavenly crystal was no longer able to help him jump into the realms, the heavenly crystal still had so much power, and all of this power was enough for him to advance from the 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master realm to the 4th stage. Furthermore, the strength of the Death Sword was even more terrifying. Su-Yun had completely released the power of his Death Sword. Just like when he was fighting with the Spirit Demon Emperor on Tianwu continent. At this critical moment, if he couldn't defeat his opponent, the consequences would be dire. Su-Yun thought sinisterly, then activated the Death Sword and caused it to tremble violently. The surging evil strength spread out like a big fog and slowly enveloped his body. Who was opposite of him, could only feel that Su-Yun's strength was increasing rapidly, and his aura became even more terrifying. His body was being filled with the power of both Death Swords. His pale face had started to have evil marks spreading out, and his eyes had started to turn red. Strength was flowing out of his 7 orifices. His body had a strange feeling of not being able to crack. The Wanhua Seed S and the Monarch occult force in his body started to circulate. The 2 divine objects started to frantically fuse all the different types of energy in his body. If it wasn't for the 2 of them, Su-Yun would have died a long time ago. Long Jiang secretly snorted. He had already felt that Su-Yun was not simple. Without hesitating, he pulled out a sword from his waist and rushed forward. Long Jiang approached. Su-Yun immediately took out a blood-red sword from the sword sheath and threw it. It was the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. The blood sword flew out and clashed with Long Jiang, but was slashed apart by Long Jiang. Su-Yun unsheathed his sword once again. This time, the sword he pulled out was also an incomparably white sword. It was the Lotus Star Sword. With one black and one white sword in hand, he rushed forward with an imposing manner that swept through everything. When he approached Long Jiang, the sword sheath at his waist started to tremble, and following that, a torrent of sword chi surged out straight towards Long Jiang. Bang! Just like an iron dragon. These swords were all immortal mystical scarlet blood sword S. In that moment, 10,000 swords flew out in front of the gate of nature. The sword intent filled the entire world. Limitless sword arts. Seeing that, Jean Maluo shouted. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636. What? Father-in-law, is this the famous limitless sword art from back then? Xiao Qingtian's face changed, and called out in a low voice. It can't be wrong. Jean Maluo said, there are countless good people in Sword World who can control the sword, but for those who can do so, they can't control the 100 swords, and the 1,000 swords are already their peak. Furthermore, the Imperial Sword Technique is considered a low-tier sword technique in the Sword World. It cannot be considered a stage, but the Imperial Sword Technique that he used is not only powerful, but the number of swords he can control is also extremely shocking. It must be the limitless sword art. He looked at the wall. I don't know what to say. I never thought that this man was actually the descendant of the limitless sword ancestor. Xiao Qingtian's face turned ugly. When the sword dragon attacked, it immediately stopped Long Jiang's attack, causing the 2 swords in Su-Yun's hand to approach, one black and one white. The the two swords danced, causing the sword to lose sight of the image, while the sword itself became dimmer, and the people could only see the afterimage of Suyun appearing beside Long Jiang, and at the back, they could no longer catch sight of his figure. So fast! Realm Master could not help but open her eyes. Looking at the battle, she lowered her head and muttered, "Is this the true strength of Suyun? How is it different from when we were fighting Ziming? It feels like a completely different person. What's going on?" People of Realm Tree was puzzled. However, there was no doubt that everyone's heart was filled with joy. Suyun's swift and fierce attacks had more or less allowed them to see some hope. Perhaps he would be able to win this round. There might be hope. Seeing that, Xiao Changtian's face was filled with worry. Could it be that Suyun had always been hiding his methods, and now is the time for him to truly use them? Changtian, you don't have to worry. It won't be that easy for Suyun to win. Looking at her, she did not seem to be nervous at all, as if she was not worried for Long Jiang at all. Oh? Why? Xiao Changtian asked. Phoenix Lady chuckled. Just watch. Suyun's speed was extremely fast, and could be said to have exceeded Long Jiang's expectations. Long Jiang was in a completely passive state, but the white sword cloth on his body seemed to be a kind of imperial equipment. Even so, it was enough for Suyun. To activate the imperial equipment, he needed the profound qi, and the fiercer Suyun's attack, the faster Long Jiang's profound qi would be exhausted. Long Jiang waved the light sword, but it was unable to keep up with Suyun's movements. After resisting for a while, he extended his hand, and activated the sword cloth on his body with all his strength, and actually gave up on dancing. In every breath of time, there were over 1,000 sword images attacking Long Jiang's body. If this continued, Long Jiang would definitely lose. The people of Realm Tree was getting more and more happy, while the people of Sword World were getting more and more worried. The situation seemed to have become clear. It's time to end this. Just then, Long Jiang suddenly shouted out. After which, he raised his left hand as he rapidly chanted something. A golden sword imprint actually appeared on his forehead. Li Emperor's sword. Shouts and exclamations immediately came from the Sword World. Is that the divine sword that Prince of Li Emperor used? Why is it on Long Jiang? It is said that Long Jiang once saved Prince of Li Emperor's life. When he failed his tribulation and fell, he passed down this sword, which seems to be for Long Jiang. I never thought that Long Jiang would have such good fortune. Rumor has it that this sword is a real divine sword. It contains the power of the Holy God and is able to destroy the heaven and earth. If Long Jiang were to use this sword, wouldn't the outcome of the battle be decided? No wonder the elders wanted Long Jiang to battle. With this sword, there is no suspense for this battle. Senior brother Long Jiang has been toying with Suyun? Suyun is able to hold on. I guess he has some ability, but if you say that he is able to win against Master Long Jiang who possesses Li Emperor's sword, I do not believe it. As the scattered voices came out, the people of Realm Tree looked worried after hearing it. Divine sword? That must be an incredible treasure. The golden sword imprint rapidly spun out from his forehead and quickly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a golden red short sword. This sword had no edge. The sword was several inches thick, seemingly unable to injure anyone. However, the bold and powerful force exuding from the sword caused fear in the hearts of the onlookers. Long Jiang grabbed onto the sword hilt, staring at Suyun's crazy attacks. He suddenly waved his hand. Don Long! The sword suddenly exploded as a ring of red gold energy shot out in all directions. The air trembled, as though it was about to be shattered by the power, and it was difficult for Suyun to resist. Her entire body was struck away, and she was pushed back more than 100 meters. What a strong explosive force! Suyun, who was holding onto both swords tightly, frowned. He stared at the Long Jiang in the distance. He looked down at his chest, only to see that it was charred, his robe burnt, his skin exposed. And the temperature wasn't low either. Ever since I obtained this Li Emperor sword, I have participated in 79 life and death battles with it. Long Jiang threw away the sword from before, held onto Li Emperor with one hand and said indifferently, "Up till now, I have not lost a single match." How confident was he? "Perhaps you will fail today," Su Yan said. He rushed forward again like an eagle. "The ignorant are truly fearless." Long Jiang shook his head and said, and then waved his sword again. Dong dong dong. It was as if the sword had detonated the void. Wherever the sword went, there was a series of explosions. Each explosion was extremely terrifying and had a wide range. No one dared to approach it. However, Su Yan was like a wild horse that had just escaped from its restraints. He was unable to pull it back at all. He held the Lotus Star Sword in one hand, staring at the incoming chain of explosions, pointing the tip of the sword forward, activating profound strength, hoping to form it. Hua! A dazzling white light appeared at the tip of the sword. The white light fluctuated, and in a moment it formed a gigantic lotus seal. With the support of the Lotus Star Sword, it swept towards the explosion. Disperse! Su Yan bellowed. The lotus seed actually absorbed all of the roiling destructive aura, causing all the explosions to immediately disappear and return to a calm state. Lotus Star Sword Art! Shouts of surprise came from the direction of the realm tree. What? Long Jiang frowned. He was surprised. He never thought that there would still be a technique that could block Li Emperor's sword attack. Do you think this is the end? Let's see the true might of Li Emperor's sword. Long Jiang's expression became serious. He roared and held onto Li Emperor's sword. His lips moved once again, urging the profound technique. He looked at the sword body of Li Emperor's sword that had a serrated pattern on it. It extended along the sword blade's edge and filled it up. Then, Long Jiang fiercely waved at Su Yan, who was rushing over. Clang 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 clang. A red light exploded out from the sword, approaching Su Yan, and immediately spread out, forming a huge square barrier, enveloping Su Yan inside. The Lotus Star Sword Art that Su Yan used had the effect of breaking the chain explosion. When Long Jiang changed moves, the Lotus imprint was already useless, as it struck the edge of the strange red light screen barrier and immediately dissipated. Seeing that, Su Yan held his death sword and slashed at the barrier. Crack! The blade of the sword had a small hole in it. Su Yan immediately waved his sword again, wanting to cut it apart. But at this time, Long Jiang made his move again. He formed a hand seal and the hand seal appeared. A strange profound strength shot out like a bullet into the red light screen barrier, and in that moment, the destructive aura inside the red light screen barrier surged like a tide, increasing greatly. Sensing that there was something wrong, Su Yan's face changed, and he immediately stopped his attack on the red light screen. At this time, the destructive aura had already reached its peak, just like boiling water, and it began to boil. Void break! Long Jiang bellowed. Dong! 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 Countless explosions sounded out from within the red light screen barrier. The destructive force wreaked havoc on it, filling up the interior completely. Su Yan's body was instantly engulfed by the destructive force and sank into the endless explosion. The people of Realm Tree opened their eyes wide as he nervously looked at the red light screen barrier. On the Sword World's side, however, he was overjoyed. Such a terrifying move, the existence of an ordinary third grade of Sky Spirit Master, would definitely mean that there would not even be a corpse left. This time, Su Yan was definitely going to die. Big brother. Seeing that, Hu Qianmei's heart felt as if it was being ripped apart. Her peach blossom eyes became red, and she could not help but rush forward. But as soon as she stood up, she was stopped by a soft little hand. Hu Qianmei turned her slightly red eyes and saw that it was Realm Master. Don't worry, Su Yan is fine. Realm Master said softly. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei bit her lips, and looked at the battlefield which was gradually crumbling and trembling in the sky. The anxiousness in her eyes still did not decrease. However, she would still believe in the words of the Realm Master, since her cultivation was extremely high. The explosion gradually subsided, and the trembling space also calmed down. As the destructive aura gradually dissipated, the crowd focused their attention on the person who was engulfed by the explosion, only to see him slowly appear before their eyes. When they clearly saw who it was, everyone was stunned. Su Yun. He was safe and sound. What? Long Zhang frowned, a look of surprise appearing on his face. At that moment, a black and a white sword floated around Su Yun, while both of his hands were holding onto a small flag. He was activating the flag with all of his strength, and there was a faint layer of chi cover around his body. Imperial equipment. Long Jiang immediately understood. Su Yun used the Imperial equipment to defend against his attack. It was just that, Long Jiang understood that this technique, Void Break, was a sword strength that activated the Li Emperor sword. Its power was astonishing, and even normal Imperial equipment would be smashed into pieces. An extremely high grade? Could it be Imperial equipment below the 10th rank? A trace of greed swept past Long Zhang's eyes. This kind of Imperial equipment, even in Sword World, was a treasure that everyone drooled over. Looks like I have to kill you today. Long Zhang's expression became more and more serious. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637. Attacking with 1,000 swords and guarding against Imperial equipment, even if one's body was damaged, it would still be able to recover at an extremely fast speed. The current Su Yun could be said to have reached an unprecedented peak of strength, surpassing countless of times the ordinary 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master. If he did not have the Wanhua seed from Realm Master as a backing, Su Yun would not dare to activate the Heavenly Crystal and release the full strength of the Death Sword at the same time. Now that he had completely suppressed Long Zhang, the root of his problem lay here. Whether it was the consecutive explosions or the Void Break, none of them had any effect on Su Yun. Long Zhang understood that simply relying on the release of the god power from the sword would not be enough to kill Su Yun. If he wanted to defeat him, he had to be efficient, go close to his blade, and either smash his chi meridian or decapitate him. Both of Long Zhang's feet pushed himself up into the air, and at the same time, he jumped high into the air. Almost at the same time, Su Yun kept his Imperial equipment and used both hands to grab onto the surrounding Death Sword S and Lotus Star. Long Zhang raised Li Emperor's sword and it fell down, the thick sword blade falling like a meteor, the divine power dispersing the sword chi. Su Yun did not dare to defend against the sword head-on, but took the opportunity to spin his swords to form a big circle. Following Li Emperor's sword, he closed in and swung the sword. In terms of speed, Long Jian was not Su Yun's match. In terms of agility, Long Jian was not Su Yun's match in terms of agility, and in terms of momentum, Long Jian was still not Su Yun's match. In terms of concept, in terms of experience, Long Jian could easily compete with Su Yun. The black and white swords were close to Long Zhang's neck. After getting close to it, Long Zhang's chi suddenly became heavy, the Li Emperor in his hand twisted slightly, the sword turning, completely ignoring the inertia and striking towards Su Yun's swords. What was even more surprising was when he turned Li Emperor's sword to the side, the hand that was holding onto the sword's hilt suddenly relaxed, and directly grabbed towards the sword's body, directly cutting straight towards Li Emperor's sword, locking the incoming black and white swords. In an instant, the sound of stones breaking through space could be heard. Waves of light flashed through the sky. The two of them held their swords in a stalemate, the edges of their swords trembling as a terrifying explosion arose in the empty space around them. Su Yun and Long Zhang used all their strength at the same time. With 3 slanted swords, they flew towards the ground like meteors, and coincidentally landed on a big tree below. The large tree instantly transformed into dust. After landing, Long Jiang took the initiative to launch an attack. The densely Emperor swung his sword straight at Su Yun. If the blade managed to touch even a little bit of Su Yun was afraid that he would follow in the footsteps of the big tree and become a fine powder. But Su Yun was now even faster. He was no longer weak like when he was fighting with Ziming previously. The current him was extremely ferocious, as though he had thrown everything to the back of his mind, and only wanted to kill Long Jiang as his final goal, his fighting spirit flooding out from his heart like a river. Su Yun's attacks were like a rainbow. He slashed out with his sword, as though Long Jiang was dodging the tip of the blade. He continued to retreat while at the same time. Although Long Jiang had gone through hundreds of battles, he had never fought with such a desperate opponent. After exchanging a few blows with his sword, Long Jiang's arm had been inflicted with 7 to 8 sword marks, causing blood to spill out. If this carried on, he would definitely lose. He had to suppress Su Yun in terms of aura, so that Long Jiang would have a chance of winning. He obviously understood this point. When he retreated to 100 steps away, he let out a sigh and stopped moving. If he retreated, he would be defeated. Just that, Long Jiang still did not counterattack. He was still defending, but now his defense was different. Previously, he was trying to defend as if his life was on the line, but now he was trying to defend as hard as he could, but his movements were different. His defense was thorough. There were no signs of him changing from defensive to attacking. All his movements and profound chi were all just for defense. Just like a person who was carefully drawing, moving, and quieting down, incomparably serious and meticulous. But the more it was like this, the stronger Long Jiang's concept and aura became. He was like a mountain, towering and unmoving. No matter how strong he was, he could still withstand the pressure and breakthrough. The people of Sword World highly revered the way of the sword. The sword was the ruler of all weapons. The battles of the Sword World used offense and momentum to determine the victor. The fiercer one was, the higher the chance of victory. However, Long Jiang ran in the opposite direction. He discovered that defense and defense were extremely good options in this kind of fight, and could often become the key to turning a loss into a victory. He had initially suffered a crushing defeat, and after his cultivation had been pushed back, he had gained enlightenment upon thinking about it. Although his cultivation had regressed, Long Jiang's mental state had improved. This kind of mental state that was as unmoving as a mountain was able to place him in an invincible position. As long as he didn't lose, why should he worry about winning? Long Jiang waved his sword horizontally, fiercely slashing towards the incoming death sword. The Emperor erupted with sword god power, and the two swords released profound chi ripples on the spot. Su Yun was forced a few steps back, opening up wide. However, Long Jiang did not take the opportunity to attack, and once again positioned himself in a defensive posture. He almost never coveted a chance to chase after her. Su Yun was also aware of Long Jiang's strategy, but, although Long Jiang was always defending, there were times that he would not be able to defend against it. Su Yun's hand trembled, and the Lotus Star Sword attacked. The lotus imprint on the sword flashed. "I'm trapped!" Su Yun bellowed. The Lotus Star Sword's body released a halo of light, transforming into a rope that wrapped around Long Jiang, tightly binding his forelimbs and body. Even so, Long Jiang was not completely restricted. He had only slowed down a bit. His defense was not reduced at all. The entire body of profound strength was used to support his body and the Emperor's sword. Even when the death sword cut into his body, it would only leave behind a shallow mark. The two of them exchanged blows. One attacked like a rainbow, while the other was as steady as a mountain. The sky was filled with sword images and sword chi-s. Everyone watching was amazed and dazzled. No matter who won or lost this battle, the names of the two would spread throughout the Wanhua realm and the Sword World. Seems like Lord Su Yun already has the advantage. Rongmuk looked at the battle. His eyes that were filled with worry finally revealed a look of relief. Now it seems that Long Jiang has no way of fighting back. If this goes on, the gap will become bigger and bigger, and we can win. That's right, maybe our Wanhua realm can be saved this time. Yang Lang said happily. Luckily we have Su Yun's help this time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. That's right, that's right. The people of Realm Tree discussed in a low voice. However, the Realm Master was worried, and shook her head. You are wrong, Su Yun does not have an advantage. On the contrary, he is at a disadvantage, and I believe he has seen for himself. Inferior? Rongmuk's smile froze. But Long Jiang did not even fight back. That's just a facade. The Realm Master said indifferently, Long Jiang's defense is actually an attack. The more powerful Su Yun's attack is, the more active his defense is, and anyone who is good at fighting knows, the more difficult it is to attack than defense, because at the same time, you have to avoid any flaws, and you can't let the other party catch on to your flaws to counterattack. However, the defenders are different. As long as they succeed in defending, they won't have any worries in the future. What's the trend? Rong Muk and the rest were all startled. The trend of defeat. Realm Master said, while Long Jiang was defending, he was also researching Su Yun's sword moves, and look at his eyes, he did not notice Su Yun, nor did he understand Su Yun's weak points. From the beginning to the end, he was staring at Su Yun's sword. Although from the outside, he seemed to be defending with all his might, but Su Yun knows, while defending, Long Jiang had already understood all of his sword moves, so as long as he understood the opponent's plan, defending would be easier. So, the Su Yun you are currently seeing is constantly changing sword moves, and hopes to destroy Long Jiang's defense before you run out of tricks. Hearing Realm Master's words, the hearts of Rong Muk and the others who had just relaxed tightened. Who would have thought that the suppression on the surface was not like what they were seeing? In reality, they were already in the middle of a life or death situation. Sure enough. Clang! Just as the two of them were fighting, an ear-piercing bell sound rang out. A pitch-black sword flew up into the air, spiraling a few rounds in the air before stabbing into the side of Gate of Nature. It was Su Yun's death sword. The surface of the death sword was covered with a strange god power. This god power was like a barrier, isolating Su Yun from it. Even when using the limitless sword art, he was unable to control the death sword. A flash of astonishment swept past Su Yun's eyes. The corner of Long Jiang's mouth rose, and lightly said, "It's over." With that, he waved his sword, causing the Emperor's sword to suddenly grow in size, becoming 100 meters long and 10 meters wide, as it smashed towards Su Yun. Such a large sword was already unavoidable, and in a moment of desperation, Su Yun once again raised his Lotus Star Sword to block it. Defend! A loud shout rang out. The big sword collided with the Lotus Star Sword's body. However, the moment the two swords clashed, Su Yun felt that he could no longer feel the Lotus Star Sword in his hands. The Lotus Star Sword was also wrapped by the bizarrely Emperor's god power, immediately flying out of his hand. When he saw it, he immediately rushed to pull it out, but the sword was nearly 1,000,000 jin in weight, and he could no longer lift it even a little, as if the sword no longer belonged to him. What was going on? Su Yun was secretly shocked. This is the power of the Emperor's sword. Seeing that it was difficult for Su Yun to pull out the sword again, Long Jiang said indifferently, "It can easily seal a magic treasure, causing the magic treasure to lose its effectiveness temporarily, and cannot be used by the owner." Think about it, if a spirit cultivator who doesn't even have a weapon, and doesn't even have a magic treasure, how can they fight? How could he be my match? With that said, Long Jiang raised the gigantic Emperor's sword and slashed at Su Yun's head. Su Yun's expression tensed, he gave up on his Lotus Star Sword and dodged to the side to avoid the Emperor's sword, his fingers forming a seal and waving about. Boom! The immortal mystical Scarlet Blood Sword rushed out with several thousand subordinate sword and went straight for Long Jiang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638. The sword dragon struck over, causing the Emperor's sword to clank. Seeing that, Long Jiang gave up attacking Su Yun and turned from attacking to defending, with one hand pressing down on the gigantic body of the Emperor's sword, the other hand quickly using a technique, channeling all the profound strength in his body into the Emperor's sword, causing its divine power to grow even larger. When the terrifying sword dragon collided with the Emperor's sword, it was as if all the swords in the sword dragon had lost their energy, and directly dropped to the ground. A series of crisp sounds rang out. The sword dragon struck the Emperor's sword body, and immediately fell, transforming into thousands of subordinate sword, scattering to the ground, and no longer made any movements. Limitless sword art? That's it, isn't it? Su-Yun, let's see how many more swords you still have, and how many swords you have, I will cripple you. Long Jiang said indifferently. Seeing that, Su-Yun secretly clenched his fists. Li Emperor's sword fell to the ground. As expected of the divine sword, with such a powerful attribute, it was enough to destroy tens of thousands of techniques. Without the sword, as a swordsman, what kind of blow would that be? The current fighting strength would descend in a straight line. Seeing that Su-Yun did not take out his sword from the sword sheath, Long Jiang smiled and did not defend anymore, holding the Emperor's sword and rushing forward. This time, victory and defeat could be decided. Put! Just as Long Jiang moved, suddenly, his abdomen felt a sharp pain, and a drop of blood splashed out. Long Jiang's body trembled, and immediately fell to the ground. He immediately crawled up, but the pain on his abdomen caused his face to distort. Lowering his head to look, he discovered that there was a transparent hole in his abdomen without him knowing, where the sword qis were still rippling. What was going on? Long Jiang was shocked. Whiz! The sound of breaking air appeared again, and a chill went up his spine. Long Jiang immediately turned around, only to see that in the air, there seemed to be a ripple of energy. It was an invisible sword. Long Jiang, who was always on guard, immediately determined it. Although it was only his first time fighting with Su-Yun, the number of swords was controlling was truly shocking, and every sword also had a different effect. The black sword that was filled with evil qi, and the white sword that was able to give birth to a strange lotus, and so on. If there was another sword that was able to become invisible, it would not be surprising at all. To them, sword and life were the same, equal to the sky. If there was no sword, then there was no sky. If there was no sword, then there was no life. And if in battle, they took the opponent's weapon, then in this battle, they had already unknowingly obtained victory. The god power of Li Emperor's sword, after all, could be explained with one sentence: in case of an attack. This sword could be said to be a divine sword that combined both offense and defense. With this sword, even if one could not defeat it, it would be hard to defeat. Feeling the killing intent once again, Long Jiang subconsciously blocked Li Emperor's sword. The gigantic Li Emperor's sword was like a vast barrier, completely separating the two sides. Long Jiang was hidden behind Li Emperor's sword, and was completely safe. Seeing that, Su-Yun raised his finger, and activated Sword Art sign, controlling the Desolator sword to avoid Li Emperor's sword, and kill Long Jiang behind him. But, just as the Desolator sword was about to dodge Li Emperor's attack, Li Emperor's sword body suddenly doubled in strength. The entire sword was like an open wall, huge and sturdy. Clang! After a crisp sound rang out, a grayish-white sword appeared out of thin air. It was the Desolator sword. Long Jiang glanced at the Desolator sword, and a cold smile appeared on his face. It is indeed an invisible sword. I never expected you to have such a sword. You used such a despicable method to defeat me? Your thoughts are too naive. Long Jiang released both of his hands, and the gigantic Li Emperor's sword started to slowly float up from the ground, floating behind him, like an extremely sturdy shield, becoming his support. Su-Yun turned, his expression extremely solemn. Lotus Star Sword S, Death Sword S, Desolator Sword S and a bunch of subordinate Sword S had all been struck by the divine power of Li Emperor's sword, so they were temporarily not useful to him, and even if he sent more swords over, it would be to no avail. In this way, the divine sword in his hands would be taken away by his opponent. Su-Yun's face gradually became serious. The expressions of the two groups of people also changed. People of Realm Tree was stunned. They never thought that the Li Emperor's sword in Long Jiang's hand would have such a terrifying might. Forget about the other powers of Li Emperor, just the fact that it severed the link between a soldier and a leader was enough to make it fall into the ranks of the divine sword, because with it, your opponent would forever be unarmed. Su-Yun stood at his original position, and did not launch any more attacks. Seeing that Su-Yun was no longer attacking him, a trace of killing intent flashed past Long Jiang's eyes. The enemy's edge had disappeared, and he didn't dare to attack again. Logically speaking, this was the best opportunity to attack. However, Long Jiang was different from the previous Zi Tao. Zining's generation. In the end, he did not dare to be careless against Su Yun. Even if he had a huge advantage, he would definitely not be the slightest bit sloppy. Although his opponent would not use the sword anymore, he still had a method that was even more terrifying than the sword. Boom! The sky suddenly darkened and a streak of lightning descended from the sky, landing right behind Su Yun. A ball of black smoke covered the entire gate of nature. When the devil chi dissipated, a loud roar resonated through the clouds. Two huge blood-red eyes that were the size of tombs appeared from within the devil chi, following that was a terrifyingly gigantic pale white body. The devil bone giant appeared again. Hee, you finally summoned the puppet equipment. Long John's mouth formed a cold smile, and then profound chi flashed, enveloping the gigantic Li Emperor's sword behind him. Li Emperor's sword immediately flew into the sky. With the power of a ferocious torrent of beasts, it slashed towards Devil Bone Giant. But Su Yun, do you think that I can only cut you off? To Li Emperor, this magical equipment can also cut through. Wait for me to cripple your puppet equipment. I won't let you do anything. Long Jiang roared. Li Emperor's sword force became berserk. Unstoppable. But Su Yun was not afraid. He secretly made hand techniques and gave the Devil Bone Giant the order. In that moment, Devil Bone Giant moved. It raised its proud head and stared at Li Emperor, who was rushing towards it. Suddenly, it opened its terrifying jaws, roared, and waved its terrifying gigantic arms, grabbing towards Li Emperor. Bada! The gigantic hand directly grabbed onto Li Emperor's heavy sword body. Just at the moment when Devil Bone Giant's hand made contact with Li Emperor's sword body, the god power on Li Emperor's sword split into 100+ lines. Like a viper, they wrapped around Devil Bone Giant's body. This was shockingly cutting off the connection between the Devil Bone Giant and Su Yun. Long John's mouth twitched, a look of bizarre pride swept past his eyes as he stared at the giant. The god power wound up and down, covering Devil Bone Giant's entire body in the blink of an eye, wrapping him up like a dumpling. Based on what he saw previously, Devil Bone Giant should be completely out of energy by now, and could no longer contend against Li Emperor's sword. However, a shocking scene appeared. Devil Bone Giant did not stop there. On the contrary, it actually flipped Li Emperor's sword over, and used its hand to grab the sword hilt. An enormous sword and an enormous person. It was like an ancient war god, standing between the heaven and earth. What? Long Jiang was startled. Useless? He gritted his teeth as he activated more and more profound chi to activate Li Emperor's sword. The god power inside the sword once again surged out, crazily filling Devil Bone Giant's body. Devil Bone Giant's body stiffened for a moment, but at the same time, there was a change. From within his body, a dense chi also surged out, but it was not divine power, but devil chi. These devil chi were like vicious beasts that had broken free from their shackles, flying out of their bodies and directly attacking Li Emperor's body. The devil chi was extremely ruthless. Upon coming into contact with the god power of Li Emperor, it transformed into many terrifying mouths, fiercely ripping towards the god power. A scene that made everyone's heart tremble appeared in everyone's line of sight. All the divine power were like pieces of white paper, bits and pieces of cloth were completely torn apart by the devil chi. Devour. Long John's body trembled uncontrollably, his face suddenly turned pale white. The divine power on the giant's body was like mulberry leaves that were slowly being devoured by the silkworm. It shrunk until it disappeared. Put. Long Jiang suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Emperor was a divine sword. To be able to control such a sword, one had to rely on their own life force to lead the way, and now that the spirit force of Li Emperor's sword had been corroded, it was as though his life force was being corroded. In that short period of time, Long Jiang's life was as if struck, and his body also suffered heavy losses. Regardless of whether it was the Death Sword or the Lotus Star Sword, they were all controlled by Su Yun. Su Yun's strength was extraordinary, but compared to the divine power inside Li Emperor's sword, the difference was small. That was why the Emperor's divine power had temporarily sealed the connection between the two. But Devil Bone Giant was different. Everyone had a wrong understanding of it. He thought that it was Su Yun's puppet equipment, but it wasn't. It was not a puppet equipment. In actuality, it was the 7 heroic souls Changgu and Enmo had left behind. It was not owned by Su Yun, but had completely submitted to him. Every single one of them had the power within them from Changgu and Enmo. How is this possible? Long Jiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at Su Yun and the giant. He panted and roared, "This puppet equipment can actually ignore the god power of the Emperor's sword? That's impossible." Not to mention Long Jiang, even Xiao Changtian, Phoenix Lady, Star Sword Sovereign, Qin Wanrong and the others had faces full of astonishment. Even the usually calm Jin Maluo had revealed an expression of shock that was difficult to hide. Su Yun stared at Long Jiang, his entire body releasing the extremely sinister devil chi. The power of Li Emperor's sword? And that was only from Prince of Li Emperor. Compared to the two masters Changgu, a mere Prince of Li Emperor was not even worth mentioning. His eyes were red like a demon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639. Changgu? Enmo? Long Jiang was stunned. Changgu? Enmo? Was this magic tool created by these two peerless great devils? Jin Maluo's face became more and more surprised, his eyes looking straight at Devil Bone Giant, and at the end, his expression was almost as though it was replaced with shock. The legendary great devils that fought against the immortal gods? How is this possible? It is said that these two great demons had long perished. How could Su Yun, a mere ant, obtain the inheritance? Xiao Changtian called out. The true devil sect has lost both of these great devils, so he has more than enough strength to protect himself. However, he cannot compete with the immortal world. To be able to contend against Prince of Li Emperor's godly strength, it can be seen that this puppet equipment was definitely of a high rank. I was afraid that what Su Yun said was all true. I never thought that Su Yun would actually have such a treasure in his hands. Jin Maluo's face sank. He pondered for a moment, then said to Xiao Changtian and Phoenix Lady, "You must think of a way to investigate this person called Su Yun, and investigate his birth background. The scene and the rest, you have to understand, this man has such a treasure, and he also has a relationship with the limitless sword ancestor. I am afraid his origins are not simple. I do not want to cause a disaster to the all-empty sect, do you understand? Father-in-law, don't worry. Changtian will immediately send people to investigate." Xiao Changtian cupped his fists and said, "Yes." Jin Maluo nodded. "Father, even if this Su Yun's background is not simple, so what? Are we really going to give up on avenging Huailin and let this matter go just like that?" Phoenix Lady said somewhat resentfully. "How can I not avenge my grandson? However, we have to be prepared for everything, so acting rashly will only make us lose out. After we understand Su Yun thoroughly, we can also think of a good strategy for the future, no?" Jin Maluo said indifferently. Hearing that, Phoenix Lady nodded her head slightly, and did not say another word. On the other hand, Xiao Changtian started to worry. "Father-in-law, if the puppet item is really as Su Yun described, and was created by the two great devils, then the puppet item's strength is probably not ordinary. I am afraid that Long Jiang will not win that easily." "That, father-in-law," Long Tian thought, "what if? I mean, if it's like this, please don't be angry. If Long Jiang lost to Su Yun, then what should I do? How dare you?" Just as Xiao Changtian finished speaking, Jin Maluo's face immediately darkened. "What do you mean? Are you saying that the strength of my cloud heavenly palace is inferior to that of a devil realm?" Hearing that, Xiao Changtian's face turned white, and immediately cupped his fists. "Son-in-law definitely does not have that intention. It's just a bunch of nonsense, a bunch of nonsense. Father-in-law, please do not take this to heart. Nonsense? Humph. I'll just treat it as nonsense, don't say such things in the future. Jean Maluo snorted, and continued, my Cloud Heavenly Palace's strength cannot be compared to anyone. Long Jiang's cultivation is merely at the 5th stage, and this Su Yun's cultivation is merely at the 3rd stage. In terms of cultivation, he is not his opponent, and with the guidance of the Cloud Heavenly Palace, all of his mystical sword techniques are top-notch. In terms of techniques, Su Yun is not his opponent, and with the rewards from the Heavenly Palace, his body and imperial equipment, he holds onto the Emperor's sword. This Su Yun's sword is already crippled, and is only a Devil Realm artifact struggling to hold it. How can Long Jiang lose to Su Yun? If Long Jiang loses, what face would my Cloud Heavenly Palace have left? How can my Cloud Heavenly Palace still be established in the future? Therefore, Long Jiang will definitely not lose, and even more so, will not lose. Jean Maluo spoke very seriously. In fact, he knew very well that if Su Yun won this battle, then Cloud Heavenly Palace would lose all his face, and lose all of his power and influence in Sword World, and he would be despised by the others, and his position in Sword World would be affected too, and the consequences would be severe. The Cloud Heavenly Palace was different from the Wanhua realm. The experiences of the people here were far inferior to that of the people of Sword World, so even if they lost, it was understandable. However, the people of Sword World were different. If they were defeated, life would be better off than death. Previously, Zi Tao was no match for Liu Xian, but in order to live, he used his own origin power to cripple Liu Xian. Although he had done well, he couldn't live, and for the sake of his Cloud Heavenly Palace's reputation, Zi Tao was still unable to escape death. This was the cruel rule of the Sword World. In a duel, the victor had the right to live, and the loser had to die. Pudong! 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 The surging devil chi tore apart the sword god's power and completely shattered it. The divine power of the Li Emperor's sword had completely dissipated, and the gigantic Li Emperor's sword was actually tightly grasped by the giant, causing it to be agitated. It wanted to struggle free from the giant's grasp, but right now, the vast and ferocious devil chi was all gathered in the giant's hands, with the intent to suppress it. Not good. Long Jiang's face changed. He immediately changed hand techniques and recalled back his Li Emperor's sword. Li Emperor's huge sword body trembled frantically, as though it was struggling, but the giant's hands were like pincers, tightly grabbing onto Li Emperor's sword hilt. In terms of strength, the god power inside Li Emperor's sword was not a match for the devil strength in Devil Bone Giant's body. Now that you and I have lost our swords, isn't that fair? Su Yun stared at Long Jiang with his blood-red eyes, and said coldly. Long Jiang's face changed slightly. Roar! At this moment, a roar erupted. Long Jiang anxiously looked towards the giant, only to see that the giant seemed to be giving its all. He roared, and used both hands to grab onto the Emperor's sword, directly slashing towards him. The power of the giant yellow sword was like an immortal bringing down the wrath of the heavens. The aura of the apocalypse was truly terrifying. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene unfold. He would use his opponent's sword to slash at him. This kind of thing, perhaps only Su Yun could do it? Li Emperor was not like the Death Sword, who were wrapped up by the strange chi, and lost contact with Long Jiang. Therefore, when the Devil Bone Giant swung it at Long Jiang, it did not reveal much of its power, but, even if it was swung with brute force, it would still be extremely fierce. How could Long Jiang dare to face him head-on? He hurriedly dodged. However, the moment he moved, a gust of violent storm that was filled with mysterious power abruptly rose up. Long Jiang looked around in shock, only to see that in the distance, Su Yun had closed his eyes. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and with the other hand behind his back, he seemed to be activating some kind of profound technique. The spirit chi around his body was released, the profound chi was oppressive, and outside the profound chi were layers of terrifying sword chi. Sword chi? Where did it come from? Long Jiang's heart jumped. He felt that the situation was not good. The flowers, plants, and trees all over Su Yun's body started to grow crazily for some reason. The flowers on the gate of nature bloomed in unison. The grass on the ground grew stronger, and the surrounding Wanhua realm creatures all knelt down involuntarily, with Su Yun at the center. They raised their heads and whistled. For a moment, all the beasts roared in unison. The momentum was like the heavens themselves, a rare sight to behold. What's going on? The people of Wanhua realm were in an uproar. What a strong spiritual force! Romeo cried out involuntarily, his gaze staring straight at the Su Yun in the distance. This person is covered with devil chi, but in this devil chi, there was actually a large amount of spiritual force mixed within. These spirits are raining down on us everywhere. What was going on? What happened to this person? Romeo anxiously looked towards Realm Master, hoping to clear his doubts. But Realm Master didn't say a word, her watery eyes quietly looking at Su Yun. Brother, did you learn another move? Hu Qianmei stared at the mystical scene, her mouth agape in shock. At this moment, using the words everything has been revived to describe the scene that the crowd had just seen was the most suitable. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hu Qianmei looked over, and felt that the grass around Su Yun became even more lively, even the stones on the ground became more lively than before. These spirit beasts living in the Wanhua realm all had their own intelligence, and knew that the people of the sword world were not good people. Many of the spirit beasts did not dare come close to them due to their fear, but at this moment, for some reason, the spirit beast began to slowly move closer, to speak more precisely. It should be approaching Su Yun. When they approached Su Yun, the strange sword chi around Su Yun's body became even more powerful, like a pile of firewood thrown at a flame. Long Jiang understood, if he did not use his full strength now, he would definitely be defeated. He couldn't be stingy anymore. Long Jiang growled, he suddenly extended his hand out and slapped his chest fiercely. Clang! The sound of something exploding resounded throughout the world, only to see the Li Emperor's sword in the giant's hand suddenly rushing out, spinning in the sky, then spinning a few rounds in the sky, transforming into its original size, directly falling to the ground without moving. The chi on the surface of Li Emperor's sword was completely gone. It was actually similar to the swords on the ground. It was extremely quiet. Upon seeing this sight, the crowd burst into an uproar. So vicious, so decisive. Romeo could not help but ask in surprise. What? Hu Qianmei immediately asked, what's going on? Don't you know? Romeo stared at the sword and said, Li Emperor's sword is a divine sword, its body contains divine power, and I do not know if it is forging for Prince of Li Emperor, but in short, it is different from normal swords. As a result, it requires the user to control and integrate the origin of the sword, allowing the user to control it as one, allowing the user to control the sword at will, and just like a moment ago, Long Jiang attacked his own origin, causing Li Emperor's sword to be heavily injured. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei was surprised. Although this move is ruthless, it is still better than being held by that giant. Rong Muk said. Hu Qianmei nodded her head, but she quickly thought of something and asked, Prime Minister Rong, according to what you said, wouldn't that mean when Long Jiang dies, Li Emperor's sword will also be destroyed? That won't happen, but Li Emperor's sword will be sealed for a period of time. For that period of time, it will be like a rotten stone, completely useless. It will wash away the previous owner's chi and turn into a masterless sword. I never thought that the divine sword would actually have such intelligence. If only I could have it. Hu Qianmei lamented. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640. Su Yun had lost his Death Sword S and a series of other Divine Sword S, while Long Jiang had also lost the support of Li Emperor's sword. Under the current situation, he had to completely rely on other methods to fight. Long Jiang would naturally not wait for Su Yun to finish casting the Profound Technique before attacking. This was true for Profound Technique, as the longer he played it, the more powerful the Profound Technique would be. Long Jiang then took out a thin and long silver needle from the space bag at his waist, and shot it towards the bottom of Su Yun's feet. The moment the dirt disappeared, the ground beneath Su Yun's feet started to crack, and with the speed of lightning, he was unable to cover his ears as a large hole appeared. Inside the hole, there were many slender and sharp steel needles, each of them at least a few meters long, glowing with profound chi. They were extremely sharp. When the cave appeared, Su Yun's body immediately dropped down. But right at this moment, Devil Bone Giant's big hands reached over and stopped Su Yun's legs in time. Whoosh! 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 A change once again occurred in the cave. 100 over sharp needles shot out like arrows and pierced towards Su Yun. The giant immediately pulled Su Yun, moving him towards his chest, at the same time extending his other hand, completely covering Su Yun, protecting him completely. The sharp needles shot out immediately, but when they hit the back of Devil Bone Giant's hand, not even a mark could be seen, much less to pierce through it, and injure Su Yun. What? Seeing that the treasure could not do anything to Su Yun, Long John's face changed. This puppet equipment was truly an incredible treasure. It could attack and defend, it was simply a bodyguard. Normally, puppet equipment required their master to wholeheartedly control them from the side, and the operation of puppet equipment required their master's unceasing supply of profound chi. If it was interrupted, the puppet equipment would stop moving, but from the looks of it, this thing seemed to be way beyond the scope of puppet equipment and was not easy to deal with. Long Jiang was in a difficult position. He thought this battle would be extremely easy, but Su Yun's strength was beyond his imagination. It was extremely tricky. Long Jiang! At this moment, a shout came from the side. Long John's body trembled. Looking towards the voice, the one who spoke was Jean Maluo. Jean Maluo slightly nodded, as if he was hinting at something. Seeing that, Long John's expression became solemn. Elder, can I use it? Long Jiang said in a low voice, his voice filled with heaviness. That is something bestowed to you by the mistress, you can use it. Moreover, this is for the honor of the sect. What is there to feel pity? Is that thing not as glorious as the glory of the sect? Jean Maluo said indifferently. Little brother Ziming is white. Long John's expression became serious. With a tremble of his body, he pushed back with his feet and retreated a few hundred meters, pulling apart the distance between him and the incoming Devil Bone Giant. Then, he took out a shiny fluorite from the space bag and threw it into the air. The fluorite spun in the air and quickly grew bigger. In the end, it turned into a humongous mountain. Seeing the mountain floating in the sky, everyone let out exclamations of surprise. The mountain was extremely large, and people were like ants. They could not be compared to it, and its aura was unparalleled. The mountain was dark green in color, and at the bottom of the mountain, there were golden lines and a ray seal. Su Yun, you are lucky. Both of Long Zhang's hands formed a seal, and he stared at Su Yun. This object is a gift from the mistress. I have carried out an extremely dangerous mission once, and the difficulty of the mission was extremely high, and it is almost impossible to complete it. But not only did I complete it, I also protected the sect's reputation, preventing Cloud Heavenly Palace from losing anything, and I have also paid a huge price to use it, from the 10th stage of the Sky Spirit Master to the 5th stage. Today, so the mistress bestowed this stone to me, and she instructed me to use it to forge a divine weapon. I have never been able to use it, but today, for the sake of killing you, I have to endure the pain. With that, Long Jiang continued to accumulate techniques. The profound chi in his body became like a galaxy, frantically rushing towards the big mountain. The bottom of the mountain slowly tore apart, a gigantic pitch-black hole appeared, and an extremely huge transparent green hand appeared from the gigantic hole, directly grabbing towards Su Yun. Roar! The giant roared in anger. It let Su Yun go down to the ground and then took a big step forward and rushed towards the big hand that was reaching down from the gigantic mountain. The appearance of the giant hand seemed to pose a great challenge to it. The giant's devilish nature had been completely hooked. Although the giant was controlled by Su Yun and was controlled by his profound chi, it was still moving, but it had its own intelligence, and that spirituality came from the demon, but it was not activated by itself, but by Su Yun. The devil chi was a very mystical chi, different from the profound chi, but it had a special attribute different from it. It was assimilation, and this assimilation was the demonification that the spirit cultivator talked about, but many people did not know that demonification was not only limited to humans, even some things would be demonized, especially magic treasures. These types of magic treasure were usually called magic tools, and most of them were prohibited. The gigantic giant rushed over with heavy steps, its 2 large feet trembling the ground to the point that it was trembling crazily. As it got close to the gigantic hand, the giant directly extended his hands and grabbed towards the gigantic hand. Dawn. When the bone hand and the chi hand collided, it was like a planet colliding with each other. A muffled explosion resounded, the earth suddenly sank, several times the ground cracked apart, and a wave of power swept out in all directions. The giant and the giant hand began to compete. The giant's huge body slightly bent, both of his legs fiercely stomped on the ground, causing 2 huge indentations on the ground to appear. He was trying his best to push the giant hand up, as though he was trying to force the hand back into the hole. However, the strength of the giant hand was astonishing. It did not retreat at all, and continued to remain in a stalemate with the giant. The giant had held back the magic treasure for a while, so it was naturally to buy time for Su Yun, who was not slow in the slightest, completely disregarding the current scene, and continued to instigate his profound technique. The strange sword-intense storm in the surroundings became stronger and stronger, the spirit energy floating in the air started to dissipate, and turned into sword chi-s. Su Yun, do you think this will end it? Long Jiang stared at Su Yun ferociously, he gritted his teeth and spoke softly, then continued to urge his profound strength. Whiz! From the gigantic cave, an even larger hand suddenly sprang out, and with lightning speed, it rushed towards Su Yun. Bada! Su Yun was grabbed by the big hand at the same time. Big brother! Seeing that, Hu Qianmei released a heart-wrenching scream. She directly rushed forward, and actually wanted to go up and save Su Yun. But just as she moved, she was stopped instantly by the Realm Master. Don't act recklessly. If you act recklessly, it will be a public disturbance of the duel. According to the rules of the sword world, we will become the target of public criticism, and the people of the sword world can righteously use their martial arts on us, and my Wanhua realm will fall into an irreparable trap. Realm Master shouted. Scram, you smelly woman, my brother only came out to fight because of you Wanhua realm. Now that he is in such danger, you actually refuse to save him even in death. Wanhua realm people are truly ungrateful. Hu Qianmei did not bother with Realm Master anymore, she immediately cursed, and pushed her away, about to rush forward. But how could she be a match for the Realm Master? The Realm Master moved her finger slightly, and an emerald green light screen completely wrapped around her. Hu Qianmei continuously struck at the light screen, but was unable to break it, as though she was locked in a cage. Damned woman, you bitch! Let me out! Hu Qianmei was so anxious that tears flowed out of her eyes. Seeing the giant hand pulling Su Yun into the cave, she felt like her whole body was going to collapse. However, Realm Master turned a blind eye. She understood that if she allowed Hu Qianmei to leave, it would be a waste of her life. As she stared at the huge mountain that was floating in the air, ripples couldn't help but form in her heart. Her little white hands were already full of sweat. Su Yun was immediately grabbed by the gigantic hand into the mountain and calmed down. At the same time, the devil bone giant who was fighting against the gigantic hand lost all power, and instantly stopped what he was doing. His entire gigantic body was instantly pushed to the ground by the gigantic hand, smashing into the ground. Peace was restored to the scene. People only saw Long Jiang, and that strange mountain. Seeing that, Hu Qianmei fell to the ground, his tears flowing like a dam bursting. A hint of gloom hung on the Realm Master's exquisite face. Prime Minister Rong. She whispered. What orders does Realm Master have? Rong Miuk, who was still looking at the mountain, regained his senses and anxiously cupped his fists and said. Send down the order, prepare to make a move. First, destroy the huge mountain, then directly kill Jean Maluo and the others. Realm Master said softly. His voice was light, low, but it was filled with killing intent. Hearing that, Rong-Muk was stunned for a long time, and only after a while did he regain his senses, and anxiously said, "Realm Master. That's not right. If we really had opened it with Jean Maluo. Do you really intend to cede the land?" Without waiting for Rong-Muk to finish speaking, Realm Master turned her small face and stared at him with glistening eyes. Rong-Muk opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. With Realm Master's orders, Rong-Muk did not dare disobey. He took a deep breath and could only send his orders secretly. Very quickly, the Realm Tree soldiers all received the news. However, at this moment, most of the gazes were still fixed on the floating mountain. Beneath the mountain, Long Jiang was operating the entire mountain, like a pill refiner beside a furnace, staring at the mountain while urging his qi. Although Su Yun was dragged into the mountains, Long Jiang's expression did not relax at all. From this, it could be seen that Su Yun was not dead yet. Inside this mountain is a destructive multicolored light that can destroy anything in the world. Any existence that enters the mountain will be turned into ashes, but there seems to be Su Yun's qi inside? Long Jiang tried his best to activate the profound qi, while pondering. He had used his qi to a great extent, causing the flags on the surface of the mountain to tremble violently, as profound strength started to pour out of the mountain endlessly. No one knew whether or not Su Yun, who was in the mountains, was alive, and they only knew that Su Yun had lost his momentum a long time ago. If he is absorbed by such a magical equipment, Su Yun will definitely die. Jean Maluo's serious face finally revealed a gentle smile. He turned to look at Realm Master and said indifferently, "Realm Master, I think we should talk about the matters concerning Linglong Mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 641. Why are you in such a hurry? When Jean Maluo opened his mouth to speak, the Realm Master spoke out. The victor in the battle has not been decided yet. We do not know if Su Yun is still alive or not. How can we determine that it is all your victory? Jean Maluo shook his head. You don't believe my Cloud Heavenly Palace's magic treasure? Yes, sir. The Realm Master said without a trace of politeness. Was not angry, he looked at her, and fell silent for a moment, then said indifferently, since that's the case, then let's wait a little longer, it will end soon anyway. Jean Maluo's words were rude, but looking at the current situation, it seemed like the winner was already decided. Woo! At this moment, the surrounding of the Tree of Nature once again rang out with the roars of 10,000 beasts. This sound was even more excited and loud than before, giving off an inexplicable feeling. Everyone looked around to see that the bodies of all the beasts were emitting bursts of light at the same time. Not only that, but even the plants, stones in the surrounding area were also blooming with a mysterious halo. The strange scene appeared again. This is? Xiao Changtian's face changed. This light was the same as the light that Su Yun had produced earlier. If that was the case, Su Yun is not dead yet. This is bad. Long Jiang's face changed as he supported the gigantic mountain below him. He seemed to have sensed something. And at this moment, an amazing scene that no one present could forget for the rest of their lives had appeared. As the myriad beasts' bodies began to shine with light, each beast, tree, grass, and flower had a transparent sword made of vapor phase qi floating above them. Some of the swords were as huge as mountains, while others were as small and shallow as silver needles. From all directions, countless qi swords appeared. The people were inside the qi swords, while the swords were outside the people. It was so densely packed that it covered the sky and blotted out the sun. Such a change could be called a miracle. What is this? Jean Maluo's face changed. He looked around, only to see that in the air, there was a strange qi sword floating, and there were even countless of qi swords, coming out from the flowers, trees, birds, and beasts. The spectacular scene shocked everyone. He could feel the overflowing profound strength, spirit energy, and sword force from the sword. Everyone understood. This is the profound technique? Rong-Muk exclaimed. It's Big Brother's profound technique. This must be Big Brother's profound technique. He's still alive, great. He's still alive. Hu Chenmei cried out in joy, but she forgot that if anything happened to Su Yun, even she would be affected. Qin Wenrong, Dao Xing, all three of them looked up. This sword Qi, it's so strange. Star Sword Sovereign looked around, seeing the Qi sword floating in the air, a look of blazing passion flashed past his eyes. This sword Qi is completely not as sharp and fierce as normal sword Qi S, but instead has spirit aura S as its foundation. This kind of sword Qi seems to have some similarities with my Star Sword Qi S, but although it is strange, this sword Qi is still lacking compared to my Lucky Sword Sect S. This should be the profound technique that Su Yun is using, right? This kind of move was similar to the move from the Limitless Sword Art. Remember back then when the rumors of the Limitless Sword Art, wasn't it like that? To draw a sword from wood, to sacrifice water, everything could be used in battle. Back then in Limitless Sword Ancestor, he was alone and no one dared to provoke him. Dao Xing said in his serious tone. With that said, everyone's faces became gloomy. With a single word from Dao Xing, everyone remembered the rumors regarding the Limitless Sword Ancestor. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, sounds of something tearing through the air exploded in the air. Like arrows brushing against air, the floating Qi swords all moved. One by one, they charged towards the huge mountain. Whether it was the big sword or the small sword, they were both willing to do anything. This moment was the true return of all the 10,000 swords to the sect. When the first sword touched the mountain, the swords behind it rained down like rain. If it was only one sword, then it wouldn't be able to shake the mountain, but at the moment, there were tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of Qi swords attacking at the same time. Its power was unimaginable. How could Long Jiang, who was completely focused on killing Su Yun, allocate more energy to deal with the Qi swords? The huge mountain suffered the baptism of the endless sword flows. The Qi swords' attacks could not stop, and regardless of whether it was the powerful huge Qi sword or the weak small sword, they were all unbreakable. The strong could cut off a mountain, and the weak could leave a clear sword mark. Long Jiang's face suddenly turned extremely white. He looked at the endlessly shaking and violent swords, and the gradually breaking gigantic mountain. His heart was like a flag on the mountain, trembling uncontrollably. Finally, boom! The gigantic mountain seemed to have reached its limit, as it was smashed apart by the endless Qi swords around it. The inside exploded, and shattered into pieces. Seeing that, the Realm Master immediately brandished a profound strength, enveloping the destructive force that came out from the gigantic mountain. A beam of emerald light penetrated that area and touched this destructive aura, purifying it completely. After the huge mountain shattered, Long Jiang spat out 3 liters of blood and staggered before falling to the ground. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the gigantic mountain, only to see a figure floating, and in the hand of this figure, there was a small flag tightly held. Around him was a circle of pale white Qi cover. Imperial equipment. Long Jiang immediately understood. I can. Imperial equipment that endured the attacks of the gigantic mountain's multicolored light. I'm afraid that this. The grade of the Imperial equipment. It must be within the 10th rank. Long Jiang spoke weakly, his eyes filled with endless unwillingness. How could he have thought that Su Yun actually had such a terrifying object? Su Yun released his Imperial equipment and stared coldly at the battered Long Jiang below him, the endless Qi swords revolving around his body. This? What kind of move was this? Or is it? Is this a magic treasure? Long Jiang clenched his fists tightly, staring at the Qi swords that filled the sky. He said coldly. This is the Limitless Sword Arts. The first sword of the 2 middle-tiered sword, the sword of the all spirits. Su Yun said indifferently. The sword of the all spirits? Long Jiang was startled for a moment, but very quickly, he revealed a look of enlightenment. No wonder, all spirits submitting to you, it is because of this sword technique. You're wrong. Su Yun shook his head. All spirits is not submitting to me, but making friends with me. With a light wave of his hand, a slender sword circled around him like a light bird. These swords are all my good friends, not my subordinates, nor do they belong to me. The reason they've appeared here today is all for me to fight. Not my life," he said quietly. Su Yun's previous technique was actually just to communicate with the all-spirits. The existence of these chi swords did not consume much of his own profound strength. After all, he still had to deal with the attacks from the inside of the mountain. Hearing that, Long Jiang was stunned. After a long while, he finally revealed a bitter smile. "With the assistance of the all-spirits, my good friend is the sword. I've never heard of such a sword move, but this world is so big, yet there are so many sword techniques in this world that I have never heard of before. I just did not expect that I would be knocked over by such a sword technique today. It's not an injustice, but I do not accept it." He once again stood up, one hand holding onto profound chi, his gaze cold as he said, "Su Yun, don't be too proud, I have not lost." After that, he urged his profound technique, wanting to fight Su Yun with his last strike. It was just that at this time, Su Yun no longer had the slightest intention to show mercy. Earlier, Lu Xian was careless for a moment, and thus suffered heavy injuries. If they did not take advantage of this victory to kill Long Jiang, then the outcome would definitely be difficult to determine. Long Jiang's hands moved quickly, summoning the profound chi to his chest. He took a deep breath in and out, activating an unknown technique, but in Su Yun's eyes, all of this was a struggle to the death. He opened his bloodshot eyes and stared straight at Long Jiang, and finally rushed forward without caring about anything else. Just at the moment when Su Yunchong was about to stab, the chi swords hovering in the air also started to move. They were like brave warriors who followed the general into battle, following him down the river like falling into the Milky Way, ruthlessly charging towards Long Jiang. Many people would never be able to forget such a magnificent and wonderful scene in their lives. Setting Sun Sword Strike. Long Jiang roared. He waved both his hands in the air, and a gigantic chi sword appeared in his hands, thrusting straight at Su Yun. This was actually the energy sword that Long Jiang's origin energy had turned into, and it was also his last attack. But, facing this sword, Su Yun was not afraid. At that moment, if Long Jiang was not dead, then Su Yun was dead, and there was no third possibility. The gigantic sword, facing the arrival of millions of divine sword, appeared extremely small. The first sword struck the chi sword, but was quickly repelled, striking straight at Long Jiang. Long Jiang's body twitched, and his chest was pierced by the chi sword. Blood gushed out. The sword chi wreaked havoc. Then the second one. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The 10,000 swords that fell to the ground were like countless daggers falling to the ground. The bullet hit the ground. The entire gate of nature shook frantically, the sounds of explosions never ending. Dust filled the sky, and the turbulent profound chi filled the entire sky. The destructive force was so strong that the surrounding people were trembling in fear. Even Jean Maluo, who was standing right beside him, had a pale face, staring at the scene in front of him, wide-eyed and stunned. The two parties did not speak. Some had dull faces, while others had eyeballs that seemed as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. The ground was still trembling, the sound of the explosion threatening to shatter the eardrums of those who were watching the apocalypse. Just what kind of terrifying sword technique was this? Even the people from Sword World, who focused on swords, were shocked. This kind of sword technique, if placed in the Sword World, could be considered a pinnacle existence. This was a scene that was like the apocalypse. It took a whole incense stick of time before the explosion stopped. After the smoke dissipated, the scene before them had completely shocked everyone from both sides. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642. Abyss. A huge abyss. It was like the mouth of a demon, the bloody maw of a ferocious beast, appearing in everyone's line of sight. That was the place where Su Yun and Long Jiang could fight. The empty ground had long since disappeared. A bottomless abyss had informed the crowd of the results of the battle. Su-Yun floated in the air, the myriad of chi swords were still revolving around him, but as for Long Jiang, he had long since disappeared without a trace. There was no sign of him at all. The people from the sword world were stunned. What kind of terrifying attack was this? Not only were there no bones, even the soul could no longer be seen. What was going on? Is that the limitless sword art? Starsword Sovereign's face was petrified as he stared at the abyss, looking at the people floating above. He spoke out. With this kind of destructive power, even the existence of the Sky Spirit Master cannot display it. Is Su-Yun really only a third grade of Sky Spirit Master cultivator? Dao Xing's face turned gloomy, his voice also became heavy. This sword intent, this kind of sword chi, how could it be possible for there to be a third grade of Sky Spirit Master? This Su-Yun is amazing. I'm afraid that even if I were to face this attack, I would not be able to withstand it. Xin Wanrong stared at Su-Yun and a tinge of regret appeared on his face, and what is even more amazing is that Su-Yun's profound chi still has more to go. The more powerful the profound technique was, the more energy it would consume. According to the norm, Su-Yun should have been exhausted, but he still safe and sound. This person is not simple. Exclamations and exclamations rang unceasingly. However, Xiao Changtian and Xiao Changtian's face were extremely ugly. The two of them had gloomy expressions. The shock in their eyes had long been replaced with anger. The chi swords revolving around Su-Yun gradually disappeared, and the countless beasts all retreated. The light on their bodies slowly faded, the flowers and trees returned to tranquility, the mystical sword chi and spirit chi in the air slowly dissipated, everything returned to normal. Su-Yun waved his hands, placing the flying sword on the ground back into the sword sheath. Then, he took a light step forward and entered the Realm Tree's camp. Just as he landed, Hu Qianmei, who was at the side with her red eyes, directly jumped into Su-Yun's embrace. She hugged Su-Yun's waist tightly. She used too much strength and even used her profound strength, as if she was afraid that she would lose the sky as soon as she let go. Su-Yun felt an unbearable sensation on his waist, and the place on his chest where her little head was hiding started to get wet and heat up. He could see Hu Qianmei's little head moving slightly, as if she was crying. It looked like Hu Qianmei was truly frightened this time. "You're crying?" Su-Yun could not help but ask while laughing. She rarely saw Hu Qianmei cry. "No, I'm laughing." Hu Qianmei's head was still buried in the ground. She muttered out loud, but her voice was trembling. "Then look up and let me see. I'll just watch." Hu Qianmei released her strength and secretly pinched Su-Yun's waist, then raised her head, only to see that there were no tears on her face. Her eyes were not red, but there were traces of profound strength floating on her face. She could tell that Hu Qianmei had used the profound strength to evaporate her tears. "I won't cry, you idiot. What does it have to do with me that you are courting death? I will only be happy if you die." Hu Qianmei snorted, but she did not say those words. Upon saying those words, Hu Qianmei felt like her face was burning. She had lied countless of times in her life, but the lie today, she swore that it was the worst lie she had ever told her entire life. Su-Yun laughed even more, but did not reply, as this made Hu Qianmei feel even more embarrassed. "Su-Yun, are you all right?" Just then, Realm Master led Rong Nyuk and the others and walked over. At this moment, the eyes that people of Realm Tree was looking at Su-Yun with were filled with shock and admiration. No one had thought that Su-Yun would be so brave. Not only did he kill Ziming, he had also defeated Long Jiang, won 2 rounds consecutively for Wanhua Realm, and saved Wanhua Realm from danger. The people who had scoffed at Su-Yun previously no longer dared to speak anymore. Instead, it was the people in the crowd who slowly started to cheer and cheer. "Realm Master!" Su-Yun laughed, and cupped his fists and said. Realm Master nodded slightly, and said softly, "Thank you for coming forward this time. If not for you, our Wanhua Realm would never have won this duel." "Many thanks." Realm Master spoke very seriously. Her sweet and gentle voice was pleasing to the eyes. "You don't have to thank me." Su-Yun laughed blandly. "You all are not willing to give Qianmei to all empty sect, which is already a great favor to me." Furthermore, the other party has come not only to take Wanhua realm, but also to take Qianmei's life. How can I just sit by idly and do nothing? But no matter what, you saved our Wanhua realm. Realm Master said softly. Hearing that, Su Yun laughed, and did not refute anymore. Realm Master, you are right. If not for Su Yun, I'm afraid we would have already lost. Rong Nyuk laughed and said. Realm Master nodded, and then looked at Su Yun from head to toe, and asked, You don't seem to be injured? Of course it's because of your Wanhua seed. Su Yun laughed. This seed is truly mystical. When I was sucked into the big mountain by Long Jiang, my body was struck by the multicolored light and more than half of it was destroyed, but this type of seed was able to automatically release its power to resist the terrifying multicolored light, allowing me to survive. If I did not have this kind of son, Su Yun would have already died. With that, Su Yun took out the seed and gave it to Realm Master. Without this child, Su Yun would definitely not dare to arrogantly unleash the power of the Death Sword, as well as the power of the Heavenly Crystal. With the help of all the energy, his profound chi became an endless stream. Even with the help of the Devil Bone Giant, he was able to unleash the first sword of the, and with the All-Spirit Sword, he was able to unleash the Imperial equipment to protect his body. One must know, whether it was to use the All-Spirits' sword, or to use the Imperial equipment to resist the multicolored light in the strange mountain, they all required a large amount of profound chi. If it was the usual Su Yun, he would probably have used up all his profound chi and died. Realm Master looked at the Wanhua seed, but did not accept it, and only said softly, Su Yun, you do not have to hand it over to me, this magic treasure. I'll give it to you as a thank you gift for helping us through this calamity. Su Yun was startled. She wanted to reject him, but after thinking about how he needed treasures like the Wanhua seed the most, after hesitating for a while, she decided not to bother, and nodded to accept it. In that case, many thanks, Realm Master. Su Yun cupped his fists and said. Everyone was talking and laughing happily. When Su Yun brought them hope in their moment of despair, it could be said that at this time, all the people of Realm Tree already saw Su Yun as their benefactor. As for Xiao Changtian's side, all of their faces were cold. How could this be? How could Su Yun win? How could Long Jiang lose? Impossible. This is impossible. Phoenix Lady's face was pale white. She shouted at Xiao Changtian, how can this be? How could we lose? It was impossible for Su Yun to win against Long Jiang. It's impossible for him to win. Phoenix, even though I don't want to believe it, at this moment, this is the truth. Xiao Changtian clenched his fists and said softly. His expression was extremely ugly, and at the moment, his heart was filled with anger, but he also had no other choice. I don't care. Xiao Changtian had just finished speaking when Phoenix Lady shouted angrily, her eyes red, filled with killing intent. She said, I do not care about the outcome of this battle. I do not care who wins or loses. I do not care about that. I only care about my son. As long as I avenge my son, whoever kills my son, I will take his life. Phoenix Lady clenched her teeth and roared. At this moment she seemed to ignore everything else, even if it was the rules of the Wanhua realm, she did not care. Seeing that, Xiao Changtian frowned, and said softly, Phoenix, do not be anxious, let us see how father-in-law will handle this. Then, just as Xiao Changtian finished speaking, Jean Maluo who was in front of him spoke out. Jean Maluo snorted again and again, with killing intent filling his voice. He shouted, Wanhua realm people sure have guts. How dare you violate the rules of Sword World and interfere with the duel, use such improper means to win the duel, despicable, truly despicable. As soon as these words were spoken, the boiling crowd immediately quietened down. The Realm Tree's eyes were all looking at Jean Maluo in shock. Elder Jean, what do you mean by that? Realm Master looked at Jean Maluo quietly with her watery eyes as she said indifferently. What do you mean? Jean Maluo said coldly, Realm Master, I'll have to ask you. Ask me? The Realm Master frowned slightly. Let me ask you this, previously when Su Yun was fighting with Long Jiang, did you use profound technique on the center of the battlefield? Jean Maluo asked. With that said, Rong Muk immediately shouted, Long Zhang's magic treasure has been destroyed, the spirit chi inside is like a blade-in sword, blowing towards all directions. If Realm Master does not use a technique to purify the chi, not to mention us being injured, even the living beings near Gate of Nature will have difficulty escaping. It is reasonable. Furthermore, the method of the Realm Master, if it does not affect the fight, how can it be considered to be a violation of the rules of the duel? How can this be considered as not violating the rules? Jean Malua snorted, My Sword World's rules of engagement are as such. During the battle, both sides will fight till the very last moment, until one side dies or the other side surrenders, and then it will end with no one interfering. Realm Master, I don't know if your spell really cleansed that aura. Or was it helping Su Yun in secret? No matter what, no one will know about it. After all, no one will believe a mere third grade of Sky Spirit Master cultivator killing a battle-hardened expert of the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, right? With that said, the entire people of Realm Tree became agitated and angry. Are you intending to refuse to acknowledge your loss? Rong Muk said angrily. How can you say you lost and didn't acknowledge your loss? Our Cloud Heavenly Palace simply did not lose. It was just you guys who used despicable means to win this last round. From this, it can be seen that this round can't be considered as done. Jean Maluo said indifferently. Shameless. Yang Lang and the rest scolded him. But so what? However, Jean Maluo grabbed hold of something that was not his weakness and forcibly denied about this duel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643. Realm Master stared at Jean Maluo quietly, not saying a word. The people of Realm Tree could no longer hold it in, all of their faces were flushed red. With an extremely furious look, Jean Maluo's words were like sparks, igniting their anger. At this point, what do you want to do? Do you want to start a war with us? Rong Muk endured his anger and questioned Jean Maluo. Start a war? For the time being, we don't need it. What I mean is, both of us will send our contestants to fight again for the last round. Jean Maluo shook his head and said indifferently. What? A new duel? Rong Muk was startled. No, we finally won. How can it not count? Are all Cloud Heavenly Palace people this despicable? That's right. Moreover, what if we win again and you don't admit to it? What should we do then? Since you all are this shameless, how could we possibly compete against you? It would be a waste of time if we were to continue competing. It would be too much of a waste of time to talk to these rascals. Yan Lang and the others cursed and scoffed at Jean Maluo's actions. But Cloud Heavenly Palace and All Empty Sect were not to be outdone. The disciples all started to shout. Hey, I say, are the people from Wanhua Realm scared? If you do not dare to, just admit defeat obediently and fulfill your promise. To avoid sending more people to their deaths. Using such a despicable method to win against senior brother Long Jiang, you all still have the face to be complacent. When did the people of Wanhua Realm become so shameless? The all-empty sect disciples were the happiest ones. Their voices were ear-piercing and were unpleasant to the ears, making one angry to the point of appearing 10 meters away. Since you Cloud Heavenly Palace people want to fight. Just as the crowd was abuzz with excitement, a clear and melodious female voice suddenly rang out. It was the Realm Master. 10,000 pairs of eyes focused on her. She slowly spoke out, her bright eyes gently looking at Jean Maluo. She said, All right then, for the last round, we Wanhua Realm can begin again, but for the last round, why don't I do it myself? Table of Contents. Jean Maluo's expression changed drastically, and she was unable to say a word. Although the majority of Wanhua Realmers were not good at fighting, but this little girl in front of him was not someone that was easy to mess with. I finally understand. I promised you that this boring duel would be the wrong decision. Realm Master spoke again, her eyes gradually turning cold as she stared at Jean Maluo and the rest, and slowly said, "Actually, even if our Wanhua realm won the battle, it would be of no use. Regardless of winning or losing, the result would be the same. You won't stop here, and you won't give up just like that. Because in your hearts, you are not afraid of us at all. So, you dare to be lawless here, right?" Hearing that, Jean Maluo's face changed. "Realm Master, what is the meaning of this? Don't you understand?" Realm Master suddenly raised her fair and long arm, and said indifferently, "We Wanhua realm refuse to continue our boring battles, and have decided to use force to end this matter. Now, let me give you one last warning. If you still refuse to leave, then I will destroy all of you at all costs, leaving nothing alive." Although these words were said softly, as though a woman and her lover were conversing, within these words, concealed a dense killing intent, manifested the determination of Realm Master. The people from Sword World were caught unprepared. Looking back at the people of Realm Tree, everyone was already determined and furious. If they were to fight now, the Realm Trees would be enraged, and would most likely vent the anger in their hearts towards the people of Sword World that were not as strong as they were in life and death. Jean Maluo kept his surprise in check and his expression sank. "Realm Master, are you serious? Do you think I should be joking now?" The Realm Master said indifferently. "So you refuse to continue the duel? And no longer responsible for the death of my grandson Xiao Huailin?" Jean Maluo asked again. "We are sincere about solving this problem, but you are not sincere about coming here to solve it. Instead, you are here to create trouble. You and I are at odds, so no matter how much you say or how you do, it will be useless." Realm Master said indifferently. She then waved her hand, and instantly, all the Realm Tree soldiers around the Gate of Nature stared at the people. All of their faces had an unprecedented seriousness, as though a great battle was about to happen. Seeing the attitude of the Wanhua realm people, the Sword World people did not expect it. But Jean Maluo did not dare delay any further, and immediately waved his hand. In that moment, the Cloud Heavenly Palace took a fighting stance. Seeing that, Xiao Changtian immediately gave the orders, and ordered the disciples of the All-Empty sect to prepare to fight, while Starsword Sovereign, Dao Xing, Qin Wenrong and the rest all responded. All the disciples from the sects formed a formation, took out their weapons and prepared to fight. The atmosphere was heavy, making it hard for people to breathe. Jean Maluo stared coldly at Realm Master, but Realm Master looked back calmly. For all of this, she was not the least bit flustered. "Realm Master, I have to remind you, once this battle is fought, you will provoke the entire Cloud Heavenly Palace. Maybe the Cloud Heavenly Palace is not a match for you, the entire Sword World, but what about the rest of the Sword World? Can you deal with them?" Jean Maluo said coldly. "Then, if we don't fight now, how long do we have to wait? When you Sword World people invade the Wanhua realm, and when you slowly erode the entire Wanhua realm, will I regroup and fight against you guys?" The Realm Master said indifferently. "Please do not misunderstand, I am only here to seek justice from my grandson. From beginning to end, I have never planned to do anything to Wanhua realm." Jean Maluo said. "Then why did you cut the land? Don't you need some compensation?" "No compensation." Jean Maluo shook his head and said coldly, "Realm Master, you have not been in power for too long and are still young. You do not understand the situation of the myriad heavens world, which is why you are acting so impulsively. If you want to fight, then go ahead. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? In short, it is impossible to cede the land to others. Didn't you want to seek justice from us? Come then, let's see who has the bigger fist." Without waiting for Realm Master to speak, the distant gigantic tree lord could not help but spurt out. His rich voice directly burst out. His loud and clear voice caused everyone in Sword World to feel dizzy and dazzled. Although Jean Maluo's attitude was firm, but most of the people present could see that Jean Maluo did not wish to fight with Realm Master. After all, the current people could not even fight with Realm Master. If he knew that Realm Master was prepared, he would not bring just these few people. Seeing that the situation was getting more tense, Suyin frowned. He thought for a moment, then walked over to Realm Master and said, "Realm Master, the other party is here for us. I want us to leave the Wanhua realm as soon as possible, only then will we be able to resolve the crisis there." Hearing that, Realm Master shook her head. "Killing Hu Chenmei is only an excuse. Their real goal is still the Wanhua realm, but the two of you are still useless staying here. It is better that you guys are not from Wanhua realm, so quickly go. I will have Yang Lang bring you guys to Linglong Mountain. You guys leave from Dark Place. Return to Ultimate Martial World. The Ultimate Martial World is filled with strong people. Even the Sword World do not dare to do anything. Go right away." Hearing that, Suyin nodded his head. Without hesitating, he pulled Hu Chenmei and left. The current situation was not something he could control, although the Realm Master treated him well, but he had already asked for favors in the previous duel, so Suyin did not need to risk his life to fight in the battle that was about to begin. Furthermore, he was not in a good condition. "Yang Lang. Realm Master, your subordinate is here. Quickly bring Su Yun into the Linglong Mountain, bring them into the spatial crack that leads to the Ultimate Martial World, and let them leave. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Yang Lang nodded, and said to Su Yun and Hu Chenmei, "Please follow me." Finished speaking, he leapt up and flew towards the back. Seeing that, Su Yun and Hu Chenmei immediately followed and flew out. But, just as the two were about to leave, a shout came from the Sword World. "Fox Demon, do you want to escape? Don't even think about leaving." With that said, he saw a golden light approaching him. The biting cold killing intent was like a cold wind that blew towards Su Yun and, turning his head to the side, he saw Jean Maluo rushing over indiscriminately. Seeing that, Su Yun anxiously pulled out his death sword to block, while Jean Maluo's strange metal staff also attacked. Jean Maluo was blocked, but he was sent flying by the terrifying force produced by the explosion of the steel staff, and directly smashed into the ground. When he stood up, he spat out a few mouthfuls of fresh blood. "Big brother." Seeing that, Hu Chenmei was extremely anxious. She anxiously rushed over and helped Su Yun up, and immediately activated her chi and channeled it into his body. "I'm fine." Su Yun coughed a few times, pushed away Hu Chenmei's small hands, and pulled Death Sword S to stand up. Jean Maluo was blocked by Su Yun and was immediately attacked by the Realm Master. The two of them transformed into two beams of light, and after a few breaths of time, they separated into two. Realm Master was dressed in green, her eyes filled with killing intent, and her small face was covered in frost. She did not hesitate anymore, nor did she dawdle any further. The moment Jean Maluo made his move, she had already made her decision. "Everyone attack. Kill all the people from Sword World, leave no one alive." Realm Master's clear voice came out, causing an uproar in the entire Realm Tree army. The huge army on the ground flew up into the air, like a green tide. They surged towards the people of Sword World. Kill! The Sword World did not want to be outdone, so with a roar, he rushed forward. The two sides of the convoy erupted with countless beautiful and dazzling profound techniques: red flames, blue water, black baleful chi, green poisonous gas, gray meteorites, and more. Countless profound techniques filled the entire space, causing the scene to become extremely chaotic. In that moment, all the flowers and trees around Gate of Nature turned into ashes, the sky became dark, as though it was the end of the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644. The people of the Wanhua realm were clearly outnumbered. With the outbreak of the battle, both sides had fought for less than an incense stick worth of time, and the people of the Sword World could no longer hold on, showing their weakness. Roar! A furious roar rang out again. The Tree Lord led countless of Wanhua realm beings and pounced over. The Tree Lord's huge body that was not much weaker than the Devil Bone Giant gave off a huge pressure. When it got near, the light was almost gone. Its dense branches extended endlessly, forming many sharp thorns that shot towards the Sword World. The long and terrifying tree branches were like a tiger climbing a mountain, densely packed and covering the sky. Seeing that, Star Sword Sovereign and Dao Xing rushed at Tree Lord together. The two of them used gorgeous sword techniques, planning to force him to retreat. Qin Wen Rong and Rong Muk fought to the death. All sorts of disorderly spells dazzled people's eyes. The orderly gate of nature was thrown into chaos because of the separation between Su Yun and Hu Qianmei. Leave quickly, Jean Maluo must have seen that the two of you are preparing to leave, that's why he took action. If the two of you stay here, I am afraid your lives will be in danger. Yang Lang rushed towards Su Yun and Hu Qianmei. Hearing that, Su Yun nodded, and immediately pulled Hu Qianmei away. However, just as the three of them flew up into the sky, another two figures charged over. The killing intent surged in his face. It was Xiao Changtian and Phoenix Lady. Su Yun, Fox Demon. After you murdered my son, you still want to run away? Give me your life. Phoenix Lady's expression became twisted, her face turned sinister as she roared at Su Yun, and as she spoke, she had already rushed forward. Seeing that, Yang Lang took out a tree branch like magic treasure and welcomed Phoenix Lady. Yang Lang's cultivation was high, and he was entangled with Phoenix Lady. But the other Xiao Changtian was not simple. He stared coldly at Su Yun, and snorted to himself. The huge sword on his back flew up into the air, and after swaying in the air, he was caught. Although you have obtained the inheritance of the limitless sword ancestor, and have mastered the limitless sword art, but that cannot change anything. Su Yun, today, I will fight with you, to let me experience the strength of the legendary limitless sword arts. Xiao Changtian said solemnly. With that, the heavy and huge sword slashed towards Su Yun's head. The sword was very heavy, but he was holding it with one hand. When the sword fell, it was like the peak of a mountain suddenly breaking, falling straight down from the sky. That kind of heavy feeling spread to Su Yun through the air. It made it hard for him to breathe, as if the flow of the profound qi in his body was being controlled. Seeing that, Su Yun secretly gritted his teeth, raised his death sword and rushed forward. Clang! The pitch-black death sword and Xiao Changtian's huge sword clashed, but it was still not easy to obtain. Xiao Changtian's body only swayed slightly, while Su Yun trembled intensely, and retreated back several steps after landing, almost falling to the ground. Seeing that, Hu Qianmei anxiously supported Su Yun. The current Su Yun was in a very poor state. Previously, he had fought fiercely in the Linglong Mountain, and then frantically rushed, fighting against two experts from Cloud Heavenly Palace in a row. The consumption of profound qi was not small, if not for the support of the Wanhua seed, who would be able to block Xiao Changtian's sword strike. Su Yun understood that if he continued to tangle with Xiao Changtian, the consequences would be unimaginable. Right now, he could only run away and not fight back. Immediately, he pulled Hu Qianmei further and further back. At the same time, his arms moved slightly, controlling the profound qi, causing a bolt of lightning to descend from the dusky sky, smashing in front of Xiao Changtian. Boom! The gigantic and imposing devil bone giant appeared once again. The giant stood in front of Xiao Changtian, staring at the ant-like fella in front of him. He immediately waved his fist and smashed down. Su Yun and Hu Qianmei seized the opportunity to escape. Xiao Changtian dodged the giant's punch. Looking at the rapidly fleeing Su Yun, he snorted coldly again and again. Run? Humph, forcing Wanhua Realm to cede his land is one thing, but today, I must have you pay for my son's death. Xiao Changtian growled, his voice explosive. He moved, and his figure suddenly disappeared into the air. When he appeared again, Su Yun saw a gigantic sword that was as big as a mountain, cutting down towards him. He hastily jumped back as the large sword fiercely hacked down on the ground, directly shattering the already scarred ground into pieces. Su Yun's face turned cold. He stared at the big sword, quickly thought, then spoke to Hu Qianmei. Qianmei, I will hold Xiao Changtian back, take the chance and run. Me run? How is that possible? The corner of Hu Qianmei's mouth curved slightly, revealing a trace of a strange smile. For me to abandon you and leave, I will not do this sort of thing again. How did you become so stupid? Su Yun shook his head. The other party is after you. If you leave, wouldn't I be safe? Brother, even if I leave, do you think this Xiao Changtian will let you go? If I believed you, I would be a fool. You. Alright, Alright, big brother, since you insist, then I'll promise you. Hu Qianmei suddenly laughed. Suyun was startled, but at the moment, she could not accept Hu Qianmei's strange attitude, but since she had agreed, then that would be for the best. He nodded his head and said solemnly, since that's the case, you should be extra careful. There are least people in the southwest. If you leave from there, I will cover for you. Once we get to the Linglong Mountain, you can pay someone to bring you to the ultimate martial world, and we'll meet up there. Suyun said as he controlled the devil bone giant to rush towards the gigantic sword. He wanted to take out the profound coin card from the space bag and give it to Hu Qianmei, but just as he let go of Hu Qianmei's small hand and was about to take the card out, Hu Qianmei's tender lips curved up slightly as she charged towards the big sword like a whirlwind. Suyun was stunned. Brother, do I look like an idiot? If I really escape, Xiaochang Tian will definitely take you down, and ask you for my whereabouts, and let me leave alone? Heh, that's absolutely impossible. If you want to leave, then let's leave together. As soon as his voice fell, golden light erupted and a majestic golden dragon flew out, coiling itself around that greatsword. The golden dragon was extremely fierce, pouncing straight towards the sword blade, but how sharp was the large sword? As the golden dragon approached, the sword blade started to quickly spin, layers of terrifying sword chias cut out all over, and just as the golden dragon was about to approach, it was struck by the astonishing sword chias, causing the entire gigantic dragon body to become dim. Hu Qianmei's delicate body retreated a few steps, her face was pale white, her throat felt sweet, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that, Suyun's eyes reddened, his expression anxious, he immediately urged Devil Bone Giant to rush forward, and fought with the big sword. Xiaochang Tian was no longer there, only the strange big sword was flying around, as though he had become one with the big sword. Devil Bone Giant rushed towards the heavy sword, his fists fiercely hitting the sword, causing the heavy sword to hum loudly. The heavy sword that was trying to cut the golden dragon apart finally stopped moving a little, and started to retreat. Therefore, the two of them worked together, one to urge the dragon, the other to urge the Devil Bone Giant. They worked together to annihilate Xiaochang Tian. Hu Qianmei was a 5th stage Sky Spirit Master cultivator. Her cultivation was extraordinary, but at the moment she was injured, and was unable to unleash much of her strength. Although Suyun possessed a strange magic treasure, her cultivation was not considered high, and after the previous battles, they were both at the end of their strength, so even if the two of them worked together to attack Xiaochang Tian, it would still be difficult to obtain an advantage. One had to know that Xiaochang Tian was also in existence at the peak of the Sky Spirit Master. His cultivation was at least at the 9th or 10th stage, and previously, he had been waiting idly, full of energy. Sure enough, Devil Bone Giant and the Golden Dragon worked together to encircle the large sword, but only managed to force it back, and was unable to defeat it. The big sword seemed to have become impatient. It increased its rotation speed a few times, and became even bigger, becoming even more majestic than a mountain. It was comparable to the gigantic gate of nature, and after that, the big sword flew up into the sky, flying up into the sky, spiraling a few rounds before descending down, slashing straight towards them. Suyun, Fox Demon, today is the day of your sacrifice. From within the large sword, Xiaochang Tian's cold shout came. Smelly fellow, it's not certain who will die. Hu Qianmei clenched her teeth, supporting her tottering body. She looked up at the big sword falling from the sky, then suddenly shouted out, her entire body releasing a gold light, causing the golden dragon to fly straight towards the big sword. Roar! The golden dragon roared as it swung its slender body and charged forward. Its might was extraordinary, like a golden bolt of lightning. The sword and the dragon clashed, exploding in midair. Large amounts of light scattered in all directions like fireworks. The broadsword and the golden dragon, however, were in a completely different situation. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The broadsword continued downwards, unstoppable. As for the golden dragon, it was cut in half at the waist by the large sword. It suddenly transformed into numerous golden lights and entered Hu Qianmei's body. Hu Qianmei's body trembled once again, her face was as white as paper, without a single trace of blood. She staggered a few steps, then fell to the ground, her profound chi frantically collapsing. Qianmei! Su Yun shouted anxiously. He anxiously urged the devil bone giant to rush towards the big sword while he himself ran towards Hu Qianmei. Although the golden dragon could not compete with the great sword, it could still offset most of the sword's strength. When Devil Bone Giant approached the greatsword, he immediately extended his hands and grabbed the gigantic blade, doing his best to resist. The big sword's body trembled slightly, and the Devil Bone Giant's thick arms also crazily trembled, relying heavily on strength. The big sword was not Devil Bone Giant's opponent, but its profound strength was actually several times, or even dozens of times stronger than Su Yun. How could a 10th stage Sky Spirit Master Cultivator be something in existence like him could contend against? Su Yun was also clear of this point. He knew that if he did not use his full strength, today would probably be the end of the world. Immediately, he did not hesitate and activated the technique again, using all his remaining profound strength. The rune on his arm flickered, and then, a large amount of lightning bolts fell from the sky. Dawn! 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 A few loud explosions occurred. Following that, a few incomparably huge figures appeared beside Su Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645. The higher the grade of a spirit cultivator, the more earth-shattering it was, and wars between spirit cultivators would cause the world to cry even more. Wars between Realm Tree S, Cloud Heavenly Palace S, All Empty Sect S, and Ask Sword Sect S were rarely seen in all the realms, and such a big battle would usually spread to countless of Realm S, causing countless people to be shocked, and its effects were also extraordinary. In such a fight, there are all sorts of strange and bright techniques. However, Su Yun, who can summon 7 puppet equipment S with stronger chi than him, is truly astonishing. 6 giants appeared and rushed towards the big sword, assisting the struggling giant to resist the big sword. However, Su Yun took out 7 of the giants in one breath, and used up all of the profound strength in his body. He felt dizzy, and his body felt extremely weak. In such a situation, it would be difficult to combine the 7 Devil Bone Giants into one and summon them out. The only thing he could do now was to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. Su Yun clenched his teeth. He carried Hu Qianmei and soared into the sky with the profound strength. As he moved, the great sword reacted. Su Yun! Don't even think about leaving. Xiao Changtian's voice came out. The big swords wanted to shake off the 7 annoying giants, and they rushed towards Su Yunchong. But how could these giants follow his wishes? Or should I say, how can Su Yun let him get close? The 7 giants all extended their huge palms, trying their best to grab hold of the sword blade. Xiao Changtian's terrifying sword chias exploded from inside the sword blade, but these sword chias could not hurt these giants even a bit. Giants' cultivation could not be considered strong, but their strength was extremely terrifying. Especially the hardness of their bodies. It was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Even if it were Xiao Changtian, the sect master of the all-empty sect, he could not leave any traces on it. Su Yun, this bastard, he is not from the true devil realm. I wonder what kind of luck he got, to be able to obtain such a terrifying inheritance. If it was in my hands, how good would it be? If he gave it to this child, it would only be a waste. Xiao Changtian gritted his teeth and thought. He used all his strength to try and get rid of these giants, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up with Su Yun, who was trying his best to escape. Changtian, where are those 2 thieves? At this time, an anxious shout came from the side. Xiao Changtian, who was hiding inside the large sword, heard the noise, and looked towards the origin of the sound, only to see that Phoenix Lady, who was holding onto a wide golden sword, had rushed over. Yang Lang, who was battling with Phoenix Lady earlier, was lying on the ice ground. His head was bleeding profusely, and he was long dead, his soul having scattered into the air. But Phoenix Lady was too lazy to exterminate the soul. What she wanted to do the most was to behead Su Yun and imprison the 2 souls. Phoenix, chase them! The 2 thieves are escaping. Xiao Changtian roared anxiously. Phoenix Lady was startled. She anxiously turned to look, only to see that Su Yun and Hu Qianmei had flown far away, leaving behind only a small dot. Her expression turned cold as she harumphed. Why aren't these two obediently submitting to me, and are still thinking of escaping? Ridiculous. Chang Tian, you delay these items, I'll go kill them. With that, Phoenix Lady stepped forward into the sky, like a gust of wind. She followed right after Su Yun. She raised the golden blade in her hand, aimed straight at Su Yun's direction, and waved it fiercely a few times, only to see a few golden birds shooting out of the blade, flying towards Su Yun while screaming in fear. The golden spear behind him was extremely dense. It released waves of sound, causing his skin and flesh to go numb. Su Yun turned to look, his face changed slightly, and immediately dodged to the side. After the golden birds flew past, they did not immediately fly to a distant place. Instead, they turned around as if they were conscious and continued to fly towards Su Yun. Seeing that, Su Yun knew that it was impossible to hide from the golden bird. In desperation, he pulled out his death sword and threw it towards the golden bird. The sword chi collided with the flying bird and immediately detonated it. But, with just that little bit of effort, Phoenix Lady was given enough time. She rushed over in an instant, raised her golden broadsword and slashed towards Su Yun's head. A ruthless wind was blowing, the air was filled with a murderous intent. Su Yun twisted his death sword and blocked in a hurry. Dong! The two swords clashed, and the explosion resulted in Su Yun falling down like a bullet, straight down to the ground, forming a huge crater. Hu Qianmei, who was in his embrace, was also confused by the attack, and fresh blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Su Yun gasped for breath, and tried his best to stand up, but his body was swaying. Big brother, it looks like we're going to die together today. Hu Qianmei sat at the side and said with a weak smile. All these years, after experiencing so much, I have long since underestimated life and death. Su Yun silently put away the death sword and replaced it with the incomparably white lotus star sword, staring coldly at Phoenix Lady who was in midair. However, the only thing I care about is the people who have offended me. Even if I die, at the very least, I will drag them down with me. His expression became ferocious. Hu Qianmei was startled. She lightly pursed her lips and stood up as well, pulling out a red dagger from her waist. She said in a low voice, "Big brother, I will fight alongside you." N. Su Yun did not object, and only lightly nodded his head. Arrogant. Phoenix Lady naturally heard Su Yun's words. She stood haughtily in the air, looking down at the two of them, her eyes filled with uncontrollable rage. You two ignorant ants actually dare to say such arrogant words? Simply acting recklessly. Today, I will imprison your souls and torture them thoroughly. I will then personally refine it in front of my son's soul to pay tribute to his divine soul. With that said, Phoenix Lady directly slashed with her golden broadsword towards Su Yun. The current Su Yun no longer had many profound chi-s. The profound chi was completely exhausted, and the seven devil bone giant would not be able to hold on for long. At that time, Xiao Changtian would definitely make it, and even if he could barely handle Phoenix Lady, he would definitely not be able to win against Xiao Changtian, who was stronger than her. Looks like I'm going to die here today. However, even if he was going to die, he had to bring a backer with him. Su Yun clenched his teeth, his hands holding onto the lotus star sword. His mind started to churn out a crazy thought that was hard to control. Kill. Kill Phoenix Lady. His eyes turned red, he stared straight at Phoenix Lady, fiercely activating the lotus star sword art, causing the snow-white sword to release a strange glow. Following Su Yun's will, it became stronger, and became more dazzling. Sensing the change in the sword, Phoenix Lady was startled, but she did not give up. From her point of view, whatever Su Yun and Hu Qianmei did now, was just a last-ditch struggle. Undulating moon slash. Phoenix Lady's expression twisted, the profound strength erupted out, the sword slashed straight down, slashing vertically at Su Yun. The golden broadsword suddenly enlarged by dozens of times. This sword seemed to cleave the entire world into two halves with unparalleled force. Seeing that, Su Yun's face turned sinister. He was not the least bit afraid. Staring at the great sword below, the Lotus Star Sword in his hand disregarded everything and welcomed it. One white and one gold. The two swords were about to clash. The mysterious power from the Lotus Star Sword started to ripple, giving off a mysterious aura that felt like it could break through the sword and soar into the clouds. Su Yun did not know if this strike would succeed, but regardless of whether it was successful, he would definitely be crippled. This kind of method to force someone to directly die was impossible in his eyes. Even within the entire Lotus Star Sword sect, there had never been a person who was able to do it, and no one's conditions were more harsh than Su Yun's. However, other than the Lotus Star Sword, Su Yun had no other choice. At this point, they could only fight to the death. Su Yun thought. He did not dare hesitate. Ao Jian Zhan. At this critical moment, a loud shout suddenly exploded from the sky. This shout was full of energy, giving others a fresh feeling as their hearts trembled. Phoenix Lady, Su Yun and the rest could not help but tremble. Their movements paused for an instant. This stagnation was not controlled by human hands, as if it was influenced by the shout. Following the appearance of this loud shout, a huge blue sword that was a size larger than the Devil Bone Giant rushed out from the clouds, flying towards Phoenix Lady in shock. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately retracted his hand and quickly retreated with Hu Qianmei. Ha! Phoenix Lady was shocked. She immediately turned and slashed towards the blue gigantic sword. However, the moment her golden broadsword touched the blue greatsword, it exploded into pieces and turned into tiny swords that filled the sky. They flew around her like locusts and all of them were extremely sharp, doing their utmost to cut her. In just an instant, thousands to tens of thousands of sword scars appeared on Phoenix Lady's body, and her entire body became a mess of blood and flesh. The profound strength on her body instantly crumbled, as she screamed miserably amidst the sword group. Hu Qianmei was stunned. Su Yun was ecstatic. He anxiously looked up to the sky and only saw a ray of light flying over, instantly arriving in front of Su Yun. As the light faded, a white-haired limitless sword ancestor appeared in front of Su Yun. Sword ancestor! Su Yun shouted. Su Yun, I came late. Are you all right? Limitless sword ancestor looked at Su Yun and said, I am fine. Su Yun was overjoyed. Thank you, sword ancestor, for your help this time. Hey, you're my disciple. How can I not help you when you're bullied? Limitless sword ancestor said. He then turned his head and stared at Phoenix Lady who was being tormented by the group of swords. He snorted, raised his hand, and the thousands of fine and tiny swords immediately disappeared without a trace. Phoenix Lady, who was covered in blood, looked like a man made of blood, immediately collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. She was battered and exhausted, with heavy injuries. This scene shocked Su Yun and Hu Qianmei. How could the two of them not know about Phoenix Lady's power? Previously, Phoenix Lady was still in high spirits and wanted to kill the two of them. But with just the help of the Limitless Sword Ancestor's mystical technique, she was instantly crippled. How strong exactly was the Limitless Sword Ancestor? This was only his first soul. Su Yun sighed in his heart. Elder brother, who is he? Hu Qianmei held onto her chest. She quietly pulled at Su Yun's clothes with one hand, and asked with a trembling voice. How terrifying would such a peerless expert be? Hu Qianmei had traveled far and wide, and had seen many different things. This was the first time she had seen such a powerful expert, although she did not know why. Although the person in front of her did not have any hostility, just looking at him made her scalp tingle. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. She was extremely afraid. He is my sword sect, my ancestor. Su Yun comforted Hu Qianmei and said with a smile. So that's how it is. Hu Qianmei shrunk her head back. She was still extremely afraid. Su Yun, the two of you quickly sit down and recover, especially you, Su Yun, quickly remove the Lotus Star Sword Technique's mana, don't hurt your own cultivation, and leave the rest to me. Limitless Sword Ancestor turned and said seriously to Su Yun. Su Yun nodded. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged. Seeing that, the sword ancestor turned around and walked towards Phoenix Lady, who was lying on the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646. Seeing a man dressed in a swordcloth's robes walk over, Phoenix Lady coughed violently, trying her best to stand up, but the sword sheath that was constantly tearing at her skin and flesh, causing her to be in so much pain that she wished she was dead, cold sweat pouring down her body. She gasped, staring at Limitless Sword Ancestor, gritting her teeth. Who are you? Who I am is not important. What's important is that do you know who he is? He is a disciple of my sword sect. The Limitless Sword Ancestor looked expressionlessly at Phoenix Lady, and pointed at Su Yun, who was seated cross-legged. He's the one who killed my son. Phoenix Lady screamed at the top of her lungs, I want to kill him to avenge my son. Your son, Xiao Huilin, has committed many evil deeds and views human life as worthless. Heaven cannot tolerate it. It would be better to kill this kind of disaster as soon as possible, so it is a righteous deed for me to send a disciple to take the place of the heavens. How can you dare to go against the righteous path and harm him in the slightest? Limitless Sword Ancestor said coldly, furthermore, how can someone from my sword sect be casually provoked? With that, the sword ancestor extended his hand out into the air and pulled out an emerald green sword from the air. He immediately lifted up the sword and prepared to take Phoenix Lady's life. Seeing that, Phoenix Lady started to tremble, her eyes filled with fear. Limitless Sword Ancestor's move allowed her to instantly understand how powerful her opponent was. She knew that she had offended an incredible person. You can't kill me. I am the daughter of the 13th Elder of Cloud Heavenly Palace, Jean Maluo, and I am also the wife of the Lord of all Empty Sex Patriarch. If you kill me, you will only bring disaster upon yourself, and your sword sect will certainly meet with calamity. You can't kill me, you can't. Phoenix Lady shouted in a trembling voice. So what? Limitless Sword Ancestor obviously did not care about this, and coldly said, whoever dares to touch my sword sect must be killed, otherwise, won't they make the world laugh at the cowardice of my Limitless Sword sect? Limitless Sword sect? Phoenix Lady was startled for a moment, then shivered. You are also from the Limitless Sword sect? Limitless Sword sect was precisely created by me. The Sword Ancestor said coldly. You founded it? Phoenix Lady suddenly realized something. Her face was extremely pale, and her voice trembled. Then you, aren't you Limitless Sword Ancestor? It's good that you know this. The Sword Ancestor did not waste his breath. He immediately raised the jade green sword and pierced towards Phoenix Lady's forehead. Phoenix Lady suddenly erupted with power from nowhere and immediately summoned a thick golden shield, intending to block the sword. However, the sharpness of the sword exceeded Phoenix Lady's imagination. When the sword struck, the golden shield was like paper. In an instant, it pierced through Phoenix Lady's head, her body twitched twice, and fell to the ground. Sword Ancestor was extremely ruthless. With a wave of his hand, Phoenix Lady's head immediately crumbled, she died, and her soul leaked out. Su Yun, you must know, when people do not do things covertly, killing is the same as killing. I have killed countless people in my life, but unless it is absolutely necessary, I will never destroy anyone's soul, unless this person is a great threat. The heavens are kind and he has destroyed his body, making him immortal. He will never surpass you in terms of strength, so if we can't kill him, then we will not kill him, but if we can't kill his enemy, he will definitely bring an expert to destroy you in the future. With that, the Sword Ancestor directly grabbed the emerald green longsword and casually raised it. A wave of sword energy rushed up to the clouds and swept through the 9 heavens, and Phoenix Lady's soul was also completely destroyed by the terrifying sword chi. Phoenix Lady had fallen. Phoenix! A series of mournful cries rang out from the horizon. Sword Ancestor turned his head, only to see Xiao Chang Tian with his red eyes rushing over. Bastard, did you kill my wife? Looking at Phoenix Lady's broken head, Xiao Chang Tian gritted his teeth as he glared at Limitless Sword Ancestor and said, That's right. Limitless Sword Ancestor nodded without hesitation. Then I will kill you to avenge her. Without saying a word, Xiao Changtian activated his large sword. He entered the sword and rushed towards Limitless Sword Ancestor. One with the sword? That's right, but it's just the skin and skin of your hands. You don't even know anything about the essence of one with the face. Limitless Sword Ancestor shook his head. With one hand behind his back and the other holding onto his emerald green sword, he slightly turned around. It was as if Sword Ancestor had seen through all of his sword moves, no matter whether Xiao Changtian's attacks were fast, slow, wide open and close, or exquisite, they were all useless to him. Sword Ancestor gently moved his feet, easily dodging them. Su Yun, who was seated cross-legged, had forgotten to adjust his breathing, and was focused on watching the exchange between Sword Ancestor and Xiao Changtian. Unknowingly, he had become completely immersed in Sword Ancestor's exquisite movements and sword moves. After one round, Xiao Changtian had used up most of his profound qi, but he still found it difficult to get even the slightest bit of hair on Sword Ancestor, and was truly fearful. In just a few rounds, he knew that the person in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. How exquisite were the Sword Ancestor's sword techniques! How could Xiao Changtian compare? Who are you? Xiao Changtian jumped out from the big sword, holding the big sword with one hand. He stared at Sword Ancestor and questioned. Limitless Sword Ancestor. The Sword Ancestor said indifferently. Sword Ancestor? Xiao Changtian's face changed. After that, without saying a word, he turned and rushed into the sky. From the looks of it, he was trying to escape. Sword Ancestor, don't let him escape. If he returns to the Cloud Heavenly Palace, we must find some experts to deal with you. Su Yun shouted anxiously. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. Sword Ancestor said indifferently. Following that, he waved his hand, and in the blue sky, over 100 glowing swords dropped down, instantly falling towards Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian thought that the situation was bad, and anxiously used the broadsword in his hand to block the attack. The light sword smashed onto Xiao Changtian's large sword, producing a series of ding-dong sounds. Not long after, Xiao Changtian's big sword was smashed into a pit, and directly broke into pieces. Xiao Changtian screamed, and then several light swords had pierced through his body and into the ground. Without any hesitation, the Sword Ancestor threw his remaining sword straight at Xiao Changtian. Dong! Xiao Changtian's location exploded, and a mushroom cloud formed from sword qi rippled outwards. When the smoke dissipated, Xiao Changtian was no longer there. Xiao Changtian also died. Su Yun and Hu Qianmei had been looking at this for a long time. In less than an instant's worth of time, he had already exterminated both Xiao Changtian and Xiao Changtian, and it seemed like it was effortless. How terrifying was this method? How strong was the Sword Ancestor at its peak? Su Yun thought. Once these two people die, Su Yun, you will no longer have any worries. In the future, cultivate well and bring glory to my limitless sword sect, do you understand? Sword Ancestor turned around and smiled at Su Yun. After Su Yun heard this, he stood up and cupped his fists. Disciple obeys. Don't get up, hurry up and heal your injuries. Sword Ancestor walked over and asked Su Yun to sit. He placed one hand on his shoulder and transferred a few profound strength S. How thick was the profound strength of the Sword Ancestor? Just a casual little dot that flowed into Su Yun's body, like a surging river, directly flowed into all the qi meridian and tendons in his body, causing his dried-up body to look completely new. Su Yun exhaled a long breath, his body slowly recovering. This feeling made him extremely intoxicated. Sword Ancestor. Su Yun opened his mouth. Why? Why do you want me to build a limitless sword sect with your strength? With your means, you will definitely be able to cause the people of the 10,000 realms to look up to the limitless sword sect. Su Yun said seriously. This doubt had always been at the bottom of his heart. Limitless Sword Ancestor looked at him in silence for a moment, then asked, how long have you been in Limitless Sword Sect? It's been a long time, and I've forgotten about it. You know the Lotus Star Sword art, so you must have been in the Lotus Star Sword Sect before. He must have also been in some other sect in the Tianwu continent, right? But why do you still consider yourself as a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect? Thank you, Su Yun said without the slightest hesitation. If not for Sword Sect, it would be impossible for Su Yun to take revenge, and he would have long been a skeleton in the grass. Then why do you think the Sword Elder that you speak of is trying so hard to restore the sect? Su Yun thought for a moment, then said, faith. The Sword Ancestor slightly nodded, and laughed. Then what do you think the reason is for me to do this? Su Yun thought about it, but still shook his head in the end. Actually, it's because of my responsibility, Sword Ancestor laughed indifferently. Responsibility? Su Yun was startled. Right, responsibility. It originated from the inheritance of the sword art sign, which my master entrusted to me. I hope that it will continue to exist, and thus, we established the sword sect. There is nothing in this world that will remain eternally unchanging, and even I will one day disappear. I do not wish for the limitless sword to disappear, thus, I established the sword sect, and hope that the limitless sword arts will continue to exist. Su Yun, do you understand? Then why not create a sword sect? To recruit powerful spirit cultivator? And instead choosing to build a sect within the Tianwu continent? The reason is very simple, because there is no longer anyone here with a pure soul. Only the so-called mortal world, the lowest level of the 10,000 worlds, would be able to find someone with true talent. The people here are mostly from spirit cultivator, and all of them are greedy. They use all sorts of methods on behalf of the profound technique and the magic treasure, and just because they are here, they will only make enemies for me and not develop sword sect. Although there were some reasons for this, they were rather far-fetched. Perhaps there were other reasons as well. Su Yun thought. Alright, Su Yun, it's about time you leave quickly. I will be returning to the prison. This time, I am going out. I have forcefully suppressed my protective sword chi, but it won't last long. The consequences will be unimaginable. This is a land of right and wrong. I expect that there will be people who will come here again. Sword Ancestor said. Wait, Sword Ancestor, this disciple still has something to say. Su Yun asked anxiously. What is it? Sword Ancestor, please do not go back to the dark place, or else I'm afraid there will be endless trouble. Su Yun said. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 647. Hearing that, the Sword Ancestor was confused. Why do you say that? Sword Ancestor, he already knows that I am the descendant of the limitless sword art, so it is impossible for me to kill Phoenix Lady and Xiaochang Tian. Now that the two are dead, the people of Cloud Heavenly Palace will definitely believe that you have made your move. Maybe the people of Cloud Heavenly Palace will not come to find trouble, but they will definitely reveal the news of you appearing to your enemies, and with that, your enemies will definitely go to the Wanhua realm to seek your revenge. Fiction. Su Yun said. Although the Sword Ancestor had destroyed the souls of Xiaochang Tian and Phoenix Lady, that did not hide the fact that he had appeared. Hearing that, the Sword Ancestor laughed and shook his head. Su Yun, your consideration is not bad, but as matters stand, I am not afraid of my enemies. Furthermore, my enemies are most likely people with ill intentions. How could they dare come to Wanhua realm to seek my revenge? Besides, I have enemies. Naturally I have friends. My friends will help me take care of these things. You don't have to worry. Furthermore, if I could leave, I would have already left long ago. My protective storm pressure is extremely strong. If I were to force myself to leave Wanhua realm, the entire Wanhua realm will be turned into ruins. This not what I want to see. After Su Yun heard this, he pondered for a moment, but did not say anything. Su Yun, I will be leaving first. You should leave quickly. No need to continue delaying. Su Yun understands. Sword Ancestor nodded his head. Without wasting any more time, he leaped up, transforming into a ray of light and shot into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Su Yun did not know how strong the protective storm was, but from the strength that the Sword Ancestor had displayed, it was definitely terrifying. I didn't expect you to have such a strong backer. Hee, in the future, we are not afraid of being bullied by those big sects and sections. Your Grandmaster is so powerful, we can also bully others in the future. Hu Qianmei looked at Su Yun, who was about to leave, and giggled at him, but her smile looked even weaker. You're still laughing? Hurry up and recover. Su Yun pinched her small face, took out a pill from the spatial ring and stuffed it into her mouth. Hu Qianmei swallowed the pill, his face recovered for a moment, and then rushed to dark place with Su Yun. Leaving this troublesome place early was naturally the most important thing to do right now. Gate of Nature was already in a mess, who knew how many more things would happen, and staying away from this place at this time was the best choice. Dawn, dawn, dawn. Several vast and limitless explosions sounded out from Gate of Nature. Su Yun looked over to see that the Tree Lord was fighting with dozens of the Spirit Cultivator-S. Looking at its appearance, it was extremely difficult. A lot of its dense branches had been knocked off. The emerald green leaves were also yellow, as though they were going to die. This was the result of excessive consumption of profound qi. Su Yun looked at the surrounding Spirit Cultivator-S, and realized that all of them had extraordinary cultivation, and their strength was actually comparable to Shao Changtian and Phoenix Lady. These people do not look like they are from the All-Empty sect or other sections. They are also wearing the robes of the Cloud Heavenly Palace, but I did not see any of them. Hu Qianmei's small face slightly condensed. They should have arrived later. In that case, doesn't that mean the Cloud Heavenly Palace has sent experts to support us? Could it be that Cloud Heavenly Palace really intends to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Realm Tree? Su Yun frowned. Although the Cloud Heavenly Palace is also a top sect in the Sword World, they can't go against a single world. If they do that, the result will only be both of them being injured. Maybe they have another purpose, and I also don't think that Realm Master will throw out all of his strength to fight against Cloud Heavenly Palace. If she were to use up all of Wanhua Realm's power, how can she defend against those who are greedy for Wanhua Realm's resources and have spied on the Wanhua Realm for a long time? Hu Qianmei said. You mean? If the Realm Master is no match for him, I think he would be abandoning the carriage to make peace with the Cloud Heavenly Palace. And isn't that just cutting the land? Su Yun shook his head. In this way, Wanhua Realm will definitely not be able to exist for long. Of course they won't last long, but I don't know if the Cloud Heavenly Palace will fight to the death. They can't possibly vent their anger on the Wanhua Realm just because of Xiao Huailin's death. Their fundamental reason for coming here is only for the resources. If they were to lose their legacy for the sake of the Wanhua Realm's things, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. Forget it, big brother, why are you saying all these? Let's hurry up and go. Hu Qianmei said. Su Yun nodded his head. He did not want to dwell on this, although he also hoped that the Wanhua Realm would be safe and sound, but at that moment, this kind of battle situation was not something that he could change. Just then, a large amount of figures flew over from Gate of Nature. There were more than 100 of them, and they had locked onto this place and directly rushed over. All-Empty sect? Sword Ancestor has killed Shao Changtian and Phoenix Lady, so we are no longer in danger, but this let the people of All-Empty sect and the people of Cloud Heavenly Palace know that the two of them are dead, so we should not stay here for long. Hurry up and leave. Hu Qianmei asked anxiously. Su Yun immediately took out his flying sword and flew into the distance with Hu Qianmei in his arms. If it wasn't because the Sword Ancestor's protective sword chi was hard to restrain, he wouldn't have left in such a hurry. However, the appearance of the Sword Ancestor also caused Su Yun to heave a sigh of relief. After a short period of resting and adding the recovery of the Wanhua seed, Su Yun felt that his own profound strength had recovered quite a bit, especially that light path from the Sword Ancestor, which had helped to recover an unknown amount of the profound strength in Su Yun's body. Although these 100 people were chasing after him, they were not as strong as Shao Changtian and Phoenix Lady. They were unable to catch up. Very quickly, Su Yun disappeared from the horizon and rushed towards Linglong Mountain. The 100 people chased for around 50 kilometers before they lost track of Su Yun, and turned back to return to Gate of Nature. At this moment, Gate of Nature was in a mess. There were fresh blood and corpses everywhere. The tyrannical aura of destruction in the air was so thick that it would suffocate people. On the other hand, the Realm Master was still as green as ever. Her hair was not messy, and her complexion was pretty good. Even the profound chi around her body was still thick. It was not thick at all. The two were not even existences of the same level. The reason Jean Maluo was able to hold on until now could only mean that he, an elder, was not an unworthy person. Where are the 7 Protectoress? Jean Maluo loudly shouted as he explosively retreated backwards. Disciple is here. 7 strikes rang out loudly. Following that, the 7 figures rushed towards Realm Master like a gale, with the intention of attacking her from all sides. Realm Master secretly snorted. She was not anxious at all. She gently raised her hand, releasing a dense spirit life chi, and clashed with it. Jean Maluo then took the chance and retreating all the way to the back of Sword World's army. Elder! A few Cloud Heavenly Palace and disciples rushed over. Have you seen your sect leader and his wife? Jean Maluo stared at the disciples of the all-empty sect and said. When he was fighting with the Realm Master, he had sensed that 2 10th stage Sky Spirit Masteress had fallen. Although the battle had erupted and anyone could have died, the first thing he thought of was to kill Su Yun Ant's couple. With their methods, it was more than enough to kill Su Yun and Fox Demon, but after such a long time, the two of them were still not there, causing Jean Maluo to be worried. When fighting with the Realm Master, he found it hard to even concentrate, so he was not their match. However, when he said that, the disciples of the all-empty sect all started crying in grief. They all knelt down and cried out loudly, Clan Elder! You must avenge our clan master. With that said, Jean Maluo's face suddenly turned pale white. We were ordered to chase after Su Yun, but on the way, we saw. He saw a huge pit, next to which was the corpse of his wife. She was dead, and the sect leader had gone missing as well. I think he also fell victim to Su Yun's evil scheme. A all-empty sect disciple cried as his nose was covered in mucus. Jean Maluo's face became extremely ugly, and his aged body started to tremble. Extreme grief rushed into his heart, but he resisted the urge to show it on his face. The aura of the 2 fallen experts is coming from the southwest. This direction is in the direction where Phoenix and Chang Tian are chasing after him. Jean Maluo could not help but kill him with his fists. If Xiao Chang Tian did not see the corpse, he would have died. However, he did not believe it. He definitely did not believe it. How could a small Su Yun kill these 2 10th stage Sky Spirit Master experts? He definitely has the help of other Supreme Expert-S. Elder Jean, looks like your operation isn't going well. Just as Jean Maluo was wallowing in grief, a lazy voice came out from the gate of nature. Jean Maluo turned to look and saw a handsome man with sharp eyebrows dressed in a black swordcloth walk out. The man carried 2 swords on his back, one red and one blue, making him look extremely mighty, but what made people even more focused was, on his black swordcloth there was actually a golden male tiger pattern. The male tiger rune was extremely lifelike, as though it could fly out from his robes at any time. Disciple pays his respects to Master Sword Monarch. The surrounding Cloud Heavenly Palace people cupped their fists and greeted him. The man nodded, then looked at Jean Maluo and laughed. Asgard Mistress has not been successful in finding out about your situation in Wanhua Realm, and specifically told me to come and support you. Oh? Is that so? Jean Maluo said indifferently, since that's the case, then please join hands with me to strangle the Wanhua Realm Lord. If she is not eliminated, then the Wanhua Realm will definitely not be able to take her down. It's not as simple as you think. No matter how weak Wanhua Realm is, it's still a realm. Skinny camels are bigger than horses, and as Cloud Heavenly Palace cannot eat the Wanhua Realm alone, so it's completely impossible to annihilate them. Then what are you doing here? Cover you from the retreat, give up on this operation. The person called Sword Monarch said. Are you here to support us? Of course. Sword Monarch laughed. If you retreat alone, Realm Master will definitely send experts to kill you, so send me to cover for you. Do not say anymore, quickly give the orders, and retreat back to Cloud Heavenly Palace. Hearing that, Jean Malua's face became extremely ugly, but he did not dare disobey his orders, and secretly clenched his teeth, but in the end, he still waved his hand and gave the order. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648. Once they entered the dark place, Suyun immediately went to find the person leading the way. After paying the bill for the profound coin, he directly followed Hu Qianmei to the crack that led to the ultimate martial world. The vortex engulfed the two figures. After the two of them entered the rift, they felt their minds distort as if their bodies and souls had separated. When the strange feeling disappeared and their consciousness returned, the two of them landed on a vast plain. Suyun slowly opened his eyes, looked at his surroundings, and sighed. The spatial cracks in the dark place are extremely chaotic. If you enter a certain realm through the spatial cracks, you will randomly appear in a certain place in that realm. I wonder where you are right now. Suyun said. I wonder if there are any places similar to the dark place in the ultimate martial world. If there are, then it would be much easier for us to head to the other realm. There is no need to head to the ultimate martial sacred plane anymore. Hu Qianmei laughed. Probably not. Otherwise, it's impossible for me to not know anything. Suyun shook his head. If there was a place like the dark place, then you would not have allowed him to enter the Wanhua realm. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei nodded. But when he talked about ultimate martial sacred plane, Suyun suddenly thought of the master's subhoodie inside the sacred plane. This time, he left from dark place, so he could not go visit his master in the sacred plane. The two of them walked on the prairie quietly and looked around. None of them dared to fly recklessly in the sky, and only after realizing that this was a deserted prairie, did they leap into the air, flying towards the nearest town. Big brother, do you have any plans for the next few days? Hu Qianmei tilted her head and asked. I will first return to Ultimate Martial World to recuperate and wait for my injuries to recover. Then, I will go and look at the matter regarding the Sword Ancestor's soul. Suyun's expression congealed and frowned. Sister? Hu Qianmei was startled. Only then did Suyun understand that Hu Qianmei still did not know about his sister's matter. Yeah, there's actually such a thing. But brother, have you never seen your sister before? Hu Qianmei revealed a surprised expression and asked. Suyun shook his head. Not only have I not seen it, I don't even know that it has any effect. If I didn't know that father and mother were looking for a little sister, I wouldn't even have known that I have a little sister. Oh, that's truly strange. Could it be that your parents secretly cheated when you didn't know about it, then gave birth to your sister and then separated? Hu Qianmei laughed. But in the next second, her perky butt was fiercely smacked by a large hand. Pow! A crisp sound echoed. Hu Qianmei anxiously covered her butt, the pain making her want to cry. That's my parents. Don't be disrespectful. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. Suyun pretended to be strict and said. Mei Er understands her mistake, Hu Qianmei said with teary eyes. As long as my parents say that she's my sister, then she's my sister, my kin. I must protect the people that I, Suyun, am close to. Suyun said resolutely. What about me? Hu Qianmei asked. You? Suyun shook his head, and patted her head. Do you still need to ask? The two of them found a small town and went straight in. After asking around, they found out that they were in the northernmost area of Beiyang, called Tianlong region. It was a sunny day. A light breeze. The two of you do not seem to be powerful. Walking in Tianlong region, you must at least be at the 5th stage of Sky Spirit Master. There are at least 70,000 of you in it, and your rankings should be below 3 million. If the two of you are walking in here, I'm afraid there will be dangers, so I advise the two of you to quickly leave. The old man in front of them said to Suyun and Hu Qianmei, who were seated in front of the table, and poured some spirit tea for the two of them. Although it was a tea shop, it was not a normal tea shop. The decorations here were simple, but the things that were used were extremely different, be it tables, chairs, cups, tea leaves, and the water used to make the tea. They were all considered top-quality goods even in the Beiyang, and the old man's cultivation was not simple either. He was already at the 6th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. It was said that he had suffered a setback a few years ago, and was injured, causing his cultivation to not be able to advance by even a little. The old man is right, we did not intend to enter the Tianlong region, and stepped in carelessly. Please point the way, we will leave now. Su Yun said. Finish this bowl of tea and head south. With your cultivation in the 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master, you should be able to reach the Beiyang in just 23 days. However, if you meet any sects, village forces, or other forces on your way, you must land and walk on the ground. With that, the old man left with the teapot. Hearing that, Su Yun silently remembered it. The two of them drank the spirit tea in front of them, and when the spirit tea entered their stomachs, they felt a warm feeling flowing through their stomachs, causing them to feel extremely comfortable, and the recovery of the profound strength in their bodies also increased by several-fold. In the end, a bowl of tea with 10,000 profound coin is indeed different. Hu Qianmei could not resist but praise. Yeah, there are 10,000 profound coin here. Tianlong region's consumption is so high, if it were placed in Beiyang, I don't know how long it would take to earn. Su Yun felt pain. He, since my husband is rich, I don't care. Hu Qianmei laughed. Not much at all. Moreover, I still have to take out some parts to cultivate. If I don't quickly raise my cultivation and save my sister in the future, it will be very difficult. Su Yun shook his head. Hu Qianmei laughed. After finishing their tea, the two of them stood up and started heading towards the south. The ultimate martial world was very big, and there were many different types of people. The weak interacted with the weak, and the strong was the group. While the Tianlong region was different from the Beiyang, it was an area of development, where the majority of the people were in business, with various large chamber of commerce, and although there were experts, most of their cultivation stopped at the early stage of Sky Spirit Master to the early stage of the Sky Spirit Master. The Tianlong region was different. There were not many businesses here. This place was filled with experts, and those who came here were either apprentices or challengers. To the weak, this was an extremely dangerous place. It was not like the Wanhua realm, where there were not many rules. If one was unfortunate enough to be killed, no one could stand up for them. Su Yun and Hu Qianmei left the small town, flying at a low speed, but the two of them were still on guard. They had not recovered from their injuries yet, so it was not appropriate for them to fight. Although Su Yun and Hu Qianmei's cultivation was not very high in the Tianlong region, but it was not considered low. The two of them were extremely fast, but to leave this place would take at least a day and a half. The two traveled south for 2 days before arriving in front of a mountain range full of rugged boulders. Su Yun stopped in his tracks and looked up the mountains. There, he saw a few figures moving back and forth, as though they were fighting in the mountains. However, was this a spar or a battle? Su Yun didn't know. There must be some kind of power or sect on this mountain. Let's fly close to the ground and take a detour around the foot of the mountain. Su Yun said in a low voice. Yes. Hu Qianmei nodded. If he could not stir up trouble at this time, then he would. The two advanced towards the mountain. However, just as the two of them reached the foot of the mountain, they were stopped by a shout. Halt! The shout burst out. Following that, a figure instantly appeared in front of Su Yun and Hu Qianmei and blocked them. He was a burly, bare-chested man with a full face and a full beard. His entire body was overbearing like a profound qi, giving off a majestic vibe. Su Yun and Hu Qianmei stopped in their tracks at the same time and looked at the man. He frowned, and shouted to Su Yun and Hu Qianmei, "Two juniors, your profound spirit qi is not strong, and yet you dare to run around. Do you know where you are?" Hu Qianmei and Su Yun secretly looked at each other, then Su Yun spoke out. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior, I have mistakenly entered the Tianlong region, and am truly unwilling. I was just passing by today, and planned to return to the Beiyang. "Stop being so polite, Laozi is tired of hearing it." The big-sized man immediately looked at Hu Qianmei and pointed at her. "I, your father, am under orders to guard here, and will be staying here for a few more days. These days are very boring. Scram, let her stay, and accompany your father, dual cultivation." Hearing that, Su Yun's vigilant heart suddenly became cold. "Senior, are you serious?" Su Yun suppressed the anger in his heart and said indifferently. "Do I look like I'm joking? Get lost." The big-sized man did not hesitate to roar at Su Yun. Hu Qianmei frowned, but she did not reveal any expression of anger. Instead, she secretly activated her profound strength, revealing an intoxicating smile. "Ayaya, master, I already have a dual cultivation partner. Isn't that not good? How can a girl serve two men? If this gets out, it won't be so good." "Dual cultivation partner? If I kill him, you won't be able to do it anymore." The big man coldly snorted as he suddenly pulled out a tiger knife from his waist and coldly said. Hu Qianmei was a little speechless, her black eyes slowly turned as though she was thinking of some clever scheme. But at this time, Su Yun had already spoken. "Since Senior likes her, fine, then let her stay." With that, Su Yun turned around. Without the slightest hesitation, Hu Qianmei looked at Su Yun, but did not reveal any expression of surprise. On the other hand, that man was laughing out loud. "You little rascal, you know what to do." After he finished, he reached out to hug Hu Qianmei. But in the next second, Su Yun, who was about to leave, suddenly pulled out a snow-white sword and pierced it towards the big-sized man. The killing intent instantly exploded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649. The big-sized man reacted slowly. He seemed to have his guard up against Su Yun. The tiger blade swept towards him, blocking the white sword. Clang! The blade and sword collided. Then, this was not the end. Su Yun shouted in a low voice, "Bind!" In an instant, countless rays of light came out from the white sword and flew toward the big man. The big-sized man was caught off guard. He was wrapped up by the white light and became a dumpling. He anxiously tried to struggle, but just then, another golden sword pierced into his chest. He anxiously used his profound chi to protect himself. But when the profound chi was used to block the sword, it was unable to break free from the strange restriction. Li Emperor's sword? Su Yun saw Hu Qianmei pull out his sword and was immediately shocked. I never would have thought that I would take advantage of the chaos in the battle and casually grope my way over. Although it hasn't completely acknowledged me as its master, sooner or later, it's going to be used by me. Hu Qianmei stared at the big-sized man and laughed. Su Yun was speechless. Li Emperor's current chi was not strong enough. Hu Qianmei using it to attack the big-sized man was entirely relying on his own profound strength. The sword's power was not strong enough, and after being forced out of Long Zhang's body by Long Zhang, it had sealed most of its sword force, so it would take a long time to break free. How dare you? You dare to attack me? Aren't you afraid of death? The big man realized that he was subdued by the other party and immediately roared in anger. Although he was at the 6th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, and was stronger than the two of them, when the two of them joined hands and suddenly made a move, it was not difficult to stop him. However, what made him even angrier was that these two ants dared to attack him. Cut the crap! Su Yun slapped the big-sized man's face and said coldly, "If you continue being so arrogant, I will immediately behead you and destroy your soul." Come on! The big-sized man was completely fearless as he roared, "I cultivate in the true divine spirit chi, my body is made of bronze and iron, and I don't damage my body, yet you want to harm me, you ant? You really don't know your place." He seemed to be infuriated by Su Yun's actions. His eyes were like copper bells staring straight at Su Yun. He was not afraid at all. But Su Yun was also not polite. He directly took out his tribulation fire sword and pushed the fire force to its highest level. The surging heat began to burn the big man, causing his entire body to uncontrollably break out in sweat. Su-Yun did not hold back, and slashed fiercely at his arm with the Tribulation Fire Sword. Clang! When the sword struck his shoulder, it felt like it had hit steel. After a dull thud, it could not even enter half an inch. Haha, I've said it before, you guys can't do anything to me. When the big man saw this, he laughed out loud. However, as he laughed, his face twisted and his mouth emitted heart-wrenching screams of pain. As he looked over, he saw that the scorching sword, which could not break through his flesh and bones, was actually beginning to slowly tear open his arm, seeping in bit by bit. To say that it was torn apart didn't seem appropriate. Rather, it should be said that it was torn apart. The temperature of the Tribulation Fire Sword was extremely terrifying. All the true divine spirit chi on the big-sized man's shoulder melted, causing his skin and flesh to turn into air, and in a short period of time, one of the big-sized man's arm directly fell onto the ground. Ah! The big-sized man screamed in pain, his face was filled with fear. At that moment, how could he dare to underestimate Su-Yun? Although your cultivation is higher than us, but you don't think it's good for your brain, do you think that the true divine spirit chi is invincible? Hu Qianmei laughed. I wonder how did you cultivate to such a level, seems like you are also relying on profound coyness. The big-sized man secretly clenched his teeth. He did not know if it was because he was angry at Hu Qianmei or because it hurt, but he did not say anything. Su-Yun took advantage of the situation and chopped off his other hand. Ah! The big man cried out in pain. I'll cut off one more arm to prevent you from resisting. Su-Yun said indifferently. Kill me. The big man painfully shouted. That won't do. You have your comrades here. If you were to die, your companions would definitely detect your death. If someone with your cultivation wanted to kill the two of us, it would be as easy as turning their hand. We do not wish to fight you yet. Hu Qianmei chuckled. She then looked at Su-Yun, and the two of them immediately prepared to leave. Ah! However, just as the two were about to leave, the man suddenly let out a sharp cry. This voice propelled the profound strength straight into the clouds. It was so thick that everyone within 1,000 miles would be able to hear it clearly. When Su-Yun and Hu Qianmei heard this voice, they immediately became anxious. Not good, he's asking for help. You're courting death. Su-Yun did not hold back at all, taking the chance while he was shouting. With profound chi at the center of his voice, he pulled out the death sword at his waist and suddenly stabbed at his back. The big-sized man was restricted. With Su-Yun's quick sneak attack, the sword instantly pierced through his heart. The big-sized man's body twitched a few times, and his strength started to dissipate. Hu Qianmei was still worried. She pulled out the Emperor's sword and slashed towards his head, and after cutting off the head, she immediately turned and rushed towards Su-Yun. Brother, this person said that he is in charge of guarding this place, which means that there must be his accomplices on the mountain. We need to leave quickly. I'm afraid his accomplices' cultivation are close to his. We are not his opponents, let's go. Hu Qianmei asked anxiously. Su-Yun nodded. He did not care anymore and immediately took out his flying sword and wanted to escape as fast as he could, to leave this place. Both of them stepped on the big sword and their speeds were extremely fast. Like a tornado, they flew past the mountaintop and towards the distance. The mountain range was extremely vast, it was continuous and undulating, and it was impossible to overtake it in a short period of time. Su-Yun did his best to fly higher and hide behind the clouds, so that no one would notice him. However, even when Su-Yun flew above the clouds, he could still sense the dense smell of blood coming from the mountains below. It seems like there's been a commotion. Big brother, this is bad, we have been discovered. Suddenly, Hu Qianmei's face changed. She shouted anxiously, speed up, quickly leave this place, the enemy's cultivation is stronger than ours, even here they can feel it. Hearing that, Su-Yun did not dare hesitate, and increased his speed to the maximum. Although he was wearing the Longzhen's wristband and his chi was not easy to sense, Hu Qianmei was different. However, Su-Yun increased his speed, and after rushing forward for less than 10 miles, he made a reaction. A blue iron claw directly flew over and grabbed onto the lotus star sword beneath Su-Yun's feet, then suddenly unleashed its strength. and pull down the sword with the person. Damn it! Hu Qianmei clenched her teeth and immediately unsheathed her sword and slashed at the iron claw. Clang! The blade of the sword landed on Iron Claw's chain, but it made a crisp sound. It was difficult to cut through. The two plummeted downwards. Who allowed you two to leave just like that? Hurry and come over. With a cold snort, Su Yun and Hu Qianmei fell into the crowd of buildings below. Dong! The two of them landed on the ground. Their bodies shook a bit and dust flew everywhere. When the dust had settled, the two of them cautiously backed away and looked around. He looked around and saw corpses all over. The ground was filled with blood, all the buildings were filled with scars of fighting, and in front of the two, there was a group of people dressed in armor or robes. They all had different clothes, and all of them had astonishing evil spirits. Their strengths were all between the 6th and 7th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, and just one person was enough for Su Yun to deal with them. The leader, a man with a goatee and beard, put away the iron hook in his hand. He looked at the two of them with an eagle-like gaze and asked indifferently, "Who are you people? Just now, I heard my 9th brother's cry for help. Do you know what happened?" Su Yun frowned. He did not make a sound, but the profound qi in his body had already begun to accumulate. Hu Qianmei knew that the matter was not that simple, so she had no choice but to quietly accumulate profound qi and prepare to fight. Big brother! Just then, a spirit cultivator rushed over from the side. "How is 9th brother?" The man said calmly. "Dead." The person said. "Dead?" The man's face darkened. "How did he die?" "He was beheaded, a sword pierced his heart, and even his soul was burnt." "Damn it!" The man's face became even more gloomy. "Today, when we came to Mount Yaling to seek revenge on the Cliff Sect, I did not expect that someone had set up a trap for us. Was the person who killed my 9th brother a remnant of the Cliff Sect? It shouldn't be. All 72 of our Cliff Sect's people died in our hands. There shouldn't be anyone who escaped our grasp." "Oh?" Hearing that, the man turned his head, and his gaze landed on Su Yun and Hu Qianmei. He coldly snorted and said, "After passing through this mountain, have you never met my younger brother? You should know how my brother died, right? Or perhaps, it was you guys who killed them? They must have killed him. Else, why would they leave in such a hurry? Big brother, kill them. Take revenge for 9th brother." The others shouted coldly. The situation wasn't looking good. Su Yun did not say a word, but his entire body was tense. "Ah! Milord, you've wronged us. We didn't kill your brothers." Just then, Hu Qianmei suddenly revealed a smile, and anxiously said respectfully, "Actually, we were just passing by. We were planning to head to the Beiyang, but when we reached the foot of the mountain, we realized that there were people fighting. We were worried about being affected, and thus we went around, planning to leave in a hurry, so I guess that your brother was probably done by the person who fought him." "Oh?" The man raised an eyebrow. "Are you speaking the truth?" "Absolutely." Hu Qianmei immediately replied. In any case, she didn't seem to be in a flustered state, and her heart didn't beat around the bush. Everything seemed to have been formed by nature. Hearing this, the man started to ponder. Soon, he waved his hand and said in a low voice, "4th brother, 5th brother, you guys go search around the mountain area to find the whereabouts of the person who killed 9th brother." "Yes." 2 people immediately flew out of the crowd and headed out of the mountain. That man didn't hold back and waved his hand again. He said indifferently, "Kill these 2 people. There's no point in keeping them alive." "All right." One of the people behind nodded his head, then wielded a crescent moonblade and walked towards Su Yun and Hu Qianmei. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650. Hearing the man's words, Hu Qianmei was shocked. But soon, she came to a realization. He was facing a group of spirit cultivator who would kill without batting an eye. Even if they were deceived, they would not be able to escape being killed because they did not intend to let him live. Looking at the two people walking towards him, Hu Qianmei could not help but laugh bitterly. We are truly unlucky to meet such a group of thieves. It can't be considered bad luck. At the very least, they look down on us. In this way, we will have a chance. Su Yun shook his head, holding the lotus star sword in his hand. He said, "In a while, let's fight, do not get entangled with it, and take the chance to escape, and quickly leave this place." "All right," Hu Qianmei said in a low voice. The man held the moon machete in one hand, and looked at Su Yun arrogantly, but when he got close, he sized Hu Qianmei up, and after a circle, his eyes released a gold light. "Although I'm from the Fox Demon, I look really pretty and my days here are rather boring. I'll leave you here first to relieve my boredom," the man said, and slashed at Su Yun. Profound strength came out of the blade's mouth, like an open claw. It wrapped around Su Yun's body. If it were any ordinary person, they would have been scared, but Su Yun and Hu Qianmei were not at all afraid. The two of them brandished their swords, the two swords clashed and they blocked the large blade. Clang! A muffled sound was heard, as the profound chi spread out like a ripple. Su Yun and Hu Qianmei grabbed the chance and used their force at the same time. The power inside their bodies erupted like a flood, rushing straight at the moon machete. With a boom, the moon machete violently shook and crazily trembled. Caught off guard, the person holding onto the blade continuously retreated and actually smashed his butt onto the ground, breaking the ground into pieces. Seeing that, Su Yun's eyes lit up. He shouted, "Let's go!" The two of them immediately leaped into the air and rushed towards the horizon. "Not good, these two are going to run away." The man got up and cawed loudly. "Trash, don't you even know how to kill people?" The rest of the people noticed the change, and turned back, flying up into the sky to chase after Su Yun. These people's cultivation were not any weaker than Su Yun's and Hu Qianmei's. Adding the fact that the two of them were in the Wanhua realm and their injuries had not completely recovered, their speed was not much better. There was no other way. Su Yun secretly clenched his teeth. He activated the profound strength, planning to summon the Devil Bone Giant to stop this group of thieves. However, he had just woken up when the sky suddenly darkened. It was unknown when a large, strange black cloud floated in the sky, completely blocking out the blazing sun. Soon after, there was a burst of thunderous apocalypse. Bolts of lightning flashed like dragons in the dark clouds. The clouds were so low that it seemed as if they would collapse at any moment. Did that person use the profound technique? Seeing such a scene, Hu Qianmei's face immediately changed. "Be careful!" Su Yun suddenly saw something. He anxiously called out, and ran to the side with Hu Qianmei in his arms, causing the two of them to fall to the ground. From the pitch-black clouds, over 100 bolts of black lightning shot out. Like a dense spider web, they enveloped everyone's eyes. Su Yun and Hu Qianmei landed on the ground. Su Yun anxiously summoned his Imperial Equipment S, protecting the two of them. Looking back at the bizarre black lightning in the air, they seemed like they were living beings. They did not smash onto everyone's bodies, but instead struck onto the sky and earth, and a few of them even smashed onto the thieves chasing and killing Su Yun and Hu Qianmei. They let out miserable shrieks, and like birds falling from the sky, all of them dropped to the ground in a sorry state. Seeing that, Su Yun and Hu Qianmei were shocked. They turned to look, only to realize that all the profound chi on their bodies had been sealed. Strands of strange black lightning twirled around their bodies like vines. These people struggled and twitched, but it was incredibly difficult for them to get up. "What's going on?" Hu Qianmei's heart jumped. Although she wasn't very clear about the cultivation levels of these existences, without a doubt, their cultivation levels were all higher than hers. But now, they had all been subdued. It was sufficient to show that even more ruthless fellows had arrived. Su Yun had already secretly taken out the keepsake given by Sword Ancestor, hoping to send a distress signal to Sword Ancestor. From the looks of it, Supreme Expert was here, and he was not in cahoots with the group of thieves. The black lightning gradually dissipated, but the sky was still overcast. At some point, waves of thick black air had appeared in the surroundings. Su-yun looked left and right, his eyebrows knitted tightly. Devil Chi? What? Hu Qianmei was startled. What a dense devil Chi! And this aura is very familiar. Su-yun whispered, feeling very suspicious. At this time, heavy footsteps slowly sounded from within the devil Chi. These footsteps were like awls, constantly pounding the hearts of the two. Go! It was obviously impossible. To the strong, the weak escaping was just a waste of time and energy. The two of them stared at the devil Chi, their hearts tensed up, when they heard a voice floating out. Ignorant and fearless bugs are always this bold. They even dare to provoke people from my devil sect. As the voice faded, from within the dense devil Chi, a man with a body that was more than 2 meters tall and covered in pitch-black armor walked out. The man wore armor, and a black helmet. The armor was covered with dragon serpent's imprints, giving off an incomparably malevolent feeling. His entire body was overflowing with devil Chi. The devil Chi were like many thin and long bugs, revolving around him continuously. They were extremely strange. His face was extremely pale, almost devoid of blood. His eyes were also blood-red and mournful, and filled with frightening viciousness. As he walked step by step towards those people who were convulsing on the ground, he extended his hand and grabbed onto one of them. His claw-like hands directly grabbed onto that person's face. Whoever offends my devil sect, they must pay the price with their lives. He growled, and all the devil Chi that was leaking out suddenly rushed towards the man's body, like a needle being pricked. It cut open his skin and pierced into his body. Ah! This person let out waves of miserable screams, but after a few breaths of time, his body turned into a pile of bones and he died. Seeing that, Hu Qianmei was so shocked that her face lost color, and her body curled up and trembled in Su-yun's embrace. Without using much effort, this man had killed a 6th stage Sky Spirit Master Cultivator. If he wanted to kill her and Su-yun, wouldn't that be as easy as flipping his hand? The remaining thieves also trembled in fear. Some of them even started to cry, and shouted with all their might, "Mercy, my lord! Please spare my life!" However, this person turned a deaf ear to them. He grabbed them one by one and beheaded them all, not leaving a single one behind. A moment later, the ground was covered in white bones. Seeing that, Su-yun's expression became even more gloomy. He gently patted Hu Qianmei's back and said softly, "If we were to fight later, you should go first. This time, I'm afraid we cannot run away together. Big brother, I won't leave you behind alone." Even though Hu Qianmei was extremely afraid, she still forced himself to speak in an anxious voice. "Idiot, it's not the time yet. I'm just saying this. Whether the other party is a friend or foe, I'm not sure." Su-yun could not help but laugh. After that he released Hu Qianmei, carried the Lotus Star Sword and turned to look in that direction. A few figures once again walked out from the dense devil Chi. These people were all dressed in black robes or black light armor. All of their clothes had demon imprints on them, all of their bodies were filled with devil Chi-s, and furthermore, their faces were all extremely pale, their eyes were all blood red, their faces filled with killing intent, as though they were evil spirits. Seeing these people, Su-yun could not help but think of the experts in the devil sect in his previous life. Weren't they dressed in the same way? Su-yun became suspicious. Just then, the existence who captured and killed the thieves took a few steps forward, and approached Su-yun. His blood-red eyes earnestly sized up Su-yun. At this moment, Su-yun felt that the other party's eyes were like the most powerful heaven and earth mirror, able to see through his entire body, as though the Longjin's wristband he was wearing was completely useless. He was able to see through it and could not hide anything at all. This feeling made him uneasy, but now was not the time to consider his own feelings. Although he did not reveal much of his profound chi, with just this method, he was able to determine that this fellow's cultivation was probably not at the Sky Spirit Master realm anymore. "Are you Su-yun?" Then the man spoke. "Who are you?" Su-yun didn't answer in a hurry, but asked in return. But the other party did not answer, and continued to question, "Are you Su Yun?" His eyes were determined as he stared at Su Yun. Su Yun frowned. He secretly looked at them, and realized that they did not reveal any form of alertness, nor any killing intent. They did not have any ill intent, so he nodded and said, "That's right, I am Su Yun." Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, the black-armored men in front of them all kneeled down. This subordinate pays his respects to the demon lord. These people cried out in piety. Hearing that, Su Yun was immediately startled. And Hu Qianmei, who was standing behind, was even more dumbstruck. What's going on with the demon lord? Su Yun regained his senses, felt his tongue trembling, and asked in astonishment. The man raised his head, and said seriously, "May I ask, Master, whether you have inherited the teachings of Master Inmo the Saint Guard and Master Changgu, and obtained their unique magical equipment? Are you referring to those devil bone giants? That's right, I did obtain this from the tombs of the two great devils." Su Yun nodded seriously. Then there's no mistake. The devil cultivator said earnestly, "Master Inmo and Master Changgu have an extraordinary position in my true devil sect. The current sect master has long ago left his last words behind. If someone were to inherit the inheritance of the two masters, the power they will receive will belong to all of us, and they will become the true devil sect." The devil cultivator said, "This time, the Wanhua realm met with an accident. We sent people to investigate and found out that the successors of Master Inmo and Master Changgu are inside the Wanhua realm. Thus, Master Lin immediately sent us to search for you. Today we have finally found you." Finished speaking, everyone shouted together, "I ask that Master and I will head to True Devil Realm, and meet with the sect master there." Inheriting the Demon Lord's throne. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651. After talking for half a day, Hu Qianmei was in a stunned state, but Su Yun also felt his heart racing, as though he could not accept it. Fortunately, the two of them had seen much of the world, and after a long time, they finally recovered. Without waiting for Su Yun to speak, Hu Qianmei shouted anxiously, "Brother, we cannot go." Su Yun turned and looked at her curiously, "Why?" Hu Qianmei quietly glanced at them and said, "Big brother, although you have obtained the inheritance of the great devil, what does this have to do with the true devil sect? You got the magic treasure, not a cultivation technique. Do you need to return to true devil sect? Be careful. They caused you to steal my treasures." Hearing that, Su Yun could not help but knock her head, and laughed. "If they really plan to harm me, do they need to go to True Devil Sect? Just with these Devil Sect experts in front of me, even if I were to use my Devil Bone Giant, I will not be their match. So, this time you are wrong. Then, that still can't be done. Who knows what kind of schemes they'll come up with. The True Devil Sect has always been a terrifying organization in the True Devil realm. No one dares to provoke them. If it is not good, we will kill them all. We have seen the brutality of these fellows before. The bones on the ground are an example. You cannot provoke them." Hu Qianmei muttered. The man seemed to have heard Hu Qianmei's words, and spoke again. "Lord Devil Monarch, sect leader has said, if you are not willing to return with us to Devil Sect, and meet with sect leader, do not force yourself. The reason why we invited you to head to Devil Sect, was only to take a form, and let you inherit the position of the Devil Monarch. There is no other reason. Please do not misunderstand." "Oh? Is that so?" Hearing that, Su Yun was quiet for a moment, then cupped his fists. "I still do not know the names of the experts? Master is too polite. We are Mountain Gate Devil Guards. My name is Xing Ming. This is the Deputy Chief Guard. Name is Ku Tai." The Devil Cultivator said respectfully. "So it's Captain Xing and Captain Ku. Everyone, please get up and speak." Su Yun immediately went forward and helped everyone up. "Thank you, Master." The few of them clasped their fists and called out. "You guys don't have to be so polite. My cultivation is not as good as yours. Just call me Su Yun." Su Yun laughed. This subordinate would not dare. Xing Ming and the rest immediately cupped their fists. Even though Su Yun had not entered the True Devil's sect, he had been there before in his previous life. He also knew that the Devil's sect had strict rules and strict levels, so he didn't bother with pleasantries. May I ask Captain Xing, this Devil Monarch is? Where? How much power? After a few words, Su Yun asked the question that he was most concerned about. Hu Qianmei, who was behind them, was completely confused. Even though Su Yun did not immediately send them off, he still asked such a question. What was he planning to do? Xing Ming started to speak. The position of Devil Monarch is extremely special. In terms of position, I am equal to the elders, but before this, we were all empty. The sect master did not send anyone to take over the position of the Devil Monarch, and it was not until you, sir, appeared did the sect master announce that you will take over the position. Oh? No one had previously held this position? Could it be that the position of Devil Monarch is something that can be taken away from? Su Yun asked curiously. Hearing that, Xing Ming shook his head. Master has misunderstood. The position of Devil Monarch is not something that can be lost, but it is because it has a special position, and only those who have contributed a lot to the Devil sect can bear such a heavy responsibility. I haven't even entered the Devil sect. How can I possibly do anything to the Devil sect? Su Yun could not help but be suspicious. Although Master does not have it, but Master Mo and Master Changgu do, you have it, you have the inheritance of the two, and will be given the position of Devil Monarch. If Master Mo is still alive, he will be given the position of the Devil Monarch, and since he is no longer present, then you will take over the position. Could it be that after all these years, no one in the Devil sect has obtained such a status? There are countless contributors, but none of them are qualified. Ugh. Fine. Su Yun thought for a moment, then nodded his head. Since it's like this, then, I might be able to promise you, we will head to Devil sect. Big brother. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei panicked, her small hands immediately grabbing onto Su Yun's sleeves and pulling. Su Yun turned his head, only to see the worried look on her face. Are you worried about my safety? That's true Devil realm, true Devil sect. You have been in the ultimate martial world for so long, don't you know how dangerous it is? Hu Qianmei bit her lips and said, the people there are existences that even the people from the sword world do not dare to provoke. I understand. Su Yun slightly sighed, and said indifferently, but I must go. Why? Because of sister. My parents exhausted all of their energy and worked hard for so many years just to save my sister from Supreme Sect, and as a son, I had to share the burden of helping my parents, not to mention that it was my sister, I also have the obligation to save her. True Devil sect is extremely strong, and can be said to have the qualifications to fight with Supreme Sect. If I were to become a son of Devil Monarch, I would have the qualifications to challenge her. Su Yun said seriously. But that is a devil's lair, how can it be an ordinary place? Furthermore, he was already a Devil Monarch. Would he really be able to make a true Devil sect to contend against a Supreme Sect? Would the true Devil sect be willing to offend a strong opponent for you? Hu Qianmei retorted. You're right. Su Yun nodded his head, and laughed, but if he went, there would be a chance. If he didn't go, he would just give up. Moreover, this kind of good fortune will not appear again once I lose it. Therefore, I must go and give it a try. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei opened her small mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but after a long time, she still did not speak up, only letting out a light sigh and not saying another word. Milord, let's leave now. Xing Ming said. Su Yun nodded. Xing Ming turned around and pulled out a demon blade from his waist, and with a swipe of the sword, he saw that the blade had cut open a crack in the sky. The black swirl within the crack continued to spin, and the strange space chi was clashing around. It was actually similar to the crack in the dark place. Just a mere demon guard in true Devil sect had such power. Who knew where the sect master was? Su Yun was excited. After only 2 steps, he seemed to have thought of something. Qianmei, this time, you must not follow me. Go to Beiyang and wait for my return. Su Yun turned and said to Hu Qianmei. That won't do, I also want to go to True Devil Sect. Hu Qianmei immediately shook her head. You also said it before, that it's True Devil Realm, and it's extremely dangerous. I have no time to take care of you. Su Yun said helplessly. TCH, you still want me to take care of you? Your strength is not higher than mine. Although you received the Great Devil's inheritance, but I am not bad, my true Dragon City is more than enough to fight against your Devil Bone Giant. Hu Qianmei snorted as she hugged her arms. But in the next second, Xing Ming, who was at the other end of the hall, said coldly, Young lady, True Devil's Sect is not an inn. People who have nothing to do with my Devil's Sect are not allowed to enter. What do you mean by not having anything to do with you Devil's Sect people? Hu Qianmei immediately stomped her feet and shouted, I am your wife of the Devil Monarch. Wife of the Devil Monarch. Xing Ming and Ku Tai looked at each other, then asked in unison, then why do you not have Devil Qi on you? Must there be a Devil Qi? Hu Qianmei was stunned. If it's the Devil Monarch S, how can they not have Devil Qi? Don't you want to control us? Xing Ming said coldly. Hu Qianmei was speechless. Seeing the clever and talkative Hu Qianmei being humiliated, Su Yun could not help but find it funny, but Xing Ming's words gave him an excuse. Alright, Mei Er, wait for me at Beiyang. After I head to Devil's Sect and finish the ceremony, I will immediately head to Beiyang to look for you. Is that alright? Su Yun laughed. Hu Qianmei pouted and said, You're the one who said this, you must come find me, otherwise I'll go find you. Thinking about how Hu Qianmei had chased him from the Tianwu continent all the way to here, Su Yun felt extremely touched and warm in his heart. He patted Hu Qianmei's head and laughed, Rest assured, I will definitely come to find you. Alright, go then. No rush. Several of them turned to Xing Ming and said, This Tianlong region is extremely chaotic, and there are tyrannical spirit cultivator everywhere. Everyone, please slow down for a moment. Can you accompany me to send your wife of the Devil Monarch to Beiyang, and then head there? Su Yun did not wish for Hu Qianmei to run into the group of thieves before again. Everything will be decided by Master Devil Monarch. The demons paid their respects. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei's eyes bent like crescent moons, the corners of her mouth raised, her heart was elated. With a group of true Devil Sect experts protecting him, Su Yun's journey was extremely overbearing. On the way, he would take a detour around the spirit cultivator, not daring to meet them. In just a few days of effort, the two of them arrived at the borders of Beiyang. Su Yun found Heiyu, arranged for a house suitable for the cultivation in the spirit cultivator, arranged for Hu Qianmei to stay, and went with him to the true devil realm. As he walked into the pitch-black crevice, that strange feeling rose again. This time, Su Yun's entire body was extremely cold, as though he had fallen into an ice pond, causing his entire body to tremble for 3 to 4 breaths of time before disappearing. Su Yun slowly opened his eyes. It was extremely dark all around him, the air was reeking of blood, the sky was dark red, all was gloomy in the distance. Even using the profound strength to look far away, he could not see anything. This was similar to the spirit demon continent on Tianwu, but the spirit demon continent was much stronger. The devil qi was so dense that it could suffocate people. Xing Ming once again hung a black order badge on his waist, then cupped his fists and said, Lord Devil Monarch, this subordinate has already reported your return to the Vice Sect leader. The Vice Sect leader is waiting for you in Black Demon Palace. I hope that you can quickly follow me there. Got it, lead the way. Su Yun said. Yes, sir. Xing Ming turned and followed the muddy road that seemed to be made of meat pieces. He quickly walked forward. Everyone did not fly, maybe they did not dare to fly, but this was already the territory of the True Devil Sect. According to the rules of the True Devil Sect, unless there was an emergency, no one was allowed to fly, including the sect leader. Su Yun had entered the Devil Sect before, and many of the things there originated from there. It could be said that the Devil Sect was a branch of the True Devil Sect, and the rules were extremely strict. Very quickly, Su Yun arrived in front of the True Devil Sect's imposing big door. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652. It was said that the plains at the back of the mountain, the Demon Sea and the rest were all places belonging to the true devil sect S. This sect was extremely powerful. There were countless of devil cultivators in the sect, and they were all extremely powerful. In front of the door, there were two gigantic statues of the devil cultivator, clad in armor, holding a long sword in hand. It was extremely mighty, and the door leading to the entrance was made of white bones. It was extremely imposing. When the two disciples from devil cultivator saw him, they immediately dropped to one knee and shouted, "Greetings, Master Xing Ming, greetings, Master Kutai. This is the new successor, Master Devil Monarch." Xing Ming said coldly. Hearing that, the two of them immediately shouted again, "Greetings, Lord Devil Monarch." N. Suyin nodded his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He felt that the two devil cultivators were also very strong, and that he could not be compared with them. Being treated with such respect by a group of people who were several times stronger than him made him, who had always been living in an environment where the strong preyed on the weak, feel uncomfortable. Upon entering, they saw a gigantic skull along the way. The skull was extremely black, nearly 10 meters tall, and 4 to 5 meters wide. Its two pitch black eyes burned with a faint green flame, and its lower jaw was the door. Xing Ming walked to the front of the gigantic skull, knelt down on one knee, and shouted loudly, "Vice Sect Master, disciple Xing Ming has come to report, Devil Monarch has already arrived." "Yes." A clear voice came out from inside, "Let Lord Devil Monarch come in, you can all leave now." "Yes, sir." Xing Ming shouted, and the group of devil cultivator left. But Su Yun was extremely surprised. It sounded like a woman. Could it be that the true devil sect's vice sect leader was a woman? Su Yun thought. He secretly sighed, then stepped into the Black Devil Hall. From the outside, the interior of the door was pitch black. It could be said that one could not see one's own fingers even if one were to stretch one's hand. On both sides of the wall, there were skulls that flickered with strange flames, and the light seeped out from these flames. At the top of the chair, there was a carved bone serpent, and in front of the sculptures sat a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s, with fair skin and elegant appearance. The young man wore a black robe with golden edges. It looked extremely similar to him, but he seemed to be very cute as he sat on the chair. His entire body was crooked, as though he was dozing off. When Suyin came in, he stood up, and upon seeing the person, he appeared to be flustered, and quickly stood up and clasped his hands together. Then he stuttered, "You are, right?" Suyin was dumbstruck. The young man in front of him who looked weak and shy, could he really be the famous devil sect's bisect leader, Ba Chi? Why doesn't it look like it? No aura at all? Suyin regained his senses. His mind was full of suspicions. He took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Suyin greets sect leader Ba Chi. No need for formalities. Ba Chi scratched his head and stuttered, "I just became this sect leader not too long ago, and I still don't understand many things. I'll need your advice from now on, Suyin." "Alright. The reason why I called you here today is because I want you to carry out the Devil Monarch's successor ceremony. I was assigned by the sect master to tell you some things regarding the devil sect, but I actually don't know much." Ba Chi said with a smile. His smile was extremely brilliant, just like his younger brother. Is this guy really the true devil sect's vice sect leader? Seeing Ba Chi like this, Suyin became even more confused. "Suyin, please take a seat. We'll talk later." Ba Chi suddenly thought of something and said quickly, "Thank you, sect leader Ba Chi." You're welcome." Ba Chi laughed. Seeing that Suyin had sat down, he then sat down in his seat with a bit of restraint. He intertwined his hands together, thought for a while, and asked, "That Lord Suyin, you are now a part of the Devil Monarch. I hope you can take yourself to be a person of the Devil sect, and take good care of him, and protect him." "There's no problem with caring and maintaining it," Suyin said as he wiped away the sweat on his forehead. "Also, I want to ask you something else, about the inheritance of Master Mo and Master Changgu." Ba Chi laughed embarrassedly. when you were fighting with the people of the Sword World, you used the tools left behind by the two masters, so you must have two people. May I ask, Master Devil Monarch, how did you obtain their inheritance?" Hearing that, Su Yun was quiet for a moment, then directly spoke of the inheritance of the great demonic beast. Listening, Ba Chi's expression was extremely rich. Sometimes he was surprised, sometimes he revealed an extremely terrified look, and when he heard about the dangerous situations, he shouted out repeatedly, as though he was the Su Yun from before. His performance was extremely exaggerated. Seeing Ba Chi's performance, Su Yun felt that he looked like a naive child. He did not fit the dignified image of the Devil Sect vice sect leader in the hearts of the people. After finishing his words, Ba Chi sighed with emotion. He clapped his hands and said, "I never thought that you, Devil Monarch, would have such a fortuitous encounter. To be able to pass Master Ian Mo and Master Chingu's test, it can be seen that you are fated to be with my Devil Sect. I just got lucky." Su Yun cupped his fists and said, "No matter what, you are the successors of the two masters, to my Devil Sect. The two of you have an extraordinary significance and an extraordinary position. You are their successors, so you are naturally not ordinary either. The position of the Devil Monarch must belong to you. I have already ordered some people to go down to arrange it. In 3 days, the Devil Monarch will begin after that. After the ceremony, you will undergo the baptism of a Devil Eagle and obtain the Supreme Devil Strength. At the same time, the Sect Master bestowed a piece of demon armor to protect your body. Everything depends on Sovereign's wishes." Su Yun nodded. "All right, I will first order some people to bring you to visit the Devil Sect. After that, you can rest a bit. When everything is ready, you can take over as the next Devil Monarch." Ba Chi laughed. He no longer looked restrained, thus he was no longer stuttering. Su Yun nodded. Soon enough, Ba Chi called over a devil cultivator and brought Su Yun away from the Black Devil Hall, while Ba Chi himself continued to nap in the Black Devil Hall, looking as if he was still in deep sleep. After leaving the Black Devil Hall, Su Yun was led towards the inner parts of the True Devil Sect. This devil cultivator is called Mumo. He had been in the True Devil Sect for 200 years, but due to his weak talent in cultivation, he could only become a normal gatekeeper. Master Devil Monarch, ahead is the Devil Field where the disciples of the Devil Sect cultivate. In the mountains at the back are the individual training grounds. Every disciple that enters the Devil Sect will be given a training ground by the sect. Every disciple has to complete the missions given by the sect, and the sect will give each disciple an item that they need. As Muemo walked, he introduced the place to Su Yun. Although his cultivation was not good, he was still at the 6th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, much higher than Su Yun. You have a different position in the sect, and the cultivation materials you distribute are also different? Not really. Muemo shook his head. From the elders down to the ordinary devil cultivator, there will always be cultivation materials given by the sects. No one will ever be short of them, but if you want to obtain good cultivation resources, you will be able to complete the missions given by the sections. The Devil Sect has strict rules, but compared to that, it is extremely fair, and as long as you are willing to work hard, you have the chance. Hearing that, Su Yun nodded. His heart was slightly moved. Compared to the other sects, Devil Sect was not bad. After going through these cultivation grounds, you will be able to reach the cultivation grounds of the elders. Master Devil Monarch, do you want to visit the elders? Muemo asked. It's not convenient to meet him now, let's wait until after Succeed ceremony is done. Su Yun said indifferently. Understood. Oh, by the way, when I was talking with Sect Master Ba Chi just now, I benefited a lot. May I ask if Sect Master Ba Chi has always been like this? Su Yun hesitated and said. Looking at how it was, it really did not look like it was something a Sect Master should have. Could it be that the Devil Sect deliberately found someone to test him? Unexpectedly, after he said that, Mumo's face changed. He anxiously turned and cupped his fists towards Su Yun. Lord Devil Monarch, I have just entered the sect, and am not familiar with the vice sect leader, so I do not know either. Eggy, are you lying like this? If you aren't familiar with Ba Chi, how could he let you lead the way? Su Yun was a little contemptuous. But from Mumo's performance, he was afraid that Ba Chi was not weak like what he had seen. Since you don't know, then forget it. Let's go, bring me to see the Devil Field. Su Yun said indifferently. Master Devil Monarch, this way please. Muemo immediately replied. In the remaining time, Muemo took Su Yun around, but did not introduce him to anyone. He was the new Devil Monarch, and Su Yun understood that this identity was most suitable only to be announced in the succeed ceremony. Through the conversation with Muemo, Su Yun found out the result of the battle with the Wanhua realm. The battle had ended with the defeat of the people of the Sword World, Jin Maluo being heavily injured, Star Sword Sovereign also falling, Xin Wenrong's, Dao Xing's and the rest's cultivation had been destroyed, becoming first stage Sky Spirit Masteress. Amongst the disciples, Cloud Heavenly Palace suffered the most casualties, and it was said that the Wanhua realm was deliberately ordering the people of Realm Tree to kill the experts of the Wanhua realm. Su Yun guessed that it was most likely because the Realm Master was trying to weaken the Wanhua realm. After all, the blame had already been laid on this, and it was impossible to resolve it. The only thing he could do was to use his own strength to kill the Cloud Heavenly Palace as many times as he could, and if the Cloud Heavenly Palace's power weakened, he would no longer dare to invade the Wanhua realm. However, the effect of this idea was not obvious. After all, the Cloud Heavenly Palace was a big sect of the Sword World, and there were countless of disciples. Even the people who died under Jin Maluo's command were only injured, they were not fatal. Unknowingly, the two of them arrived at a private room. Seeing that, Muemo anxiously turned and cupped his fists. Master Devil Monarch, this place is forbidden grounds, please take a detour. Another forbidden zone? Su Yun frowned. He did not know how many forbidden grounds he had encountered. There were many forbidden grounds in Devil's Sect. He reckoned that he could not casually enter half of them. But there was no other way, this was not his house, so he could only take a detour. Muemo, who is this person? Just as Su Yun and Muemo were about to leave, a voice suddenly came out from behind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653. Muemo and Su Yun turned to look, only to see a man dressed in yellow robes walking out from elegant garden. His head was tied up like a snake with braids, which were scattered all over his forehead, causing him to look extremely terrifying. The people of Devil's Sect were all dressed in black, although his yellow clothes were dark yellow, it was still rather eye-catching. Seeing him, Muemo immediately knelt on one knee, cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Master San Gulong. There's no need to be so polite." The man laughed and helped Muemo up, then glanced at Su Yun and asked, "Who is this?" This. However, Mumo's face changed drastically, and didn't say anything for a long time. Seeing that, Su Yun became suspicious, but he still opened his mouth. "I am Su Yun, greetings to the Lord." Su Yun? San Gulong swept his gaze across Su Yun, and said indifferently, "I can see that although you have devil chi, it is not strong, and your chi is different from my devil sect. You don't seem to be a member of my devil sect?" "In 3 days. Su Yun laughed. "Why?" San Gulong asked with interest. Su Yun hesitated for a moment, and was prepared to speak of this matter, but before he could do so, Muemo immediately knelt down on the ground, his head directly hitting the ground, and said softly, "Reporting to Master San Gulong, Lord Su Yun is the new Devil Monarch of our Devil Sect. In 3 days he will be starting the succeed ceremony." Mumo's words became bigger and smaller, and his voice also started to tremble. With that said, the face of the man called San Gulong suddenly changed. The change in his expression was extremely clear. Su Yun had even seen the deep shock and hatred that seeped into his eyes. What was going on? Without waiting for San Gulong to speak, he only saw Muemo anxiously getting up, and cupped his fists towards San Gulong. "Master, this disciple and Lord Su Yun still have matters to attend to. I will not stay any longer, and will take my leave." With that, Muemo anxiously turned and cupped his fists towards Su Yun. "Please follow me." Then he hurried away, as if he did not want to stay a moment longer. Su Yun was confused. he secretly glanced at San Gulong, but noticed that his entire body was releasing a bit of killing intent. He did not say a word, looked at Su Yun, and directly turned to walk back into the house. Seeing that, Su Yun's head was full of fog, he could not understand what was going on. They followed closely behind Muemo, and when they left the place, Muemo sighed fiercely, as though his entire being had relaxed a bit. Seeing that, Su Yun asked, "Muemo, what are you doing? Why did he leave in such a hurry? Is there some unspeakable thing that is not convenient to say in front of San Gulong?" However, when he said that, Muemo's expression changed. After a long while, he turned and knelt down on one knee, and then called out respectfully, "Master, there is nothing we can do." Originally, Disciple wanted to hide the matter of Master becoming the next devil monarch from San Gulong, but Disciple saw that he could not hide it anymore, and had no choice but to say it. "Oh? Then you must tell me, why are you hiding the matter of me being the next devil monarch?" Su Yun was puzzled. Muemo sighed, and said, "Actually it's impossible to hide it, since this is Devil Sect, and this San Gulong has actually been drooling over the position of Devil Monarch for a long time." "Has he been salivating over the position of Devil Monarch for a long time?" Hearing that, Su Yun was startled. "What happened?" "This is a long story, Master. You should have seen the elegant garden where Master San Gulong was at before, right?" "I saw it." Although he said that it was the elegant garden, but in truth, it was more like an isolated prison. San Gulong was a great demon. His cultivation came from the hands of the sect master. His cultivation was extremely high and powerful. The profound technique was astonishing, causing the sect head to fall in love with him. Thus, he wanted to rely on this method. If he wanted to advance to the devil monarch, he had to obtain some special good fortune, but the sect master was unwilling, and refused his request. Furthermore, if he did not have any special contributions to the true devil sect, he could not accept it, so he stirred up many problems, and at the same time, forced the experts to support him in taking over the devil monarch. "So, you didn't dare to casually tell him that I'm about to succeed the position of devil monarch, and were afraid that you would make him unhappy, right?" Su Yun realized and asked. "That's right. However, after thinking about it, I'm afraid that this disciple will not be able to hide it. Rather than that, it would be better to tell him the truth," Muemo said. Su Yun instead laughed bitterly. "You can speak the truth if you can't hide it, but what should I do? Hearing you say that, this San Gulong's cultivation is definitely not simple, and he has always been concerned about the position of the devil monarch, and now that I have taken his position, doesn't that mean that he hates me to the bones? Your position is because of the inheritance of Master Mo and Master Changgu. Both of you have made great contributions to my devil sect. You are their successors. Even if San Gulong is as bold as the heavens, he would not dare to hate you, so, Master is not concerned." "Is that so?" Su Yun laughed again and again and did not speak further. The places that the true devil sect could go were similar to the sects of the devil cultivator. It was not interesting, but the places that interested Su Yun were mostly forbidden grounds. Other than the designated people and sect masters, no one else was allowed to enter. As a result, Su Yun ended his stroll early, and let Muemo lead him to the temporary training area arranged by the vice sect leader, and started cultivating early. The cultivation grounds that Ba Chi had arranged for was a natural cave, and it was said that the people of Devil Sect cultivated there, so the cave that Su Yun resided in was extremely different in this mountain range, because this cave was extremely close to the sect master and vice sect master's cave, and was close to the cultivation grounds of the elders. One could tell the special status of the devil monarch from the cultivation grounds. Su Yun entered the cave and started to look around. There were 2 disciples of the true devil sect standing guard at the entrance of the cave. From the entrance of the cave, one could see that there was nothing special about the training grounds. The cave was not very deep, but it was very spacious, and it was very orderly. In the center of the cave was a tall platform. On it was a black gem. On it was a gem emitting energy, which could be absorbed by humans, increasing their cultivation. This gem was a precious treasure. Many people had it. Who knows where true devil sect got it from? These devil patterns were all blood red in color, like little snakes crawling on the walls. When one was cultivating, these demon patterns would assist the cultivator in cultivating, clearing out the devil strength in the cultivator's body, soothing the demon origin, making it more efficient. Every stone and pattern here were all extraordinary. If one cultivated here, their cultivation would definitely soar by leaps and bounds. Su-Yun sat in the cave, his eyes blazing with fire. Any disciple here is as strong as a mountain. Maybe he could rely on the True Devil sect to save his sister. Furthermore, if you were to cultivate here, it would far surpass any other sect you have ever encountered. If you continue to train like this, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Su-Yun thought. If it was not for his sister, he would definitely not accept the position of the Devil Monarch, and would even draw a clear line between him and the True Devil sect. After all, deep in his heart, he still hoped to be able to be at peace and stay away from trouble. After Muemo left, Su-Yun sat cross-legged in his cultivation cave alone, recuperating the profound chi in his body. These few days passed silently. Until the third day. Muemo came again, but this time, he was not the only one who came. There were also many male and female devil cultivators. One of the devil cultivator was dragging a plate in his hands that was filled with ingredients. Amongst these ingredients, there were some that had flesh and bones, and some even had fresh blood on them, which seemed to have just been taken down from a living being. Master, the ceremony is about to begin. Please follow the sect rules to obtain the Devil Monarch's armor, hold the Devil Monarch's sword, and dress up according to Devil Monarch's etiquette, then head to the altar of exorcism to carry out the ceremony. Muemo respectfully said to Su-Yun, who was seated in the middle of the cave. Su-Yun slowly opened his eyes, looked at the devil cultivator and nodded. Seeing that, the devil cultivator walked over to serve Su-Yun. First, he wore armor, and then he disguised himself. After donning the armor, the servant took out profound strength, and with the blood of the bananas, he painted runes on Su-Yun's armor and skin. The internal organs and flesh were all shattered and smeared onto the armor's center, where a dark red cape was tied behind the helmet, and both sides of the shoulder guards had dark feathers. The decorating process was extremely complicated, but Su-Yun was surprised to discover that all of the decorations were not just for the sake of looking good. It seemed to have other uses, because every time a decorative piece was completed, Su-Yun felt a strange restlessness in his body. The ornaments on the armor were not the devil strength that boosted Su-Yun's power, but on the contrary, they seemed to be alluring Su-Yun's desire for the devil strength and the desire for power in his heart. They were like peerless beauties, constantly provoking the madness suppressed in their hearts. Do you have to wear these? Su-Yun's breathing became rapid, and his face paled. He could be said to be the weakest devil monarch in history. How could these decorations withstand it? The vice sect leader said before, Master might not be able to withstand the chi of these armors and treasures, but these items are all essential items to Devil Monarch, and also essential items to increase your power. You must wear them, and cannot remove them. Muemo said. Hearing that, Su-Yun felt helpless, although he was unwilling, but he could only grit his teeth and persevere. Since the people of True Devil's sect were looking for him to succeed them, they would not harm him. This went on for nearly 6 hours before all the complicated tasks were completed. The ceremony was about to begin. Su-Yun knew that it was different from the past. Once he stepped on it, it would be hard to turn back, but for the sake of completing it, he would have to stake everything on one go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654. At the moment, Su-Yun was clad in heavy black scales. His entire body was covered in imprints like ghosts and gods, with a dark red cape draped over his back. The black feathers on his shoulders were exposed. He was extremely mighty, but his face was pale white, perspiration dripping down like water. It was extremely difficult to deal with him. With everything set up, Su-Yun walked out of the cave under the lead of the wood demon and headed towards the upper demonic altar. When meeting the devil cultivator, all of them would kneel down and worship, revealing a respectful and pious expression, just like the most pious believer that sought his own faith. Su-Yun took a good look at the expressions of all the people present. Even so, he still did not fully understand the position of Demon Lord. This position was extremely different from the elders. Why was the three bone dragons so fixated on this position? The elites and disciples had already gathered at the altar of enchantment. Because the sect master was in closed-door cultivation, the ceremony this time around would be held by Vice Sect Master Chi. The altar was set up in the west side of the True Devil sect, and when Su-Yun arrived at the demonic altar, he took a whole 2 days. Approaching the altar, he could see from afar a gigantic heavenly demon statue that was almost reaching into the clouds. The appearance of the sculpture was already unclear, but it was covered in armor and had a pair of huge wings on its back. In its hand was a gigantic and long double sword, pointing straight at the clouds. Its vast body was filled with lines, and the circles of light emitted from the patterns, looking especially mighty, as though it was a god. Below the statue, there were 12 smaller statues. These sculptures were all either clad in armor or robes. There were both men and women, and their expressions were all different. The weapons in their hands were also all different. Su-Yun looked into the distance and was shocked to find that within the statues, there were 2 statues that looked similar to Changgu and Inmo. From the looks of it, these statues were the great demonic statues that had contributed greatly to the Devil sect. The Devil Chi enveloped the altar, the sky was dark, the black soil was trampled by the Devil cultivator until it was uneven, and when Su-Yun walked over, the sky was already filled with drizzle. This was different from the rain in Sky Martial World. The rain here was also pitch black, and contained the Devil Chi. The closer they got to the altar, the thicker the Devil Chi became. Approaching the entrance, one could see that in front of the incomparably huge statue, there was a round altar standing tall, and around the altar were Devil cultivator carvings, and countless of Devil cultivators stood around the altar. Floating around the altar were many powerful and terrifying Devil cultivator. There were men and women, young and old. When the Demon Lord's guard of honor walked over, all the Devil cultivators' eyes gathered at this place. Demon Lord has arrived. The devils bow in respect. Devil cultivator at the front of the guard shouted loudly, his voice spreading far and wide. In an instant, other than the floating Devil cultivator, all the other Devil cultivator who were standing on the ground knelt down on one knee, and shouted in unison. Greetings, Demon Lord. Greetings, Demon Lord. Greetings, Demon Lord. The sound echoed like a tsunami, wave after wave. Only after an incense stick of time had passed did it stop. Su-Yun looked over to see a pitch-black area at the gigantic altar of demons. It was entirely filled with Devil cultivator. And what was even more terrifying was that none of these Devil cultivators was in existence under the 5th stage of Sky Spirit Master. All the people in front of him were countless times stronger than him, yet now, they were all bowing down to him. Su-Yun's heart surged with myriad emotions. He felt that luck was unpredictable. He took a deep breath, braced himself against the lines of the armor, and walked with heavy steps towards the top of the altar. When he took his first step, the entire area around the altar went silent. Everyone maintained their kneeling posture, quietly waiting. Su-Yun walked towards the altar step by step, following the gaps between the crowd. He stepped onto the tall altar. On top of the altar stood the delicate-looking Vice Sect Master Chi, who was already waiting for him. He held a pitch-black human skull in his hands, and looked at Su-Yun quietly. Inside the human skull in his hand, a devil fire was burning. Every step was especially loud at this moment. Every step was extremely heavy at this moment. Su-Yun had finished walking on the 147th step. When he reached the top of the altar, he could see a square array seal that was constantly spiraling. This was not the first time Su-Yun had seen this array seal. When he had joined the Devil sect in his last life, he had seen this array seal. Today, not only was it the successor of the Demon Lord, he had also officially become a devil. He looked at the gigantic sculpture that soared into the clouds, walked into the array seal, and knelt down on one knee. The thick armor creaked. Jun'Mo's orders are to tread the path of demons, follow the heart of demons, and walk the path of devils. Do you wish to perish forever without regret? I'm willing. Xiao Xiao heavily Dao, only I walk the path of the devil, all living things in this world are at a loss. Yun Yun doesn't know, only I'm awake. No one understands the devil, only the devil understands the devil. Since the ruler has already entered, he will not disappoint the heavens, he is completely deserving of it. Lord Devil, from today onwards, everyone is willing to vouch for me with their own hearts that Su Yun will definitely join my devil sect and my devil sect. He could see threads of devil chi revolving around his fingertips like dragons, while a mysterious light floated around the top of his skull. The pitch-black skull also started to float, and the devilish fire inside his bones continued to burn even more vigorously, as it leaked out from his pores. Suddenly, a dark bolt of lightning streaked across the dark sky. This bolt of lightning was so black that it was hard to imagine. As soon as it appeared, the sky turned gray. The lightning appeared in the sky and struck the giant statue below, smashing into its skull and entering its body. The moment the lightning entered the statue, it began to tremble. The statue that was charging towards Yun Xiao actually came to life. Just that, Su Yun could not feel any signs of life. Seeing the statue moving so stiffly, Su Yun guessed that the statue seemed to be a magical equipment, as if the lightning bolt was some kind of key, and the current it was only being opened temporarily. The sculpture opened its eyes, and a burst of devil fire flashed through its bell-like eyes. He extended his hand out and pointed at Su Yun, and his huge fingertip shot out a burst of devil chi, which directly struck Su Yun's body. In that moment, the snake dowager's heart-wrenching pain instantly spread across Su Yun's body. Su Yun could not help but let out a painful howl. His entire body was wrapped up by the devil chi and floated in the air. At the same time, he realized that his thoughts had changed. The painful scenes of the past appeared in his mind one by one, like an inverted ribbon. The scene of being bullied in his previous life. The scene of Su Qing'er begging for fulfillment with tears in her eyes. The scene of his parents dying and being ridiculed by others. Scene of Qing'er's tragic death. The scene of Sword Elder being killed. The scene of Hu Qianmei making a compromise and sacrificing himself for the future. These unhappy memories kept on surging out. Many things should have dispersed like smoke, but at this moment, all of these things were hooked up, like sharp blades, cutting Su Yun's heart, like seductive blades. The drug-like substance stimulated Su Yun's desire to kill. His eyes began to turn red. His expression became twisted. All the tendons in his body bulged. Blood began to gush out wildly. At this moment, with his eyes wide open, the devil chi around him transformed into countless of large hands, surrounding Su Yun's body and slapping him non-stop. With every slap, a large amount of devil chi would explode. Demon! He deserved to live up to his reputation. Justice and justice existed in heaven and earth, yet were crushed by the power. Those who were truly kind-hearted were all slaughtered. Everything was gone. However, what did the power in this world count as? Since the strong want to use violence to crush justice, then, we should use violence to crush the strong. Rip this hypocritical starry sky, and grasp the truth that belongs solely to us in your hands. Break all injustices in the world, and kill all those who deserve to be killed in the world. Ignore the exalted immortal God. Just be yourself. Walk down this path that belongs solely to us. Octagon Aniseed let out a loud cry. His words seemed to be filled with an endless devil sound, as every single word he said reached Su Yun's ears. After hearing his words, Su Yun felt as though he was about to explode. The murderous intent in his body had become completely uncontrollable, and in this moment, it completely erupted. He struggled with all his might, wanting to break free from the restrictions of the devil chi in his surroundings. However, no matter how he struggled, there would always be a force holding him down. This power was like a shackle, suppressing him, and at this moment, Su Yun was trying his best to break out of this shackle. Perhaps, this shackle had existed in his heart for a long, long time. And now, all that Hachi-chan had done was to assist Su-yun in getting rid of this shackle. The devil chi was still corroding Su-yun's body. The shrieks and roars resonated throughout the entire altar. At this moment, Su-yun felt a pain like his bones and flesh were being separated. This pain was unprecedented, completely beyond his imagination. The clan elders of the True Devil sect all landed on the ground. They formed a circle and stood around the altar, then raised their hands into the air and closed their eyes, activating the devil chi that flew out from their palms one after another to converge onto Su-yun, who was on the altar. The devil chi smoldered in the sky as it vibrated in the air. Its cold and ruthless aura filled the entire space. Su-yun's expression became warped. He tried his best to control his own consciousness, trying to stay awake, but this time, Shigo suddenly spoke. "Demon Lord, don't suppress the devil nature in your heart. Release it, completely release it. Break the shackles that have bound you for so long." When he said this, Su-yun gave up on that last bit of consciousness. Break through the shackles. This was exactly what he wanted, as well as the core purpose of this ceremony. Wake up the persistence in everyone's heart. An unrelenting faith. He continued to scream, but this time, it was not for the sake of suppressing the power in his heart. It was for the sake of venting. It was to resist the restraint that had always been restraining him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655. After an unknown period of time. The overlapping demon statue that had landed in front of the altar slowly calmed down. It had returned to its previous state and was motionless, and the devil chi that was circling around its body also gradually dissipated. When the surrounding elders saw this, all of them stopped what they were doing. He continued to recite a few chants with his eyes closed, and with a raise of his hand, the black palms that were constantly hitting Su-yun's body immediately started to dissipate. The current Su-yun was like a pitch-black cocoon. He was floating in the middle of the altar, and the devil chi continued to coil around him and seeped into his skin. At that moment, his skin was even paler than white paper. Crack! At this time, the devil chi around Su-yun's body trembled, and a low sound came out, as if something had broken or the gas had collapsed. Hearing this, his face revealed a look of joy. The shackles have been broken. Slowly, Su-yun slowly descended. When he landed, the devil chi surrounding him also slowly retreated as if it was shedding silken cocoons. Su-yun gently stood on top of the altar. He looked like a brand new person, and when he opened his eyes once again, they were bloodshot, sinister, and terrifying. His pale skin released a large amount of devil chi. His entire body was filled with killing intent. If an ordinary person were to land by his side, they would probably suffocate to death. Su-yun heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that the number of spirit core in his body had increased by countless, and a majority of them had already transformed into devil chi-s, only producing devil chi, with the profound chi in his body as the main. But what made people extremely happy was that after going through such a baptism, his cultivation actually went from 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master to the 4th stage. The ceremony went well. Seeing that, Vice Sect Leader Chi smiled and nodded. Lord Devil Lord, you have successfully become a demon. From today onwards, you are also part of my True Devil sect. I must congratulate you. Thank you very much. Su-yun slowly opened his mouth, but his voice was unexpectedly heavy. Disciple pays his respects to the Demon Lord. The people below once again kneeled down and shouted loudly. Their voices were like a tsunami. Greetings, Demon Lord. This time, even the clan elders and elites saluted Su-yun. The ceremony had ended and Su-yun had officially become the next Demon Lord. He had become a member of the Devil sect and had a very high status. After obtaining this treasure title, Su-yun understood that he would have a chance to save his sister and contend against the Supreme Sect. Please stand still, Demon Lord. Accept the praise from my True Devil sect, he said again. With that said, all the clan elders below started to step onto the altar one by one, biting their fingers to leave a bloody mark on Su-yun's chest armor. With one word from each, the dozen or so elders stained Su-Yun's chest red. Su-Yun silently accepted. There were many rules for the ceremony, and the etiquette was complicated. However, they still had to complete the ceremony as it was a rule. Looking at the dense group of people from the True Devil sect below the altar, Su-Yun's heart was filled with emotion. Previously, he had endured the excruciating pain from the Snake Dowager, trying his best to break through the shackles. Now that the shackles had been broken, the murderous intent in his heart had disappeared without a trace. However, just as Su-Yun was immersed in his thoughts, his mind suddenly became a mess. Following that, the blood in his body started to boil, and in the next moment, it erupted with over 1,000 degrees, going straight for tens of thousands of degrees. Su-Yun's skin suddenly became red, and his body trembled, and he directly fell to the ground, unconscious. Seeing that, the surrounding devil cultivator was in an uproar. The demon lord had fainted in public. This was like throwing a huge rock into a calm pond, causing 1,000 ripples? What's going on? The first elder was shocked. Quickly bring Lord Demon Lord down to be healed. Immediately ask for Sect Master. Quick! He hurriedly shouted. Yes, sir. The entire altar was in a mess. An elder took out his devil chi, supported Su-Yun, and quickly rushed out of the altar. After exiting the altar, the Devil Sect Elder and the Octagon Aniseed rushed to the top of a hill. On top of the hill was a huge devil formation constructed with blood, surrounded by 7 devil cultivators. When the group of demons arrived, all of the devil cultivators knelt down on one knee, bowing to Chi-Chi and the others. The demon lord's body is acting strange. Hurry up and activate the magic array. I want to treat the demon lord. An old-looking elder dressed in a black robe shouted. Yes, sir. Devil Cultivator cupped his fists. He then sat cross-legged around the demon circle and cut his own wrist. Blood gushed out and he placed his hand on the side of the demon circle and poured his blood into the demon circle. The current Su-Yun was like a boiling hot stove. His skin was completely red, and his temperature was incredibly high. Seeing Su-Yun in such pain, all the demons were confused. How can the demon lord be like this? Could it be that he is unable to endure the devil's strength of the demon lord armor? The first elder questioned. Although the demon lord's cultivation is not high, it is not so hard to bear the devil's strength of the demon lord's armor. Furthermore, if he cannot endure it, there should be a reaction when he wears it. Why would he only appear now? Furthermore, the current state of the demon lord does not seem to be caused by the fact that the devil's strength is too strong. As he spoke, he carefully approached Su-Yun. Looking at him, he seemed to be extremely afraid. With his head stretched out towards Su-Yun, he immediately pulled back, afraid that Su-Yun would harm him. Hearing that, he stared at Su-Yun for a moment, then nodded. That's right, the demon lord's reaction does not seem to be caused by the heavy weight of the devil chi, but if it's not, then what? Could someone have secretly tried to harm Lord Devil Lord? This is completely impossible. Who dares to be so impudent on the altar of magic? Furthermore, all of us are present, so no one can easily make a move in front of us. A black female devil cultivator by the side said. That's right, what we should do now is to quickly treat Lord Demon Lord. Although Lord Demon Lord's cultivation is not strong, he is the descendant of Mo and Lord Changgu. We cannot let anything happen to him. We will now begin to cast our spell on the Demon Lord to stabilize his body. I'm worried that if this continues, his physical body might be damaged. When everyone heard this, they earnestly nodded their heads and then began to act separately. Octopus, the dignified vice-sect master, did not dare to touch Su-Yun. He hid in the corner and looked at her, then allowed the female devil cultivator to go up. Lifting Su-Yun up, he sat in the middle of the array. The other clan elders sat cross-legged with Su-Yun as the center. They began to coordinate with the formation to cast their spells to stabilize the strange symptoms of burning heat in Su-Yun's body. Only the right medicine will have the effect. Don't be in such a hurry to use the profound chi. First take a look at what's happening inside his body. Octagon Aniseed stretched his neck and grumbled. Yes, Vice Sect Leader. All the demons replied, then released their palms together, striking towards Su Yun. All the demon palms released pitch-black rays of light, shooting towards Su Yun and invading his body. But, just as the black lines touched Su Yun's body, a scorching heat was released to the surrounding clan elders. All the elders' face changed as they quickly stopped shooting and stopped moving. At the same time, Su Yun, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and leaped into the air. He floated in mid-air. His body was ignited with a strange black flame. The fire burnt all the demon lord armor on his body until only sword sheath remained, and his body was filled with strange, snake-like tattoos, one after another, with blood-red veins seeping out from his pale skin. His eyes were like magma, red and yellow beyond compare. This, what is going on? Looking at Su Yun, who had suddenly erupted with such power, he shouted out with a stutter. What a high temperature! All the elders stepped back from the formation. When they looked at their palms, they found that a transparent hole had been created by the high temperature. Just then, Su Yun, who was in mid-air, released a heart-tearing and lung-splitting roar, and then he suddenly rushed down, charging towards the clan elder. His hand turned into a fist, aimed straight at the pitch-black female devil cultivator. His fist looked ordinary, but when it approached, the tip of the fist suddenly became extremely hot, even hotter than the blazing sun, and smashed straight at her. The female devil cultivator's face darkened. She raised both her hands, and a mass of devil chi appeared in front of her. The devil chi quickly transformed into a strange demon. But a shocking scene appeared. The fist came smashing over. The devil bit his wrist, but was unable to stop it. Instead, his fist was powerful like a hot knife through butter, piercing through the devil, directly striking the in the chest. Dawn! The female devil cultivator was sent flying more than 100 meters back. Lowering his head, he saw that a large hole had been created in his chest, and black flames were still burning there. The devil cultivator's face changed. She immediately sat down cross-legged, and activated profound chi to extinguish the fire. What was even more shocking was Su Yun's terrifying strength. He growled, and waved his fist towards the devil cultivator again. Seeing that, the other clan elders anxiously rushed over. Without holding back, they rushed towards Su Yun's hands and feet. Although they did not know what happened to Su Yun, but his performance had already threatened them. Everyone would not take Su Yun's life, but they would at least cripple his limbs, and cause him to be unable to fight. Then, just at this time, a figure suddenly rushed over from the distance, straight towards Su Yun, who was surrounded by the clan elders. When he got close to Su Yun, he released a total of 28 palms. The palms struck onto his body. The palms struck into the profound strength. Boom! Su Yun's body trembled a few times. His terrifying red and yellow eyes suddenly flashed, and recovered his original color. He stood neutral for a moment, then fell back down, unconscious. Seeing that, the elders quickly turned their gaze towards the person who came. When they saw him, everyone quickly knelt on one knee and started shouting. Greetings, Grand Elder. Oh, Great Elder is here. It's great that you're here. Come and help me quickly. This is going to be difficult for me. Octagon Aniseed scratched the back of his head and laughed as if he had seen his savior. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656. The person who came was called the Round Demon, who looked like a tanned old man with a head full of hair. He did not attract anyone's attention, but he was a powerful character known as the 8-Armed Dead Demon, and his skills in producing 8 arms meant that he could unleash 8 different types of profound techniques simultaneously. His power was boundless. He was the veteran sect master of the Devil Sect, and after going through 3 generations of sect masters, his cultivation was extremely deep. The Round Demon lightly nodded, and then cupped his fists towards Chia, Vice Sect Master. Great Elder, it's great that you are here. Quick, look at this. What exactly is going on with the Demon Lord? Why did he suddenly go crazy? Furthermore, when he goes berserk, it is just too terrifying. Even the inner demon elder was injured by him. It does not seem like someone at the 4th stage of the Sky Spirit Master would have such strength. He still had some lingering fear on his face. Yuan Mo waved away the gathered elders, and then walked toward Su Yun alone, who was on the ground. Standing in front of him, he squatted down and extended his hand to touch Su Yun's skin. In that moment, a burning sensation spread out, and at the place where Yuan Demon's hand touched Su Yun's skin, white smoke appeared. The devil's face suddenly changed. Great Clan Elder, what is going on? Is the Demon Lord all right? Octagon Anger looked worried. It was difficult for someone to assume the position of Demon Lord. He can't die, or else we'd have to re-elect him. Sigh, this is too troublesome. I don't want to be an honorary master anymore. Vice Sect Leader, we might have to disappoint you. Lord Devil Lord is not going to die yet. Lord Demon Lord was not affected by the devil strength of the Demon Lord's armor, but because of the blood in his body. Blood? What happened to the blood in his body? All the devils were puzzled. I don't know either, but this blood is very special. Before, it seemed to be in a closed state, and then it undid a little of the seal for some reason, and after a while, I was unable to explain it to everyone, but luckily, there are some signs of repair. If I'm not wrong, the Demon Lord should be fine after a while. The round demon said indifferently. As he spoke, he patted his chest and heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. However, the blood of the Demon Lord is especially strange. I still have to inform the sect master of this matter. If the sect master comes out of seclusion, I need him to cut off all ties for the Demon Lord. If you aren't done yet after the Demon Lord succession ceremony, you can leave it for now. With that, the round demon turned around and pointed to the sky. Soon, it disappeared. Upon seeing this, Demonheart and the others immediately cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, great clan elder." After that, Octagon Aniseed ordered his men to bring Su Yun back to the Demon Lord's cave to recuperate. After Su Yun was brought to the Devil Lord's cave, Octopus immediately arranged 2 Devil Cultivators to look after him, as though they were not even a step away from his cave. This way, continued for 3 days before Su Yun's scorching body gradually recovered its normal temperature, his consciousness recovered, and he gradually woke up from his coma. Your Majesty, you're awake? One of the devil cultivator that was guarding the cave entrance noticed that there was movement. He immediately ran in, and upon seeing Su Yun who was recovering his array seal, he anxiously shouted, "Master, you have just recovered, please do not activate the profound chi, I will go and report to the vice sect leader." After he finished speaking, he was about to leave. Wait. Su Yun, who felt dizzy and uncomfortable all over, called out to the devil cultivator in a hoarse voice. Devil cultivator stopped in his tracks and turned around. What orders do you have for me? Why am I here? Su Yun patted his swollen head and asked. Master, you fainted during the ceremony. All the elders wanted to treat you, but they went berserk during the treatment. Luckily the great clan elder rushed over in time to stabilize your condition, and then, he sent you to the cave to rest. Devil cultivator explained everything that happened to Su Yun. Hearing that, Su Yun was both shocked and shocked. He lowered his head in thought. After a long time, he waved his hand and said, "You can go first." Yes. The devil cultivator turned around and left the cave. After devil cultivator left, Su Yun's heart still could not calm down. Everything was fine, why did he suddenly faint? Could it be that he was unable to accept the devil's strength that he had inherited during the ceremony? Su Yun. Just as Su Yun was confused, a voice came out from his side. Su Yun turned to look, only to see that one of the sword sheath had flown out, and upon closer inspection, it was Ling Qingyu. Qingyu. Su Yun said. Your body seems different from ordinary people. Ling Qingyu walked over, circled around Su Yun and said. What? Hearing that, Su-Yun was shocked. Am I not a person? Who told you you're not human anymore? Ling Qingyu rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. I only said that your body is a little special. The reason you fainted during the ceremony earlier is also because of your body. What is the reason? Su-Yun asked. He didn't understand it himself. The ceremony was just right. He suddenly closed his eyes and opened it, returning to the abode. He had no memory of the entire time, so what exactly had happened here? The doubt in his heart troubled Su-Yun. It seems like you don't know anything about it. Ling Qingyu shook her head and said, after you entered the true devil realm, I was shocked awake by the rich devil chi of the true devil realm, so I kept observing your movements, worried that you would be harmed by it, but the facts proved that I was overthinking it, but I never thought that you would become the successor of the true devil realm's demon lord. When you participated in the ceremony, I watched by the side, so I was clear of your changes. Then what happened to me? What's the reason? I don't know the specific reason, but there's one obvious change. What change? Before you passed out, all the blood in your body started boiling and increased the temperature at an astonishing rate. The temperature was too terrifying, and if not for the monarch occult force and the myriad flower seed working together to resist the high temperature, your body would have been burnt long ago. Ling Qingyu said with lingering fear, previously when you were unconscious, I took the opportunity to secretly check your body, and now that the profound chi have been completely burnt, and the monarch occult force and the million flower seed have suffered heavy injuries, it will definitely be used in the next year. Sai, if that change of yours appears again, without the assistance of these two things, the situation will not be good. The blood suddenly heated up? Hearing that, Su-Yun was confused. He really did not understand. Everything is fine, how could I be like this? Has this never happened before? Never. Did someone secretly use profound technique on you? That's unlikely. Su-Yun shook his head. Most of my enemies have died. Of course, I can't exclude those people from Sword World, but since I am in True Devil Realm, they don't have that kind of sacred art. Yes, Ling Qingyu thought for a moment, then said, earlier, when you were unconscious, I wanted to save you, but at that time, there were too many experts of the True Devil sect, so I was not in the Devil Cultivator, and was afraid that they would attack me the moment they appeared. Thus, I did not make a move, but since the True Devil sect is abundant like an ox, the great clan elder helped you out in time, and you were fine. I heard him say that your blood seemed to have been sealed by something, and during the ceremony, the seal on your blood was broken slightly, which is why such a situation happened. Blood seal? How was this possible? My blood has always been pure. Be serious. Ling Qingyu glared at him and said, the great clan elder said, the cracks in your seal will automatically close, and in the future, there might not be such a situation, but no matter what, you have to find the reason, and if you do not have the luck in the future, and have the supreme expert assisting you, you might not even know how you will die. Hearing Ling Qingyu's words, Su-Yun earnestly nodded his head. After thinking about it, Su-Yun was not sure how his blood could change. The ceremony will begin and everything will be safe. But when all the clan elders offered their blood to me in accordance to the rules, the situation suddenly changed. Qingyu, do you think there's a problem with the elders' blood? How can the blood of the elders be linked with the seal of your blood? Could it be that an elder had deliberately sealed your blood before releasing it? This is impractical. Ling Qingyu shook his head. Hearing that, Su-Yun sighed. Maybe someone should know the answer to your blood question. Ling Qingyu suddenly thought of something and said. Who? Your parents, Su Shintian and Xin Shueshua, said Ling Qingyu. Aren't you their son? You can ask them. Makes sense. Su-Yun nodded his head. Maybe this is something inherited from the Su family. That's right. I'll be waiting to see your parents. Just ask them. She still wanted to say something, but suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Seeing that, Ling Qingyu immediately returned to the sword sheath. Su-Yun stood up and looked out of the cave. to see Chi and Great Clan Elder Yuan Imo walking in. Seeing that Suyun had woken up, Chigo heaved a sigh of relief. "Demon Lord, it's good that you're fine, but it scared me so much. I haven't been eating well for the past few days, so I can't sleep well either. If something were to happen to you, I won't be able to explain it to sect leader." "Are you for real?" Suyun glanced at him, feeling that this guy was a little strange. Of course, he could pretend to be good at it. Everyone in Devil's Sect was a decent person, but this guy always showed an extremely weak look. It was unknown if it was because of his personality or if he could be so. "Demon Lord, are you feeling better now?" "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine." Suyun cupped his fists and smiled. "It's good that you're fine." The fiend nodded. At this time, Wuya took out a black skull from somewhere and handed it over to Suyun. "Since you are fine, then let's continue with the final step of the ceremony." Octagon Aniseed laughed. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 657. The last step? What is it? Suyun looked at the pitch-black skull and asked puzzledly. With a faint smile, he gently raised his hand. The pitch-black skull flew out from his palm and floated in the air. The empty skull hole once again ignited with demonic fire, burning brighter and brighter. "This is the Demon Lord's skeleton face. It was made from the previous Demon Lord's skull. Only those who possess the Demon Lord's skeleton face can be called Demon Lord. This is equivalent to your keepsake. In the future, when you travel across the universe and wear this bone face, you will be able to reveal your identity." The round demon said. "So that's how it is." Suyun nodded. After silently chanting a few chants, the back half of the skeleton exploded, leaving only the front half. The shattered debris stuck to the inner edges of the skull, forming a strange pattern. "What effect does this bone face have?" Suyun took the bone mask, and felt the dense devil chi on the mask, and could not help but ask. "Nope. It's just an ordinary mask. Is it possible that you can't even compare to ordinary magic treasure?" "What do you mean? This was the Demon Lord's keepsake. How could ordinary magic treasure compare to it?" "Demon Lord, if you want the magic treasure, just say it. With your current identity, you can have as much as you want." Octagon Aniseed opened his eyes wide. Hearing that, Suyun awkwardly laughed and did not say any more. He placed the bone surface in front of him, and the bone surface automatically absorbed it. In an instant, the devil chi filled up his entire body, and like a flood, the baleful chi, killing intent and devil chi swept out in all four directions, instantly filling the entire cave. Suyun finally understood. So the effect of the Demon Lord's bone was to give him momentum. Suyun took off the bone face, his heart filled with emotion. With this object, even if he fought with others, he was afraid that he would not even fight with them, and would only win by 30%. It is just that your current cultivation is too low, and it is not a good thing for you to stay in the Devil Sect. At least the Devil Sect will be able to protect you, but once you leave for a different place, it will be difficult for me to protect you. If you die, it will greatly affect my Devil Sect, so, Demon Lord E, if you do not want to stay in the Devil Sect, are you willing to cultivate for a period of time?" At this time, the devil's voice sounded again. Hearing that, Suyun immediately cupped his fists and said, "If that's the case, then of course it's good." "Alright then." The round demon nodded and looked around. He said respectfully, "Eight-Toothed Grandmaster, I have to leave the sect in the future for a mission. I'll have to trouble you to help the Demon Lord increase his cultivation." "Huh?" As soon as he heard that, he grimaced. I'm very busy. Vice Sect Leader, please do not decline. If there is no sect mission, this matter can be handed over to the Round Demon, but the Round Demon truly cannot be removed, please forgive me." The Round Demon cupped his fists and bowed. His attitude was very upright and he didn't slack in the slightest. Since the round demon had already said this, it wasn't good for the eight-toothed man to refuse. Seeing that, Suyun was confused. This fella called Chi did not look like a vice sect leader. How did he become the devil sect's vice sect leader? Through the back door? Trust? He doesn't look like one. This is not the Sky Martial continent. Furthermore, a person with such a strong cultivation level like the Devil Lord was actually respectful to him. Could it be that the octopus he saw was just a surface phenomenon, but it turns out that he is actually a powerful being? After the round demon left, the eight-toothed man seemed somewhat restrained, just like when he was in the Black Demon Palace. I have to tell you with my eyes. I'm not very good at teaching people. If you don't understand, don't ask me, because I don't know how to explain myself. Fine. Suyun shrugged his shoulders. I will work hard to learn it myself. Since you can't teach me, I can only blame my bad luck. In any case, when the Devil Sect's Demon Lord was killed by some nobody, I can only blame myself for not putting in enough effort. There will definitely not be anyone who thinks that the true Devil Sect is too weak. Okay. I'll teach you seriously, alas. He sighed and said, follow me, your current cultivation is too weak. I will teach you some of Devil Sect's absolute arts, and you can decide how much you want to learn. After speaking, he walked out of the estate. Suyun hurriedly followed. These people were all dressed in white Blade Master uniforms, carrying long swords on their backs, and all of them gave off an extremely heroic vibe, especially around each and every person's body. There was an extremely sharp sword aura revolving around them. And at this moment, within the palace, kneeling on the ground, both hands supporting his body as he furiously shouted, Asgard Master, please take revenge for my daughter. Above the palace, there was a person wearing colorful clothes. This person's body was wrapped in multicolored light and one could not see his appearance clearly. However, looking at his aura, he was many times stronger than Jin Mo Luo. With the Wanhua Realm incident, my Cloud Heavenly Palace was pushed to the heart of the struggle. All the friendly forces immediately issued accusations towards my Cloud Heavenly Palace, requesting us to stop our attacks on him immediately. We are already under public criticism. For the time being we cannot go back to the Wanhua Realm, else my Cloud Palace would definitely be in trouble. The person at the top said lightly. Initially, I thought relying on the matter with Huailin would be enough to make the people of the Wanhua Realm submit to him. But this time, the current Wanhua Realm Lord is extremely unusual. She basically does not agree to any of our requests, and would rather fight than take half a step back. Since that's the case, why would we lose? If we win the duel, then everything will be different. If they agree to it, then everything will be fine. If they do not, then everything will be alright. If they do not, then everything will be fine with it. If not, then everything will be fine with it. But if you win, then everything will be different. If you lose, then we will have an excuse to use force against the Wanhua Realm, and if you lose, and our entire plan will be in vain. So how can I take revenge for your useless daughter and son-in-law? Kinmo Luo lowered his head and didn't say anything. He didn't dare to look up. This time, the Wanhua Realm Lord is different from the previous generations. She is the reincarnation of the Supreme Expert, and is extraordinary. The person at the top waved his hand and said lightly, you can leave now. Jin Mo Luo bit his lower lip, but did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he said, Mistress, to date, it has been my fault. However, we still have the chance. As he said this, a glint appeared in the eyes of the person above. Tell me about it. Yes, mistress. Jin Mo Luo thought for a moment, then continued, actually, Palace Lord, this duel is a good thing for our subordinate, and he is the one who won 2 battles against my palace's disciples. He is only a 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master. His cultivation is not considered high, but he possesses an extraordinary sword technique. What sword art is it? Limitless sword arts. Kinmo Luo said seriously, he used this technique to defeat 2 of our experts in a row. Limitless sword arts? The expressions of the people above changed. Are you sure you're not seeing things? Is that truly the limitless sword technique? There can't be any mistake. If it wasn't for the limitless sword, no one would be able to control so many flying swords, and they wouldn't be able to turn the all spirits into a sword either. That must be the limitless sword technique, Kinmo Luo insisted. The person at the front became silent, and after a moment, he said, "Doesn't that mean that limitless sword ancestor has appeared in the world? He has disappeared for so many years. If he reappears now, I'm afraid that sword world will not be at peace." This man, third grade of Sky Spirit Master, has actually defeated Long Jiang and the others, and doesn't say anything, but after defeating Long Jiang, he killed my daughter, Phoenix Lady? He killed my son-in-law, Xiao Changtian? This subordinate thought carefully. It was most likely not Su Yun's doing. With his cultivation, he would definitely not be able to do it. Thus subordinate thought that there must be some experts helping Su Yun secretly. To be able to kill 2 10th stage Sky Spirit Master experts so quickly, he must be Sword Ancestor. What does that have to do with us taking the Wanhua realm? The people at the top asked indifferently. It doesn't matter? But now that he has appeared, and the place he appears is the Wanhua realm. As long as we spread the news that the limitless Sword Ancestor has appeared in the Wanhua realm, causing his enemies to personally go to the Wanhua realm to look for the whereabouts of the Sword Ancestor, then we will have a chance. When countless supreme experts flock to the Wanhua realm, it will definitely cause chaos for them, and we can take advantage of this chaos to attack. Once he said this, the people up above fell into silence once more. After a long time, he lightly nodded his head. Your method is not bad, but whether or not the Wanhua realm exists, I do not know. If these people search once, and if they do not find the Sword Ancestor, they will leave, and I am certain that the Wanhua Realm Lord will not care about the supreme experts that come in to seek revenge. As long as he can hide, we will have no chance. So, your message should be that the Sword Ancestor's prized disciple Su Yun has a close relationship with the people of Realm Tree, and if he wants to know the whereabouts of the Sword Ancestor, he must find Su Yun. If they cannot find Su Yun, they will head to the Realm Tree and ask the Realm Master. In that case, the Realm Master would not be able to stay out of this matter. When Kinmo Luo heard this, he was truly impressed. He hurriedly shouted, "Palace Master is wise." Although the plan was proposed by him, the Palace Master changed it slightly and all the problems could be solved. If it was implemented like this, not only would Wanhua Realm be thrown into chaos, he would also be able to take revenge, and Su Yun and Sword Ancestor would not be able to escape. Hurry up and do it. The person at the front said indifferently. Yes, your subordinate will take his leave. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658. In front of a pitch-black pool sat 2 figures. One was 8-toothed, while the other was Su Yun. Su Yun sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, but his expression was warped, as though he was in pain. The water in front of him was emitting a revolting stench. Bubbles were rising from the surface of the water, making it look like a completely polluted hot spring. Circulating qi, going through 3 rounds of the valley reversion pool, and then entering the dantian via the qi meridian. The nearby octagon aniseed opened his eyes and said. Su Yun immediately followed along. He only felt the devil qi slowly flowing through his body, and with every passing point, waves of a strange, bone-piercing cold feeling would assail him. After an unknown amount of time, the bone-piercing feeling slowly dissipated. Only then did Hachi-chan open his mouth and call out, "All right, you can stop for now." Su Yun immediately stopped the circulation of the devil qi, heaved a sigh of relief, and laid on the ground to rest. He pulled on Su Yun's clothes and said, "Cultivation cannot be rushed, but it cannot be slow either. Your perception is good, you already knew about these things from learning before, but it's still not enough. What do you want to drink?" Su Yun was startled, and looked at Chigo in shock. He pointed at the disgusting pool of water in front of him and said, "Of course, drink this nourishing water. Drink it all. Not a single drop left." What? Su Yun was extremely shocked, his face immediately turned pale white. How is it possible to drink this? He couldn't even stand to drink a mouthful of such a disgusting thing, much less drink at all. You don't want to? You're really picky, aren't you? Demon nurturing water is something countless devil cultivator can't drink even if they wanted to. It's because you're the demon lord, so you're allowed to use it. I didn't expect you to be so picky about it. Su-Yun's mouth twitched. He wanted to refuse, but looking at the serious face of Chi-Go, he looked at the pitch-black pool water and took a few deep breaths. Then, he pinched his nose, and with a splash, he jumped into the pool water. Gudong, gudong, gudong. The water was bubbling. He looked at Su-Yun, who was inside the pond, and said, "After finishing all these, I will teach you some of the rules and regulations of the quiet world. In the remaining time, we will head to the quiet world to cultivate." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure rushed out of the pool and crawled onto the shore in a sorry state. He then fell to the ground and vomited a huge mouthful of blood. Ayaya, what a waste, what a waste! Octopus ran over and looked at the filth on the ground that Su-Yun spat out. The creature felt its heartache as it exclaimed, "How precious are these pools of water! How many people can't even drink them if they want, yet you waste them like this? Seriously. Madam is disgusted. After taking a sip, I feel like my stomach is incomparably painful, and the stench is unbearable. Even profound chi cannot suppress the stench. Is this really something a human can drink?" Su-Yun said hoarsely after coughing violently. Hearing that, he could not help but shake his head. "Lord Demon Lord, if you can't even endure this little bit of suffering, how can you talk about cultivation? In the future, there will be countless of times more difficult things than this waiting for you. If you can't even endure this, I think you should just give up on cultivating and use your cultivation to protect yourself with your cultivation of the fourth stage of the Sky Spirit Master." Eight-Toothed's words were very sincere and very reasonable. These words seemed to come to the deepest part of Su-Yun's heart. Indeed, these were just small hardships. If he couldn't even deal with them now, how could he face a great disaster in the future? Hearing that, Su-Yun became silent. After asking Emo-san to rest, he once again jumped into the black stinky water. He couldn't even see the head anymore. All he could see were intense bubbles on the surface of the pool. Seeing that, Chi-Go smiled, glanced at the pool water a few times, then laid on the ground to rest. After an unknown amount of time, the surface of the pool slowly descended. Su-Yun, who was in the pool, was still gulping down the food. Although this pool of water was extremely stinky and painful to drink, the mysterious thing was that once the water entered one's stomach, it would disappear without leaving a trace in less than 10 breaths' time. Sensing the change, Su-Yun immediately continued to endure the stench. An hour later, the entire pool had dried up. Su-Yun lied at the bottom of the lagoon and panted deeply. Since he had gotten his cultivation into the Spirit Soul Disciple, he had not eaten much, so he did not need to rely on his 5 grains and 5 grains. However, this time, he felt extremely full. He tried his best to stand up and let out a breath of air. He glanced at the shore, only to see that the octopus had fallen asleep on the ground. Does he still need to sleep with his cultivation? Su-Yun snappily walked over and slapped him in the back. Pow! Wow! He looked around, his mouth trembling as he shouted, "Who dares to sneak an attack on me? I'm the true Devil Sect's Vice Sect leader. Who dares to sneak an attack on me? Lord Sect Master, it's me." Su-Yun Chung glared at him and said. As he saw Su-Yun, he froze for a moment, then scratched the back of his head and laughed. "Oh, so it's the Lord Demon Lord, why are you here? What's the matter?" Su-Yun. Seeing that Su-Yun did not say a word, his face was filled with black chi, but then he realized, and said, "Oh, I remember now, I brought you here to cultivate. Did you finish drinking the water?" "I've finished," Su-Yun said with a cold face. He looked behind Su-Yun and saw that the water was dried up. He immediately clapped his hands and laughed, then immediately changed the topic. Not bad, Master Demon Lord, let us quickly continue with the next stage." With that, she pulled Su-Yun's hand and ran forward, not allowing him to do anything. Su-Yun suppressed his anger and asked, "What is the use of the water? What is it?" You still feel uncomfortable? Octagon Aniseed turned his head and asked with a smile. I don't feel anything now. At first my stomach was swollen, but now there is nothing in my body, Suyin said suspiciously. Why do you drink this water? For what? Of course it's for your body. Octagon Aniseed chortled. Body? Look. He walked up to a large, pitch-black rock and extended a finger, pointing at it. It was useless to even look at him with one look. In fact, he could only gently poke his finger into the big rock. Crack! In an instant, the center of the huge rock was punctured and then completely shattered. Seeing that, Suyun was shocked. The big rock was not an ordinary rock like the Sky Martial continent. If such a rock was placed in a place like the True Devil Realm, which was filled with devil chi, it would have become sand a long time ago. Those demonic water are not ordinary water. Drinking it can strengthen your body and turn it into a devil's body. This kind of body is comparable to a god's. That pond is not an ordinary pond, in fact, it is the tomb of the ancestor of my true devil sect. After his body disappeared, he turned into a pond, and only a single drop of water would flow out from this pond every day, and only after many years will the demonic pool appear today. Only those who have done meritorious deeds and are virtuous will be able to enjoy this demonic nourishment water. Octagon Aniseed seriously said. In combination with his young and tender face, he seemed a bit out of place. However, when Suyun heard this, he was naturally extremely shocked. Never would he have thought that the demonic cultivating water would be so valuable. With this magic nourishing water strengthening your body, you can enter the quiet world. Octagon Aniseed laughed. Silent world? Come to think of it, you have yet to tell me what this quiet world is like. The quiet world is a special realm. It's not that big inside, but it should be around the same size as our real devil sect, but it's very special inside. The internal time that passes is almost 50 times slower than the external world, which is 1 year inside, and 50 years outside. There's such a special place? Suyun was startled, then suddenly thought about the mystical world that he had created at the Nangong family, Nangong Wen Tian. Wasn't that the blink of an eye outside of 100-year world within a world? Thinking about the Nangong family, Suyun couldn't help but think of Huiro Muyu, and hoped that all of this would end soon. With some free time, he should go visit her in the Huiro family, and don't know if her Chamber of Commerce was able to successfully enter the Beiyang. He had once instructed Heiyu. With his help, he reckoned that Huiro Muyu should have already entered the Beiyang's Earth realm. Vice Sect Leader, you said that you need to strengthen your body to enter the quiet world. What does that mean? Could it be that there is something sinister about this quiet world? It's useless asking so many questions right now. We'll know once we get in. Octagon Aniseed didn't say anything, but continued forward. The two of them walked along a dust-filled zigzag path. Along the way, they did not see half of the disciples of Devil's Sect, so it was likely that this was a very quiet place. After walking like this for the time it took an incense stick to burn, only then did Octagon Aniseed slow down. At the end of the path, there was a small tower that was about 5 meters tall. There was a door in front of the door, and beside the door, there was a white-haired, pale old devil cultivator that was dozing off. Seeing this from afar, he laughed and called out, Yo, Lord Lu, how have you been recently? The voice woke the old devil cultivator. He opened his eyes and looked, and when he saw Chi walking towards him, he was frightened, and immediately knelt down, and greeted. This subordinate greets the vice sect leader. Ayaya, I've told you so many times, don't be so polite to me. Why are you always unable to remember? He immediately helped the old devil cultivator up, and said with a face full of reproach. The old man quickly replied. His attitude was exceptionally tense. Suyun looked at him with suspicion. The octopus looked to be extremely dishonest. Was there really a need to make the old fellow be like that? On the orders of the sect head, I have been specially training for Lord Devil Lord. Hurry up and open the gate to the quiet world. We are going to the quiet world, he said with a smile. Subordinates shall immediately. Open the door," the old man hurriedly said. After that, he took out the black key from his waist, walked to the door, and injected the profound chi into the key. The key glowed with a black light and landed on the door of the tower, and in that moment, many cracks appeared on the door. Then, like a beast opening its mouth, the door of the tower opened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659. Silent World. When Suyun stepped into this wondrous world, what welcomed him was not the rich devil chi of the true devil realm, nor was it calm like the wind inside the ultimate martial world. The moisture in his skin was instantly vaporized into gas, and his protective profound chi could not react in time. Look again. There were actually 10 suns floating in the sky. These suns seemed to fill up the entire sky, as their venomous light crazily roasted the earth. There was practically no soil or vegetation on the ground, and it was even more impossible for living creatures to exist. This was a completely barren land. Suyun felt that his profound chi was like a withered flower. It was difficult to accumulate its energy. Facing this kind of temperature, any spirit cultivator would find it hard to endure. As he thought about this, he noticed that Octagon Aniseed looked relaxed. This is the quiet world. Chigo sat on the ground and laughed. There will be 10 suns in the day, and 10 moons in the night. The day will be scorching hot, and the night will be cold and freezing, and the mortals that come here will be roasted into air in a breath's time. Only an existence of the Spirit Emperor can ignore the climate here. Suyun, in the time to come, you will be cultivating our devil arts here. In that case, could the 8-toothed war god actually have a cultivation base of Spirit Emperor? Suyun was shocked, but even more surprised was that last sentence of Chi. He stared with widened eyes. I am not even able to store profound chi here. What kind of cultivation technique do I need to talk about? I can't store it properly. Octagon Aniseed laughed. If you can't store it here, then use it for practice. If you can't use it for practice, then use it for practice. Furthermore, with this, your profound chi will become stronger, and your spirit core will become stronger. I have nothing to say to that. Suyun was speechless. He then took out a silver-edged black sword from nowhere, and retreated 1,000 meters, separating himself from Suyun. He activated devil chi, and his entire body was enveloped in demonic energy. Suyun immediately opened his eyes wide. Originally, he thought that Octagon Aniseed would practice a shocking and exquisite sword technique. However, he held the demon sword in his hand and stood there motionlessly. What is this? Suyun could not help but mutter. Demon Lord, do you know our true devil sect? At this time, the man with 8 teeth suddenly shouted. I don't even know your true devil realm that well. Suyun replied. You're really direct. The octopus on the devil chi shrugged and said, then I'll tell you about my devil sect's techniques. A devil's technique is filled with all kinds of strange things, all sorts of variations. However, my devil sect's technique only emphasizes on one word, and that is ruthlessness. Devil sect has always cultivated with the demonic nature. No matter who it is, when cultivating, they will not dare to forget their own devil roots. Thus, my devil sect's techniques are also the same. The devil sect's methods do not have many complicated techniques. In fact, every technique has at most 3 moves, and at least 1 move. Although the techniques are few, it is more important to kill with 1 move. At this moment, Shi-Chi also became serious. He had a straight face and had the bearing of a vice sect leader. 1 move? Isn't it similar to the Lotus Star sword art? Suyun thought. Crash. At this moment, the sound of wind rustling could be heard. Suyun anxiously looked over, to see that he was holding onto the sword with one hand. The sword body slanted to the ground, his eyes were blood red, his expression sinister. The long sword body was being circled by a few terrifying devil chi, like a sinister snake. At the same time, the ground quickly shook and a large amount of tattoos appeared on the ground. These tattoos spread out like vines, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a giant formation. Devil Wind Break. With a low growl, he threw the sword in his hand towards the distance. Boom! All of the devil chi on the terrifying greatsword in his hand flew out. They were like a gust of wind, blowing into the distance, but just as they flew out for 100 meters, the devil chi actually quickly gathered together, forming a 100-meter-long giant tiger, smashing towards a gigantic boulder with an unstoppable momentum. Roar! The demonic tiger did not hesitate and directly attacked. The stone was like paper and was directly smashed into powder. However, the demonic tiger didn't stop and kept charging forward. Soon, it disappeared without a trace. Suyun watched in a daze, almost forgetting himself. Such an exquisite move left him with a sense of remembrance. Is this the Devil's Sect sword art? Will it? Shigo kept his demon sword and said complacently. Not at all. Suyun came back to reality as he shook his head to confess. How can you just read it once? You're too stupid. You used a move and didn't even talk about the contents. How could I? Suyun crossed his hands on his chest and shook his head. Okay, then I'll tell you what I need to know, but that's just my understanding. If you don't understand, then I can't do anything about it either. As he finished speaking, he leaned over and started talking. When he taught people, he was practically dancing with joy. He was also lacking in language, and some of the words that he could not understand even if he did not imagine them. As if he was fooling around with his words, Hachi-chan listened to him seriously. After he finished speaking, he sat on the ground and started thinking. The profound chi around Suyun became increasingly weaker, and was no longer able to protect his body, but he was still immersed in thought, and was unable to extricate himself. Seeing that he was engrossed in his thoughts, Shigo stepped forward and stood behind him. He extended his hand and placed it on the back of the disciple's body, releasing the devil chi. At the moment, the devil chi was not pitch black, but a dark gray color. It turned into a chi cover and enveloped Suyun, isolating him from the blazing sun. Suyun's skin that was roasted red finally started to gradually recover, and the sweat on his forehead slowly disappeared as a cool feeling slowly rose. After an unknown period of time, he regained his senses and looked around. Eight-Tooth Advice Sect Master. The octopus behind removed the devil chi and asked, "Do you know how to?" Not really. Suyun shook his head, then stood up and pulled out the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, preparing to store the devil chi and use it according to his own understanding. However, after he tried to hold his breath, he suddenly realized that this was a quiet world with a very harsh environment. It was not easy to store devil chi. He had used this sword attack so easily, like he had done with his 8 front teeth. It was clear that his cultivation base was quite high. Although Suyun had learned a lot of techniques, many of the profound techniques had not been fully digested. This required a lot of time and accumulation. He gritted his teeth and activated Spirit Core and Chi Meridian with all his might, forcing the devil chi out from his body and gathering it into the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword in his hands. This sword attack was focused on exploding. He knew clearly that Octagon Aniseed could have swiftly swung out this sword attack, but in order to let him see through it, he had deliberately slowed down his movements. The devil chi in his body had gathered onto the sword with great difficulty, and at that moment, Suyun's entire body was covered in perspiration. His breathing became hurried. He looked at the sword in his hand, but it was only a thin layer of devil chi, which was completely different from the awe-inspiring 8-tooth sword. He felt like he was on the verge of collapsing, so he clenched his teeth and swung forward. Phew! The devil chi was like a light breeze as it fluttered into the distance. However, it did not float for long before disappearing without a trace. Seeing that, Suyun sat on the ground, gasping for air. No. This alone is far from enough. He pointed at Suyun and bellowed, "Demon Lord, hurry up, continue urging your energy to swing your sword. Right now, I feel my body is extremely weak. That sword strike just now seemed to have consumed more than half of my profound chi. It's too difficult to activate the profound chi here." To force it to activate twice as fast in this place, it's at least 10 times as fast as normal, Suyin said with a slightly hoarse voice. I don't care, I don't care. Octagon Aniseed snorted, since you're here, you should train hard. What did that sword just now count as? Hurry up and get up. Seeing that the previously lazy eight-toothed fawn was already so serious, Suyin felt too embarrassed to sit down. He immediately took a deep breath and stood up, continuing to wave his immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. It was still the same as before. It was extremely difficult to accumulate the profound chi. This strike was even harder to accumulate than the last strike. Suyin had raised the profound chi for a whole instance of time. Only then, a thin devil chi barely appeared on the body of the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword. Don't be in such a hurry to release it. Continue raising your strength. The nearby Chi-Go clenched his fists and said anxiously, as though he was the one accumulating profound chi. After Suyin heard this, he gritted his teeth and continued to accumulate chi. The profound chi was like a dry spring, slowly emerging from the spirit core, easily passing through the chi meridian and surging towards the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword in his hands. Suyun's body started to tremble, because all of the profound chi were rushing towards the sword, and could no longer protect his body. The high temperature brought about by the scorching sun nearly made him faint. It was hard to imagine that even though he was already at the 4th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, he was still unable to contend against such temperature. Persist. Persevere. Seeing Suyun's body start to tremble, Chi-Go still refused to let Suyun swing the sword back, and continued to cheer on at the side. However, not long after he shouted, there was a loud bang as the devil chi on the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword exploded and sent Suyun flying. The profound chi was in a state of upheaval, triggering a collision, which then exploded. This was a common occurrence for spirit cultivators. He fell to the ground, his face covered in dust. When he got up, his sword had already fallen to the side. Seeing this, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. No! Still not enough. Hurry, get up and continue practicing. Suyun stared intently at the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword and crawled up, grabbing his sword to continue raising his chi. Although he had no more strength left in him, the stubbornness in his heart that refused to admit defeat made him unable to stop. His sister was still waiting for him to save her. Sword Ancestor was still waiting for him to retrieve his soul. If one did not increase their cultivation, it would be impossible to contend against the Supreme Sect, and it would be impossible to find a soul. Right now, he needed cultivation and strength. The more he thought about it, the more determined he became. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660. After the fierce battle between the Wanhua Realm, Cloud Heavenly Palace, and the Sword Inquisition sect, the battlefield outside the Nature's Gate had become a mess. Fortunately, the Realm Master was powerful and resourceful. When she used the strange trees, the destroyed flowers and plants started to recover, and the Gate of Nature tried to reconstruct the glorious scene of the past. However, in order to prevent the Cloud Heavenly Palace from retaliating, the Nature's Gate needed to set up even more barriers and defensive power. On this day, Realm Master, Rong Myuk and the rest of the ministers walked towards the natural door. On the way, Rong Myuk and the rest were all worried and solemn. Realm Master, it is spreading everywhere, saying that the limitless Sword Ancestor is inside our Wanhua realm, that there is a close relationship between the Sword Ancestor and my realm tree. Such gossip, I am afraid it was deliberately done by someone. Rong Myuk sighed. What are you worried about? Realm Master stepped on a green leaf and steadily flew forward, and said indifferently. Rong Myuk thought for a while, then said, although I have never seen Limitless Sword Ancestor's subject, but I have heard some rumors regarding him. It is said that his sword arts are above average, and he can be considered a sage. Earlier, he traveled across the entire Myriad Heavens realm before, and went to challenge people, and offended many people. You also said that he had made many friends and offended many people. Since you are worried that the enemy of Limitless Sword Ancestor would cause trouble in the Wanhua realm, why are you not happy that the Sword Ancestor's friend has come to help us fight against our enemies? The Realm Master said indifferently, there is fortune in this, it is useless for us to worry so much now, doing things well at the moment is the most important. As for the rumors, there is no need to care about them, the majority of them were released by the people of the Cloud Heavenly Palace. Hearing that, Rong Muk and the rest all cupped their fists, yes. Soon, the group of people arrived at the Gate of Nature. At this moment, the enormous door was already surrounded by over 90 layers of spirit formations. From the outside, it looked very beautiful as it flickered with brilliance. The natural gate had already been sealed. Due to the matter with the Cloud Heavenly Palace, the Realm Master had temporarily closed the natural gate, and outsiders were not allowed to enter or leave the world. The people of Wanhua realm needed some time to settle things down. At the end of the battle, the Wanhua realm suffered a loss. There were 1,000 soldiers in front of the door. Upon seeing Realm Master and the others flying over, they all knelt down and greeted loudly. Get up! Realm Master landed and spoke in a low voice. Everyone stood up. A commander walked over quickly and cupped his fists, reporting to Realm Master, the enchantments and array seal that you have instructed have been completely set up. I am currently conducting the final examination. Very good. Realm Master nodded his head lightly, his gaze landing on the enchantments. He then said softly, but this is still not enough, we need to continue setting it up. The people of Cloud Heavenly Palace will not let this go. Furthermore, once they take action, it will definitely attract the attention of others who have ulterior motives. The Wanhua realm is a place with abundant resources. Furthermore, it is a place where the people of Spirit Cultivator cultivate in. They are extremely eager to get it. You all must not slack, you all must protect it day and night. Yes, sir. Everyone shouted. Realm Master slightly nodded his head, he then walked around the natural door, inspected it once, and was about to leave. But, just as she was preparing to return back to the realm tree, a loud sound suddenly came out from the natural door. Everyone was shocked. The soldiers of Wanhua realm in front of the door all rushed over, took out their weapons and started accumulating profound chi, preparing themselves, and stared at the door. After the loud noise came out, a large amount of blood-red aura came out of the door. This aura was like mist as it filled the door. If it wasn't for the enchantment, then the surroundings of the door would have already been dyed blood-red. Dawn! At this moment, another loud sound rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw a giant blood-red hand reaching out from inside the door. The hand was pressing on the enchantment as if it wanted to break it. The enchantment was like a deformed bubble and was about to shatter. Seeing that, the leader took out his green sword and shouted, "Who are you, daring to be so impudent in Wanhua realm?" With that, the commander and several hundred soldiers rushed forward. Just as they approached, they saw strange blood-red ripples erupting from the nature's gate. These ripples were incomparably mystical, actually seeping through the enchantments and scattering in all directions. The commanders were all forced back, unable to approach. What's going on? Is the exit of your Wanhua realm sealed? A rather angry groan came from inside the nature's gate. Following that, the giant hand that was supporting the barrier suddenly increased in size. Bang! 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 A muffled sound rang out. The three barriers at the innermost area of the nature's gate shattered like glass, directly turning into fragments that fell to the ground. He broke 3 enchantments in a row. Don't be presumptuous. Yang Lang could not bear to watch any longer. He rushed out from the crowd, releasing his spirit life chi into the air, which flew towards the door. Wherever the aura passed by, the blood-red mist was immediately cleansed, and the entire door slowly lit up. The mist vanished and a figure flew out from the door. It was a short man with a skinny face and a bald head. The man wore a blood-red robe, and his left hand was behind his back. His right hand became incomparably huge as it was still supporting the spirit formation. When Yang Lang approached, The other party seemed to know that it was inconvenient to deal with the other party, so he retracted his hand. "Who are you?" Yang Lang shouted. "Who am I? It's not important." The man shook his head and said, "The important thing is where Limitless Sword Ancestor is." "Sword Ancestor? Could it be that you are here to look for Limitless Sword Ancestor?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I come to Wanhua Realm? Back then when I was competing with the Sword Ancestor in sword techniques, my Blood Day sword art lost to him by a few moves and suffered a crushing defeat. So I bitterly cultivated and focused on sword techniques, and now that I have mastered the Blood Day sword art, I am here to challenge him," that person said coldly. With that said, the Realm Master beside him opened his mouth. "If that's the case, then you came to the wrong place. Sword Ancestor is not in Wanhua Realm." "Not in the Wanhua Realm? Then where is it?" "I don't know." "Humph, excuse me. The outside world said that Sword Ancestor had appeared in the Wanhua Realm. How could he not be in the Wanhua Realm?" "You must be lying to me." "Why should we lie to you? Limitless Sword Ancestor has never met us. The one you want to challenge is him. We don't need to deceive you." "You must be people of Realm Tree?" That person swept a glance at everyone and said coldly. "That's right. Who is the Realm Master?" "I am." "You?" The man was taken aback, but soon revealed a look of understanding and said, "If that's the case, then it's not strange at all. I know why you lied to me, because you were afraid that I would duel with the Sword Ancestor and destroy your Wanhua Realm, right?" Hearing that, Realm Master paused for a moment, then said, "You're thinking too much." You're thinking too much? I think I'm right." The man said coldly. He then raised his left hand and used profound strength to cut off all 5 of his fingers, causing blood to spurt out crazily. The fresh blood that was gushing out converged into a gigantic blood sword in the air. Under the control of the man, they flew straight towards the enchantment. A blood-red crescent moon appeared in front of the natural door. The blood-red crescent moon was like a fierce flood dragon as it cut apart all the remaining barriers. The shattered fragments scattered on the ground. Holding onto the blood sword, he flew out of the natural door and stood in front of the Realm Master. He held his sword, pointed at Realm Master, and said coldly, "Quickly tell me, where is Sword Ancestor?" "I told you, I don't know. If you don't believe me, you can look for it yourself," Realm Master said indifferently without changing his expression. "All right. Since you don't want to say it, then don't blame me for being rude. Sometimes, when people are facing death, they are only willing to tell the truth. Today, I have no choice but to make things difficult for you." "What are you doing?" Rong Wook was shocked. "What for?" "Of course it's to take action." The man harumphed and was about to attack with his sword. However, the moment he moved, something happened in the nature's gate behind him. He shot out several long arrows that were like shooting stars. The man hastily dodged the arrow, but just as the arrow passed by him, he immediately changed the direction of the arrow and charged towards him. As he dashed forward, the arrow shot out a ray of light, which quickly formed a large net, and pounced towards the man. Crash! The net immediately surrounded the man. The man struggled madly, wanting to tear the net apart bit by bit. However, he was unable to do anything as he was extremely proficient. The material of the net seemed to be even stronger than the 100 enchantments that the Wanhua realm had set up. What kind of cat or dog dares to be so impudent here? How reckless! You want to challenge my brother? You overestimate yourself. At this moment, a cold snort sounded from within the nature's gate. Following that, a man wearing light purple armor and holding a longbow in his hand flew out. The man's expression was serious as he coldly stared at the man tied up by the net. You're the one who wants to kill my brother? If that's the case, then I'll kill you first. That depends on how capable you are. The man who was tied up suddenly used his strength to push the net open, and then used his profound chi to rush towards the man who was holding the bow. The two of them immediately began to fight. When Realm Master and the rest saw the scene, their hearts all jumped, and their expressions became extremely serious. This person is probably the friend of the Sword Ancestor. Rongmyuk looked at the two who were battling and sighed, the enemies of Sword Ancestor and their friends, how can they avoid fighting? The cultivation of the two is unfathomable. If they were to fight in this battle, I am afraid the one who will suffer will be our Wanhua realm. I must think of a way for them to leave. Yes, we must let them leave, otherwise the Wanhua realm will become a mess. The officials shouted. It's not easy. At this time, Realm Master poured a bucket of cold water over them. Their strengths are not simple. One is not bad, but two is not easy. Furthermore, there is no need for us to go out of our way to deal with them. If we waste too much of our power on them, our Wanhua realm will be the one to lose in the end. Then Realm Master, what do you mean? Return to the Realm Tree. The Realm Master said indifferently. He then turned around and ignored the two fighting and left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661. The 10 moons lit up the whole land, turning it white. At this moment, under the bright night sky, there was still a figure active. However, one was lying down while the other was standing up. Purr purr. Sounds of snoring came from the side. The 8-toothed man was lying on the cold ground, snoring loudly. Suyun was still holding onto the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, doing his best to activate the devil chi. His face was pale and his whole body was trembling slightly. However, this was not because the profound chi was exhausting too much energy to the point that it could not withstand the trembling. It was because of the cold temperature that caused it to tremble. During the day, this place was like a furnace, it could practically melt people, causing Suyun to wish that he was dead. But now, they were in an ice cellar, able to freeze people into ice cubes. The blood in his body seemed to have frozen. It truly made one want to die. Even in this kind of environment, this guy can actually sleep like hell. What kind of cultivation level is this guy at? Suyun heaved a sigh of relief, seeing that the fellow was acting so relaxed. He was a little annoyed in his heart, but he did not vent his anger on Shigo, but instead concentrated on the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword in his hands. Right now, his body was incomparably weak. The most surprising thing was that no matter how empty or weak his body was, the exhaustion of his profound chi would not cause him to faint. It was as if this emptiness and lack of strength was just an illusion. As long as he could persevere, it would not be a problem. What was going on? Was it because of the magic nourishment water that he had drunk earlier? Suyun thought that it was very possible. Otherwise, why would he need to drink a pool of the disgusting demon-nurturing water before entering this quiet world? Forget it, it's useless to think about it now. I should just focus on my cultivation. Suyun pondered and continued activating the demonic windbreak. Even though the sword wind was as weak as the spring wind, he was not discouraged as he continued to draw his sword. The ice-cold night was simply torture to Suyun, but what could he do about it? The sun and the moon changed in an instant. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, October disappeared. The blazing sun reappeared, and the scorching heat roasted the earth once again. Suyun's ice-cold body quickly heated up, and the following burning heat tormented his skin and flesh. If not for the support of the demonic water, Suyun's skin would have split open and his internal organs would have ruptured and died. He slept for a full 7 days before stretching his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Suyun was still practicing, and coincidentally, Suyun had already activated all of his devil chi. The scarlet red immortal mystical scarlet blood sword was wrapped by a faint devil chi, and with a wave of his hand, a burst of demonic wind that was not much stronger than the spring wind was released. Without saying a word, he sat on the ground and watched. Suyun waved his sword, but did not have any rest, and continued to practice. The profound techniques were not something that could be learnt in a day or two. When Suyun was practicing his divine wind sword technique, he spent an unknown amount of time and effort on it in Nangong Wen Tian's world. Furthermore, in this quiet world, with such a harsh environment, it was even more difficult to practice it. Looking at how Suyun kept in contact with him over and over again, even though the devil chi didn't urge him too much, the amount of time and time again had led to an abnormally large amount of exhausted energy. As he sat cross-legged on the ground and watched for several days, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. This guy, although his talent is not exceptional, but his perseverance is not bad. In the future, he might not become someone important, but he still needs the practicing. He murmured to himself. Suddenly, his finger moved slightly. In an instant, a large amount of black clouds appeared in the sky. These black clouds were very thick and covered the sky. They completely covered the 10 suns, and in an instant, the sky darkened. Suyun could not help but stop his movements, frowning as he looked around. Demon Lord, don't stop, continue. This is just an ordinary weather phenomenon in the quiet world. It's nothing. Is that so? Suyun was skeptical, but he could do nothing, and continued to cultivate. More and more dark clouds gathered, and the scene was like the apocalypse, causing one to panic. Suddenly, whoosh! A gust of wind blew over. The strength of this wind was many times stronger than the devil wind that Suyun had conjured. When it attacked, Suyun, who was focused on his training, was caught off guard. He was immediately blown by the wind, as though his back was being kicked by a few big hands. Suyun staggered, and after taking a few steps forward, the profound chi on the sword swayed, but was not able to stabilize in time, and exploded again. Unexpectedly, the gale grew stronger, transforming into a gale that blew straight into Suyun. His entire person was instantly blown into the sky, falling far away. Ha! The 8 lower teeth immediately became stupefied upon seeing this. When Suyun finally crawled back in, it was only with much difficulty that the 8-toothed queen laid down on the ground and fell asleep. How powerful was the gale! The wind made Suyun unable to stand steadily. If he were to use all his chi to train his sword, he would definitely be blown away by the wind, but if he were to use part of his chi to resist the gale, would demon windbreak still be able to be used? Damn it, what kind of weather is this? The day was hot, the night was cold, and now that the wind was blowing, even a 4th stage Sky Spirit Master cultivator would not be able to stand. If it was a mortal, they would have already been disintegrated by the wind. Suyun cursed secretly. Then, just as he finished cursing, the howling wind suddenly died down. Suyun, who was still storing the profound chi on the ground, was startled, looking around, only to see that the fierce wind had weakened. It was no longer as strong as before, although it was still fierce, but it was not difficult to cultivate in such a situation. The temperature had dropped, the dark clouds covered the sky. Suddenly, a terrifying sound of thunder that could deafen a person's ears suddenly exploded. Suyun's body trembled. He looked up in the sky, only to see that in the dense black clouds, there was actually an eye-piercing bolt of lightning. It can't be that you want to say something, right? His expression changed slightly. There were a few muffled thunder sounds, and then something fell from the dark clouds. It was sparkling and translucent like a crystal. But Suyun could guarantee, this was definitely not an ordinary rain. When the first drop landed on Suyun's head, he felt as if his head was being crushed by a mitai, causing Suyun's entire being to become dizzy, and the immense force smashed him ruthlessly into the ground, causing it to crack. After that, the extremely dense crystal rain fell down crazily, causing the ground to be riddled with holes, and although the might of these terrifying crystal rain were comparable to meteorites, when they struck Suyun's body, other than bringing about an intense pain that nearly made him faint, they could not damage his body at all. Damn it, what is this all about? Suyun held his head and gritted his teeth to bear the pain. How could he cultivate properly in such weather? It seemed like nothing in this quiet world was normal. On the other hand, he was completely unaware of those 8 teeth that were sleeping soundly. Even though the crystal rain crashed down on him, he didn't react in the slightest. It was as if truly raindrops were falling onto the ground. Demon Lord. Just then, a weak sound came out. Although it was light, but with his sharp ears, Suyun heard it. He anxiously turned his head, only to see that the 8 teeth on his body had turned over. He smacked his lips and dreamily said, "Don't be lazy, don't be lazy." Hearing that, Suyun was silent for a moment. Looking at the harsh environment, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He forced himself to lift his sword again and continued cultivating in the rain. In any case, these stones could not harm his body. It was just a little bit painful. What was there to be afraid of? Suyun thought coldly. The crystal rain was still ruthlessly destroying Suyun's body. The entire ground was a mess. Every drop of the crystal rain was like a mountain, falling down with a loud bang. The explosion was like the sound of popping bamboo, let alone his body being unable to take it. Even his ears could not handle it. Compared to this, the scorching sun and the chilling moon from before were much more enjoyable. Suyun tried his best to cultivate. Although it was extremely difficult, he was determined to not let it go. The dark clouds in the sky had difficulty dissipating. The crystal rain couldn't stop for a while. But the man who stands upon the earth continues to persevere. Ultimate Martial World. In the far south, on an island that was separated by a land, many magnificent buildings were situated there. Beautiful palaces were situated there, and these large islands were decorated extremely extravagantly. Spirit Cultivator could be seen walking around the island occasionally. There were people on the island and there were also people from the outer islands. This island was called the Violet Moon Immortal Island, and it was extremely large. Furthermore, an extremely powerful spirit cultivator country was located on top of it, and its name was the Kingdom of Ziyu. Even though the country of immortals considered islands as its territory, no one would ever question its strength. The ultimate martial world was filled with experts. Those at the peak of the fighting strength could cover the sky, and their feet could shatter the ground. However, no matter who it was, they would not dare to be presumptuous in front of them after entering the Kingdom of Ziyu. It was even said that people from the immortal realms had connections with powerful figures from the immortal realms. Just then, a group of spirit cultivators flew towards the island. All of them were women of the same color, dressed in white. They looked like fairies, with extraordinary looks. As they flew over, they attracted the gazes of many spirit cultivators, and all of them started whispering to each other, trying to guess their identity and purpose. Then, before they even entered the island, waves of powerful and imposing auras came out from it. A group of Purple Moon Immortal Country spirit cultivators flew out from the center of the island. When everyone saw this, they were all inexplicably shocked. The people who flew out from the island were the famous Princess Beauty. This princess was very delicate and pretty. She had short hair and wore a dark green robe. She didn't have much makeup on, making her look very heroic. What are the origins of these people? Princess Xian Yan is actually coming out of the island to welcome us? These women are all unfamiliar, and I have never seen them before. However, looking at their auras, they should not be considered strong, and should not be people of our ultimate martial world, so they are not allowed to get to know Princess Xian. Just this point is enough for them to stand in the ultimate martial world. Yeah. The surrounding spirit cultivator whispered to each other as they looked in that direction. On the other hand, Sun Qian ignored them. She looked at the people flying toward her and revealed a refreshing smile. Junior apprentice sister, you're finally here. I've been looking forward to seeing you for a long time. Senior sister is too courteous. You are a noble princess. How can you personally come out to greet us? Junior should be allowed to head to the Imperial Palace to pay a visit to you. AI, why are you being so polite? Come, let's return to the palace. I have already received master's orders. I will have my people go down to arrange it. Your Divine Cloud Immortal Palace will be staying in the Ziyu Immortal Palace to cultivate properly during this period of time. I will provide all of your convenience. Sun Qian smiled. We can only fight steadily and slowly. As for how many cultivation bases we can reach and how many cultivation realms we can reach, we will have to rely on good fortune. If we don't force someone, then I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you. Oh? Sun Xianyan blinked her eyes and asked, who? She is called Su Qinger, and just entered the Immortal Palace recently. She is my disciple Qinger. Shangguan Mei Yang called out to the people behind her. A young lady dressed in white immediately walked out from the crowd. The young lady stood there and greeted, Su Qinger pays her respect to Senior Master Changyan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662. Sun Qian looked at the girl in front of her and saw that her skin was fair like the stars, her eyes were like the stars, her nose was like the cherry lips, and her hair was black. She was extremely beautiful. You are Su Qinger? Not bad, not bad. Not bad talent, not bad innate ability. It's a good material for cultivation. Sun Qian smiled. Su Qinger bowed slightly, Senior Master, you flatter me. Sigh, this is not a false praise. Don't look at the fact that I was born in the ultimate martial world for so many years, my cultivation is not very high either. Sun Shangyan waved her hand and said. How could that be? The is not something that the Sky Martial Continent can compare to. When we first entered the ultimate martial arts, we were shocked. The spirit chi here is actually countless times stronger than the Sky Martial Continent. Cultivating here is definitely faster than cultivating in the Sky Martial Continent by many times. It is truly a blessed place bestowed by the heavens. A disciple could not help but interject, and that person was Chu Yuqian. With that said, all of the disciples of Shangguan Mei Yang nodded their heads, feeling deeply moved. When Sun Qian heard this, she could not help but bitterly smile. If all of you train well here, you will definitely have something to do. However, I'm different. Sigh, it's useless even if I told you all. Shangguan Mei Yang thought about it, then understood why Sun Shangyan was so troubled. All right, junior sister, you said that this time, you came to my divine kingdom mainly because of Qinger? Why is that? Sun Shangyan had a strange look on her face. Furthermore, you are Qinger's master, so you should be the one to teach her the profound techniques, miraculous methods. Why are you getting my immortal country's expert to guide you? Or have you run out of tricks? He. Sun Shangyan teased. However, Shangguan Mei Yang was not bothered by it. She shook her head, her pink hair swung like waves. It's not entirely true that he's exhausted, but it's mainly because Qinger's physique is somewhat special. Special? Why is it so special? Sun Shangyan put away her smile and asked, what is her physique? Physique of the god. Shangguan Mei Yang said earnestly. As soon as she said that, Sun Shangyan's expression froze. It was as if he had lost his soul. After a while, he finally regained his senses. What do you mean by God's physique? She lowered her voice, her eyes still filled with shock as she asked again in a low voice. Shangguan Mei Yang nodded. Sun Qian stroked her chin as she thought for a moment. How many people know about this? Not much. Junior sister knows what's good for her. She doesn't dare to spread the news, lest it bring disaster to the Immortal Palace. You did the right thing. Sun Shangyan nodded. She looked around and whispered, this is not a good place to talk. Follow me to the palace. With that, she turned around and immediately flew toward the island. Within the quiet world, under the 10 blazing suns, a young man was trying his best to wield the sword in his hand. Waves of devil strength circled around the strange long sword body, becoming more and more abundant, more and more concentrated. The sword aura roared, and the tyrannical devil chi was like a divine dragon emerging from the seas, unstoppable. His eyes were wide opened as he watched Su Yun, who was holding onto the sword tightly, his expression extremely focused. He did not dare be negligent at all, and did not even bat an eyelid. Su Yun suddenly bellowed, both hands holding onto his sword, waving it, causing the devil chi to fly out, flying straight into the distance, transforming into a terrifying demon wind. After rushing out 100 meters, the demonic wind gathered, forming a few meter large demon tiger. It roared and rushed, flying far away, leaving behind a devil chi that caused the air to tremble. That's right. That's right. That's right. This momentum, this power, it means that you are a 4th stage Sky Spirit Master Cultivator. Very good, very good. Ha ha. He ran to Suyun's side and smiled. Congratulations, Lord Demon Lord. You have almost mastered this move. Congratulations. Suyun's expression did not change. There was neither joy nor sadness. He only shook his head gently. To be honest, it's not hard to learn this move, it's just that. But what? However, it is too difficult to practice this move under these harsh conditions. If it was outside the quiet world, I would have been able to master it in 3 months. However, it seems that I have spent over a year to master this form. After Octagon Aniseed heard this, he stared blankly for a moment before laughing out loud. Ah, so that's how it is. So that's what you think, Demon Lord. Ha, but I must tell you, if you think this way, then you are completely wrong. Suyun frowned. Why? He crossed his arms over his chest and said, take a look inside your body's chi meridian, spirit core, internal organs, Dantin. Hearing that, Suyun anxiously asked about the condition of his body. However, with just a single glance, he was completely shocked. The number of spirit core increased explosively, as if they have reached the pinnacle. The chi meridian has actually become much thinner. This seems to have shrunk 5 or 6 times, to the level of the spirit novice disciple back then, right? There doesn't seem to be any change in my internal organs. What's going on with these lights? Suyun looked left and right in his body, and realized that his body had changed a lot. Many things made him confused. For the past few days he had focused on training, and ignored the changes in his body, unable to react for a long time. Seeing this, Octagon Aniseed laughed. Your perseverance and attitude are not bad. To learn the demon windbreak, you can say that you have used all of your strength to completely immerse yourself in it. So much so that you are completely unaware of the changes that are slowly happening to your body. Your spirit core has already reached its peak, so the number will not increase anymore. That is to say, you will soon break through the 4th stage and enter the 5th stage. The existences after the 5th stage will only strengthen your spirit core, and no new spirit core will appear. As for the chi meridian, this is also a sign of change, but this is not because of the increase in your cultivation, rather it is because of the constant growth in your chi over the past year. The chi meridian does not widen, and has returned to its original form, returning to its original form once again. However, no matter how much profound chi you activate, it will change according to how much you use. It will no longer follow the rules of death, and people who possess this kind of chi meridian are mostly 10th stage existences. You being able to obtain this kind of chi meridian early is also inseparable from your hard work. Your internal organs are also the benefits given by the harsh conditions in this quiet world. Not just your internal organs, your entire body, and even your hair have received an incredible boost. Your current physical strength is now several times stronger than when you entered the quiet world, so even a rank 4 Sky Spirit Master Cultivator would find it difficult to break through your physical body. He said slowly. Hearing that, Suyun was extremely happy. He immediately sat down and activated the profound chi, and when it was activated, he looked inside to see that the chi meridian was exactly as he had said. When the profound chi passed by, the chi meridian would expand by itself, and the width was almost the same as the profound chi. It was neither larger nor larger. What's the limit of the chi meridian's expansion? Suyun was not familiar with the mystical chi meridian, and could not help but ask. There's no limit. Chigo said, it depends on how many profound chi you have. No upper limit? Suyun was shocked. Doesn't that mean I can release all of my profound chi in one breath? Of course, when the chi meridian is big, it can even push your body apart, just like this. As he said that, he suddenly activated profound chi, causing his body to suddenly swell up into a ball, and terrifying energy unwittingly flowed out from his body, Suyun could feel the terrifying destructive force beneath the layer of his bones and flesh. But soon, his body disappeared and he returned to his original state. This kind of chi meridian, unless it is destroyed by humans, there will not be any problems easily descending. However, I do not recommend you using up too many of this profound chi in one go. Hearing that, Suyun nodded his head seriously. All right. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, since you've already mastered most of the demon windbreak, let's start to learn something else. With that, he took out his silver-edged black demon sword and leaped backwards, retreating over 1,000 meters. I've already said it before, the devil sex method emphasizes simplicity and fierceness. There are no complicated moves, no messy conception. In fact, the demonic windbreak that you spent close to a year cultivating will not have much of an effect when used. This move is too easy to dodge. As he spoke, he brandished his long sword. His movements were large, every sword strike was filled with a powerful devil chi. It was not fast, but the terrifying aura on the sword was enough to suffocate people. Suyun looked carefully, and did not even dare to breathe. His eyes remained fixated on the sword in Chi-Chi's hand, as though he was afraid that if he looked a little less, he would forget about it. He watched as the eight-toothed sword was thrown out. It was the devil windbreak. Devil chi transformed into wind, then converged into a tiger, charging far away. But before he could finish his attack, he swung his sword once more. This time, he swung it horizontally, and the devil chi that was just released once again shot out a demonic wind that turned into a demonic tiger in the distance. What? Suyun was immediately stunned. His movements became faster and faster, and his speed became fiercer and fiercer. In just a few breaths of time, he had actually swung out nearly 1,000 swords. And with him as the center, almost 1,000 devil tigers rushed out from the surroundings. Some were facing the sky, some towards the ground. Standing far away, Suyun could feel that 2 ferocious demonic tigers had shot out like lightning from his 2 sides. Nearly 1,000 techniques, devil windbreak. How strong must the profound chi be? How terrifying must one's cultivation be? She smiled at Suyun. Now, the worst you can do is to imitate me, understand? What? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663. In the vast sky, a pavilion was floating. This pavilion stood atop a colorful cloud and swayed along with the clouds. From the outside, the pavilion was not very eye-catching and was not very tall. If one did not observe carefully, the people on the ground would only take it to be a flying bird. The 2 figures flew towards the pavilion and quickly entered it. Inside the pavilion. In the end, you still came. An old man wearing a yellow robe sat next to a pill furnace in the pavilion. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at the man and woman who had walked in. They were Su Shintian and Shin Shueshue. The 2 hastily went forward, knelt down, and greeted in unison, "Disciple greets master." "Did you see him?" "I saw him, but I never thought that it was actually Limitless Sword Ancestor. It's just that he only has 1 soul left now. He's able to protect himself, but is unable to help." Su Shintian shook his head and said, "So it's like that." The old man thought for a while, then said, "From the looks of it, there seems to be no other way. I was originally restricted by the sect, so I can't leave this pavilion, but you are my disciples, and she is my grand disciple. No matter what, I can't just stand by and do nothing. How does Master plan to save Luluo?" Shun Shueshue asked. "How else can we save them?" "Naturally, it is to plunder." The old man said indifferently, "The minds and hearts of the people in Supreme Sect have long belonged to them. You can't make them leave just by relying on your words." But Luluo is no longer the same as he was before. Shin Shueshue's face was filled with worry and pain. "When Luluo was born, Master helped her wash her innate ability, and we also fed her the immortal Yuan spirit pill. Her talent and innate ability was close to the spirit, and now that she has entered a peerless sect like the Supreme Sect, her cultivation is probably extraordinary and has long surpassed everyone else, and she is already stronger than me. The gods, using force is extremely difficult to succeed. Thus, I must refine a good medicine. The old man said indifferently, in the future, I will personally go to Supreme Sect to get her. As long as Luluo appears, I will fight with her and take the chance to insert the pill into her body, forcing her to forget about her memories, then I will take her away. With so many people watching, isn't this the same as offending Supreme Sect? Master, what should we do about the sect? Master, this won't do. If you do this, even if you save Luluo, you will still be expelled by the sect. Without the sect's protection, you will definitely suffer from the Supreme Sect's revenge. Su Shintian immediately said. Nothing. The old man said indifferently, after all, I am responsible for Luluo's fall into Supreme Sect. If it wasn't for me back then, how could she have done this? Furthermore, I have already made the decision in my heart. You don't have to worry, you should prepare well in advance. With that said, the old man turned his gaze towards the pill furnace in front of him and closed his eyes. Within the quiet world, Suyin was still struggling with his cultivators. He had stayed inside for a few years and it would take less than a month for him to reach the outside. If the environment was not so bad, it would be a good place to train. After Chigo gave Suyin a demonstration of his techniques once, he only came to see Suyin once every few months, to see the results of his training. In fact, Suyin was well aware that the thing that the eight-toothed tiger was requesting him to cultivate was not the devil sect's profound technique, but rather, this profound technique was supposed to train his profound chi, train his willpower and body, so that he could increase his cultivation level faster. Although his method was very unique, the effect was very obvious. Suyin was patient too. Day after day in this quiet world, year after year, he practiced by raising his chi, accumulating his sword, and releasing his sword. When the demon windbreak could be used freely, he began to use the second move. After mastering the second move, he would begin the third move. After the third move, the fourth move, the fifth move, the sixth move. Demon windbreak was different from ordinary sword attacks. It had a series of movements and techniques, not something that could be done just by being fast. It was even more exquisite than the Divine Wind Sword technique's One Breath Thousand Swords. However, the Divine Wind Sword technique also gave Suyin a huge advantage, and that was speed and reaction speed. With these two factors alone, Suyin learned this move much faster than normal. On this day, Octagon Aniseed was dozing off at the side as usual. After an unknown amount of time, Suyin's Devil Windbreak was already able to unleash 32 moves in a breath. Although the difference in power was extremely huge compared to the Octatic Tooth, it was still not something that could be completed in a day and night. It was like climbing a mountain. To see how small a mountain was, one had to climb up it step by step until one could reach the peak. Of course, Chigo was very satisfied with Suyin's progress, so he didn't force anything, and only took a nap. This was the tempo of stealing as much laziness as he could steal. Of course Suyin would not bother with Chi. He had always treated this so-called vice sect master as heir and continued to practice by himself. However, the man who had just fallen asleep suddenly opened his eyes. He hurriedly stood up and took off the plate from his waist. The order badge swayed slightly, with devil chi leaking out. He placed it on his face. The devil chi entered into his head. Very quickly, he revealed a look of understanding. Lord Demon Lord. Lord Devil Lord. Chigo took off the order badge in his hand and shouted to Suyin. Suyin, who was still training, acted as if he did not hear anything. He continued to wave his sword, and it was only after Chiguta shouted a few times that he stopped, and looked at Chigo strangely. Vice sect leader, am I cultivating incorrectly? No. It's not that you're cultivating wrongly, it's something else. Chigo quickly waved his hand and said, Lord Demon Lord, I just received the order from the Devil Sect. I'm afraid that I'll have to leave for a period of time. What's wrong? Suyin asked. Isn't it all because of the Wanhua realm? Octagon Aniseed sighed. According to the reports of the scouts, Cloud Heavenly Palace, in order to deal with Wanhua realm, has intentionally released some information regarding the Limitless Sword Ancestor. causing a large number of people who have grudges with the limitless Sword Ancestor to head over to the Wanhua realm to look for Sword Ancestor, and as a result, start a war. The Wanhua realm is in chaos. What? Su Yun was stunned. I guess the reason why Cloud Heavenly Palace did that was because he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to obtain Wanhua realm. However, what they didn't expect was that one of the powerhouses was faster than them. These guys are already preparing to take action. Who are they? Su Yun asked anxiously. Dark Demon Palace. Shigo said in a low voice, Dark Demon Palace's squire has secretly ordered the 10 strongest warriors to lead 7,000 Dark Demon Palace elites to sneak into the Wanhua realm. What are they going to do? It is impossible for these people to obtain Wanhua realm. Of course it's impossible. Not to mention these people, even if the entire Dark Demon Palace were to be involved, it would still be impossible. 1 is to intercept the gate that leads to the Wanhua realm. The Dark Demon Palace is to use a secret technique to duplicate the natural door, and after he succeeds, we will gather countless devil cultivator forces, who are greedy for Wanhua realm's resources, to attack the Wanhua realm together, and split the treasures equally. Secondly, it's the simplest and most effective strategy. I reckon that it would also be the strategy Dark Demon Palace would most likely choose right now, which was to sneak into the Wanhua realm, and take advantage of the time when the Wanhua realm lord was dealing with his friends and enemies, secretly making a move, plundering the realm master, and controlling the Wanhua realm. That is what they must do. With that said, Su Yun's face changed as he trembled in fear. No, I have to stop him. Su Yun shouted anxiously in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Shigo was baffled. Why? Su Yun thought for a bit, and actually placed the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword at the side, bowing to Chi with a serious face. Vice Sect Master, to be honest, Wanhua realm has done a great favor for Su Yun. If Wanhua realm is in trouble, Su Yun cannot just stand by and watch. I would like to request Vice Sect Master to allow Su Yun to leave the True Devil Sect, return to Wanhua realm, and lend a hand to help Wanhua realm pass through this calamity. Su Yun's attitude was sincere, his words were sincere, and the anxiousness in his eyes was strong. Back then, Su Yun and Hu Qianmei dared to leave the Wanhua realm because he believed that the realm master was able to take care of Jean Maluo's group, but it was different now. What was going to do to the Wanhua realm was the entire Cloud Heavenly Palace and the Dark Demon Palace. It was not something an ordinary existence could handle. The Cloud Heavenly Palace had extremely high prestige in the Sword World, and if he were to take action, the other powers in the Sword World would definitely interfere, and the situation would definitely not be good. Moreover, if the Realm Master was destroyed and the Wanhua realm was not protected, how could the Sword Ancestor in the realm be safe? No matter what, Su Yun had to make a move. Hearing that, his young and tender face suddenly became serious and serious. He stared at Su Yun for a while, and asked, Demon Lord, you said that Wanhua realm has helped you, is that true? How could this be false? If I did not have the help of the Wanhua realm, I would have been killed by the Cloud Heavenly Palace. Su Yun said indifferently. As soon as he said that, he pondered for a moment before nodding his head. All right. He stood up and said, you do not have to go to the Wanhua realm, you continue to cultivate here, your cultivation is not strong yet, and going there will not change anything. I will take care of the matters of the Wanhua realm, the people of the Devil Sect. There will be revenge, there will be gratitude, and without exception, the mission given to me by the sect will be to go to the Dark Demon Palace, but it will not be to block the Wanhua realm, but to take advantage of the Dark Demon Palace to send experts to deal with the Wanhua realm. After saying that, he turned around and left the quiet world without looking back. Vice Sect Leader, please wait. Su Yun anxiously shouted. Seeing this, Su Yun was silent for a long time. In the end, he clenched his fists, picked up the immortal mystical scarlet blood sword, and started training without caring about anything else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664. The chaos in the Wanhua realm had long ago spread to several interfaces, and the people from the ultimate martial world were even discussing about it, paying special attention to it. However, as he was a person of great reputation, when Wanhua realm met with troubles this time, he would naturally release a letter asking for help to the surrounding powers. There were also quite a few sects that responded. There were more than 100 of them, but there were not many that were willing to go up on stage. Furthermore, many of the stronger sects and powers would not give their all to help Wanhua realm. They were just putting on an act. After all, Cloud Heavenly Palace was not someone that could be provoked. Whether the Wanhua realm could survive this crisis, no one could say. Inside Cloud Heavenly Palace, Kinmo Luo was sitting in his training room. After the sect leader and his wife died, the all-empty sect became a pile of loose sand. When most of the disciples left the sect, Mo Luo immediately reported to the palace master, requesting her to merge with the all-empty sect. The palace master happily accepted the request, and handed the all-empty sect over to Mo Luo to take care of it. Congratulations, Elder Jean. Although the all-empty sect is not as good as my Cloud Heavenly Palace, but you have received so many experts to follow us, your strength has increased greatly, and amongst my Heavenly Palace's elders, you will be the most important person. At this moment, a burst of frivolous laughter came from outside the door, followed by a tall figure slowly walking in. The person had an annoying smile on his face and a lazy look in his eyes. When he entered the cultivation room, he did not greet Kinmo. Instead, he found a place to sit down. Kinmo Luo opened his narrow eyes and looked at the man. Oh? It is the Lord Sword Lord. I wonder why you have come here today? Nothing much. It's just that I haven't come to see Elder Jean for a long time. Today, I've come to take a look and see if Elder Jean is doing well. Lord Sword Lord, thank you for your trouble. I, Kinmo, have always been a very good person. Kinmo Luo said lightly, and then closed his eyes again. Seeing that, he chuckled. He was quiet for a moment, then spoke. This time, although our Cloud Heavenly Palace has contributed the most, spending the most energy and manpower, but all the tigers and wolves in the four sides are spying on us, wanting to get a share of the spoils, I have received the news that there are already 17 over 300 forces who have sent people over, rushing towards the Wanhua realm, with the intent to divide the Wanhua realm, although our Cloud Heavenly Palace is strong. But facing so many strong enemies, I am afraid that we will not be able to win against them all. What does Lord Sword Lord wish to say? I mean, it's very simple. The Palace Lord will leave this matter to you, and I think that you should temporarily stand by and not make a move, wait for the people from the powerhouses to fight to the death, and then make a move. After that, you and I will become fishermen of the Heavenly Palace, and for the sake of the Heavenly Palace, the benefits of the Heavenly Palace is our own. If we act recklessly, we will become the target of the public. Then, when do you think we'll be able to catch the fishermen? Kinmo Luo opened his eyes and said, what's more, do you think that there are not many people who have such thoughts? So no one will move. In the end, don't tell me I have to let the Wanhua realm take care of all of them before I make my move? Wanhua realm is after all just an interface, and your strength cannot be underestimated. You are right, Elder Jean. However, I understand your true intentions more clearly. I'm afraid that you still want to take revenge for your daughter and son-in-law, right? I heard that the person who killed your daughter and son-in-law has a good relationship with the Wanhua realm lord. You are hoping to draw those two out through this matter, and then find an opportunity to kill them, are you not? The Sword Lord suddenly laughed out loud as he stared at Kinmo and asked seriously. Kimmery didn't say anything, but the twinkle in his eye told him everything. Seeing that, Sword Lord did not point out anything, but I hope that you can keep your thoughts to yourself, Elder Jean, that the interests of our Cloud Heavenly Palace are greater than the personal gains. I understand your thoughts, but I hope that you can place more importance on the overall situation. When I say fishermen, I am not referring to those powerful people who are heading to the Wanhua realm to fight to the death with us. We will come out to clean up the mess, and do the opposite. Kinmo frowned slightly. You want to go the other way? What do you mean? The Sword Sovereign's eyes revealed a sinister look, and he laughed coldly. Didn't the world say that the one who caused all this chaos in the Wanhua realm was my Cloud Heavenly Palace? Why don't we try to defend the peace of the Wanhua realm, protect the peace of the 10,000 worlds, and punish those sects with ill intentions. They have sent their main forces to the Wanhua realm to fish in troubled water. Then, we will use the excuse of surrounding Wei and saving Zhao, and wait for their main forces to fight to the death with the other people in the Wanhua realm, directly attacking their sects, capturing their sects, killing their masters, and taking them. After all, if we force those people into a corner, they would form a group. But this way, we will only be dealing with a single goal, and after we finish off these sects one by one, we will then turn around and head towards the Wanhua realm to clean up the mess. In that case, our Cloud Heavenly Palace will definitely become the biggest winner. Sword Lord unsheathed the sword from his waist and looked at the body of the sword slowly, his mouth raised in a smile. At that time, a mere Wanhua realm, like the dry grass on the ground, can be stepped on recklessly. If Elder Jean wants to take revenge, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand? When the Realm Master is in your hands, you can do whatever you want with her. After hearing that, Jean Mo Luo frowned, but he quickly relaxed. He stood up and walked over to the Sword Lord. After being silent for a moment, he suddenly clasped his hands together and greeted the Sword Lord with a sincere bow. The Sword Lord's plan is unprecedented. Kinmo Luo has submitted. I don't dare to accept it. Elder Jean, I don't dare to accept it. The Sword Lord hurriedly helped Kinmo up. Kinmo got up and asked, so, which sect did the Sword Lord want us to take on? Furthermore, this sect is not far from the entrance of the True Devil Realm. This time, the True Devil Realm's Dark Demon Palace will take action. The Palace Mistress has long been unhappy with the people from Dark Demon Palace, so we will first take the Ancient Stone sect and pry into the movements in Dark Demon Palace. Once we take the Ancient Stone sect, we will immediately turn our spearhead and enter the True Devil Realm to attack Dark Demon Palace. Once Dark Demon Palace succeeds, the power of our Cloud Heavenly Palace will definitely soar. At that time, we can far surpass the other realms and get closer to the real Devil sect. True Devil sect? Jean Mo Luo's face changed drastically. Is Sword Sovereign really that serious? The strength of a True Devil sect was far from something Dark Demon Palace could compare with. Furthermore, it seems like they did not have anything to do with the Wanhua realm this time. Elder, do not worry, the True Devil sect is already different from the past. I heard that the Vice Sect Master of the True Devil sect is actually still a child with a weak temperament, and the True Devil sect has recently found a 4th stage Sky Spirit Master Realm person to be their Demon Lord. Had such a sect, I believe their strength should not be very strong. Waiting for the sect to devour Dark Demon Palace, then we will give it a try. If the True Devil sect is truly weak, then we will take the opportunity to do so. If he is weak from the outside, but strong from the inside, then we will leave. The Sword Lord chuckled. When Kinmo Luo heard this, he silently nodded his head. After 8 teeth left, the following days would only be accompanied by cultivation. The 50 days in this quiet world was enough for 1 day outside. An ambush on the Dark Demon Palace could not be completed in 1 or 2 days. This still required continuous preparation. As for saving the Wanhua Realm S, it was even more difficult. After all, the Wanhua Realm S and the True Devil Sect S were 2 completely different types of people. One was the representative of kindness, peace, justice, and the other was the incarnation of treachery, malice, and cunning. Moreover, even if Chigo was willing to repay Su Yun and help the Wanhua realm, would the people of the Wanhua realm dare to accept the help of the people from the True Devil sect? If he accepted it, wouldn't it mean that there was a connection between the Wanhua realm and the people of the True Devil realm? Although the 10,000 worlds did not dislike the Devil Cultivator Demon and were not as conflicted as him, the real Devil sect was different. The real Devil sect kept a low profile and never clarified the rumors outside, causing many people to think that the real Devil sect was cruel and merciless. Their reputation was terrible. If the Wanhua realm accepted the assistance of the real Devil sect, then in the future, when others attacked the Wanhua realm, there would be even more reasons. Forget it, now is not the time to think about this. Even if I leave now and head to the Wanhua realm, with just my strength, I can't change anything. Su Yun stretched out his hand, staring at his own palm that was suffused with devil chi but was extremely pale. Right now, the only thing he could do was to train as hard as he could. Without cultivation base, there's nothing I can do. He clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself. Immediately, he raised his sword again and began waving it about. There were no shortcuts to training, and he could only work hard. Of course, training alone was not the best option. During cultivation, it was necessary to think more about it. Suyun trained for 3 days before he stopped to meditate for a day to meditate. If he were to come across heavy rain, it would destroy the heaven and earth, and the entire quiet world would collapse. It was not only because strong wind was blowing, but also because the strong wind was able to move the mountains, shake the void, and make the snow fall in winter, making it even more terrifying. It was definitely not ordinary snow, but snow that weighed hundreds of millions of kilograms, and if it were to fall on a person's body, they would be unable to move even a single step. The scariest of them all was the lightning weather. A dense amount of lightning fell from the sky and struck the ground. Suyun's body was struck by lightning and was actually paralyzed for an entire day, unable to move. He could only endure the pain of being violently struck by lightning. In the quiet world, Suyun realized that what he was training was not only his body and cultivation, but also his extremely precious temperament. Perhaps the storms of the future would require this hard-won mentality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665. The true devil realm was extremely big, and was only a size smaller than the most famous ultimate martial world. It could be said that the true devil realm was the place with the most number of devil cultivator in all the 10,000 worlds, and this place was practically the home of the devil cultivator. Of course, there were also people outside of devil cultivator, such as spirit demon beings, evil beings, and normal people. Of course, the good of the devil cultivator is different from the good of humans. The good of humans, to do good by accumulating virtue, but the good of the devil cultivator is just to lessen the number of killing. No matter who it is, as long as they are a devil cultivator, they are born with a demonic nature, and some devils do not distinguish between black and white, they just kill people, while some devils only kill those who deserve to be killed. These devils are called the good devils. The Dark Demon Palace was different. What was gathered here was a group of fiendish demons that did not differentiate black from white and only gained benefits. The Dark Demon Palace was one of the old demon sects in the true devil realm, and their hall master was a tyrannical demon. It was said that the position of hall master he currently held was obtained by the previous hall master, and the previous hall master had even lured him into becoming a cultivator's master. The small sects surrounding Dark Demon Palace have all been annihilated, and all the nearby demon cities are all owned by Dark Demon Palace. There are more than 100,000 devil cultivators in Dark Demon Palace, and each one of them have an impressive cultivation, and the squire once set a rule that if anyone who enters Dark Demon Palace does not reach the Sky Spirit Master realm within 3 years, they are allowed to join the same sect. It was precisely because of this that when the weaker cultivators saw that they were unable to reach the Sky Spirit Master in 3 years, they immediately ran away to avoid being eaten by their own sect, and the innate rankers were successfully promoted to the Sky Spirit Master. As a result, all of the members of the younger generation in Dark Demon Palace were tyrannical, but no one dared to look down on them. In the main hall of Dark Demon Palace, the demon oscillator sat on a pile of human skulls, quietly looking down at the demons. He was dressed in a dark yellow robe and his body was almost 3 meters long. His neck was tied with a necklace made out of skulls, and it was said that the skulls underneath the altar were all the powerful devil cultivator that he had defeated, and the skulls that were tied around his neck were the skulls of his enemies. To report to Hall Master, now that the Wanhua realm is in chaos, the grudges and friends of the Sword Ancestor RS, a total of 17 people have gathered, and every single one of them is a tyrant that has reached the peak of their generation. All of these existences are existences that can cover the sky and shatter the earth. Now that they have fought together, causing the entire Wanhua realm to be thrown into disarray, even the realm master is unable to stop them. Now is the perfect opportunity for us to make a move. The leader had 4 arms, and the pitch-black devil cultivator stood up and said, these experts are all fighting near the natural gates, and since Linglong Mountain is very far away, and is busy with these experts, I have no time to worry about other places. If we send people to steal into the Linglong Mountain, we will first take over the dark place, and then plan for the Wanhua realm in the future. It can be said to be as easy as flipping my hand. I have already ordered Enchanter to lead 3,000 of the Devil Cultivator to the Wanhua realm, and have the bridge shattered as a door. Once the door is formed, we can bring our people directly in, and the spirit energy in the Wanhua realm is abundant. It will be of great help to our Devil Cultivator's cultivation, and all the ores and spiritual objects can be used to refine magic treasure in pellets, and with that, our Dark Demon Palace will be able to quickly grow stronger, and become the strongest sect in the true Devil realm. Another Devil Cultivator stood up, and cupped his fists to the squire. You guys did well. After being disturbed by the people of the ultimate martial world, they have become more and more resistant to the people of the outside world. All of our actions were noticed by the people of the Wanhua realm, and thus, they begin to seal the Wanhua realm, no longer allowing people from the outside to enter. This has a great hindrance to our movements. Now that there are people of the Cloud Heavenly Palace fighting against them, we only need to sit and wait for the fishermen to catch us. That's right, especially after the succession of the new Realm Master, it will be even more difficult to deal with Wanhua realm, but this time, we are really lucky. The Cloud Heavenly Palace made his move. I'm afraid this time, our Dark Demon Palace will earn a lot. Ha 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 ha. The demons laughed. Report. At this time, a voice came from outside the main hall, followed by a Dark Demon Palace member running in. What is it? The retainer said in a low voice. Reporting to Hallmaster, the broken void door has been set up. Lord Enchanter and the experts of our hall are on standby. That member kneeled on the ground and called out respectfully. All right. The Hu demon's blood-red eyes shot out rays of light. He stood up and shouted, Kumo. Magic power. Water demon. Berserk demon. The four of you will first bring 10,000 dark devils into the dark place, take over the dark place, then expel all of them from the Linglong Mountain, lay down a barrier, build a array seal, and prevent the people of the Wanhua realm from launching a counterattack. Once I summon the other powers of the Devil realm and have them join our Dark Demon Palace, the Wanhua realm will no longer be our enemy, and we will also be able to obtain the entire interface. When the demons heard this, they were all extremely excited and immediately shouted, The Hallmaster is wise. Hurry up and do it. Yes, sir. The demons left immediately. Very quickly, majority of Dark Demon Palace's experts had gathered, and as they passed through the gigantic void door in the center of the hall, they began to flow out of the Wanhua realm one by one. And at that moment, a large number of Devil Cultivators from Dark Demon Palace appeared. These Devil Cultivators were indiscriminate in nature, killing anyone they saw. When the Dark Demon Palace made their move, it could be said that they were adding fuel to the fire on Wanhua realm, but Realm Master seemed to have long expected that the people of Wanhua realm would come here to cause trouble, so she had already sent Rong Nyuk to bring the experts of Wanhua realm to the Linglong Mountain. She could not control the enemies of Sword Ancestor who were fighting with each other for the sake of finding the Sword Ancestor, and since she could not control them, she focused her energy on the people who were able to control them. At this moment, 100 miles away from Dark Demon Palace, a group of spirit cultivator wearing Blade Master clothes slowly flew over. The ones leading the group were the Sword Monarch and Jean Maluo of Cloud Heavenly Palace. The Sword Sovereign kept the shining disc in his hand, turned his head, and smiled towards Jean Maluo. The people from Dark Demon Palace have made their move. They have already started their attacks on the Wanhua realm, and are currently exchanging troops with the people from Wanhua realm. This time, Dark Demon Palace has even smashed their own record. A total of 40,000 Devil Cultivators are all experts, and I estimate that the battle will not end in 8 to 9 days. There are so many Spirit Cultivator in the Linglong Mountain, and Wanhua Realm's experts are not common people either. Although the Dark Demon Palace has ambushed 40,000 people, it is still far from enough. If my guess is right, the Squire will definitely send more people over. Maybe the other Devil Cultivators' forces will also step in. Jean Maluo thought deeply. That's right, so we have to wait a bit longer. The Sword Lord smiled and waved his hand. Everyone, stop. Be on standby. Understood, Sir Sword Lord. Everyone yelled as they all sat down on the ground. The people here were all from the Cloud Heavenly Palace. They were densely packed, and there were over 10,000 people there. Their bodies were still stained with blood and they had an extremely vicious aura, as though they had just experienced a battle. After stopping, everyone began to meditate. The Sword Master and Jean Maluo sat together and discussed their plans. Although Jean Maluo was disgusted with the smiling face in front of him, he couldn't help but admire his intelligence. The Wanhua realm was in chaos, and people only saw the wealth inside the Wanhua realm, but ignored the wealth that others inadvertently revealed. A large number of people from Dark Demon Palace appeared in Dark Place, causing the entire Linglong Mountain to be in an uproar. All the sects and families grouped together in an alliance with Feather Moon Pavilion Yanwen as the leader, and started to fight back against the people from Dark Demon Palace. However, although Dark Demon Palace's people were few, all of them were experts, and almost all of the demons' cultivations were at least at the first stage of Sky Spirit Master. Among them, there were 5th stage and above. The average level of Sky Spirit Master S was also above average. It was extremely difficult to resist, and every day, countless Spirit Cultivator S died miserably in the Demon Claw's hands. If not for Rong Nyuk bringing many Realm Tree experts over, they would not have been able to withstand it. At the same time, the Dark Place's entrance was already occupied by the Devil Cultivator, with all the demons gathering their power and rushing towards the Linglong Mountain. The Spirit Cultivator swore to fight to the death. Rong Nyuk fought with the enchanting demons for a while and felt that he was too weak, and had no choice but to retreat from the chaotic battlefield and enter the center of the Linglong Mountain. At this time, most of the loose cultivators had already escaped, leaving behind the righteous Spirit Cultivator and the people from the sects. The streets were filled with people meditating, people who had consumed medicine to recuperate and were injured. Rong Nyuk turned back and was immediately surrounded by a group of sect higher-ups and Realm Tree S. Prime Minister, the situation isn't good. Who knows where these Devil Cultivator came from? They seem to have reinforcements coming every day. After killing one, another to come, and they have countless experts. We are not their match. The head of the Realm Tree, Yang Lang, quickly walked over and anxiously said, I think it'll be hard for us to defend Linglong Mountain. We have to defend even if we can't. How can we give up on this place? Zhang Luquang from the Qinsong sect walked over and shouted. Does sect leader Zhang mean to defend this with our lives? Why did it have to be like this? If we were to fight to the death like this, we will only end up like fish in a net, and the gains won't make up for the losses. Although it's good for Linglong Mountain, but we don't have to fight with our lives, and we can leave the Green Mountain hanging in the air, and when the time is right, we will kill and return with the Realm Tree experts. Isn't that the same? One of the small sect leaders spoke up. Hearing that, Zhang Luquang opened his mouth. He wanted to refute, but when he looked at the injured Spirit Cultivator and the bitter faces of the people, he swallowed his words in the end. Great Master Zhang, I know that you are actually very reluctant to leave this place. Although you all are from the outside world and live here, your relationship might not be any weaker than ours. However, the situation is very urgent, and it will be very difficult for us to continue fighting with our strength. Rong Nyuk opened his mouth. His voice was calm, but a trace of helplessness flashed past his old eyes. Seeing that, Zhang Luquang sighed hard, and could only nod his head. All right, then I'll listen to Prime Minister's words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666. Several hundred miles outside Dark Demon Palace. The Sword Master and Jean Maluo were still waiting. He saw the Sword Lord holding a glowing disc in one hand and staring at it for a while. His handsome face revealed hints of contempt and disdain. What's wrong? Lord Sword Lord? Jean Maluo's aged voice came out from beside him. Sword Sovereign kept the disc and chuckled. Wanhua Realm just sent a message, saying that Rong Myuk has already given the order to give up on Linglong Mountain and use the mountain gate as a barrier to defend. Hearing that, Jean Maluo was stunned. Such a ridiculous thing, why would Rong Myuk do it? If the Linglong Mountain were to fall into the hands of Dark Demon Palace, could they still take it back so easily? Once Dark Demon Palace has the Linglong Mountain, they will be able to enter and exit the Wanhua Realm at will. Furthermore, they can easily let a large number of experts enter the realm. This is not even comparable to a broken door. How many people can through a small door like that? So you're saying, this Rong Myuk is the Prime Minister of the Wanhua Realm. How can the Wanhua Realm not lose? Forget it, no need to bother about it, now is not the time to think about this. Although the Wanhua Realm will lose, we cannot lose now. Sword Sovereign waved his hand, he turned around and shouted to the experts of Cloud Heavenly Palace, "Get up, prepare to move." When everyone heard this, they all came back to their senses. The time was right, most likely all the experts in Dark Demon Palace had headed towards the Linglong Mountain. Everyone stepped on the air and flew towards Dark Demon Palace. Sword Lord, aren't you afraid that the squire isn't in the Dark Demon Palace? While flying, Jean Maluo asked a question that had been bothering him for a long time. In this surprise attack on Dark Demon Palace, the most important thing was not only to annex Dark Demon Palace, but also to kill the squire. No matter how strong Dark Demon Palace is, it is impossible for him to rely on his own strength to fight against the entire Wanhua Realm. Therefore, I predicted that Hu Yao must have contacted other Devil Cultivators' forces, so he has to receive commands from Dark Demon Palace. Yes, my lord. The Sword Lord laughed. Hearing that, Jean Maluo's face changed. Then doesn't that mean that this time, we won't be facing the Dark Demon Palace alone? There are other powers from the Devil Cultivator? Haha, Elder Jean doesn't have to worry, even if there are other Devil Cultivator powers, they are just a group of ants. Hu Yao is very greedy. This time when they attacked the Wanhua Realm, he naturally had to eat a lot. The forces that called them over were all useless people. If they were too strong, wouldn't it be difficult for them to take care of themselves? Lord Sword Sovereign's meaning is, after Hu Yao invades the Wanhua Realm, will he exterminate the forces of the Devil Cultivator that have helped him before? Although this is not a wise move, but with the evil Emperor's temperament, this will definitely happen. This person is greedy and easy to kill, how can he not do it? You should know how his master died and how he came to be the sect master of Dark Demon Palace. With that said, Jean Maluo suddenly realized. The retainer had a good plan, but he had forgotten about the enemies that were always staring at him, eyeing him covetously. When the Sword Sovereign and a group of experts from the Cloud Heavenly Palace approached the Dark Demon Palace, all of the devil chi in the hall became weak. It could be seen that there were not many Devil Cultivators in the hall and they were all sent to the Wanhua Realm. Who are you people? A few Devil Cultivators guarding the entrance of the hall saw the incoming Sword Lord and asked. As the Sword Lord landed on the ground, he cupped his fists together and smiled. We are friends of the retainer. Friends? A few Devil Cultivators were surprised. But just when they were confused, a few Cloud Heavenly Palace people by the side made their move, swords flickering with snow light pierced through their bodies, and pierced through their hearts. His movements, sword force, profound strength, all of them were exquisite. The way he killed was like an art. In just a breath's time, a few Devil Cultivators fell to the ground and died miserably. Destroy my soul. The Sword Lord smiled. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode inside Dark Demon Palace. The group of people advanced at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, on the plaza outside the main hall, countless members of Dark Demon Palace were entering the Wanhua Realm through the Gate of Void and Fragmentation. There was a limit on the number of people entering the Wanhua Realm, and Dark Demon Palace had to prepare for a long time as well. As long as a broken door appeared, it would immediately be eradicated by the Realm Master. The person who set up the broken door would also be severely punished, but at the moment, Wanhua Realm was in chaos, the Realm Master was not in a position to look back, and the people of Dark Demon Palace were setting up the door so quickly that they did not have time to react. and all of the people of Realm Tree who were stationed at the Linglong Mountain were moved away, unable to make it back in time. In the main hall. Just a moment ago I received news, the Realm Tree's resistance has already been prepared to leave Linglong Mountain, which means, the Linglong Mountain and the Dark Place are both in our hands. We have a foundation, we can attack, we can retreat, the Wanhua Realm can hold on, the Wanhua Realm is in our hands. The retainer was full of smiles, his voice full of pride. We wish to congratulate you, Lord Hu Demon. Some of the leaders of the small demon sect all stood up from their chairs, cupped their fists and said, "We are all brothers, there is no need to be so formal." Hu Demon waved his hand, and laughed, "This time, everyone help out. When we take down the Wanhua Realm, I will distribute the resources according to how much everyone has contributed, and everyone here will benefit from this." "Thank you, Master. To be able to serve the Lord is our honor. Sir, if you are willing to personally invite us, even if there are no benefits, we will do our best to help." The leaders of the Little Demonist sect were all flattering him. This was the best time to flatter them. It was only because they saw the potential of Dark Demon Palace that they echoed them. Upon hearing this, the squire laughed out loud, the pleased look on his face growing even wider. Not bad, not bad. Right now, even cats and dogs are flattering me. Are there too few strong people in this world, or are there too many weak people in this world? Just then, a light laugh floated in from outside the main hall, followed by a figure walking in. All the demons in the main hall stood up and stared at the newcomer. The retainer's face revealed anger and killing intent. Staring at the person that walked in, he asked, "Who are you?" "A very powerful person." The Sword Sovereign had his back against the door of the main hall as he crossed his arms over his chest. He smiled gently and said to the leaders of the Little Demonist faction, "You might be able to flatter me, because I am much stronger than this retainer." Bastard! Who devils were immediately enraged, they were no longer courteous, and immediately rushed down. With one hand forming claws, 6 sets of devil chi erupted from between their claws, all of them transforming into mouths of demons, fiercely biting towards Sword Sovereign. However, the Sword Lord merely turned and disappeared from the spot. The retainer missed and turned his head to look, only to discover that the Sword Lord had somehow landed on his skull. Although it had only been a single exchange, everyone knew that this person's cultivation base was definitely extraordinary. Who devils were ruthless and bloodthirsty, but this didn't mean that they were stupid. Since the other party dared to come here, it meant that he had some tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, this man was most likely not an ordinary person. He became wary and stopped attacking recklessly. He shouted in a deep voice, "It seems like your cultivation is not weak. I, the evil emperor, have always respected the strong. Forget about the rudeness just now. May I ask, what brings you here?" "I am the Sword Sovereign of the Cloud Heavenly Palace." Sword Sovereign smiled and said, "We took action against the Wanhua Realm, and plan to snatch the mines, spirit veins and other resources from the Wanhua Realm, to use them as resources for the Heavenly Palace to expand in the future. So, you have to pay up." He rubbed his fingers and smiled. "So it's the Cloud Heavenly Palace's expert. Sorry for the disrespect, just that what you said doesn't seem to be right, right?" "What do you mean? We eat the food you guys made for free." "In the area of Linglong Mountain, I, the Demon Lord, had exhausted all of my powers to snatch the Demon Palace. What does it have to do with your Cloud Heavenly Palace?" The retainer said in a low voice. The surrounding leaders of the Little Demon sect did not say anything. None of them were fools. With their current cultivation level being high and low, they could not see through it. Furthermore, the Cloud Heavenly Palace was not someone they could offend, so they could only wait for the two to negotiate with each other. "You can't say that." Sword Sovereign waved his hand. "If we did not divert the energy of the Realm Master and make her take care of the Linglong Mountain flawlessly, would you all even have a chance?" "AI, forget it, I'm not here to argue with you. I just want you to do something." "What is it?" the retainer asked. "It's a very simple matter." The Sword Sovereign's mouth raised in a strange arc, immediately bring your dark demon palace and surrender to our cloud heavenly palace." As these words fell, the entire hall was silent. The retainer's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. The depths of his eyes were filled with a murderous intent, and his black face became all the more savage. "So you've come here today to destroy my dark demon palace?" The retainer said coldly. "Am I still here to drink tea?" The sword lord drew the sword from his waist and a terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. "You're really confident. Why don't you take a look at where you are now?" The squire sneered. "This is the Dark Demon Palace, my lair. A powerful dragon does not suppress a snake on the ground. Perhaps your cultivation is very strong, but do you really think you can deal with me?" With that, the retainer shouted, "Someone come." It was just that. He called out, but no one came to the main hall. Hu Yao's face changed. He suddenly turned around and looked outside the hall, only to see that there was no one outside the hall, only a large amount of terrifying sword chi floating. There was no movement outside the hall, as if there were two different worlds outside the hall. Seeing this scene, the Hu Yao's heart shook violently, and he instantly understood. There was more than one man from the other side, and he was afraid that all his men had already been taken care of by the other side. Advertisement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667. Put. A muffled sound rang out in the plaza. "Well, you know. Another devil cultivator fell." The remaining devil cultivator were gathered together, trembling. They held onto their swords, looking at the people dressed in Blade Master clothing. These proud and arrogant devil cultivator, all of them revealed expressions of fear. The surrounding ground was covered with dark demon palace people's corpses. The demonic blood stained the entire ground, and surrounding these people was a huge transparent barrier that could be seen clearly by the people inside, but the people outside had turned a blind eye to it. The place had already been deceived, and people outside could only see a place with no people. It was because of this that the Cloud Heavenly Palace could silently exterminate the experts of the Dark Demon Palace. Sword Sovereign should be close. We should hurry up and take action too. Devil Cultivator has no need to be merciful. Not a single one will be spared. Kill all of them. My Cloud Heavenly Palace will not accept you. Jean Maluo stared at the last group of Devil Cultivator and spoke to the people beside him. "Yes, sir." The bystanders quickly replied. As a result, numerous sword lights flashed by. The ruthless sword intent was like a sky that collapsed, completely killing off the remaining Dark Demon Palace Devil Cultivator. After a few miserable cries, all of the Dark Demon Palace's people died. For the plan this time, all of the disciples that the Cloud Heavenly Palace had sent out were the elite disciples of the Heavenly Palace. All of them were disciples of the elders. Ordinary disciples would not be able to participate in this. All of them had cultivations above the 3rd grade of Sky Spirit Master. They were all very strong. After Dark Demon Palace's death, Jean Maluo commanded the disciples to clean up the area. "Everyone, do as you've said. Close the Dark Demon Palace's gate temporarily and don't allow anyone to enter," Jean Maluo said, then turned and headed back to the main hall. Judging by the time, the retainers should have already been killed. Next, he would set up a few broken door and inform the sect to transport the goods back. He would then organize the secret scriptures of Dark Demon Palace for the Cloud Heavenly Palace to use. Beat. "Excuse me. Is there anyone here?" At this moment, a clear and timid voice sounded from the plaza's entrance. Jean Maluo and the rest could not help but frown. Following the direction of the voice, they saw a skinny young man dressed in loose robes. The man had fair skin and a delicate and pretty face. He looked somewhat feminine. He seemed to be afraid as he nervously grabbed a white bone blade on his waist and inched closer and closer. A few experts from Cloud Heavenly Palace looked over. When he saw Jean Maluo, the man said with a trembling voice, "Excuse me." "Excuse me, are you the great demonic Hu?" "I am a retainer. What business do you have?" Jean Maluo's face did not change as he looked at him and spoke. "You are the Lord Retainer?" The man looked at the man carefully and asked, "Why is it different from what the rumors say?" Unexpectedly, as soon as he said that, Jean Maluo immediately extended his hand out and grabbed the man's neck, and lifted him up. "Good. So uncomfortable. Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me." This person continued to struggle, his loose robes flapping noisily, his face turning the color of a pig's liver, as though he could get strangled to death by Jean Maluo anytime and anywhere. Looking at the ant in his hand, Jean Maluo humped again and again, "You are merely an ant of the 10th stage of the Spirit Master, how dare you doubt me? Tell me, what are you doing here?" With that, Jean Maluo threw the man onto the ground fiercely, causing him to be confused. It took him a while to recover his wits. He patted his head and said, "My lord, your temper is too violent. This won't do." Seeing that, Jean Maluo looked suspicious. If it was only a normal 10th stage Spirit Master cultivator, he would have been scared silly long ago. Why did the person in front of him not reveal any expression of fear? Although he still appeared to be panicking, this panic, but it was a bit unreal. "But forget it, I won't blame you anymore." That person suddenly stood up and smiled. "Since you said you are a squire, then I believe you. I have come to declare something to you." "What is it?" Jean Maluo said softly, but he had already made up his mind. "From today onwards, Dark Demon Palace belongs to the True Devil sect." He slowly opened his narrowed eyes. That seemingly harmless smile of his gradually turned sinister as his eyes gradually turned blood red. "Devil cultivator? True Devil sect?" Jean Maluo was shocked. "Seize him!" With a roar, all the experts of the Cloud Heavenly Palace on both sides moved like lightning. With lightning speed, they struck towards the left and right of the disciple. But in the next second, a large quantity of pitch-black figures appeared behind him. They were all like phantoms and instantly pounced at the Cloud Heavenly Palace people. An unstoppable force blocked all of them. In the blink of an eye, Jean Maluo could smell the stench of blood in the air. His eyes were wide opened, looking at the man in front of him with shock. He turned to the side, only to see that beside him, a large quantity of broken corpses had appeared. It was the Cloud Heavenly Palace people who had rushed out, and above these corpses stood many bloodied people with bloodshot eyes. All of their bodies were filled with devil chi and evil chi, like a death god. Seeing this, Jean Maluo completely understood. So it turns out that the only one keeping an eye on Dark Demon Palace is not my Cloud Heavenly Palace. Your True Devil sect. Is this what you intend to do? We didn't expect you to do this, but it doesn't matter. It's just a waste of time. The person in front of him said with a smile. The rest of the Cloud Heavenly Palace saw that the situation was not good and immediately activated their weapons, surrounding Jean Maluo. However, the man in front of him did not talk much. He raised his hand and waved it lightly. "Kill them all." Finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the main hall of Dark Demon Palace. "Yes, sir." Those pitch-black voices replied in a low, hoarse voice, so loud that it made one's hair stand on end. How could Jean Maluo be willing to surrender so easily? He immediately turned around, pulled out a long sword, and threw it towards the young man dressed in a loose robe. The sword was like flying fire as it slashed through the air. The sword was fast. It was full of momentum. It was also very accurate. The blade of the sword, without any surprise, pierced into the back of the young man, but as if the tip of the sword had stabbed into a steel plate, it emitted a ding-ling sound, but was unable to enter even a single inch. What? Seeing this, Jean Maluo's heart jumped. What level of cultivation did he have? Although it could not be considered to be at the peak, as the 13th Elder of Cloud Heavenly Palace, how could he not have some tricks up his sleeves? In the sword world, which was filled with experts, he could be considered a character, but facing this person, he could not even break through. It was impossible for him to cultivate true divine spirit chi. The devil cultivator only cultivated devil chi, but the devil chi definitely did not have such a strong defensive power. At the moment, Jean Maluel was drenched in cold sweat. The Sword Sovereign was actually boasting so shamelessly that he wanted to swallow the true devil sect. They probably wouldn't be able to deal with the person in front of them. I don't like people like you who bully others. I had forgotten about the grudge you threw at me just now, but you actually bullied me. That won't do. This young man seemed to be angry. His delicate and pretty face revealed a look of anger. His cheeks were slightly puffed up, giving people a kind of cute feeling. But in Jean Maluel's eyes, this cuteness was like an icehouse, like the face of a devil.